Walking into the building for the first time after the shooting, it was crippling, but it had to be preserved.
In response to the Pulse nightclub shooting that affected the LGBTQ community, Barbara Poma, owner of Pulse, founded the One Pulse Foundation to honor Pulse victims and survivors.
If you're an ally of this community, speak out. There are more of us together than apart. It is the power of love in its rawest form.
Join the fight for LGBTQ acceptance. Learn how at lovehasnolabels.com. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels and the Ad Council.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Hey, life doesn't give you a warning when everything changes. It starts with shock, confusion, and 1,000 questions running through your mind. Maybe it's a car accident, a serious injury, or a tragedy that changes your family forever. Suddenly, you're dealing with insurance companies' paperwork and pressure, all while trying to heal. That's where Beam Law comes in. They take on the legal fight, the negotiations, and the stress so you can focus on recovery and taking care of the people who matter most. Beam Law is local, and they've recovered millions for clients across the region. That's why SF Weekly has named them Best of the Bay 4 times. So if you've been hurt or lost someone because of someone else's negligence, call Beam Law at 415-523-5555, 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555. Or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law. They've got your back, Bay Area.
Okay, kids, let's get these firefighter uniforms on and start acting heroic.
Welcome to SF Fire Credit Union. Why are you all dressed like firefighters?
We'd like to open an account.
You don't have to be a firefighter to do that. Anyone can get lower fees than banks, the top-rated mobile banking app, and service inspired by heroes.
Wow. I guess we'll just keep the uniforms in case the barbecue gets out of hand.
SF Fire Credit Union. Banking for heroes and anyone who wants to be treated like one. This institution is not federally insured. The credit union is not insured by any state government. Privately insured by ASI.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
I move mountains for a living. Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolades. Rolades' dual-active formula has calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. Yeah, you heard right. 2 actives for that powerful relief. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolade spells powerful relief. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Looking to make your voice heard? Join History San Jose for our Imagining Sessions on April 18th and 21st at History Park. We're inviting the community to help reimagine programs, events, accessibility, and engagement so History Park can better serve you. Be part of the conversation and help bring our shared history to life in new and exciting ways. Space is limited, so reserve your spot today at historysanjose.org. History San Jose, where the past connects us and your voice shapes what's next.
Batteries Plus presents Power Ballads.
Unless you live in a cave, you need batteries for cars, boats, and smartphones to keep life a breeze. Did you know we sell key fobs? We program them to from lithium to 9-volt batteries up the wazoo. Batteries Plus, there's no problem too large. Batteries Plus, we're the experts in charge.
Hey, Hey, it's Willard. The world feels uncertain right now, but when a serious injury hits, uncertainty is over. You're in the fight for your life. Bills start, pressure builds. That's when you call Habis Law. Battle-tested, relentlessly victorious. Omar Habis, Tarek Habis, ruthless when insurance companies try to wear you down. When your world gets rocked, bring in the force built for the fight. Habis Law. Visit habislaw.com.
Omar Habis is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
I'm Neil, founder of Clay Room. When I found ceramics, I realized my calling was to give others the space to be creative. So I set out to open my own studio. Having a Chase Ink card has allowed us to grow it and bring people together. Now we're molding a creative community.
With the Chase Ink Business Cash Card, you can earn up to 5% cash back on business essentials, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for business. Make more with yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Granger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Granger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Likely showers in San Francisco with a high of 64.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
Rise. Wake up.
It's time to wake on up. Wake up, wake up, wake up. With a nice cup of Joe.
What's up, Joe, bro?
Featuring Joe Spadoni.
He's an Italian.
And Joe, the Butcher Boy Shasky.
I am slippery.
Oh! The best part of waking up is morning roast in your cup.
It is the Morning Roast, man, on 95.7 The Game.
Crockett will be dribbled down the far side by Thero. That's it. Final score tonight, 119-103. The Lakers beat Golden State. And LA trying to secure home court advantage for the first round of the playoffs, even though they may be going there without Doncic, without Austin Reeves. And the Warriors just trying to get ready for a play-in game. They know it's going to be on the road. Portland or the LA Clippers. We'll find out more about that tomorrow night. The Warriors will head to Sacramento tomorrow night. 6:30 with the airtime, 7 o'clock with the tip.
Hello there. That was Tim Roy with the final call of last night's Warriors-Lakers game. The Warriors home finale, closing out Chase Center with a very dismal, not super entertaining, kind of brutal to watch at times. 119-103 loss to the purple team from down in La La Land. Definitely not the most fun game to watch. And then, of course, it gets worse in the fourth quarter when LJ Cryer went down with a sprained ankle because, as if things could not get any worse. Good morning to everybody out there on this a little bit rainy out there Friday morning here, April 10th. So, again, drive safe out there. It is crazy. The roads are wet. So, drive smart, people. Don't drive like a wild maniac out there. Good morning to Steven Risotto, alone behind the glass, pressing all the buttons, making sure we are staying on air. And good morning to you, Joe Shasky, who, you had to battle through some of that rain to get into work this morning, man. Glad you were driving safe this morning.
Last night, I felt like it was the straw that broke this camel's back, and I'm talking about myself.
You specifically, the camel.
Yes.
All right, Joe Camel.
I mean, there's a part of me that understands when the Warriors signed up to be old. Part of it was navigating the regular season and picking and choosing your spots. And I want to start with giving credit to Draymond Green. I've bashed Draymond a lot, and I think people probably put me as a Draymond hater. I love watching Draymond when he's motivated and inspired. He's 36 years old, and he suited up again last night, and he played in his 67th game. And we could knock Draymond for maybe the depreciation of his offense, but one thing that I will give him credit for is that he showed up almost every single night at an age when most can barely play. And it was not lost on me that the two oldest players playing in that game, for the most part, were LeBron James, who was dominant, effortlessly, and Draymond Green. And you wonder why the NBA has been having a conversation. And it's not just about tanking. See, I actually think so much of the NBA conversation is wrapped up in the word tank that we've kind of gone astray. Last night, again, if you're a fan of the NBA, if you're a partner of the NBA like Amazon is, last night was another example of another game that just doesn't matter. And again, I give the Warriors small pass. They've had injuries. Stuff happens. But you don't play Steph Curry in that one and you're saving him for the Kings game? It's the last LeBron James game.
Steph and LeBron did not face each other in a game this year.
It's a home game.
That's a wild
home game against the Lakers. Yeah. This game should have been circled on the map. Now, I understand they are navigating a legitimate knee injury, but step back and just think about this from an entertainment standpoint. Steph Curry, who is going to play tonight against the Kings, I believe that game's in Sacramento, correct? The game's in Sacramento?
Yep, at Golden
So he's going to play in Sacramento. Steph Curry's going to play in Sacramento against the Kings when he just played the Kings. But he wasn't going to play last night against LeBron James. Now, you can file it under the knee issue, right? You can.
You can make a basketball argument for, we like him in this situation more, blah, 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 blah. But to your point,
you can't sell me on all this fan experience, and then have what happened last night happen. What about Amazon? You think that game was on Amazon Prime? They're paying gobs of money for that. What the hell is going on with Kristaps Porzingis? Like what the hell is going on with him? Just let me finish. I know we'll get to Kristaps.
No, do your thing.
LeBron James played last night, and it was what he said to me. It was like watching a video game on rookie mode for LeBron James. Mm-hmm. Anyone who doesn't want LeBron James on this team, last night was a great example of why he'd be the best or second best player on the Warriors. Was it not?
No, yeah. So the way I describe it is I don't know, Joe, if you're weird like me, but growing up, I played a lot of sports video games, and sometimes when a team I rooted for would lose in real life, I would go home and flip on the PlayStation, flip it over to easy mode, and
I know that.
So the great example is
take it out on them.
2007, Cal lost to Sanford in the big game. I was all pissed off about it, so I went home, turned on my PlayStation, put it on rookie mode, and dropped a 90 bomb on Stanford as Cal, just because it made me feel a little bit better. That's what it felt like watching LeBron James against this Warriors team last night, where at one point in the second quarter, Shasky, they had what I'm calling the G League lineup out there, where it was, LJ, Malavi Leons, Nate Williams, Charles Bassey, who liked what he saw from him last night. I want to ask your thoughts on him in a little bit. And then Pods. And look, that's the lineup that LeBron is going off against. And I hear what you're saying. He looked like vintage King James. And, he showcased why he would be great on this Warriors team. But at the same time, it's the same thing we did with Kuminga. He did it against the Wizards. We're going to do it here with LeBron James. He did it against the Warriors G League lineup. That, I'm not trying to take a shot at LeBron, say he's not as good as what he did last night. But the context here is just he's out there, he's balling out, he's looking like his vintage self. It's dude, look who you're going against. Nate Williams is on you more often than not last night.
And he's still the best player on the floor.
This is what look at the competition.
He's still the best player on the floor.
No, he is, but look at the competition he's going against. My point is it was just
what do you mean? That's the point of why you get him.
Yeah. No, it's a good point. That's part of why LeBron looks so...
Anybody that says, we don't need LeBron James, if you don't like him, that's one thing.
Yeah.
Don't need him?
Well, I think it's more the point I'm trying to make is I think he turned his game on a little bit because I think he still wants to beat the Warriors. There's still that competitive fire. There's still a team that's denied him 3 championships. So I think he still has some inner desire to, I have to beat this Warriors team. Sure. And I think, he wants to show out against Draymond. That's his friend. He wants to beat his friend. That's how NBA players are. But it's just You're push yourself, your showdown against a broken shell of this team that you used to call your number one rival.
Sure.
That makes me sound like a LeBron hater. I know. That's what I saw. I sound like a hater, and sure, I'll wear that. But oh no, I hate LeBron.
No, but look, man.
Like I agree with what you're saying, but at the same time, like he played very well against just a bunch of G Leaguers. That's just the reality where the Warriors are at right now.
So think about where the Warriors are going to be next year.
Yeah.
Okay, look, since March, like if you're a partner of the league, if you're a fan of the league, if you're a season ticket holder, all right, like, do any of these games matter? Forget the word tank for just a second. I want to talk about the NBA as a whole. Do any of these games matter? I went back. I'm looking at the schedule right now, okay? March 2nd, Kristaps Porzingis did not dress against the Clippers. March 5th, against the Rockets, Kristaps Porzingis did not dress. Now, legitimately, Jimmy Butler and Steph Curry were injured, all right? Gary Payton did not dress. Moses Moody was hurt at that time. For whatever reason, Will Richard didn't dress, okay?
He didn't play last night.
Then they played the Oklahoma City Thunder on the 7th. I'm just going to go through the schedule. Like, this is where I'm at right now. Oh, DeAnthony Melton, because he's played a lot this year, but he didn't dress. Oh, Kristaps did play in this game. Oh, wow. That's awesome. Oh, but Alex Caruso didn't play for the Thunder. And they were actually load managing Jalen Williams in that game. Oh, let's go to the next game. Oh, they're playing the Utah Jazz, who have been perpetually tanking forever. Oh, and in this game, the Warriors lost to the Utah Jazz. They lost to a team that's perpetually like trying to lose. Like, it's just what? What, like, do any of these games matter? Oh, the Bulls. Remember, that was the game where those two guys from the Bulls went off, and the Warriors didn't care about that game. Remember? That's the game Isaac Okoro and Colin Sexton and Patrick Williams didn't dress for no reason whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
And then I look at the Warriors who didn't dress. Oh, Moses Moody and DeAnthony Melton. Now, Moody legitimately had an injury. Like, I could go through every single game since March 2nd. And I could find multiple guys on one side of the floor and multiple guys on the other side of the floor that were just sitting. Do any of these games matter? Do any of these games matter? Last night was the final Laker game of the year at home. Final opportunity for the Warriors to maybe get a home game in the play-in, and they're punting on it. And again, like, I'm not even saying, like...
I mean, Joe, you bring up...
This is all the problems that are... This is why the NBA is in the position it's in. And you could tell me what you want about, well, the television deals tell me that they're making a ton of money. Think about your friend groups.
Mm-hmm.
I can't remember the last time any of my friend group chats, they were like, gotta watch this Rockets game tonight. Gotta watch this Celtics game tonight. Gotta watch this OKC Thunder game tonight. Last night was LeBron and the Lakers rolling into town, and it could be the final time he plays Steph Curry. And they deliberately sat Steph Curry. Now, there's a part of me that's like, I know he's got a knee injury, but like, does entertainment matter even like one iota?
Nope. No, I think that's just the hard reality of it.
What about the fan that circled this game when they found out that Steph came back and they're like, hey, I'm going to go take my kids. It's spring break. I'm going to go take them to this game.
The last home game of the year. I mean, usually I don't know if the Warriors like a fan appreciation night or something like that in their last home game like other teams will do, but that just kind of adds into, like, if it is fan appreciation night, you're not going to be feeling very appreciated.
I hate to kick this guy. I've seen more Malachi Leons this year than I ever want to see in 5 lifetimes.
Yeah. It's not a Malachi Leon's fault. It's not a Malachi Leon's issue. I don't think you're coming down his road, but I mean, it's, like I said, he's a G-leaguer guy. It's Chesky. It's the reality of how this Warriors season's gone.
Yesterday, you and I discussed, we are partners with the Warriors.
Mm-hmm.
We discussed Steph Curry and LeBron. Now, how stupid are we? You know what the talking point should be every single day when we're doing preview radio? Who's going to play? Does anyone care?
You can take bets on who's going to play. Probably be wrong on a lot of them. Yeah, because it's almost like most
final home game of the year. And you sat Steph Curry and Kristaps is hurt or sick or something again.
It was illness last night was the reason. Another did not dress night for Kristaps Porzingis. And Shasky, we play this game a lot ever since the trade. You know, are you in or out on bringing him back? And I've said at times in the past, like, I see the vision. I see where it makes sense having him on the court. Having him on the court, though, is the key line there because he kind of needs to be on the court for the vision to be recognized. And it's So when the trade happened during Radio Row Week, it was that Thursday morning we were talking about all morning long, and the Warriors had 32 games left in the year. And my question was, is he even going to play half of those? 16. That's where our Spadoni and I's burrito bet came into fruition there. In the 32 games in which Kristaps Porzingis has been employed by the Warriors, I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 games where he has been absent with an illness designation.
So 11 of the 32.
11 of 32 possible games that he was around
filed
for.
under illness.
Some sort of illness. Now, there was one early on where he had Achilles and illness, which, tough. Talk about a tough 1-2 punch right there.
I'm sorry for
my
laughing.
Achilles hurts and I'm sick.
I'm sorry for laughing.
But a third of the games for which Kristaps Porzingis has been a Golden State Warrior, he's been on for illness. Now, again, there's deeper layers to us with what he's dealing with POTS and how complex that is. It's not like he just has the flu all the time, so there's extra layers to that. But that does kind of go into, if we are committing to Kristaps for this team next year, again, when he's on the court with Steph, even in the brief glimpse that we got, I'm leaning forward. You know what? Again, I'm vibing this. I'm rolling with this.
No,
I'm
Sam, you're missing the point.
But he has to be on the court, and I'm at a point right now, Shasky, is that Today, it's going to switch in a day or two when Kristaps plays and looks really good because I'm like you, I'll talk myself into it. It's at a point where it's just if I can't trust you to be on the court, what if Kristaps isn't well enough to play in the play-in?
They have no other option better than to bring him back. Are you watching this team?
No, I am, but
you want a healthy dose of Nate Williams? God bless him. God bless him. He's playing his butt off. You want to see Malachi Leons, Yurtsevin, Bassey, that's where we're at.
I know. Well, then I think
they have to bring them back. They have no other options. Sam, they're not good.
Shasky, I can't argue with you on this. I don't like it. And what makes me not like it even more is that I don't see another option right now. Now, maybe something presents itself throughout the course of the summer. It's the NBA. Things happen. People get pissed off. People want out. There's nothing available right now. And that's what, there's the old phrase, wait till next year. I feel like I don't want to go through a redux of what we saw this year.
What other option do you have?
I know. That's why I feel like right now we're just going to go through, the same year, but 2.0 next year.
40-something-year-old LeBron looked like he could do anything he wanted on the floor and was miles better than any other player on the court.
Yep. No, I can't think of anyone who really just played well for the Warriors.
The Warriors need any competent NBA player that they can acquire. And right now, they are rolling out, at minimum, 3 G Leaguers into their rotation.
Nate Williams was in the starting lineup last night. Saw a lot of LJ Cryer, a lot of Malachi Leons, a lot of Charles Bassey. It's at the point where Charles Bassey is the guy that...
Charles Bassey has to come back.
He got the biggest cheer, I think, of the night. There was, I forget when it was, some point in the second quarter. It was halfway through the second quarter. He got a rebound and a nice little putback, and everybody started in Chase Center started going nuts. Steph Curry's, standing on the sideline going, woo, 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 woo. Love Charles Bassey. This is where it's gotten to now. In the home finale of the season, Charles Bassey is the superstar. Now, I'm not trying to bash on Bassey. I'll be honest, last night, Shasky, it's official. Charles Bassey, you're in the play-in rotation. Yay! Woo! That's what we play for. So excited. I'm in on Bassey. Let's pick up this conversation on the other side because we got a lot of fun stuff to talk about. The word is out, Shasky. We're talking baseball. And we got Giants manager Tony Vitello joining us this morning at 7:30. He'll be in Baltimore. Come on, I know you're excited to talk to Coach. You're very excited to talk to Coach. And if that doesn't get you excited, what's wrong with you?
Let me get you excited. Kristaps played 17 games over 4 months for the Hawks. At least he's played 13-2 for the Warriors.
Hey, I'm getting a burrito out of it, so you know.
No, I'm serious. I'm serious.
Well, you're saying it to me like I should be shocked? Shasky, I was expecting this. No, I'm not shocked by any of this, how it's gone with Kristaps. If anything, I'm shocked by how right I was.
No, I think it's actually been a good thing. That's how low the bar is. I'm being real.
We're from light years ahead to the bar is low. No, I'm not disagreeing with you. It's just the fact that this is where we're at. I laugh at awful things. And then Nick Friedel is going to be joining us at 9:20. Maybe he can pick up our spirits about the Warriors. He probably won't, but I like to think that he will try. So lots of fun stuff coming up on the show this morning. That's Joe Shasky. I'm Sam Lubman, filling in for Joe Spadoni, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk Righteously Brewed in San Francisco. Don't forget the Morning Roast is presented by San Francisco Fire Credit Union, banking for heroes and anyone who wants to be treated like one. What's coming up the game brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
As Pittsburgh prepares for the unofficial beginning of football season, the city's kickoff celebration will begin with an unforgettable invite-only night of music. The night before takes place Wednesday, April 22nd at Rivers Casino Event Center, featuring Jason Aldean, John Morgan, and Shane Profit. Visit Odyssey.com/the night before to enter now for your chance to win this national contest. Price includes round-trip airfare, a 2-night hotel stay, and 2 tickets to the show.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Now through April 12th at Big O Tires, get $80 in rebate savings on 4 select in-stock Michelin tires with installation purchase. Plus an additional $80 in instant savings from Big O. Disposal fees extra, not go with other offers. See your locally owned Big O dealer for pricing.
Now that spring is here, you might be anxious to upgrade your home's property. Golden State Lumber and Showroom works with contractors and professional builders to help you add decking, pergola, fencing, and fire protection. Our partners include AZEK Exteriors, James Hardy Textured Panels, and Vulcan Vents to protect your home from fire and embers. Safeguard your home and protect its value by starting at GoldenStateLumber.com. For over 70 years, Golden State Lumber and Showroom. When you succeed, we succeed.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-708-5977. 800-708-5977. 800-708-5977.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
The deadline for filing taxes is now. Don't miss this chance to donate your car to Cars for Kids for a 2026 tax deduction. Go to carsforkids.org today. That's cars with a K. Don't wait. Donate now and have your car picked up by tomorrow.
Whoa. Okay, this one says you get a free phone if you switch.
Hey, this one also says you get a free phone if you switch.
Yeah, they all do, hon.
Wait. The T-Mobile one says families saved over $3,700 versus the other big guys in the past 5 years. And their experience plans have Netflix included, plus a year of Dash Pass by DoorDash.
Hang on. Let me see that. And a 5-year price guarantee? Oh, yeah, we're switching.
That's what I'm talking about. Do we clap now, or...?
I'm thinking half-half.
At T-Mobile, get savings that keep stacking up. That's value you can feel every day. Switch now at T-Mobile.
Savings based on Harris X billing snapshots from Q3 2021 to Q4 2025 among accounts with 3+ voice lines compared to AT&T and Verizon, excluding discounts, credits, and optional charges. See harrisx.com/T-Mobile. Price guarantee on talk, text, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See T-Mobile.com.
Get ready for Jim Gaffigan and his Everything is Wonderful tour on June 13th and 14th at the Masonic. A 4th show was just added. Buy your tickets at livenation.com. And for a chance to win tickets to the 4 p.m. show courtesy of Live Nation, visit 957thegame.com.
James falls down trying to dribble. Leon's the steal, drives in and dunks the ball with 2 hands. Now a fine Leon's. Ronnie James just fell down trying to dribble.
With Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Sup, Coach? Tune in for Warriors Live today, presented by Xfinity. Your home court advantage brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that. Imagine a world where we actually had wins to watch last night. Warriors fall to the Lakers 119-103, and then if you were dual screening it like I was last night, Sharks were on the computer, and I was not much better. As soon as I flipped the game on, honestly, they were down 2-0, and Sharks lose 6-1 to the Ducks. Their playoff hopes are hanging by a thread right now. Yaroslav Askarov gets lit up, 24 saves on 30 shots. He has had it rough over the last 3 months, much like our Golden State Warriors, who have also had it rough over the last, some feels like forever right now. You're looking for a positive, though. I don't know. Charles Bassey, again, he was exciting last night. Chasky, did you enjoy Bassey last night? What'd you think of him?
I mean, he's a high energy guy. You're gonna love him. You know, he's a good role player. I think they could have used him a long time ago. I know he was on different rosters to start the year, and for X, Y, and Z reasons, the Warriors couldn't make a move to go get him when they did, before they did, and. It's nice to have him. Look, he's a legitimate rim protector. He can get downhill. He's got better hands than I thought. He's really active. He gets up in the air. Like, he's better than Quentin Post. I'm not trying to dog Quentin Post.
No, I
was rooting for him. I think Bassey brings a little more to the table.
Yeah. Hey, Coach Kerr, what did you think of Bassey last night?
He's played really well for us. We told him we had plenty of minutes for him. When we signed him, and that's why he came. He wanted to play, and he's doing a great job. Very active on the glass, and nice scoring touch in the paint. He's been very impressive.
Very impressive indeed for Bassey. 12 points, 13 rebounds, and I thought, again, he was doing a lot of his work against DeAndre Ayton and Rui Hachimura last night down low. And again, I didn't hate what I saw. I actually liked what I saw, and that's why, when we got the play-in coming up next week, Joe, a conversation you and I have been wanting to have on air, but we haven't really been able to have it on air, is, a good old-fashioned, what do you think the rotations look like conversation. And I'm like, yeah, you want to have that conversation today? And you're like, how? Guys aren't playing. What are we supposed to talk about? I'm like, Joe, that's a great point. I guess we can't really have that conversation, but we can't have the Bassey aspect of the conversation, so that's one guy I like.
I just don't understand sitting Steph in the final home game. I don't get it.
I mean, I
don't know what it served.
Do you want an answer that you're just not going to like? It's going to be some along the lines of, Steph's really important for the play-in. We got to keep the knee fresh. We want to play him tonight against the Kings, and we really want to just make sure Steph's healthy, and something of that very unsatisfying nature. Listen, I'm not trying to ruin your mood or anything like that, but if you ask that question, I don't really like it, but there's the world we want versus the world that is, and
if I was a season ticket holder that didn't get Steph for multiple months, and then they have a back-to-back, and you can make the argument, hey, he needed an extra 24 hours. All right, sure, I guess. But, if you're using that as your metric, they have to play 2 games in less than 48 hours in the play-in if they want to advance into the playoffs. So he would have to play every other day anyway coming up here. So my mom's good friend is a season ticket holder.
Yeah.
Okay. She's like one of the most dedicated diehard Warrior fans ever. And, she's not going to get a chance to see, and she pays good money for her seats. And she's not going to get a chance to see another home game until October of next year. Yeah. And so, do you owe those people? Yeah, actually, you kind of do. Actually, you do. Actually, you do. When you're charging the prices that you are, and,
So this is going to sound...
Maybe I'm banging this drum and no one's going along with me. I don't know.
You're fair to feel that way.
It's the last home game. Just hear me out. Last home game on Amazon Prime.
There should be more. No, there should be more. I believe, Shasky, that some games throughout the regular season have greater meaning than others. Now, I don't mean if you're the 3 seed, take on the 1 seed.
It's a playoff game.
No. But hear me out on this one. Like some games are bigger than others. And I don't mean the whole it's the middle of January and the 1 seed's taking on the 3 seed and this is like a matchup of big teams. No, I think some games there's a greater pageantry to it.
I 100% agree.
Opening game, opening night, opening day absolutely is part of that. And yeah, the home finale. I think there's a little bit more pomp and circumstance because you're saying goodbye for the regular season. Now, of course, there's a non-zero chance the Warriors might play another game at Chase Center this year. I'm not going to hold my breath on it. But I do agree with you on that concept of last game of the year, can you just get them on the court, even if it's for 5 minutes?
Well, I would could someone give me when we print the schedule, you tell me, league, and in this Warriors, any team, what games should I pay attention to?
Also, why are we doing Warriors-Lakers in the last? They clearly had some delusion that the Warriors-Lakers going to have a lot of meaning in this last week of the year.
Explain to me what games should matter.
What do you mean?
This is the league problem that's going on right now. When the schedule comes out, I know almost every single NFL game is going to matter. When Major League Baseball puts their schedule out, most people yawn. But these road trips and things like that, they matter. The NBA, I'm asking, what games matter? Because when I look at the schedule, right, and I look at the schedule and I looked at just this last couple of months, let's just go through. I'm not even going to go game by game, but you got Clippers, Rockets, Thunder. That felt like, okay, some of these games might matter. How do you look against the playoff team? Utah, Bulls, Minnesota, team that bounced you. Knicks, that was that big road trip that they went on. Knicks, Wizards, Celtics. I look down the stretch. Cleveland, Rockets, this is the Warriors. Kings, that game shouldn't matter. Kings been tanking forever. Lakers, final home game, at Kings, at Clippers.
Well, the reality
what games matter?
The reality is, Joe, right now in the current state of the NBA, none of these games really matter because the last week of the year, you're jostling for seeding. Ideally, the NBA would probably like that to be the case. I feel
like the Warriors have been locked into the 10. The 10. Not even the 7.
Not even the play-in.
Not the 10. 4. The 10. They've been locked into the 10 for what feels like a month and a half.
But basically, the entire play-in is more or less locked in the West. Portland and the Clippers are separated by a game to see who gets to host the Warriors in that 9-10 game. Yeah, you're not locking in on that. Lakers and Rockets, they're battling out to see who's going to be hosting game 1 when they face each other in the first round. No one's locking in on that.
Would you agree that this radio station, maybe more so than, what do you think, 85% of the radio markets that are out there that have NBA teams, would you agree this radio station talks an inordinate amount in comparison of NBA basketball than all the other stations?
I would probably guess yes. I mean, I don't listen to every other station, but we talk a lot of Warriors here at 95.7 The Game, the flagship of your Golden State Warriors.
We're knee deep in it.
Yep.
And yet we are struggling. And we are knee deep in it. We talk wars. We will lead we'll go weeks on end, just Warriors, and NBA. And we are struggling to search through this giant dung pile that they have to find something that matters. So, I ask anyone, you are the biggest diehard Warrior fan. I think 24/7, 365, what can I talk about this team? What's the angle? How can I break it down? Explain to me what the interesting nugget is about this team right now.
888-957-9570 is the number to call or text on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. Joe Shasky, he wants to know, what's the most interesting thing about this team right now?
Okay, so they're gonna play a play-in game.
Yes.
That will determine whether they can advance in the play-in.
Another play-in game.
To play another one, all right? And I would say this to you. Do you even know what the starting lineup might look like?
Joe, I don't even know who's going to be available for the starting lineup.
So we don't even know.
Yeah.
A play-in game. We don't even know who's available.
We want to have a conversation, again, the most fun kind of conversation you can have about basketball.
Okay.
Who's going to be playing when? You know, like we've had fun lineup conversations. We've had fun rotation conversations. We can't even do that because we have such an incomplete data set to work with right now that it's just... The number one conversation right now is who's even around? Okay. Who's even available? How long is LJ Cryer going to be out? It's another one. Again, I'm not saying LJ Cryer is a make or break on the team, but it's another example of just like every single week, every single game, it seems like some sort of just kick in the nuts has to happen.
I just think this is why the NBA is where it's at. And this is why the bigger conversation of like, and you see everyone, MLB is gaining momentum. It's been about 15 years or more where it feels like the NBA has just been light years ahead of baseball. Maybe it's 20. Maybe it's 25.
They were the easy number 2 behind the NFL's number 1.
So for the Warriors, we got a week left in the season, give or take. We don't even know who's available for this play-in game for one of the greatest players to ever play the game.
We got meaningful games for Steph. We don't know who's going to be on the court with him.
We can't even break down a rotation because we have no idea what even a fractured Warrior team lineup looks like. Not a healthy Warrior team lineup, a fractured Warrior lineup. So
we don't know which G Leaguer is going to be playing when. Joe, we had like literally 4 or 5 G Leaguers on the court at one point last night.
Okay.
In the last week of the year.
Can you name one Portland Trailblazer who they're probably going to play?
Kamara.
What's his first name?
Oh, don't do that to me. No, that's where we're at, you know.
Okay. So the opponent, and I don't think you're alone in that, by the way. Yeah. I don't think that you're wrong. We don't even know the opponent.
John Splitter doesn't even know all that roster yet.
And I'm supposed to drum up interest for this fan base, and I'm supposed to talk about this team. I have no idea who's available. We have no idea what a lineup would even look like because they haven't even been close to relative strength, health, whatever you want, availability. And then the opponent themselves, I mean, it might as well be a team with a bunch of guys wearing a mask, a luchador mask, because we have no idea.
Yeah, no one's getting excited. That's going to be the worst part of it is Warriors probably going to lose to it because the Blazers have had their number all year long. Warriors going to lose to a team that by and large Warrior fans don't really care about, can't even name anybody on, and we've watched them just humiliate the Warriors in every single matchup.
My job is to make this exciting. My job is to drum up interest in you, the audience. My job is to fire us up and get us ready for important games that matter for Steph Curry. And the entire league is working against us. That's what it feels like.
This feels like I call it the basketball gods. They do not.
Did you see how sad Kareth and Festus were last night? Yep. Did you see how sad Taylor Rooks was at halftime? Did you see how sad Udonis Haslem was trying to talk about split action? Poor guy was like we needed to get him like an ADD medicine to keep him up. He needed Ritalin.
888-957-9570 is the number. What do you care about Warrior fans over these last 2 games? That's Joe Shasky. I'm Sam Lubman. What's coming up? The game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
When selecting a financial institution, how do you know you're making the right choice? As Bay Area bank customers find themselves at a crossroads, maybe it's good to consider if you want your bank to be community-oriented or corporate-minded. Fremont Bank has grown by providing stable, consistent service to the region, its families, and its businesses for 60 years, all without a single merger. And we intend for more of the same for the next 60. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Hey, Joy. Oh, you are glowing.
Oh, hey. More like Mira-joyed. That Miralax helped me go. I was so backed up. Tried mega coffees, prune juice, everything. Then Miralax. And hello, gentle relief without the harsh side effects.
Ooh, how does it work?
It works naturally with the water in your body for constipation relief. Find Miralax today at your local retailer.
Use as directed for occasional constipation.
Now that Wendy's has these new biggie deals, everyone in the family can get what they're craving, from nugs to JBCs. The parental units can get an $8 Biggie bundle. The eldest who think they're so grown can get a $6 Biggie bag. And the little one who can do no wrong can get a $4 Biggie Bites. You know, assuming they have a credit card. No, I'm kidding. We take cash too. $4, $6, and $8 Biggie deals for the whole family. Only at Wendy's.
Price and participation may vary. Single items at regular price. Prices may be higher in Alaska, California, and Hawaii.
Powerful doesn't just happen. You have to make it happen. So the moment Total Wireless offers a free Samsung S25 FE with Galaxy AI, when you switch to Total 5G or 5G Plus Unlimited 3-month plan, you take the network as powerful as you with unlimited 5G data that won't slow you down. Now that's a total power move. Visit your neighborhood Total Wireless store. Device taxes and fees may apply. Requires new activation on a Total 5G Unlimited 3-month plan or higher. External port in and ID verification. Available only in Total Wireless stores. Limit to 4 devices per account.
For over 40 years, Kendall Jackson has crafted exceptional wines from California's cool coastal vineyards. Family owned since 1982, Kendall Jackson is home to America's #1 selling Chardonnay for more than 30 years. The iconic Vintners Reserve, with nearly 50 wines to explore, including Cabernet Sauvignon, Sauvignon Blanc, and Pinot Noir. There is a Kendall Jackson wine for every taste and every moment. Find Kendall Jackson nationwide at major retailers, your favorite bars and restaurants, or delivered to your door. Learn more at kj.com.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and R&S Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rnsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Dean from Fremont. Edgar at R&S Garage was not only amazing, but he was so patient. He installed the door quickly and gave me more details than I ever needed. He even programmed extra remotes for me. I would definitely go with these guys again. Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with R&S Doors and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Looking for lifelong financial guidance? Look no further than Pettinelli Financial Partners, your dedicated financial coaches for every stage of life's journey. Whether you're planning for retirement, starting a family, or buying a home, we're here for you every step of the way. Visit PettinelliFP.com. The financial consultants at Pettinelli Financial Partners are registered representatives with and securities offered through LPL Financial. Member FINRA SIPC. Investment advice offered through Stratos Wealth Partners, a registered investment advisor. Stratos and Pettinelli are separate entities from LPL Financial.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Granger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
My name is Christine, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, was a healthy 34-year-old, and 3 months later, he was gone. Thankfully, he had life insurance. Ethos made it so easy. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. 100% online, no medical exam. Life insurance didn't take away the loss, but it did give us the space to just grieve.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/protect. Ethos.com/protect. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hey, this is Steve Scott from KCBS, the PA voice of the Warriors at Chase Center. You're listening to Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Thank you very much, Steve. Sam Lubman filling in for Joe Spadoni on this fine Friday morning, though it is a little bit wet out there. We are brought to you by Golden State Lumber and Showroom, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. Boy, sure would be nice if the Golden State Warriors could be succeeding, because then we would have a lot more fun conversations to talk about. But unfortunately, we are talking about the same kind of Warrior game as the Warriors lose to the Lakers last night in the home finale at Chase Center, 119-103. And I feel like I'm Marty McFly. Hey, I've seen this one. Same formula. A bunch of backups. They play hard. They have a lead. They're not good enough. They lose. We wake up the next morning and we ask ourselves, why? Why must we endure this? And 888-957-9570 is the number to call or text on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. 2 games left, Warrior fans. What do you want to see? What are you hoping to see? What do these next 2 games even matter for, if at least just to get Steph and Kristaps back on the court together one last time before the play-in? I don't know. I don't even know what that even means in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, like I don't even know how you could make one, let's say they play 1 game, okay? Or, you know what? Let's say they play two playing games. They lose the second one, right? Yeah. So you're going to make all these judgments based off of maybe an overlapping 20 minutes in each game? Maybe,
exactly.
I mean, look.
Is that even enough of a sample size for us to really?
No, the decision's already made because their roster is so bad and it's so... where it is. Think about this. They're losing their 2 best players, the Lakers, and they blew you out with no problem.
Mm-hmm.
That's how good their 3rd best player, LeBron James, is. And that's how good he would be on your team. Now, you could make a counter argument. Hey, Joe, Jimmy Butler's the Warriors' 2nd best player, and Steph Curry's their 1st best player. So, they're screwed. But, anybody that doesn't think that they could use LeBron James, I think is insane. And look, I don't love him. It's not that I'm over here doing cartwheels for him, but I also understand the predicament we find ourselves in. And I'm watching that game last night. I'm like, yeah, I've had enough of the G League experience this year to say that we shouldn't thumb our nose down at any acquisition that would involve LeBron James.
I don't hate that. I think it's a very fair point. Coach Kerr, what do you want to see from this team over the next 48 hours?
Intensity, connection, defensively, talking, communicating, and really being loud and being aggressive. And, Draymond will handle that. He'll take care of that. And then on offense, we've got to be a little cleaner. We had, 19 turnovers tonight. Obviously, we put a lot of guys in some tough spots. But, getting some guys back, we should be able to do a better job of taking care of the ball and executing.
He's just saying things.
What's he supposed to say?
I know. That was just the most defeated, I have no real answer for you answer that I think that he could possibly give. It's just Draymond will handle those things. It's handle what? He's going to be on the court. He'll be going through the motions, if anything.
Look, Draymond's not the last. I'm not going to criticize Draymond.
Oh, no, I'm not meaning as a criticism at Draymond, but it's just just throwing words out there because, to your point, what else can you do? Chassie, you bring up LeBron, and I think what we're kind of at is the Warriors situation has become so dire that they just kind of need to keep Kristaps just because they need him. They need to go after LeBron James just because it's that desperate of a situation for them right now.
I don't know if you remember when the Niners were down really, 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 really bad, and their salary cap was so low. To hit the floor of the salary cap, they had to give an extension to Vance McDonald.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember that?
Was that 2016?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it was one of the saddest sentences I've ever uttered. Well, that's how I feel about the Warriors currently. They're so sad. They got to give extensions out to, Guy Santos, because and they can't lose Guy Santos. I'm not even knocking him. He's an important player for this team, but think about where you were at the beginning of the year on Guy Santos, and now think about where you are now. His absence yesterday, you're where is he? We missed him.
Yeah.
He's one of the best players on the team.
No, it's
an indictment of where we're at.
Mm-hmm. And again, I think Guy Santos, he's risen up from just role player you could replace to key cog on this team,
Starter.
wild. I mean, honestly,
he's a starter on this team.
If we're talking like about what's this play and rotation going to be looking like next week, I'm probably putting Guy Santos in the starting lineup right now. There's a very high chance.
Okay, let's say everyone's healthy. Everyone's healthy. Give it to me.
If everyone's healthy, if Al Horford's healthy, when's the last time you mentioned Al Horford's?
I can't.
You remembered he was still on the team, right? Like, you didn't forget about that? They showed him on the bench last night.
So old.
There's that, too. So right now.
Give it to me.
My starting lineup that I wrote down. I got Steph in the starting lineup, right? Fair. He's good.
Well, let me pause.
Oh, my God.
No, but he's come off the bench the last couple games. So
I know. I knew you were going to stop me right there. I thought I could get by that.
No, you guys tell me. Is he starting?
For this exercise, I am saying that Steph Curry is going to be starting the playing game. But no, I really want to try and move on. I tried to go through as quickly as possible because I wanted to sneak by you with that without you calling out that very realistic possibility that Steph might have to come off the bench in the playing game. Listen, it's not without precedent. The Nuggets series a couple years ago in the first round, he came off the bench. Worked out pretty well. Warriors won a championship, so I don't know. Maybe Steph comes off the bench in the play-in. That spurns or sparks a title run. No, not really. Started the shooting guard. I'm gonna go Pods
over Melton.
I'm gonna go Pods over Melton.
Okay.
Yeah, that's just my prediction. It's not based off exact. If I was setting out the lineup, I'd probably go Melton over Pods, but I'm basing this prediction off of a mix of what I want versus a mix of the reality that I could acknowledge. And the reality that I can acknowledge is Steve Kerr's going to probably start Pods. Then I'm going to go Dre and Kristaps as your forwards. And you know what? I'm throwing Al Horford in.
Wow.
At your starting.
A lot of height.
I want to go size. I want to get some shooting in there.
So Steph, Pods, Horford, Draymond, KP. I'm actually not mad at that.
Yeah, I hope Al's healthy. We got a couple minutes of Al and Kristaps on the court together earlier this season. I do got Guy coming off the bench in this exercise.
You got Guy and Melton coming off the bench. So
Pat Spencer's going to be in my rotation.
If you asked me who would start, I would start with this.
Okay.
I would go Steph, Melton,
all right,
Guy, Draymond, Kristaps.
Yeah.
That's what I would roll with. And then my first two off the bench, Pods, Horford. I want that stretch shooting veteran to play alongside Pods. And then after that, it's anybody's guess.
Yeah. I think, again, my first guy's off the bench. I think Melton's coming off the bench first. I think Guy might be coming off the bench first for me as well. You are going to see a lot of Bassey in these two playing games if these were my little rotations I was putting together. And I don't know, I feel like if I'm saying that's just kind of where we're at, I feel like that's kind of taking a shot at Bassey. I do think he's actually earned the right to be in the play-in rotation. God,
he's good.
No, he is. It's
relative to this roster.
We've kind of feel like this whole conversation with the Warriors has been under the umbrella of this is just where they're at right now, and they're kind of forced to. I don't want to rope Bassey into that because I do actually think he has played well enough to where it's not that we're desperate enough that we need you. It's that you've played well enough that we want you. That's kind of how I'm looking at it with Bassey right now. And you know what? That's a plus that I'll roll with right there. But you're going to see a good dose of him probably in these play-in games. And again, if he could contribute, help win one of these play-in games, I don't really know if I expect the Warriors to win both of them, but you'll enjoy that. Raymond in San Francisco, he's got an issue with the Warriors. Raymond, what do you got for us this morning? You're on the roast.
Good morning, guys. Great show. I listen to you guys every morning.
Oh, thank you.
Longtime Warriors fan since 1974.
Hell yeah.
And here's what strikes me, guys. We have a roster with 8 players 6'4" and under. Oh my God. And that's the most in the NBA. On top of that, these 8 players have combined for 49% of all minutes played. Again, the number one in the NBA. So that seems a little odd to me. However, if you step back, let's go back to the first year Kerr won the championship. Players 6'4" and under, there were only 2, Steph and Barbosa. Let's go to the 73 win season.
Is this Bobby in Los Altos?
No, this is Raymond in San Francisco.
Oh, sorry.
He got you.
No problem. Let's go to the 73 win season. It was Steph, Barbosa, and Ian Clark. Now let's go to the next their next championship season. Curry, Clark, 17-18, it was Curry and Cook. And KD's last season, it was Curry, Cook, and Jacob Evans.
Jacob Evans.
Something changed. Yeah, something changed after the 18-19 season, fellas, where Kerr has gone crazy. I mean, someone woke up this summer and said, guys, let's populate this team with 8 players, 6'4" and under. And by the way, let's play them 49 minutes of all available minutes. Now, to put that in perspective, okay, we might play the Clippers in the play-in. They've only put 16% of their player total minutes on players 6'4" and under. We're at 49%. Now, if we draw Portland, only 18% of their minutes are invested in players 6'4" and under. It's a huge gap, guys.
This is an incredible deep dive by you, quite frankly. No, I'm very impressed.
He did his homework. Raymond absolutely did his homework. And it's funny that he's bringing up the height, Shasky, because I went through this exercise just on my own a few months ago, and the height difference, it's staggering. I mean, just a couple examples here. The Warriors' average height this season is 6'5". Now, contrast that to the teams how about the Suns, who you might see in the play-in? Their average height is 6'7", a full 2 inches on average taller than the Warriors.
And Kristaps kind of dilutes this number, too.
Yeah, so Kristaps, again, he's going to bump that up. Because, again, to Raymond's point, everyone on this team is 6'4" or under. Yeah, there are the guys like Bassey and Kristaps who bump that number up a little bit. But that first championship team that Raymond brought up, that 15 team, the average height was also 6 feet, 7 inches. Like, it's painfully obvious. And, Raymond brings up the Kerr aspect of it. And Mike Dunleavy's the one putting this roster together of all these
Kerr's
guys
influence.
Beat me to it, with Kerr's influence. But I don't know why the Warriors are choosing to go so freaking small. I know Steve Kerr likes his point guards and his gadget players, but too much of anything is a bad thing. And too many small guys on this roster, unless your name's Don Nelson, I'm just not vibing at all. Before you say anything, though, Shasky, it's really important that I tell you that you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, F1 and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. I'm Sam Lubman. That is Joe Shasky.
When you when you play Pods and GP2 as much as they do, those are two guys that aren't the tallest. You play Steph as much as you do, he's not the biggest.
Mm-hmm.
So GP2 really is like a power forward in a guard's body, and Pods is a point guard's body playing combo guard alongside Steph a lot, alongside GP2 a lot. So, yeah, it's not great. And then you have a power forward in Draymond Green, who at times will also play center, who's 6'6"?
Yeah, on a good day.
So they've got multiple guys that are just very unique. There's no doubt they need to get bigger.
And factor in also when it comes to Draymond Green that he's 6'6", he's 36 years old, but that's a body that's basically like 51 years old with the amount of mileage he's put on it. And to his credit, he can still go out there and do it. You mentioned at the top of the show, he's played 67 games. He's showing up, which there's a lot of time. There's a lot of games this year where with Jimmy out and with Steph out, you thought that Draymond wasn't going to suit up because there's the whole, joke, oh, no Steph, no Draymond. But yeah, he has shown up, and there have been moments, you saw it last night. I mean, that first quarter, he was balling hard. He was getting at it in the paint. He was getting the block shots. But then it just kind of fades away because he just can't keep it up for a full game at that pace right now because he's just put his body through the ringer so much.
He should feel very proud of the season that he's put together in the sense that, I think I and many others would have probably chuckled at all the, late scratch, because, whenever they give out the lineup, it always feels like prior to this year, hey, if Steph's out, Dre's out. But no, he's suited up a lot. He deserves a lot of credit for that. He does. At his age, to do what he's doing, banging with people bigger, heavier, stronger than him. Draymond's had a great year in many regards.
No, I can't.
You got to give him credit.
Yeah, I will give Draymond credit. And it's just the showing up, the being there. He's always going to he's still the emotional heartbeat of this team. And yeah, he'll be back next year. And I will say this, though, Shasky, is some thought I've had about Draymond over the last couple days here in terms of what he's going to be looking like next year. And I don't like that we're looking ahead to next year right now. I do like to stay in the moment. But the way that Steph's minutes have been allocated since his return, I kind of like that similar allocation of minutes for allocation of minutes for Draymond next year. Now, if he still has to be in the starting lineup because of all the reasons that come for that, that's fine. I would start the game off with him, but I love the idea of how Steph's kind of come in to finish quarters. I want to see that from Draymond next year. I think they found a very good formula to apply to Draymond Green for next year in terms of how they distribute his minutes and get him on the court. That's just kind of what I've been thinking. I don't know. Do you like that? Or
begging for that for how many years now?
Yeah. So, like, I would always do a thing, and maybe you try this out for
final 5 minutes of every quarter.
Maybe you try it out for these next 2-3 games that you're going to have to play here. Start Draymond for the first 2-3, maybe in 4 minutes of the first, just to kind of help set that defensive tone. Then finish out the first, second, third, and then have him close out the fourth quarters. I think those are the most important times that you can get Draymond on the court here right now.
I think this year they've got no other options, Sam.
Well, no, that's why
they have to play him 36 minutes a game in a play-in game. They do.
Well, in the play-in, maybe they don't have a chance to really experience. Well, no, I mean, do you really care if they win these play-in games? Like, let's be real, Warrior fans. In the back of your mind, 90% of you are either quietly or loudly hoping that the Warriors don't make it out of the play-in because you value the lottery pick far more than you value them getting boat raced in a gentleman's sweep by the Oklahoma City Thunder. Don't get me wrong, that game 3 that they win, it'll be fun. We'll have a great time talking about it. But let's be real, Warrior fans. You're not actually hoping that happens. That's just the reality of kind of how fans operate sometimes. You got to take that tactical retreat sometimes. You got to take a step back to take 2 steps forward. That's where I think a lot of Warrior fans are at, whether they want to admit it out loud or not. We all kind of agree. Most of us agree. 90% was my number. It would be better off if the Warriors did not win 2 play-in games. Again, you want to talk about how this is where we're at right now?
I don't think a lot of people agree with you. I agree with you. I want the lottery pick. I've said that. I want the lottery pick. Look at what we're doing
here. This is where we're at from light years ahead to I want the lottery pick. I think a lot of Warrior fans can kind of see the bigger picture here because, again, what good does going and playing the Thunder in the first round really do for this organization overall? Like, I get it. We want to see Steph in playoff games, but I think you have the opportunity to set up better games to play next year by taking a small sacrifice right now. You don't want to be in this situation ever as a team and as a fan, but them's the breaks. Sometimes you're there. You got to figure it out.
They get into a playoff series and Kristaps is not available for a couple games. And he's going to get ran out of town.
I might lead that charge.
That's a part that I think is going to be a huge element. Let's say they do. They find a way. They do the inevitable, the unbelievable, and they win both play-in games, and they get to OKC, and Porzingis isn't available for game 2 and game 3.
Illness.
People are going to go nuts.
Yeah, again, this is why I woke up this morning, Shasky, feeling doubtful about bringing Kristaps back next year. You could say that they have no other options, but listen, we already went through a season of a roster spot that you're getting no production out of. And, of course, I'm talking about the Jonathan Kuminga saga, the Kuminga crisis. If you go through that again with Kristaps next year, where you're just losing large swaths of games because of mystery illness, mystery back, mystery availability, last night was one of the ugly reminders that the best case scenario for the Warriors next year might not even be a best case scenario, which is just like the best you could hope for where they have no other option other than bringing Kristaps back. Your best option is you have Kristaps back and you're still not getting anything out of him. That's kind of where I'm going with that. Like, that's almost the paradoxical situation I feel like the Warriors are in. And that's what drives us so crazy about with this team.
They have backed themselves into a corner where they've got a couple of years left of Steph Curry, and they're going to do whatever it takes to appease his desires, and they don't have a lot of great options. Kristaps Porzingis, they cannot lose. They can't lose the money. They can't lose the player. They can't lose whatever the potential is that he does bring when he is healthy. Even if he plays 40 games next year, they need him. Like, They're playing Nate Williams, Malachi Leons. We're talking about.
There has to be another option.
Spencer's had a great year on this team. Bassey looks like he could be a keeper for next year.
Bassey looks like our 5th best player.
Like I watch this team every single day.
We're going
all
through
right.
it.
I watch this team every single day, and what I'm watching is clearly not good enough to even win a play-in game. And yet people are talking themselves into the word series before they even talk themselves into the word championships. It's insane. I think it's insane. It's insane.
It's this. It all comes back to, again, the belief that Warrior fans still clutch dearly. If you have Steph, you have a chance. And I don't know if that really applies for this current situation the Warriors are in right
When did that dissipate for you with, because like with Barry Bonds?
If you have Steph, you have a chance.
When I had Bonds, like when the Giants had Bonds, I always felt like they had a chance, right? Mm-hmm. But like at the end, I kind of knew like it's not enough.
Yeah.
All right? Like Lincecum, I always felt like they had a chance. But at the end, I was like, he's not enough. They need more.
So your question is, if you have Steph, you have a chance start to dissipate for me? When his hamstring went out last year.
I would agree.
I would agree. That was the moment when, you make God bleed or whatever that term is. I don't know if that's actually a term, but that was the first time you saw God bleed a little bit. And that was like, oh, wow, he actually is a human being. This lie I contrived in my head the previous 16 years that Stephen Curry exists at a higher plane than the rest of us mere mortals. Oh, no, he actually is a human being. He actually is a person who ages.
I didn't believe Tom Brady could be taken out until the very end. Very end.
No, I even with that last playoff game that he was against the what's that team called? The Cowboys.
Oh,
that was his last playoff game. Yeah. Even then, I'm thinking, well, I mean, it is the Cowboys, and he is Tom Brady. Yeah, I think they could win this one. So no, even in Tom Brady's last game, I was like, nah, you still got a chance. The fact that it was the Cowboys also factored into it. Love you, Goo. But that. I think that's why they say Father Time is undefeated. I think that's where that phrase comes from, because we all get old after a while, as I depress everyone here on this Friday morning. Hey, you want to get cheered up a little bit? This will cheer you up. We're going to talk to Tony Vitello.
I'm excited.
In 19 minutes. We are talking baseball, Shasky. Hey, that's what we do here on the Morning Roast. We're going to talk. We're going to talk to Coach on the other side. He's coming to us from Baltimore. I'm so excited to chat with Tony Vitello over the radio and not in a press scrum. So we will be doing that on the other side. Plus, Bleacher Report. Stop talking about my guy, Tony Vitello. What do you mean, Sam? I'll tell you on the other side. What's coming on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
For 75 years, San Francisco Fire Credit Union has been doing things differently ever since it was founded in 1951 in a San Francisco firehouse.
And the best part is, anyone can join.
So if you want a top-rated mobile banking app, ATM access worldwide, and a credit union that's built around people, it's definitely worth a look.
They're local, not for profit, and they put money back into their members and the community.
Visit sffirecu.org. That's sffirecu.org. This institution is not federally insured. The credit union is not insured by any state government, privately insured by ASI.
The 2026 Mountain Winery Concert Series is here with Jeff Foxworthy July 19th, John Mulaney October 18th, and many more. For the complete 2026 schedule, tickets, and more, go to mountainwinery.com. Tickets on sale April 10th. Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Xfinity Tech Support, Matthew speaking.
Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote. Oh!
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep, the combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still. You're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026. Taxes, fees, extra.
Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-8 Donate your car today.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877 Cars for Kids to donate your car today.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
Hi, I'm David.
I'm Chris.
And I'm John. We are the three brothers who own Jack's Restaurant and Bar.
And we are here
to... Not again. That's my line.
That was my line.
Boy, stop it.
Mom? What are you doing here?
Have you heard your commercials? They're terrible.
That's not our fault. You taught us how to cook delicious food.
Using only the freshest ingredients.
And to treat all our guests like family visiting our home. But you didn't teach us how to write catchy radio spots.
They remember that and get back to work.
Yes, Mom.
Jack's, serving delicious breakfast, lunch, dinner, and drinks the way our mom taught us.
ilovejacks.com.
Hello, San Francisco Bay Area. Bank of America, in partnership with Visa, invites you to a FIFA World Cup 26 watch party. Open an eligible Bank of America checking account in participating financial centers only for an opportunity to reserve 2 complimentary tickets while supplies last. Experience special musical guests, games, giveaways, food, and more, all at a legendary venue. Learn more at BofA.com/BofA Visa Watch Party. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 26. Bank of America N.A. member FDIC. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hardworking partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
DQ presents the Blizzard Double Flip Deal. For a limited time, when you buy one Blizzard treat, you get a second for just 99 cents. That's 2 Blizzards, 2 spoons, 2 flavors, and 2 flips. So don't miss out on the Blizzard Double Flip Deal, available only for a limited time and happening now at DQ. Because the only thing better than a Blizzard treat is a second Blizzard treat for just 99 cents. It's a deal to flip for. The Blizzard Double Flip Deal. Get it in the app. Participation may vary.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your Nature Made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
Risotto.
Now back to the morning roast with Joe Spadoni.
Who wants to go to a Giants game?
And Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, we got the fire. We got the fire. We are hot, hot, hot. We're hot on the Giants right now is what we're doing right now. It's actually Sam Lubman, though, not Joe Spadoni. Joe Spadoni is out on a very special secret assignment right now. Bit of a secret agent, Joe Spadoni is. I don't know why I would say that. That is Joe Shatsky sitting across from me in the other chair. We were talking about the Warriors early this morning, but we're not going to do that anymore. Warriors lost 119-103. We're talking baseball here, talking some orange and black. And our boss, Matt Nahigian, sent me an email this morning telling me to look at this nugget from Bleacher Report. And I'm looking at this nugget from Bleacher Report, and good Lord, Bleacher Report, talk about just coming up with a take just to come up with a take. So Bleacher Report decided to put out, and I'm not a big Bleacher Report guy, by the way, but they put out this every team's biggest regret from the off season. And, some are like, signing this player, not extending this guy, letting this guy walk. And of course, for the Giants, it's hiring Tony Vitello to be their manager. By the way, Tony Vitello coming up in about 12 minutes. Definitely don't regret the fact that he will be on the show here soon. I'm so excited to talk to Coach. Here is the little nugget that Bleacher Report decided to splurt out there when it came to talk about the Giants regretting Tony Vitello. Whether it was his bizarre questioning of reporters in spring training, mentioning Kanye West in the year 2026, or catching himself as the compared Rafael Devers to Tiger Woods, there have been some bizarre press conference moments from Tony Vitello as Giants manager. Goes on to say, none are impossible to overcome, but when you get a reputation early on as someone who puts their foot in their mouth, it could be difficult to overcome that. And it might be even harder for Vitello, who is in his first year in any role on an MLB staff after previously serving as the head coach at the University of Tennessee. The thing about outside-the-box hires is they rarely go just okay. Early on, it's felt like things could go south quickly for Vitello if the Giants don't perform up to expectations. That was via Tim Kelly of Bleacher Report.
Is that who that voice was?
Might be what his voice sounds like. It'd be really cool if it was, and I just got it right on that guess. But I'm not going to read it as my voice. I want to read it as a different voice.
So the biggest regret on the Giants is not them adding to their bullpen. The biggest regret for the Giants is not securing a closer. Mm-hmm. The biggest regret is not getting a legitimate third starter under a multi-year deal. Their biggest regret is not upgrading their outfield significantly. Their biggest regret is not signing Kyle Tucker. Their biggest regret is not any of those things. It's signing Tony Vitello.
Yes.
Interesting.
And to your point, Joe, I could name those things as much bigger regrets than Tony Vitello. My biggest regret from the Giants offseason is, the bullpen aside, I'm not going to go there just yet. It is the starting rotation. Now, I've liked what we've seen from Adrian Hauser and Tyler Mahle so far this season, but I also know, they're not going to, they're 4 or 5 starters for a reason. There's going to be ups and downs. You've seen it from Tyler Mahle. What his start against the Mets, I thought, was a perfect example of it, where he was 1-2-3, I believe, in the first inning, got knocked around the second, 1-2-3 in the third and fourth, got knocked around in the fifth. That's going to be the Tyler Mahle experience. There's going to be some really good moments like we saw in Philadelphia, and then there's going to be some bumps in the road because, again, there's a reason why he's a back end of the rotation starter. I would have loved it if the Giants had added an actual number 3 starter to this rotation. No disrespect to Landon Roop, who's going today against the Orioles. I think he's going to rise up this rotation a lot this year. Roop has been very good. I think he's a guy who could be the established 3 starter at the end of the year, not the beginning. And a game that I played all off season, Shasky, because I like to play really depressing games, it's a game I like to call, well, the Giants could have done that. And basically the way it works is you get a breaking news alert on your phone. Ken Rosenthal reports Framber Valdez to the Tigers for 3 years, $145 million. And then you look at that and you go, Giants could have done that. And that's how you play the game. It's not a very fun game. I didn't really enjoy it, but I played it a lot. Saw the Chris Bassett deal. Giants could have done that.
Why is everyone in every publication rooting against Vitello, though? What has he done to anyone?
I think there is a level of the old guardness there to it where, it's you have to do things a certain way. You've spoken to this. I also think when it comes to any, ballsy outside the box hire, there is going to be a pack of wolves sitting outside ready to feast on your flesh once you fail spectacularly, which in any risky move, there is an opportunity to, but maybe wolves is the wrong animal. I'm going to go hyenas.
But if the Tampa Bay Rays did this, wouldn't it be lauded?
If the Tampa Bay Rays did, the Rays have a reputation of doing weird outside-the-box things.
Yeah, but what if they ever won? Like I know they win during the regular season.
They've had very successful seasons.
Yeah, but they haven't won a championship.
You expect the Rays to do this because they have $14 in their pocket to pay for players.
What if the Cardinals did this?
Yeah, Cardinals, there's probably... Am I getting too full of myself here to say that the Giants are simply looked at as a team that shouldn't be dabbling in these kind of experiments?
No, I think that's definitely accurate. I think the last 10 years with one playoff appearance has soured everyone on where the Giants are at, and probably the national media more than even our local area.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'll also even add on to this, I think, why the scrutiny gets so hot on Tony Vitello is, I think part of it for Giants fans, there is a level of can we win, please? I'll be honest, I'm a Giants fan, love the team. I'm wearing my little, shirts today and stuff like that, but I hate life under 500. I really do. It is food does not taste as good when your favorite baseball team is under 500. The sun does not shine as bright. The rain does not feel as wet. It's just,
The rain's pretty wet today.
Well, exactly. Think how wet it would be if the Giants were 8-5 and not 5-8. You see, these are the gaps in that we're talking about here. I'm just so tired of this team hovering around the just mediocre tier that I don't care how you guys do it. Just get out of this funk and be good again. And I think the experimental nature of it, the vitriol towards that is the Giants are, in a sense, coming off of another failed experiment already, and that was the Farhan Zaidi experiment. That was a massive pivot away from how the Giants typically conduct baseball business. Now, that was the plan. I've said it over and over again. Larry Bear said he wanted a next-gen mind to run the organization after moving off of Brian Sabian and Bobby Evans. That was a big departure from the norm of what we've seen in the past. And at the time, I was on board with it. I wanted something different. Then there came a time where you and Bonte were like, nope, this isn't it. And I was like, oh, no, you guys are wrong. And then a year later, it's like, oh, no, you guys were right. This is a failed experiment. We've already come off of one failed experiment. I wonder if Giants fans have an apprehension. I don't want to say Giants fans, just outside the Giants as well. There's looking at this and be like, here comes the Giants trying to do another reinventing baseball experiment here. Let's see it blow up on them. I wonder if that's kind of where these doubts come from. I don't subscribe to them, but you ask the question, why do we feel this way? That's where I think the answer comes from.
I just think it's so unfair for Tony Vitello. I think the guy hasn't done anything wrong. You know, he's done nothing wrong, and everyone's waiting for his downfall and predicting his demise. And it's gotten so bad, he scratches his cheek in the dugout. And it was like, what does he mean by that?
Oh, there's
Who's he dissing by that?
So many breakdowns on social media of that chin. He used his left hand to scratch his chin, not his right. Come on, man. Come on, Tony.
It's insane. Like, did you see Devers pat him on the butt? He didn't pat him in a way where he was smiling.
When he got ejected, I made sure did every player approve of the ejection that he got last weekend. It's like, he approved it. He approved it. Oh, I don't know. Willie Adames, that look was kind of...
So you brought up Farhan. Why is Farhan not here?
Farhan is not here because the job he did was not good enough to warrant keeping him on board as an employee of the Giants.
He was here 7 years. They went to one playoff. Okay. It wasn't good enough. The farm was worse than when he showed up.
Yep.
All right. So not that he didn't do anything good. He did a couple of things good. It wasn't good enough.
Exactly.
Right. And so Tony Vitello, time will tell if he's good enough. You know, but it's not going to be because of 1 week or 2 weeks or 3 weeks or one pitching change. It's going to be a variety of things over a bigger sample size, and everyone just needs to take a complete deep breath.
What I'll also say, I think the reason why Farhan isn't here is when Farhan was brought in, what was the expectation? Again, I say next-gen thinking guy. He was supposed to be a guy who brought the Giants into the way baseball was currently being played at the time. And there was, the emphasis on data and stuff like that, analytics and what have you. The other thing that Farhan was expected to do was find undervalued talent, kind of did, but also build up the farm system. To your point, he did not do that. There were certain expectations that Farhan came in with that you could do this, you could do this, you could do that. And he failed to do those things. With Tony Vitello, why was he brought in? Got to bring more energy and accountability to this team. He's a guy who's known for setting a culture and a program. He built up the University of Tennessee baseball program from a pile of rubble into an absolute temple in the SEC. That is what Tony Vitello is known to be able to do. You can't do that in 12 games. And when I was down spring training, I asked every player who I talked to, what's been the biggest difference with this clubhouse or with this team with the new coaching staff? All of them basically said a variation of the same answer of the energy and vibe is so great. I think it was Matt Gage who I was talking to. He brought it up as like when Tony and this coaching staff walks in, everyone kind of perks up a little bit, because that's the energy jolt that he kind of injects into the room. That's a hard thing to judge in a couple weeks, but that's one of those things where if it doesn't go well, it's because he's not doing those things. I don't have any doubt that Tony is going to be able to do those things. I think he is going to bring the energy and action that he is promised to bring to this team. So I don't, when he gets kind of animated or talks too much or stuff like that, that's just a sign that he is being the guy the Giants are hiring him to be. Now, do you have to, smooth out the edges a little bit? Absolutely. That's where those growing pains come in.
I want him to be himself, though. You know, what made Dusty so beautiful was that Dusty was himself. What made Boach so beautiful is that he was himself and comfortable with who he was. And of course there's maturation over a extended period of time. There always will be.
Yeah.
Who Dusty was in his final year with the Astros is not who Dusty was to start the 1993 season when he was the Giants manager, and it was his rookie year.
Dusty 93 to Dusty at the end of 02 is probably a different manager. Dusty in 93 to Dusty at the end of 97. You do grow and mature in this job the more experience you get. Heck, Joe, I'll relate my own experience to this. What was it? Today's the 10th. So 4 days ago was the 4-year anniversary of when I became the official producer of the Morning Roast. You can probably attest to this.
You knew exactly the day?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I have it written down.
I apologize. I didn't even know that.
No, well, I didn't really bring it up. But I think you could attest to this. The way I've been producing back then versus now. Yeah, it's a little bit different, though. I was probably a little bit more tepid with you guys at the rip because I'm getting a feel for you guys. What's it like working with Bonte and Shasky?
I miss Ricky Loveman.
Yeah, I wanted to, and there's a level of
I want to do anything I asked.
I want to overperform for you and provide the best results possible there. Nowadays, I walk in, it's like, what do you want to talk about? Whatever you want. It's like, okay, fine, then go figure it out yourself then. I'm a little bit more intense with it.
Where are you going? We have to shoot this video real quick and send to a client.
By the way, I got a bunch of reads I need you to do after the show today.
Are you
have
serious?
Our guy? No, I'm just messing with you.
Gosh.
See, I wouldn't have thrown that joke at you once upon a time. So,
well, I got my nephew showing up today. We got a big family golf outing over the weekend. And so I told him, you better hop on the bus and come on downtown and meet me here at 88 Kearney.
Awesome. Well, you better hop on the show right now because we're going to go to our guy, manager of the San Francisco Giants, national championship coach of the University of Tennessee. And he joins us right now on the River Islands guest line, Tony Vitello. Coach, how you doing today? You took 2 of 3 from the Phillies. You had a happy flight. How fired up are you and your squad feeling right now?
Yeah, well, it's interesting. I'm used to this too, just all the way even back to playing days. You can change almost your whole week if you can win on getaway day. Doesn't matter if you're leaving your home park or leaving a road trip. It changes mentality, and I know there were a lot of guys that enjoyed the flight here, and we got here, we got set up shop, but now we also understand we've got a pretty good challenge in front of us with a little bit of an extended road trip and some quality opponents as well.
Coach, it's my first chance to talk with you. Welcome to San Francisco. I know you've been welcomed by 1,000 people. I'm a huge fan of yours, and I just want to give you a chance, and I'm just seeing everybody everywhere is just jumping down your throat. You rub your cheek on camera, and it goes viral, and everyone's like, what does that mean? And then people are lip reading. It's completely out of control. I've been defending you for the last couple of weeks. Going from college to where you are now, I mean, you had 3 or 4 people on the beat, and now you got a gazillion people, watching your every single move. It's got to be totally different for you, huh?
It's a little bit different. I mean, ultimately, all that stuff has got to be peripheral for our guys and also for me, but it's a part of it, and it's a daily task to talk to the media, which I don't really mind. I mean, There was never the twice a day for me, the before and after. But I think because the reps pile up in Major League Baseball, there's a big difference between that and SEC, whether it's coaching or playing or hitting or pitching. And then I think that applies to the media too. So you get, I got all these boxes and squares and everything about the Orioles that I'm trying to give my attention to. But I got a buddy who used to play for the Phillies, and he texts me a thing about there was 3 clubhouse incidents, with the Giants in whatever amount of days. And that was me just to the media. I mean, I don't want to sit there and be Bill Belichick and be boring, but I try and be as honest as possible. And I think I said there were 3 times basically Chappie's comment where guys spoke their minds, which was good. And, next thing you know, it's 3 incidents, which, that's a word that's kind of ambiguous. You could call it 3 incidents, but everybody knows when you read that makes it sound like basically there were 3 brawls in the locker room, which is not true. So all those things I'm kind of getting used to. I like to speak freely, but I guess, you got to be cautious because with this many reps, this many people following the team, people are looking for stuff to write, and sometimes stuff gets a little dramatized.
Well, I got your back, Coach, and I mean that very sincerely because, It's just, we just run with everything nowadays. It's out of control. And I want you to be yourself. You know, like I rooted for Dusty when he got here. And what made Dusty beautiful was Dusty was himself. And he was very different from Felipe, who was very different from Bochy. And I think Giants fans, we love your aura. You got some aura going on in that dugout. So we want you to be yourself. It's just like out of control. Like, I mean, people are lip reading you, coach. I think it's too much. I think we've kind of lost our minds just in general with sports media. And I appreciate you being real. So keep doing you.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it. And actually, day one of spring training, I had a practice schedule laminated for our day one of playing games. Because of lip reading, and I was planning on pulling an Andy Reid and having that thing in front of my face. But I don't know. That seemed a little drastic. Once the game got rolling, you're just kind of involved in the game and you're not thinking about it too much. But yeah, that's been a thought in the back of the mind for sure. There's stuff you would say in the dugout in the locker room that if it got out, you know, it's kind of like the one thing in San Diego too. It's like, that's an everyday normal occurrence, but if a camera happens to catch it and it gets out, then it's because it's in a different context when you're just talking about regular society, it can get blown out of proportion. Whereas, it's like if any of us had our emails or texts with our buddies, checked every day by everybody, we might kind of be in trouble. But when you're in your inner circle, like in the dugout or in the locker room, it's literally a different world that you're living in that moment.
Don't read my text messages. I'll get canceled and never be employed again.
Well, again, the social media, Tony, a smart man once said, Twitter is not real life.
I love that line.
And that's a line I try to live my life by. This is Tony Vitello, manager of the San Francisco Giants, joining us here on the Morning Roast. I'm Sam Lubman. That is Joe Shasky. And, Coach, I want to talk a little bit of ball with you. You're about to head out on your first three-city, 10-game road trip. Rafi's swinging the bat a little bit better right now. Willie Adames, I loved how he was swinging the bat this last series against the Phillies. You got Roop on the mound tonight. He's been looking great out the gate here. What are you just most looking forward to on your first big road trip here as manager with your squad?
It's a little bit of a boring answer, but just more of an extended set of circumstances that we already had in San Diego, where you get the guys on the road. And again, it's in a half after the All-Star break, I probably will just be using the first part of the season as an example, but I kind of always like to use examples to back stuff up. So it is college. It's what I get to know, or what I have to know in my Rolodex. And when you go out on the road for the first time, that's when the boys really kind of first start to come up with different stuff and talk a little bit more and get to know each other. And it really was a different vibe in San Diego. I think it was also a needed little timeout away from everything, and it benefited us, and you could see the team get a little closer together. Well, now instead of, one series, it's 3 series. So just an extended rep of that, of our guys building their own personality a little bit, getting to know each other a little bit. And we have a lot of holdovers from last year, but there is a lot of key components that are still very new. And then even guys like Jung Hoo, it's really, he's kind of looking at maybe his first full season. So just that camaraderie getting built for sure.
I thought you did a great job the last couple of days when it felt like the game was on the line. It doesn't have to be the 9th inning. There are certain moments in a game where it's like, all right, this is the inflection point. And you went with Robbie Ray a couple days ago. Took the ball out of his hands. You get Ryan Walker in there. He gets the final out. Boom, team tacks on some more runs, and it's a laugher by the 9th inning. You got Keaton Wynn in there. Great. And then yesterday, it's a 3-0 game, and you go to the pen. Boom, that works out. You get to the next inning. Couple guys get on. Boom, you go to the next guy. And he gets out of the inning. I mean, the feel for the moment, I'm sitting there and I'm watching, I'm on the couch, and you're talking to the pitching coach kind of next to you. I don't know who the gentleman's name is. And you guys are kind of going back and forth. And when guys execute, you look like a genius, Guy gives up a home run down the line. Oh, this guy doesn't know what he's doing. But I thought you really captured the moment in both of those wins against the Phillies by just going to the right guy at the right time and that guy going out on the mound and executing.
I appreciate you saying so. And you said it. I mean, the right guy is the guy who takes the ball and sees himself as the right guy. So that's where I think behind the scenes, the development piece is so key. And we're relatively new, but we've had spring training. And then I've said it before, like, I'm just telling you, our pitching coaches are nonstop at this stuff. It's very difficult to beat. You're not going to beat all four of them into work every day, and you're certainly not going to stay longer than at least one of them. And combined, they've all worked so hard. But having said that, we're still trying to figure out who these guys are. So while it's nice to get on the call with you after two successes, unfortunately, there's still going to be some times where it doesn't work out. Yeah. I think the key is the deeper we go into the season, where I hate saying this because I might be building my own cross here, but we need to be held more accountable as the season goes on, because we should know more about the opponent and we should know more about our team. And again, that doesn't mean you have 100% success rate, but it does mean you're putting yourself in the best position possible.
You know, Tony, you have like a Forrest Gump quality to you. It seems like so many people know you. My cousin was recruited by you, Joey Lorenzini. He's at Arkansas right now, and he swears by you. I mean, just absolutely swears by you. Said you're a stand-up man. That's how I got your number, and I texted you. You left me unread, but that's okay. We'll talk about that another time. No, it's all good, man. It's all good. You probably got a million people reaching out. But we had Buck Showalter on yesterday, and Buck was saying, like, hey, you know, I'm rooting for Tony. I've known Tony for X, Y, and Z reasons. And so I just want to ask you, like, you know, for the first couple weeks of the season, has somebody randomly reached out to you that kind of like, whoa, can't believe that guy, you know, reached out and gave me some support?
You know, it's actually very recent. So this is my immediate answer to that is Evan Longoria is someone who I met for the first time, and we were, you know, chatting for just a couple minutes, but relatively unknown guy for me. And he reached out to me with just, you know, not pushy advice, not saying this is what you should do. And it was actually after a win, so it wasn't anything crazy, but just some really good insight. And the fact he was following the team and took an interest in what I'm trying to do was huge, especially because there's a video involving him that I've showed to probably 15 straight years of teams that I've coached. Even when I wasn't a head coach, I was showing teams this video that he's involved in because it's a good learning point. So to come full circle like that is pretty cool.
Coach, when it comes to guys, you know, being there, reaching out to you, got two of the best in the business out there behind you, and Bruce Bochy and Dusty Baker. Just what's it kind of been like for you having them behind you? What kind of an impact have they had on you already? And is there a nugget that they might have, you know, given you already that you'd be that's helped you out that you'd be willing to share with us?
Yeah, it's a good crutch to have, if that's even an appropriate way to say it, is you know, you find yourself either questioning things or wondering about things or just looking for more insight. A text message away is a big thing. But, you know, Dusty kind of gave me a couple rules to live by that probably is a little more, you know, stays in the locker room type of thing, but kind of kept those with me. And I think revisiting those helps keep you on task. Because, again, there's so many reps, days are long. You can get so excited about a win, and you can get, I've already been there, way down after a loss. So, you know, revisiting those kind of helps you keep grounded and also keep your eye on the prize, so to speak. And then Boch and I have talked in particular just about how to manage some of these games past 5 innings. And here's the one thing I'll say about that, and hopefully this doesn't come off the wrong way, because obviously those two guys are going to be in the Hall of Fame a year from now if anybody has their sensibilities to them. But the one thing is you got to gather as much advice as you can, but when the game starts in the dugout, there's no one there to help you other than the guys that are right next to you. And you've got to make calls that obviously can have a big impact one way or the other, and you got to do it quickly. And you also got to do it with conviction for various reasons. So it's a delicate balance of leaning on people like that, you know, whether it's in the organization or outside the organization, and just putting yourself in the best position possible once the game starts.
Hey, Coach, we do this thing called Rapid Fire. It gives us an opportunity to get to know people. And you're right now, you're San Francisco's most eligible bachelor, all right? And I'm telling you right now, my wife's friends, they're all talking about how everyone's trying to find out where you're hanging out on the late night. So let's do some rapid fire so that some of these ladies out there and the men can get a chance to know you. Favorite movie ever?
Evers, that's such a harsh.
just pick one. It's all good.
What kind of mood?
Give me two.
What kind of mood are we in? I've probably watched The Departed more than any movie that I've ever seen.
Great movie.
All right.
Love that. Favorite artist ever when it comes to music?
You know what? Rufus the Soul is probably my at Red Rocks, so that's kind of cheating because that venue is unbelievable. But that's my favorite show I've ever seen in person. Obviously, I'm old enough now. I've fluctuated greatly on 2-3 year periods, who I'm into or who my favorite is. But that's my favorite live show I've ever been to.
Well, you brought up Lil Wayne earlier this year. So have you had a chance to maybe meet, he's like a local legend, E40. I don't know, he's big E40, wears the beanie. He's one of the big rappers here locally. He's kind of like the mascot of the Bay Area, if you will. Have you met him yet?
No, I would absolutely love to. That would be huge. I thought you were going to ask about meeting Lil Wayne. He came to Knoxville, and I had Scherzer and a bunch of big leaguers with me, and I thought, man, these guys can hook it up. And they said, no. That guy, his jet lands, he flies, he hustles to the stage, and everyone's waiting on him. He was way late. And then as soon as he walks off that stage, he's on that plane, and he's out of there.
Oh, my gosh. That's crazy. All right, Sopranos or Seinfeld?
I'm going to go against my heritage here, and I got to say Seinfeld. But also, I don't watch that much TV, so I like to space out. And, Sopranos, you can be thinking about an episode for a week. Seinfeld, you could fall asleep because, you've already seen that same episode 2 or 3 times.
I feel you on that. All right, Rawlings, Wilson, or other. I saw you with the ice cream glove. I coach a lot of youth baseball here, and I give out gloves to kids and whatnot. Heart of the Hide, A2000s. It's like a big thing to give a kid a glove at 12 years old. They'll be a lover of life. So, Rawlings, Wilson, or other.
Let me put you on hold and try and work out a contractual deal with one of these. Rawlings was what I used when I was younger, and Wilson at Tennessee, where you go, everybody wears the same glove. They were our sponsor. So that's my deadpan answer there.
All right, last one. I'm going to hold this to you, all right? You got to come out to West Sunset one of these days. Hit some fungos for the kids. I coach a bunch of youth teams. We had Hunter Pence a few years ago. We were very lucky to blessed. He stayed for 2 hours. I'm hoping Tony V, after winning a playoff series and hopefully going farther, will come out there in October, maybe November, and hit some fungos for the kids. All right, Coach?
Yeah, no, I'll come out there whenever. I think we got to win some more games before I'm going to be going to any restaurants or anything like that. But you name the time that matched up with our schedule, and I would love to do that or anything else that helps. This youth sports thing's kind of gotten crazy, and then also recruiting is so confusing. So I'm definitely not an expert at a lot of things, but I do think those are 2 that I could help at. So. Yeah, I'm down to do anything with that.
And we're rooting for you, Coach.
Awesome. Same here, Coach. Really appreciate you giving us the time to come on today. Tony Vitello, thank you so much, Coach. And, let's go have a fun road trip here and add some more wins to that win column.
All for it. I appreciate you guys.
Have a great day. Go Giants.
Take care, Coach.
Let's go.
That was Tony Vitello joining us on the River Islands guest line. He's pretty cool.
Great guy.
Got a text from my dad.
What'd he say?
I'm in on Rufus Du Sol. He's in on it.
I mean, that's like real Nashville music.
Yeah, that's beyond my understanding there. But I love that. Love that my dad's listening and feeling the connection on that.
I've heard from a variety of let's just put it, women that Tony V, San Francisco's most eligible bachelor currently.
All right, must be nice. I wouldn't know. I live in Oakland. But man, God, he is fun to talk to. You see, this is what I deal with every day in these press scrums, listening to him talk. He enthralls you with his dialogue sometimes. He is incredibly enjoyable to listen to. And again, as long as he's not doing the oversharing or anything like that. And I do love how he touched on the 3 things, I'm going to call them, that happened in the clubhouse.
It was great.
He said he has 3 times when guys spoke their mind, which, you shouldn't, when you're a baseball team, you're a family, you should be able to stand up and have those tough conversations that you can have with your family at times. But I agree. It gets blown out of proportion when it becomes an incident, because an incident can become anything from Matt Chapman told Casey Schmidt, hey, catch the ball, to Matt Chapman went up and just slugged Casey Schmidt on the chin, and the video's leaking on TMZ, and I don't want to go there, but like incident could be anything. And so I like that he kind of cleared that up a little bit more there.
Well, and he also saying like, I try to give people a little nugget and then they run with it and take it to the extremes. And, yeah, look, I mean, I think we don't get a lot of opportunities to get to know him. So us asking him, like, who are you going to go to in the ninth inning of a tight game?
Yeah.
It's kind of a silly question. It's going to change throughout the week.
Especially the way they're doing the bullpen.
Why is Bailey playing tonight instead of Susak? It's like, hey, like, I want to get to know who he is, and I want him on again,
no,
obviously.
Absolutely.
And so, like, I think just to get to know him and let him know that we are pulling for him, because I'm getting tired of, like, the lip reading from the videos and the internet and everyone taking shots at him. And it's like, dude, can you let the guy get a month in? Can we let him? And then the other thing I loved about it, what he said was, he got a call from Evan Longoria.
Yeah.
Think of how many people are giving this guy information, and he seems to be absorbing it in a good way. Bochy and Dusty and guys on his team and guys on his staff and Buck Showalter and Evan Longoria. I mean, we don't think this guy is getting advice from all kinds of people that have connections to either the Giants, either to him, either to the game of baseball, that have high pedigrees. I remember a time when Evan Longoria was furious at Gabe Kapler for yanking him out of that game. Furious at Gabe Kapler.
Well, I remember it's happened the first time when Brandon Crawford got taken out of a game, too.
Everybody made this big deal about Tony's never been in the bigs. Kapler played in the bigs.
And we were still angry at him.
And he was alienating guys that were veterans. So, just because you have some experience at the big league level doesn't mean you're going to be a success. Just because you have no experience doesn't mean you're going to be a failure, right? So failure and success can come from any resume.
Yeah, and another thing I really like that he said is, one thing I do love about the honesty is I feel like it's an honesty that kind of resonates with the people on the outside looking. Like, he understands how fans look at this game and approach this game. And when he talks about, being held more accountable as the season goes on and they learn more and more about their opponents. And he's talked about in the past, he expects this team to get better as the season goes along. But it's the word accountability that stuck out to me, Shasky, because I want to pick my words carefully here. I do think the last couple years under Bob Melvin, I don't want to say the guys weren't held accountable, but I do think that there maybe could have been a higher level of it in terms of...
What do you mean? Like, hey, you got to play better and just get in someone's face?
A little bit of it, yeah.
Okay.
I think that might have been missing at times. And again, the only clubhouses I've really been in are ones that were run by Gabe Kapler and Bob Melvin. And I don't know if that's the best example of the best kind of clubhouse. I don't know what those clubhouses were like during the heydays when Bochy was running things, but it seemed like there were never really any issues behind the closed doors in those clubhouses. This year, and this is where I really love the makeup of the personalities on this roster.
Yeah.
I do think Matt Chapman is a guy who sets a high standard in terms of just how to be a ball player. He sets a very high work ethic.
Yeah, but he's not going to scream at anyone.
No, I think, but he hasn't. I wouldn't say he has screamed at anybody. I think.
Yeah, but Brock's not that way either.
Yeah.
Brock's not for example, I'm just going leadership here. Brock Purdy, I don't expect Brock to be screaming at guys on the sideline.
They're tone setters.
Yeah, exactly. They lead by example. Curry doesn't really scream at teammates.
But he's a tone setter with how he plays and the work ethic that he puts in on a day-to-day basis. That's where I see where Matt Chapman really kind of plays a good role there. Is he comes in that's a guy I want to work as hard as Matt Chapman.
Yeah.
Because I know if I do that, I'm going to be a better ball player. When you have guys like that setting a tone in the clubhouse and a manager who kind of buys into that, it does make me feel like as rough of a start this is right now, that I see the runway to make this team better as the year goes along throughout this roster.
I don't know. You were a lot younger, like Jerry Rice. He was a lead by example guy who occasionally would off to the side get in your face if he didn't think you were pulling your weight. famously, Super Bowl week, got into it with Dion in front of everybody about Dion's partying. You know, like, nah, dude, we're here for a business trip. Dion's like, we're going to smoke the Chargers. You know, not everyone is Tom Brady. I'll chew you out on the sideline. I'll tell you where to be on the field. I'll be this. I'll be that. Like
Draymond Green, another one.
Yeah, but Draymond's not the best on his team.
I got you. Yeah,
right. Like I'm talking the best player on the team who's also consummate leader, rah guy who will also chew you out. Those guys are very rare. Aaron Judge is a really good great baseball player.
I don't think I've ever seen him scream at someone.
That's not in his nature. Derek Jeter. I don't know what happened inside that clubhouse, but I didn't view him as the scream at you leader. I viewed Posada that way. Posada would get in someone's face.
Well, they had George Steinbrenner to get in people's faces.
Sure, but like Posada was, I thought was their leader in many ways.
I don't, and I'm not saying that this doesn't exist.
I'm not knocking Jeter, by the way.
Yeah, no, and I don't know if this guy exists, Risotto. Maybe if you want to chime in here. If you were to ask me who's the guy on the Giants who's going to get in someone's face and go at them in a way that Tom Brady or Matt or Draymond Green would or anything like that, I don't think that guy truly really exists. I think Chapman's a guy who, again, he didn't scream at Casey Schmidt. He told him sternly, do your job.
But not every team needs it.
Yeah, but I don't think even that, like on this baseball team, I think that's all you need. Like I know Logan Webb, no one in that clubhouse wants to see this team win baseball games and make the playoffs more than him. Like, I had a conversation with him at the end of the year last year where I'm trying to find a positive this season. He's like, yeah, you see this team going in the right direction. He shut me down. It's like, if you're not in the playoffs, you're not going in the right direction.
Yeah, he's exhausted.
Well, yeah, he is. I'm thinking to myself, like, wow, that's the mentality I want. If you're not in the playoffs, you're still not doing enough. I don't think Logan's a guy who's going to yell at anybody, but that's another. You lead by example. You set a tone. This is the level we need to be operating at. And that's why I love Logan Webb so much, because he sets the tone of what it means to be a Giant on a day-to-day basis and the effort that you're putting out there when you step on that field.
Who's the rah-rah leader for the Dodgers?
For the Dodgers, the rah-rah leader.
I think behind the scenes it's probably Will Smith. It's some combination.
Freddie Freeman. I think Freeman's
a good one.
He's known, and honestly, I think
Acuna and Freeman didn't get along when they were in Atlanta.
I did not know that, actually. I missed that nugget.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know. A part of me wants to say Mookie Betts, but maybe a couple years ago I would have said that. I don't know if I'm saying that now. No, I would say if I'm pointing to someone, probably
Mookie doesn't strike me as a rah-rah guy.
No.
Like, Shohei is one of the most outstanding players.
Honestly, Max Muncy, as much as I hate saying that name. That's what I'm saying. Like, hate him.
Not every team needs it. OKC doesn't really have a rah-rah leader.
No, they're way too monotone to have one. Yeah.
You know?
Well, I think when you're a team that's just good, you don't really need someone to be yelling at you. But
Popovich was the rah-rah leader for the Spurs. I don't think it was one of the players.
No.
Did you?
No, that was another one. Just a very boring team. I mean, you're seeing that right now with this Spurs team. Is there a rah-rah guy in this current Spurs team?
But I
Probably
think
not.
On the Giants currently, I do think Willie Adames is one of those rah-rah leader guys. And I think he will get, like, I think he's also emotionally intelligent enough to understand who you can kick in the pants and who needs their arm wrapped around them and, like, needs a hug. I think Willie's good at that.
You know, I'm really glad you brought up Willie Adames because I wanted to talk about him a little bit today because he's the guy who's been under the microscope. You talk about Tony Vitello being under the microscope. Willie Adames is another one who day one has been under the microscope, which when you sign the largest contract in franchise history, you're going to be put under a microscope here. And Risotto, if you could go through and find it, I should have told you this before the show, but I did not. Oh, wait, you did it already. God, that's why I love you so much. I'll never forget, Shasky, when we had Larry Bear on last year and we asked him about Willie Adames. This is a line that has stuck out to me ever since it was uttered. Every time I look at Willie, it's what I think about, and it's why I just so much love the fact that Willie Adames is on this team. Here's what Larry said when he joined the Morning Roast. This was last May when Willie was just emerging out of his first early season slump.
He's a culture carrier. That's what we call it, culture carrier. What does that mean? It means that his enthusiasm, his team-oriented approach creates a culture, helps create a culture, helps change a culture if that is what was needed, etc. And is super valuable beyond what the statistics say. That has absolutely been the case. He's a winning player. You know, that's just sort of the way we felt about him before we signed him, and that's what, so far, you know, first 50 games, that's the way it's turned out.
And what I love about Willie the most is not only is he setting that culture here in this clubhouse, he is the rah-rah guy. And we joke, you know, he's the $130, $70 million cheerleader or whatever, but I'm a big believer, Shasta, that you need guys like that in your clubhouse who, whether they're up or down at the plate, they're still the same guy in the clubhouse. And I think that sets a good tone for the younger guys in the clubhouse, because you don't think that Casey Schmidt's going to be going through a slump at the plate at some point? Drew Gilbert, when he gets called up here, he's going to go through. You know what? A moment I saw the other day, Elliot Ramos. I think we all agree he's kind of going through at the plate right now.
I'm very worried about him.
I saw Willie and him walking through the hallway the other day. Willie's got his arm around him. They're joking, laughing it up. Willie's making Elliot feel good. Like, that's you need guys like that here. Like, imagine Daryl the Guru Johnson if he was not, or imagine the station if we didn't have Guru here. Like, think about how happy Guru
it happens every Thursday.
All right, that was such an
That was a joke.
Well, you know what? It's a perfect example. How just not fun are those days when Guru is not in?
Well, he puts a smile on everyone's face.
And so when he's not in, you don't have that smile. And that's kind of the effect that I think Willie Adames has on this clubhouse.
Sure.
You know, him and Goo. That's
but Goo's a cleanup hitter.
That's why they call Willie. That's why they call him Willie the Guru Adames. Let's do the injury report here before we continue this conversation. The Warriors' injury-riddled season from hell claimed yet another victim last night when LJ Cryer went down in the fourth quarter and immediately grabbed at his ankle. Steve Kerr said after the game that Cryer had sprained the ankle pretty bad and his foot was buried in an ice bath. The Warriors will learn more about the extent of the injury today, but yeah, it was tough to see LJ last night on the floor. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ F1 and HD San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. But don't forget, you guys, we are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. The Morning Roast is presented by San Francisco Fire Credit Union, banking for heroes, and anyone who wants to be treated like one. You know who I like to treat like a hero is Willie Adames. I'm a big Willie Adames guy. Can
you ask him a question on my behalf?
I will seriously try. He could be very, very difficult to get a hold of sometimes.
So he rocks it looks like to me, the 204 Rawlings model, which is an 11.5 iWeb, but he has to have purple.
Why purple?
Well, I know it's the City Connect thing, but like...
He does look good in the purple, I'm not going to lie.
I don't love the purple. You know, the Giants are black and orange.
I'm going to be... It's interesting.
And I have no problem with different colored gloves and stuff, but the purple's a little ridiculous to me.
I personally
I also
like the color
own
purple.
multiple red gloves, so...
Yeah. As long as they're not blue, that's all.
Exactly, I agree.
Personally, I like the color purple. I don't know, it's just a color that resonates with me.
Of course I like purple.
You know how like Google Chrome lets you colorize your little tabs or whatever? I choose purple on mine. Why?
Really? Well,
I
it
just
is
like the
royalty and lent.
There you go. That's probably maybe part of the reason. I don't know, I just like the color. But it's funny, I was listening to the Giants post-game show last weekend, and someone actually called in because Harrison Bader's another guy who rocks the purple.
The Bruce Bolt arm sleeve.
Yeah, and this guy was just like, I'm tired of this purple with the Giants uniform. Why are we doing that? And yeah, there are some people who are very traditional with the Giants orange and black. I mean, there are two iconic colors as we play the black and orange team this weekend, the Baltimore Orioles, which...
It's the Halloween matchup.
Oh, this is one of the best uniform combos in baseball, Giants versus Orioles. Like last year when the Orioles came to town, the Giants did their Orange Fridays and the Orioles wore their blacks. And then that Saturday night, the Giants did their Saturday night blacks and the Orioles did their oranges. Like, inject that into my veins. I hope they do that again this weekend, though. I think the Orioles are unveiling new City Connects this weekend. Have you seen those?
Yeah, they also had a new hat that had the O with the bird coming out of the O.
Oh, that's kind of cool.
Yeah, it's actually really cool.
I did not like those Be More jerseys that they unveiled yesterday.
The City Connects, I would say more of them are hideous than are great.
Luckily, the Giants are 2 for 2 with their City Connects, though.
So here's the new...
Oh, that's like very old-fashioned.
It took 80 years for them to figure it out. No, it's not old-fashioned. They've never done that.
Well, it's the old-fashioned, well, not the cartoon
it's the
bird,
O
but
with the actual Oriole inside of it, as I show Sam on YouTube. It's inside the cursive O.
I love that, actually.
It's freaking awesome.
That's kind of cooler than I love the cartoon bird, but that's pretty legit. You know, I say old-fashioned, I meant more like 90s. I don't know why I would say 90s old-fashioned, because that's when they went to like the realistic bird rather than the cartoon bird.
I'm okay with either of them.
Yeah. There you go. Twitter is not real life. But
am I the only one that's like looking at guys' baseball gloves and seeing what they're rocking and what they're not rocking now?
You've been pretty consistent with that. Actually, it's funny. Like Tony was, he was doing drills on the field with guys over the weekend. He came into the dugout and he set his glove down on the bench before he
the ice cream
glove
glove
and stuff like that. No, he was wearing this really cool orange and black catcher's mitt that he was out there doing
what
work
brand?
with. I'm the wrong guy to ask that. Well, next time I'm there.
How about we go down on a Wednesday and let's go there right after the show and let's do a whole glove segment, you and me.
I would love to do that.
No,
yeah.
I'm dead serious.
No, honestly, I've always wanted to go in there with you and go around and have you, because like I want to go in there and ask guys about their gloves, but like you have the glove nerddom. You're a glove nerd.
I literally know every single model. Just about.
You're a total nerd. We've done podcast episodes, Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys, which Risotto and we kind of dropped the ball on an episode this week. I remember how many times were you and I doing an episode and you're like, rethreading gloves or whatever as we're doing it. No, you're a total glove nerd and I absolutely love it. So I've always wanted to go down in there with you and just go from guy to guy and like tell me about your glove.
Exactly.
So that and shoes too.
Well, and who do you play catch with in a pregame? Because everyone's got their guy.
Oh, I did that. I wrote that story a couple years ago.
Yeah.
I can go through and do a
this
redux
team's
of
a
it.
little more, some more, I would say, big names on this team.
Yeah.
Like, who does Rafi warm up with?
I see Rafi with Willie a lot. That's probably who I'm seeing him the most with. Rizzo, who do you see Rafi the most with when you're down there?
Well, I know Chapman warms up with Adamas, so it might be a rise at this point.
Interesting.
Okay.
How about Willie? How about Rafi at first base making a couple plays this week? We haven't discussed it. One where he's like comes flying in late and makes the catch. Can we get that guy a 13-inch first baseman glove? He's using a Rawlings 12.5-inch, a smaller one. Mm-hmm. It's got a small pocket. Get that guy a bigger glove.
Yeah.
He's a big boy. He needs a big glove.
That half-inch matters for sure. I've never really been all that. I don't have a whole lot of issues with Rafi's defense at first. I know we were kind of giving him grief over the weekend. There was Monday night? There was a couple balls hit right out of
make plays. They've had too many errors at first.
They've had too many errors just all over the place.
No, but at first in particular.
Yeah, it's because they don't have any true first baseman. I mean, Gerard is not, he's a guy who just, you're tall, go play first. That's not what he is. Gerard is a right fielder and DH, if anything. Listen, we saw good defense from Rafi last year. Not great, but good, but passable defense. I'm fine with us getting that again this year. That's another one where I want to just get him more reps there as this season goes along and as we go on this road trip here. I had no issues with Rafi's defense at first last year, and I'm not going to let a bad game or two out the rip from him at first base set the tone for what I'm expecting from him at first base.
I don't know if he's good or not at first base. I just don't know. I think he's okay. I think he has room to be better, and it's all about how much work you want to put in. And fundamentally, he stretches a little early, and his range is not good going to his left and right on ground balls. Like, that is just real. Mm-hmm. And he's got to work on that.
Yeah. Again, I'm curious. Be curious to see how the defense at first base, if that at all plays into how they evaluate whether or not Bryce Eldridge even comes up at some point too. I mean, do they get to a point?
I don't want to hear any defensive arguments because I've watched them be pitiful defensively.
Yeah, like Bryce can't be any worse than what we're seeing right now.
Not at all. Well, I've watched him at first base last year at the end of the year, and he wasn't that bad.
Yeah. Another guy, Tony Vitello, mentioned, again, if you missed it, Tony Vitello joined us on the Morning Roast at 7:30 this morning. You can go back and listen on the free Odyssey app. And I want to hear from Giants fans, 888-957-9570. Just what did you hear that you liked from Tony Vitello? Do you like that he brought up the accountability, changing throughout the year? Do you like what he said about the advice that he got from Bruce Bochy and Dusty Baker? Do you like what he said about how excited he is about guys building camaraderie on this upcoming road trip, which I do kind of, he mentioned it. That's where a lot of guys come up with their little things that they do in the dugout. It comes together on the road. This could be a very key road trip for the Giants early on. The competition isn't as tough as it was. I mean, they opened up with 4 very good baseball teams and the 2 New York teams, Padres and Phillies. Not as tough competition here on this upcoming road trip. Orioles, they're pretty good, but Reds and Nationals, Giants should be able to handle those teams pretty well. Just what are you kind of looking forward to on this next road trip, Shasky? And I ask our callers that same question.
The defense has got to be better. The offense has got to be better situationally. I think just saying, the offense sucks, I don't think it does suck. I think it's situational. Like the other day, before they had their big outburst. They got a bunch of guys on base. They must have hit into how many double plays?
Far too many.
They're just going to be better situationally. And to me, I think they need to embrace a little more small ball.
Yeah.
I think their top dogs need to really just first and second, no outs, get the guys over. Let the next guy in line drive them in.
Well, one thing I do want to start seeing, you saw a little bit in this most recent series here against the Phillies. And this is something I wanted to ask Tony about, unfortunately, we didn't get the time to. Is I want to see the utilization of the other sides of the field. You know, if you're a right-handed hitter, I want to see you start poking things the other way. If you're a left-handed hitter, Jung Hoo Lee, I want to start seeing you use that left side of the outfield there when you're standing in the batter's box. I mean, you saw it with Jung Hoo towards the end of last year when he started using all sides of the field. He looked a lot better at the plate. This year, he's just trying to be dead pull, and it's not working. Not dead pool, dead pull.
Is Susac going to play today?
Susac, I got to imagine. He's got to be getting in there more. Listen,
right?
I don't. They're not going to just jam Daniel Susac into the lineup every day. I know a lot of Giants fans want that. I loved how blunt John Shea was the other day when he asked, why not just use Susac every day? I love that he just was blunt about it. I don't know if I could get away with asking that question, but I'm not the seasoned pro that the great John Shea is. But my guess is my forecast here for the Daniel Susac, Andrew Bailey situation is it's going to be a situation where you're going to see Bailey play 5 out of 6 games, then Susac will get that 6th. Then 1 week, Bailey's going to play 4 of the 6 games, and Susac will get 2. Then after a while, you're going to see a 3-3 split. You're going to see this gradually, I think, take hold where you're going to see at this current trajectory right now, the way Bailey is hitting and the way Susac is playing overall, it's only a matter Susac's going to be starting to see more time behind the plate. It's going to start to happen. It might not happen as quickly as a lot of Giants fans want, but I do think we are seeing that transition, the very first stages of it.
I mean, there's no reason that Bailey should play 2 days in a row right now.
No.
There's just not. The guy can't even hit 200.
Unless, again, the reason why he was in the lineup the other day was it was a day game after a night game.
I don't even want to hear that. Susac's out all year. He can play the next day. How can a timeout here? A professional can't play a day game after a night game, but a bunch of 14-year-olds can catch 6 games over a weekend? Come on. I don't buy it. Like Risotto. I think you played high school baseball.
I think levels are a little bit different.
It's a little ridiculous. Are you kidding me?
I think the 14-year-old level and the major league level is a little bit different, yeah.
It's squatting. You could play a 4-game series over a weekend at a 14-year-old, and I'm not advocating for this. Susac can't play the next day.
It's honestly dependent on the schedule. It depends on how many games you've played in a row, and the Giants have had a lot of off days early this season. So
if Susac hadn't played at all. He played Tuesday night. He could have played. There was no reason to not play him on Wednesday.
Well, he's not the starting catcher. As much as you might want to.
I'm talking about physically. He's so tired. The next day, it's a day game.
I agree with that, but it does depend on the situation and what schedule you just had.
I understand that, but I'm talking about a guy who's played in 2 games total this year. Total. Spread out over 3 weeks. He couldn't play after sitting all week the next morning? I didn't buy it.
Well, I don't buy it. The amount of downtime he's had beforehand, listen, I'm with you. I want to see more Susac in. And honestly, if we're talking about things you want to see on this, things you want 6 or 7. You're talking about things I want to see more on this road trip. Maybe get into this more on the other side. I would like to see more utilization of the bench overall. I think that's kind of the next step in terms of Tony Vitello's evolving as a manager, is getting into those in-game changes and adjustments here. Bossman threw a question at me that I'm going to throw at you, Joe Shasky, as well as our callers. After we're just talking with Tony Vitello here, and he's very forthright with his thoughts. Do you like how forthright and open and honest he is with his thoughts, or would you rather he maybe dial it back a little bit? Remember what Buck Showalter said yesterday. You don't need to say everything. So 888-957-9570 is the number. Talk about Tony Vitello. Do you like that he talks a lot, or do you want him to dial it back? We'll talk about that on the other side. That conversation, plus some other conversations we're going to have, is sponsored by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
The deadline for filing taxes is now. Don't miss this chance to donate your car to Cars for Kids for a 2026 tax deduction. Go to carsforkids.org today. That's cars with a K. Don't wait. Donate now and have your car picked up by tomorrow.
Football fans, history is calling as San Francisco heads down under for the first ever game in Australia. Join the action in Melbourne with True Fan Travel as San Francisco takes on Los Angeles at the iconic Melbourne Cricket Ground. It's the ultimate fan experience. Think premium hotel stay, epic all-inclusive events, city tours, wildlife adventures, meet and greet with a red and gold legend, and so many unforgettable moments. This is your chance to be a part of football history. Spots, they are limited, so don't miss your shot to experience San Francisco down under. Head to truefantravel.com. That's truefantravel.com.
The biggest golf tournament of the year is here, and now you can trade the tournament on Kalshi. Scotty is trading at 14% to win it all. That means a $100 trade pays out $673 if he wins it all. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house, and as the odds move, you can buy in and out of your position all tournament long. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code FAN to get $10 when you trade 10. Kalshi. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
Hi, I'm Kamiko, the founder of Miko's Hot Chicken. When we started our family restaurant, we were also raising a family. But let me tell you, it wasn't easy. Our Chase Inc. card was there to reward us on all of our business needs. Now we have a thriving location, and we're hungry for more.
With the Chase Inc. Business Unlimited card, you can earn unlimited 1.5% cash back on every purchase, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for business. Make more with yours. Real business owners compensated for their participation. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Xfinity Tech Support. Matthew speaking.
Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote. Oh!
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep. The combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still. You're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026. Taxes, fees, extra.
Elevate your kitchen at the Miele Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Out of your dreams and into your kitchen. Select the qualifying built-in kitchen appliance package that is right for you. With unrivaled technology and luxury-grade quality, when you bring home a Miele, you're bringing home true innovation. Now, for a limited time, save up to 10% with the purchase of a qualifying Miele kitchen package. Visit the Miele Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
The 2026 Mountain Winery Concert Series is here with Jeff Foxworthy July 19th, John Mulaney October 18th, and many more. For the complete 2026 schedule, tickets, and more, go to mountainwinery.com. Tickets on sale April 10th.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Granger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Granger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
You know that Chick-fil-A sells more than chicken, right?
Hello, my name is Jaleesa, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit is how it's all of my favorite breakfast items in one good bite. That fluffy egg, that melty cheese with that perfectly grilled sausage. It just gives you that warmth, that comfort food that you love. It is the best possible option for a classic breakfast.
Comfort is calling. Order a Chick-fil-A sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit with Simply Orange Juice on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonial.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya, guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being 1,000,000 miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
It's your boy Ricky Antonio, the winner of the Listener Knockout Champion. You feel me? Shout out to Spadonian Chats, man, on 95.7 The Game. Could I get a water though?
What's up, Ricky Antonio? You were last year's knockout winner, not this year's. We screwed up. Joe, we screwed up. We didn't get Robbie Bobby to do a rejoin for us, saying that I'm this year's winner. Oh, whoever the producer of this show is really screwed up and not getting that one done. I am Sam Lubman, filling in for Joe Spadoni. Usually I'm the producer of this show. Spadoni is out today. Sitting across from me is Joe the Butcher Boy Shasky, and we're talking baseball today. That's what we do on this show. And we had Tony Vitello on this morning at 7:30. A lot of you guys probably knew that already before the show. And I love talking to Coach. I love talking to him. He is so fun to talk to. He's fun to listen to. There are times where, maybe he goes, that's a little, maybe too much. And again, we'll be hearing some of the cuts again in a little bit. Steven Risotto is furiously cutting the sound in the back. His hands are moving 1,000,000 miles an hour as he does. Like, that's not a pause. That's not at all a pause. That is an unearned pause. I am shaming you for that pause right there. But yeah, so we were talking to Coach, and one of my favorite things he says is, I don't want to be boring like Bill Belichick. He wants to be
with him.
I know. Oh, it's on there. Awesome. Well, don't let me do my terrible Tony impression. Let Tony do it himself. There it is.
I got a buddy who used to play for the Phillies, and he texted me a thing about there was 3 clubhouse incidents, with the Giants in whatever amount of days. And that was me just to the media. I mean, I don't want to sit there and be Bill Belichick and be boring, but I try and be as honest as possible. And I think I said there were 3 times basically like, Chappie's comment where guys spoke their minds, which was good. And, next thing you know, it's 3 incidents, which, that's a word that's kind of ambiguous. You could call it 3 incidents, but everybody knows when you read that makes it sound like basically there were 3 brawls in the locker room, which is not true. So all those things I'm kind of getting used to. I like to speak freely, but I guess, you got to be cautious because with this many reps, this many people following the team, people are looking for stuff to write, and sometimes stuff gets a little dramatized.
So again, that was Tony Vitello there joining us earlier this morning on the Morning Roast with myself and Shasky there. And the question I'm going to be throwing out here that we'll talk about here for the next few minutes is Giants fans. Do you like that Tony Vitello is pretty forthright and honest and open about what's on his mind when he speaks? Or would you prefer that he dial it back a little bit and maybe be more like Bill Belichick and just be like, we're on to Baltimore?
No, I want him to be him.
Yes, I want him to be him too. Because I think that's why the Giants hired him. Like, a thing since Buster took over, that's another guy who I think we're starting to get a little too over scrutinizing on in terms of the job he's done, Buster Posey. But I asked myself the question, like, what is Buster trying to accomplish with this team? Like, what are the goal? What's the direction he's trying to take him in right now? And obviously there's the basic ones. Win baseball games, make the playoffs, build up the farm system. That's the basic stuff right there. But I also see what Buster's trying to do is he is trying to, I think, establish a culture with this team. And the reason I say that is because look at the biggest moves he has made in each offseason. Or even prior to that, he jumped over Farhan Zaidi and inked Matt Chapman to an extension. Talked last segment about how I think Matt Chapman's a tone setter for the work ethic in this clubhouse. He then goes and adds Willie Adames, the culture carrier, a guy who brings joy, happiness, passion to the clubhouse. And then he brings in Tony Vitello. What's the word on Tony? Energy, fun, talks a lot. It's clear that Buster's trying to set a tone of he wants a fun clubhouse atmosphere without any issues or drama or stuff like that. Now, of course, it's been bumpy out the gate here, but I get how Tony fits into that. He brings a young, fun energy that you didn't have with Bob Melvin, that you didn't have with Gabe Kapler, even though Gabe Kapler had the young part of that there. And so, yeah, I want Tony to be Tony, because if Buster's vision of what he wants this team to look like is to come to fruition, a big part of that is going to rely on Tony Vitello being the ball of happy energy that he is every day. So, yeah, definitely want him to, talk your talk, Tony. I like it.
I don't think he's just like a happy-go-lucky, ball of energy. I just think that what he is very passionate. I think he's
that's a good way to put it.
Yeah, I think he's very passionate. I think there's times he's going to be running hot. I think there's times he's going to be running, depressed. I think there's going to be times where he's super fired up and is optimistic overall. But I just think that he's a very passionate individual. That's one thing that's really evident to me. Yeah. And he's got a lot of personality, and I love him for it. He kind of reminds me of a Shasky.
There is, yeah, Tony the Butcher Boy Vitello. Yeah, I can kind of see. I see where you see the similarities in yourself to him. I think a lot of people can maybe see some version of themselves in Tony Vitello, because he does kind of have he does feel like he is like a lot of us at times, especially with how easy he can be to converse with. Now, I haven't had as many opportunities to converse with him one-on-one, but, he is very easy to approach. He'll look you in the eye when you're approaching him one-on-one, and I know he's busy and has a billion things to do. And he mentions, the media, they got their stuff they need to write, blah, blah, blah. And I do think a part of him doesn't enjoy all the media responsibilities. I can't imagine a lot of people in those positions enjoy them, but he handles that. I don't want to say he handles them well, but he's fun to be in those scrums and talk with, though. And the more he talks, the more I listen to him talk and actually digest the words that he has. I get it. I get why Buster saw that this is the guy that we need to get into this clubhouse to shake the life into this team that, quite frankly, was missing over the last several years.
Can we all admit, we completely just over-dramatized the baseball aspect of this?
Yes, and I said this before, and I'll say it again. I regret the role that I played in that first weekend. Well, because that was on Friday after opening day, the official opening day. Tony was talking about, he was asked, what's your assessment of the game or what have you? And he's like, I think guys are maybe a little bit too tense in there. And maybe I take that upon myself to, as the reason for that.
It's just a word salad.
Well, no, and I'll be honest, just Chasky, as, I'm in there with a media credential. I'm supposed to, part of the press. But no, I'm thinking as a fan in there as well, because I don't know if you know this, I'm a very, very big Giants fan. And the Giants fan in me, I'm sorry, what? Ooh, that perked up my radar a little bit when he said tension in the club. Tension was a word that was never mentioned under Bruce Bochy when he was here. What's going on here? And I asked him that, what do you mean by the tension there? And that's where he kind of talked about, maybe too much fire and brimstone on my end. And those are the words that got picked up nationally by people as there's a problem there. Whereas I read that at the end of the day, it's like, you know what? He might have been a little too amped during his first ever opening week,
sure.
which and this is Eric Miller said this to us. We were talking to him in spring training. If you're not nervous before you pitch, you should hang it up. I got to imagine Tony Vitello, if you were not nervous during that first homestand, you're nervous because you care. That's why. And I know he does care. He's wanting to go out there and truly put the best effort forward. And I do think that that's what we saw. We saw a guy who was probably feeling the nerves in his first weekend, and we overanalyzed it like he was a 20-year veteran. And that was a completely unfair situation to put him in. And that's why, I regret my role in it, because I feel like I unwillingly kind of contributed to it.
Sure, but I just think in general, fans, media, everyone's just overthinking the whole thing. You can't go from college to the pros. And at the end of the day, it's just baseball.
Mm-hmm.
The same rules apply. You know what wins at college and at high school? Playing catch, throwing strikes, scoring one more run than the other team. The game is very simple. You see this a lot in football. It's about blocking and tackling. It's about blocking and tackling. And I think we overcomplicate these things. And I truly do believe, and this is just me being inside this little inner sanctum, this little inner circle, there are a lot of people who have a pen, a typewriter, a microphone, a video camera, a cell phone, whatever, talk a big gang of crap and don't know nothing about nothing when it comes to the actual sports that they're covering. And they look at someone like Tony Vitello because he has maybe a different come up, or because he didn't come out traditionally, or maybe he didn't bow down to them. Oh, who's this guy? We're going to show him. And it's well, hold up. Like, take a deep breath. Just because you've been on the beat for the Giants for 20 years doesn't mean that you know everything about baseball. You might like baseball a lot. You might understand some aspects of baseball, right? But don't also discredit this individual who has spent his entire life in baseball, right? And so,
yes, I see where you're getting. Like, yeah, I see where you're getting at here, because it's the way I look at it, Shasky, is I do think baseball is its own language. Like, you could have, myself and Rafi Devers and Jung Hoo Lee and whoever in a clubhouse, and we all speak different languages, but when you start talking, bats and balls and gloves and sliding, like, that's a language we can all kind of get behind. Tony speaks the language of baseball. I believe that he knows the language of baseball. If you know ball, you'll stick in this league. I think Buck Showalter said it yesterday.
Agree.
This game will expose a phony. So, like, first of all, let's give him the chance to be exposed. That's why I wanted to give Farhan Zaidi a chance. I wanted to give him a chance to show he belongs or doesn't. He got exposed.
But Sam, what I'm saying, I want to stop you.
Okay.
What I'm saying is that I think there are a lot of people that are critiquing things that have nothing to do with baseball. That's my biggest problem. So, for example.
Yeah, give me one.
For example, has anyone written an article about Cool Hand Luke, Tony Vitello, going to the right time, the right guy, the right arm, back-to-back games against the Phillies? Has anyone written that article?
Well, the reality is...
No, I'm asking.
No, the answer is no, and the reason why is because no one likes to celebrate a manager doing his job correctly.
Well, that's called baseball,
yeah.
Right? So, so the thing he was hired to do, go to the right guy at the right time and take the ball out of that guy's hand and give it to that guy's hand and put his team in a position to win a game, okay? We didn't write about that. We didn't do videos on that.
Nope.
We didn't do 2-hour, 3-hour segments on that. We were worried about, what was the line that you said at the beginning on opening day?
He asked about the tension.
Tension.
Yeah.
We wrote a bunch of articles about the word tension and what its interpretation was. See, that's where, again, I love baseball, and I don't see anybody doing those breakdowns ever. And that's the part that really bugs me, is like, we're so far to the right of what or left, or however you're so far to the side of whatever the conversation is, that we're missing it. Like, he and his staff went to the right guy at the right time, and that was the moment in the game to go to Ryan Walker on Tuesday night.
No, I loved how he used Ryan Walker. It was very unorthodox, and you know what, Chess?
Yeah, but that's not going to lead off.
No, we did not talk about that
enough. Baseball, is it?
No, I did not see that.
Did 95.7 the game spend more than maybe 10 minutes each show?
I think you might have been the only person who mentioned it.
Right? And then going with Ryan Walker, not just for that inning, but the next inning, and then going to keep winning the ninth, and the ninth now feels significantly less dramatic because the moment in that game on Tuesday was the moment that he gave the ball to Ryan Walker and letting Robbie Ray go 108 pitches. Or what was it, 109? 110.
Like what I really liked about that moment, Shasky, since you brought it up, is the way he described it too, because Ryan Walker came into this season as the closer. A lot of Giants fans have, some consternation about that. But he is the closer for this team. He is the closer right now. It's still his job to lose, I believe. But you didn't bring him in the ninth inning that night. And my thought is also, is he not the closer? And then Tony was asked about it after the game, and I believe his words were to the effect of, that was basically a safe situation. That
was the highest leverage spot in that game.
Exactly. And Ryan Walker's a guy who, you look at his numbers last year, was not great in high leverage situations last year. He had an 8.69 ERA in high leverage situations last year.
Whoa. Just so I understand, what that stat? What is its definition of high leverage situation?
High leverage situations in a baseball game, or a moment where
what is on that stat that you're bringing up? Is it that is now a recorded stat, not a feel?
No, it's an actual recorded stat.
I know. So what are the parameters on that? I'm just curious.
Yeah, high leverage situation. I can pull up the official definition.
Yeah, that's what I wanted. I apologize.
Well, I'll have to do some typing there to bring that up. But
I'll look it up.
I'll summarize it right now. Basically, a high leverage situation. Risotto, if you want to jump in here and correct me if I get it wrong, it's the moments in the game where it's going to swing one way or the other in terms of your ability to win the baseball game. More or less.
Okay.
There might be a more thorough definition online if you want to pull it up and read it off there. But
what is
it? So leverage index depends on the inning, score, outs, and number of runners on base, and also it's a measure of the potential swing and win expectancy related to average.
That's very interesting. So it can be the 4th inning. It can be the 7th inning. It can be the 9th inning.
Very much dependent on guys on base and how you perform when, I guess, the lights shine brighter.
No, I like this.
That's
Keep going.
the line right there. When the lights shine brighter, it's the moments where the game gets swung.
On this stat.
Yeah, it's the moment, basically, the swing moments in the game, basically. Yeah. Ryan Walker really struggled in those moments last year, and I think that's something that he worked on mentally to kind of handle going into this offseason. And again, when he came in that situation, my initial thought was, I don't know if he's the closer right now. You hear Tony after the game talk about that was the high leverage situation of the game. We want our best guy in that situation. And he ended up getting a great outing from Ryan Walker in a situation that he would have struggled in last year. And I just love the fact that it made me rethink almost. This is what I love now about Tony Vitello is he's introducing a new thought process to the game that's making me think about how I think about the game. Chassie, I'm old-fashioned. I thought you only have a save situation in the 9th inning. But you're telling me that the 7th inning can be a de facto save situation? I never really looked at it that way. I kind of like that thinking.
Well,
and it worked out.
Yeah, you have to look at it that way.
No, and I love that. I love that he talked that through and explained it. That's why I like why he's so forthright, because when he is breaking down those, minute details of the game with as much detail as he does, you get a better understanding of why he's doing the moves that he's doing. So by putting Ryan Walker in that situation, you got a great performance from him in a situation that he might not have done as well in last year, but it worked out so well. He looks like a genius as a result.
It's funny that you said it like you hadn't thought of it that way, because like that's how staffs and everybody's thinking about it. Going back to 2010, how old were you when the Giants won the first World Series?
I was 17, about to turn 18.
Okay. So like one of the seminal moments of that entire run, everyone brings up Cody Ross, and they're not wrong. Like that's a great moment. But one of the ones that for me lives in infamy is the Johnny Sanchez yank game, where he gets yanked. I think game 6, I believe.
Yes,
the game
he got the tussle with Chase Utley.
Yes.
He was kind of sniping a little bit.
And Bochy has the savvy to say, Affelt, stay ready.
Yep, one of my favorite stories.
Don't,
You need to come in. You got to stay back there.
Exactly. And Affelt comes in and I believe scored 2 or 3 scoreless innings.
2 innings to get him to Lincecum and Bumgarner,
He bridged the gap. That was, at that moment, what felt like the highest leverage part of that game. And to me, like, they needed him in that moment.
That was a save situation, so to speak.
The game was on the line.
Yes.
Even though I think the game, Uribe hit a 2-run or 3-run homer.
2-run home run, I want to say the 8th inning.
Down the right field line.
Yeah.
But that was the game then and there. Because it felt like it was teetering. And it felt like that was the series.
Well, what Affelt did in that moment is whatever momentum the Phillies were building in that moment after the on-field scuffle, that's what it felt like. It felt like it was teetering. That little scuffle, it felt like the Phillies had momentum there. That fan base was screaming off the rocker. They're going nuts. And they had every opportunity to ride that momentum and drop a crooked number on you. Affelt came in and just effectively stamped that out. And the Phillies had nothing the rest of the game because it was a different kind of high leverage situation, but the right move was made at the right time. And so much so that we're still talking about that 16 years later.
Well, and look, at some point it might burn them. They might bring in Ryan Walker in let's say the bottom of the 7th inning. He gets the final out. He goes into the 8th. And
he's going to give up a home run.
Not even. Let's say he does fine. And then here comes the 9th inning and, he's done for the day. And it was in the 7th inning, the high leverage moment.
But now it's another one.
Now it's the 9th inning and you still got to get 3 more outs. And that might present a new highest leverage moment in the game. Like that's just how baseball works. It's the beauty of it.
One thing, and this is something I wish I had asked him. I'm going to have to figure out a way to ask him about this in the future, but he used a term I've never really heard used before in this way in describing the parts in the lineup that he looks at in terms of when to bring relievers in. He used this term called pockets. And I don't mean the things that we have on the side of our pants. He meant sub in regards to the lineup, like pockets of the lineup. And this is
this is coaching 101.
So have you heard that term like pockets?
No, I don't call it pockets. It's just like, so for example, when you have when you keep book, right? Let's say you're doing youth, high school, whatever. You're always going like, all right, well, I want to get
you're talking like a scorebook, right?
Yeah, you're looking at the lineup and you're projecting down the line. Where is the spot that I want this guy to either come into the game to face this group of dudes, or this is who I want to avoid with who's on the mound. Or I want my guy right now, let's say it's Robbie Ray. I want to make sure he gets through these lefties.
Yeah.
And then we can go righty on righty matchup. Or for whatever reason, this guy's got numbers against Robbie Ray. We got to get him out. We got to get to him in this spot. You're always doing this. And you're always like,
okay.
And then the other part is sometimes in your mind, you're going like, hey, let's see if we can get through the next 2 or 3 innings with this guy so I can go to this dude at the bottom of the order to set up the guy after him to get to the top of the order, right? You're always trying to imagine like a Jenga puzzle that you're trying to put together and you're taking this out and putting this in.
Yeah.
It's a constant shuffling. And like, this is why you have a big staff, because you have your coach, your manager, who's thinking about this at bat right now with this guy on deck and where we might go here. Then you've got your bench coaches thinking 2 batters to 6 batters down the line and 1 pitcher down the line and 2 pitchers down the line. I love it.
Yeah. Well, I think this is something, again, what I like, again, the way Tony's been so forthright here is I do think in a sense, the way he describes things, it does take you behind the scenes in terms of a lot more in terms of like explaining how they make the sausage. You know, this term, how the sausage is made. Like with Bob Melvin, it just, when he would talk in scrums, it was very basic stuff. Didn't really give you anything that gave you a whole lot of insight. Again, he'd been doing this for 25 years. It's, I always think of the Bull Durham line, where Kevin Costner's Crash Davis is telling, what's the pitcher's name? Nuke LaLoosh. Like, you got to get your cliches. You got to get your cliches down. Bob Melvin was cut from that era where you got to have your cliches cut out. Gabe Kapler, I remember him, and Rizzo, I want you to jump in and off your thoughts on this. I felt like Gabe Kapler was trying to win every word and every sentence that he said. And as a result, he kind of talk himself into problems here. But with Tony Vitello, he's so thorough in explaining where he's coming from with these decisions that he's making that you almost learn new things about how coaches approach games. Like, I personally, Shasky, I've been watching this game since I was 7 years old. I've never heard of a lineup broken down in that term before. And it's like, when you break it down, like, oh, that makes a lot of sense, actually. But it's never really something that crossed my mind that's like, it's almost like you're thinking about it probably in the past without realizing you're thinking about it. It's just, and that's what I love about the forthrightness of it is, I feel like I'm learning more about the philosophy of what this team wants to do, and I like it.
So when my pitcher comes into the dugout, depending on how he's doing on a day, I'll sit down with them and like decompress before, come in like, all right, so hey, look, coming up in this next inning, we got 8, 9 top of the order, right? You got to get these first 2 guys out. We don't want this leadoff hitter hitting with a runner on first base. Right? It's going to create a huge inning for us, and I want to be able to get you through this part of the lineup so that if you get in trouble, I can go to this guy in this situation. But maybe I don't trust that guy against the number 2 hitter or the 3 hitter or the 4. So, like, you're constantly having these strategies, and, I mean, this is why leadoff walks are just I don't care who it is. Leadoff walks just drive coaches absolutely bananas.
Bruce Bochy
drive me bananas.
They are incredibly frustrating to see, and
I hate it.
It's the absolute worst here. So again, we're talking about the bullpen here in the
Risotto. What's that? I don't mean to interrupt. I apologize, Sam. I really do. Risotto. How many times did you sit down in between innings and you're going back out there and you're thinking like, all right, this is who's coming up in this particular order, and this is what we've got to do strategically to ensure that we don't face those guys, or you knew if we get to this guy in the lineup, I'm coming out.
I think it's more evident in the younger leagues when you know when the bottom of the order is based on who's hitting. And I keep thinking about what you just said about the leadoff walks. There's no worse way to start an inning in terms of momentum, in terms of just overall vibe. It just seems like the beginning of something horrible whenever you walk the first hitter of an inning.
Love this. Let's keep this conversation going on the other side. And also, I do want to have a conversation about the bullpen here, this Giants bullpen, as they depart on this 10-game, 11-day, 3-city road trip. Everyone has really been down on this bullpen coming into this season. I don't think it's the worst bullpen ever. I'm not going to sit here and say it's the greatest, but I think it's a bullpen that could do a little bit better than what I think a lot of people are expecting out of it. Want to get into that conversation. Plus, I want to continue talking about Tony Vitello, how forthright he is. Hear what he had to say about working with Dusty Baker and Bruce Bochy. You guys definitely want to hear that. We'll play that on the other side as well. What's going on, buddy? Joe Shasky coming up and grabbed me from the behind there. That was weird. Anyway, what's coming up the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
as Pittsburgh prepares for the unofficial beginning of football season. The city's kickoff celebration will begin with an unforgettable invite-only night of music. The Night Before takes place Wednesday, April 22nd at Rivers Casino Event Center, featuring Jason Aldean, John Morgan, and Shane Profit. Visit Odyssey.com/The Night Before to enter now for your chance to win this national contest. Prize includes round-trip airfare, a 2-night hotel stay, and 2 tickets to the show.
Hello, San Francisco Bay Area. Bank of America, in partnership with Visa, invites you to a FIFA World Cup 26 watch party. Open an eligible Bank of America checking account in participating financial centers only for an opportunity to reserve 2 complimentary tickets while supplies last. Experience special musical guests, games, giveaways, food, and more, all at a legendary venue. Learn more at BofA.com/BofA Visa Watch Party. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 26. Bank of America N.A. member FDIC. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
Powerful doesn't just happen. You have to make it happen. So the moment Total Wireless offers a free Samsung S25 FE with Galaxy AI, when you switch to Total 5G or 5G Plus Unlimited 3-month plan, you take the network as powerful as you, with unlimited 5G data that won't slow you down. Now that's a total power move. Visit your neighborhood Total Wireless store. Device taxes and fees may apply. Requires new activation on a Total 5G Unlimited 3-month plan or higher. External port-in and ID verification. Available only in Total Wireless stores. Limit to 4 devices per account.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Dan Daly, the administrator of Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center, thanks his staff for earning Newsweek's top Bay Area facility recognition. Lawton, in San Francisco's Sunset District, provides top-tier therapies and partners with UCSF Medical Center. With a 5-star rating and Dr. Darby Clayson as medical director, it's also listed among the best by U.S. News. For skilled nursing, call Dan Daly at 415-566-1200. That's 415-566-1200.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer? Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. Enjoy personalized comfort for better sleep night after night. Introducing the new Comfort Mode mattress, starting at $15.99. For a limited time, get free delivery when you add a base. Only at Sleep Number.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every moment counts. You may be entitled to medical care and financial compensation, but time matters. The attorneys at Boxer & Gerson are here to protect your rights and fight for the treatment and support you need. Boxer & Gerson have helped thousands of people across Northern California who were hurt on the job. Don't wait, don't guess. Get answers. Call Boxer & Gerson today at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
There's There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Some days, self-care starts with Nature-Made gummy vitamins, a deep breath, and a little encouragement.
Mom, I'm really nervous.
Me too, honey, but we've got this. Repeat after me. I'm gonna have a good day.
I'm going to have a good day.
I choose joy no matter what comes my way.
I bring joy wherever I go.
Quality gummy vitamins from Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
The 2026 Mountain Winery concert season is here, with performances by Dana Carvey and David Spade in June, Trevor Noah in July, and many more. To see the 2026 schedule and a chance to win tickets to one of the shows, courtesy of Mountain Winery, visit 957thegame.com.
Twitter is not life. I'll be plotting my revenge.
It's Union City's finest, Daryl the Guru Johnson, and I'm listening to my guy, Joe Spadoni, and my brother from another mother, Excelsior's finest, Butcher Boy Joe Shasky. Take it away, guys.
All right, let's just say this.
I am going to say this. Thanks for that introduction there, Guru, though it's pronounced Sam Lubman, not Joe Spadoni.
Baker.
I will go over this with you. We're going to talk to Guru today. And Matt Steinmetz at around 9:48 when we do the morning crossover that we do every Friday here on the Morning Roast with Steiny and Guru. So that's about an hour away. About 30 minutes away, though, we got Nick Friedel joining the show. Got to talk a little bit more Warriors with him. What can the Warriors possibly accomplish in these final 2 games of the year? How much Kristaps or Steph are we going to be seeing in those 2 games? 888-957-9570 is the number. Giants fans, do you like that Tony Vitello is very forthright with his thoughts? Or would you rather him dial it back a little bit? Want to hear your thoughts on that. Joe Shasky, are there any burning questions on your mind right now that you want to get off your chest?
So my nephew's coming over to meet us down here, and I told him to come over to 88 Kearney.
Nice.
So you got to come up to the 10th floor, you know.
That's where we work.
He's a triplet.
Oh, one of 3.
Have you ever met any triplets?
They like to call the Giants World Series trophies a triplet. So that's
No, I mean real triplets.
Don't believe I ever have. No.
So I had multiple friends that are twins, and then my little cousins are triplets.
Wow. A lot of duplication.
So you're going to be meeting something for the first time.
So that was the question. Have I ever met a triplet?
Yeah, just asking. Have you ever met a triplet in real life?
I don't think I have. Should I get a picture with them?
What's that?
Should I get a picture with them?
You probably don't want to get too close. You and him share similar hygiene patterns.
What, we both smell very good and look good?
I'm just teasing.
Is his hair really nice?
I've had to have a long talk with him about, now that you're in high school,
I lather my body up.
Yeah, don't do a Spadoni. Make sure you actually put deodorant on.
Does he scrub the feet?
Yes.
Yes. I am a feet scrubber in the shower. I don't just let it pool in the bottom like that. Spadoni catching strays, as he's not in today. This is Sam Lubman, not Joe Spadoni. I'm filling in for Joe Spadoni. He is on assignment today.
How rare are triplets, though? Like in real life?
I see Risotto going to Google right now.
It's got to be super rare.
The only other person I really know who had triplets was he used to work at KCBS, Joe Salvatore. He was a sports reporter, longtime sports reporter.
Does he have triplets?
He has triplets.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, no, he talks about them all the time. He'll post pictures because, he's one of those guys, you talk about Forrest Gump type guys who have been all over the place. Joe Salvatore is one of those guys who's kind of been all over the place when it comes to Bay Area sports, and he'll post pictures of all the past events and stuff he's been at. And on their birthday a while back, he posted him and his 3 kids in the A's press box. Oh, wow. Well, I guess he brought them to work that day, and it's just, it's
very cool.
Yeah, no, very cool there.
What is the statistic?
1 in 10,000 pregnancies result in triplets.
That is crazy. 1 in 10,000.
Interesting.
Yeah. They were born like literally days before Michelle and I got married.
Oh, really? Cool.
So there's some photos that they just got released from the hospital, and there's a bunch of photos at our wedding reception and on wedding day where they're just little tiny ones, and so now they're all in high school, and gosh, we feel old.
Yeah.
Do you want to know quadruplets?
Yes.
Well, it's got to be 1 in 100,000.
1 in 700,000.
700,000.
To 1 in 1 million.
Wow.
What about 5 at once?
Okay.
It's called death.
I mean, shout out to bless you to the woman who was able to.
What is it even called? Quadruplets? And then what's the next one?
Quintuplets, I believe.
Quintuplets, yeah.
Yeah. This is the hard hitting journalism that we hired Steven Risotto to do.
1 in 55 million.
Well, I'm expecting Guru to come in and be like, I know the triplets: Emmitt Smith, Michael Irvin, and Troy Aikman.
There you go. Those are gurus. That's why I said my triplets are the Giants World Series trophies. It's not accurate, but that's how 1 in 55 million. So we live in a country with 350 million people, which means, quick math here, about 6 or 7 people right now alive have fired out quintuplets. 888-957-9570. If you're a quintuplet, call into the show. I have no idea how we'll vet that. You could be lying, which would really suck. You know who wasn't lying earlier today? Tony Vitello, when he joined us here on the Morning Roast. Again, if you missed that interview, Steiny and Guru, they're going to be replaying a lot of it when they come in and do their show. Or you could hear some of the clips that we're going to play right now, like, hey, Coach, talk about the advice you've been getting from Dusty Baker and Bruce Bochy.
Dusty kind of gave me a couple rules to live by that probably is a little more, stays in the locker room type of thing, but kind of kept those with me. And I think revisiting those helps keep you on task. Because, again, there's so many reps, days are long. You can get so excited about a win, and you can get – I've already been there way down after a loss. So, revisiting those kind of helps you keep grounded and also keep your eye on the prize, so to speak. And then Boch and I have talked in particular just about how to manage some of these games past 5 innings. And here's the one thing I'll say about that, and hopefully this doesn't come off the wrong way, because obviously those two guys are going to be in the Hall of Fame a year from now if anybody has their sensibilities to them. But the one thing is you got to gather as much advice as you can, but when the game starts in the dugout, there's no one there to help you other than the guys that are right next to you.
How many times do you think he's been asked in general about Dusty or Bruce Bochy?
Probably a few times.
No, I'm just curious. Honestly, I don't know how these coaches do it. Kerr, Vitello, Shanahan, without snapping. No, honestly,
it's
they get asked the same variations of the same questions over and over.
Yeah, I can attest to that.
Again.
Yeah. No, I mean, I'll say it's again with Bob last year. There were so many nights where it was just I don't know what other questions we could have really asked other than just
are you having fun?
Assess this game, Bob. Now, what'd you think of Logan's night tonight? Bob, what's the message you want to give to this team right now? How do you switch things up, Bob? Because watching that team last year is what else are we really supposed to ask? But
do you deserve an extension?
Oh, yeah, exactly. That's we get scorned at if you ask that question.
Well,
exactly. But at the same time, Chasky, and this is a philosophy I have. Actually, here's a fun little story for you. So way back when in the year 2012, this is back when the Giants had a dugout store in Walnut Creek. The dugout, I used to work at that dugout store. I wasn't working there at the time, though. But this is summer of 2012. I had just gone back from Miami maybe a week or two prior for summer break, and my friend Spencer and I went to a signing at the dugout store for Brandon Crawford. This was his first full big league season because obviously he came up halfway through 2011. And so Brandon, they got him sitting at this table. He got a line of Giants fans going by. He's like, "Oh, Brandon, so great to meet you. Sign my stuff, blah, blah, blah." And my friend Spencer, the thing about Spencer is he's not afraid to say just whatever thing is on his mind. He's not afraid to go there. And he just walks right up to Brandon and says, "Wow, you look so happy to be here." And Brandon, because he was just kind of sitting there with a sad look on his face the entire time. And Brandon's just like, "Oh, it's part of the job." And that reminds you, with all jobs, no matter how fun they are, being a baseball player is a pretty fun job. There's still going to be aspects of every job that just aren't fun. Like Shasky, we work in radio. We can say we have a pretty fun job.
I have a lot of fun.
There's a lot of aspects of this job that still kind of stink, like that whole waking up at 3:30 in the morning to come into work, whole aspect.
watching Warriors Lakers when no one's playing.
Like that's a miserable thing we have to do. So like I hear you what you say, like how do these coaches not snap? At the same time though, like I do think there is a level they understand that there are responsibilities you got to hold up and do there. And as you say, like I do commend them for not snapping though, because they easily could. Well, it is part of the territory.
I'll be full disclosure this year, and I'm not trying to pretend like we have a difficult job. We don't. I've probably had more close to mental break snappings than I've ever had.
Well, it's probably because of the producing of the show.
No, I've had a lot of like physical health stuff and mental health stuff and just life. Life. And I'd be lying if I didn't say the older I get, the more difficult my life has become. I thought it would be the reverse. I thought it would be like the more difficult my life was when I was broke and when I didn't have anyone relying on me. I thought that was the most.
But then you got more money, and then with more money came more problems?
No, just life, dude. Just the older you get.
More life, more problems?
Yeah. That's why I relate more to Tony Soprano now more than ever, because I don't think I even understood what the premise of the show was when I was watching it in real time. Now I watch it back so many times. It's not about the mob or the mafia or any of that. It's about a dude dealing with his family and the inner workings of his family and his work and how he wants to kill his immediate family. Yeah, not literally, but
it's still, I know exactly what you mean. I mean, it's the grind of the day-to-day life and how it just starts to eventually wear you down. And when you're like Gus and you're getting 6-ish hours of sleep a night on a good night, that's the thing. That's also going to play a big part.
Well, I mean, when you just can't sleep.
Well, that's even where. Oh, I had one of those nights. What was it, Monday night?
Yeah.
Oh no, Steiny, Mister. I get 9 hours of sleep a night.
Does he get 9 hours of sleep a night?
No, I'm just making that up. But like
I'm
the
so
other
jealous.
night, I was having like you can't fall asleep right away. Then the anxiety starts to build up because like you're not falling asleep. So then you get anxiety because you're not falling asleep, which keeps you from even further falling asleep. Like there's been times where I'm like punching my pillow because I can't fall asleep. That's a weird thing to say.
I do this thing called the sleep score on my watch. Do you do this?
Yeah, I get it too. And it just mocks you every morning.
Last night was almost a 90 on my level.
How'd you get a 90? I've been stuck in the 70s.
6 hours and 3 minutes.
Oh, wow.
Of sleep last night.
What did I do last night? Let's see if I did. I got a 70 on mine, 74 last night.
I've been averaging
great radio. So I got 6 hours and 11 minutes last night. So,
over the last 7 days, I've averaged slightly over 6 hours of sleep. Slightly.
Okay, so you're doing pretty good this week.
It wasn't his night.
With a lot of naps in there.
Yeah.
Yikes.
My great one was on a Tuesday of this week. I pulled in a great 4-hour night. Oh, man, that was
I wish
awesome.
I could just go back to smoking weed, but there are a variety of reasons I made a promise to my wife I would.
Yeah, I wouldn't know.
Been off that train for a while. I miss it every day.
I wouldn't know. I definitely do not partake in that kind of stuff. What else can we play here from Tony Vitello? Again, you talk about asking, getting the same question all the time from the media. Here's Tony Vitello talk about how the media is a little bit different in the MLB.
It's a little bit different. You know, all that stuff has got to be peripheral for our guys and also for me, but it's a part of it. And it's a daily task to talk to the media, which I don't really mind. I mean, there was never the twice a day for me, the before and after. But I think because the reps pile up in Major League Baseball, there's a big difference between that and SEC, whether it's coaching or playing or hitting or pitching. And then I think that applies to the media too. So I got all these boxes and squares and everything about the Orioles that I'm trying to give my attention to.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot. That's one thing I could think would be an interesting adjustment for Tony is dealing with the before and after. I didn't know they didn't do that in baseball. I thought there was before and after in college baseball. Apparently there isn't. I'm kind of surprised that the media coverage for him wasn't as robust at Tennessee because, yes, it's college, but it's also the SEC. And it just means more.
But it's college baseball, not college football.
It's still SEC, though?
No, I'm aware it's significantly bigger now than it was even 4 or 5 years ago, but it's college baseball. On the list of profitable sports, it's not
still
even
down there. Interesting. Even at that level. I would have thought there would be some, but no, I get that was just the
NIL has really changed things. Right now, do you guys know UCLA is I don't know, 32-2 or something like that? Do you know this?
In baseball?
Yeah.
Oh, I did not know that.
USC's awesome too. They have a kid at shortstop. I don't know about the older scouts who saw A-Rod, but people say he is the greatest prospect they've ever seen. He'll be the number 1 pick.
Interesting.
That's how good college baseball has been. That guy would have been drafted right out of high school years ago. It's just not like that anymore.
These kids, obviously, they want to go because you can get, in a lot of these situations, you can get more money in college than you would at the professional level.
And the facilities are better.
Yeah,
and they're paying for your food. And they're paying you about the same. So you might as well do it.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's why you're kind of seeing a lot of kids stay in college football.
And you get to have the college taste.
Exactly. And again, exactly. When you got a lot of money and you're in college and you're a successful athlete and you're a good-looking, successful athlete, and it's just life is very, very easy for you at that period. God, I miss the college days. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ F1 and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Another thing Tony Vitello talked about was building out the bullpen and holding guys accountable. Here's what he had to say about that.
The right guy is the guy who takes the ball and sees himself as the right guy. So that's where I think behind the scenes, the development piece is so key. And we're relatively new, but we've had spring training. And then I've said it before, like, I'm just telling you, our pitching coaches are nonstop at this stuff. It's very difficult to beat. You're not going to beat all four of them into work every day, and you're certainly not going to stay longer than at least one of them. And combined, they've all worked so hard. But having said that, we're still trying to figure out who these guys are. So, while it's nice to get on the call with you after two successes, unfortunately, there's still going to be some times where it doesn't work out. Yeah. I think the key is the deeper we go into the season, where I hate saying this because I might be building my own cross here, but we need to be held more accountable as the season goes on, because we should know more about the opponent and we should know more about our team. And again, that doesn't mean you have 100% success rate, but it does mean you're putting yourself in the best position possible.
So I asked you multiple times who the old guy is. I had heard from a birdie, my cousin. He said that guy's like some pitching savant, the old guy that's next to Vitello, and he's followed him at a variety of stops.
Frank Anderson.
Well, and what did you say, Risotto, about Frank Anderson?
I didn't know this until I saw his son there on opening day, but his son is former A's lefty Brett Anderson.
Wow.
Oh, isn't that interesting? Isn't that interesting?
And Frank was the head coach.
But they're college guys.
Oklahoma State head coach for like 10 years.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, Tony mentioned that I was on...
Did he follow him to Missouri?
No, I think Tennessee is the first time they worked to each other. That was the first time,
gotcha. Okay.
But yeah, no, he mentioned he coached against Frank Anderson in college. That was one of the plays where one of those moments where the throw down to first base line that hit the runner. He cited that he lost a game on that same play. That's why he got triggered there. But he's talking about building the bullpen here. And Shayna Rubin wrote a really good article for the San Francisco Chronicle yesterday, kind of detailing Vitello's use of the bullpen and how it's been a little bit unorthodox because they really have not been going with roles in this bullpen. It was described as fluid early on. And what I love is with these guys is they're these relievers, I feel like they're buying into the role-less bullpen for the moment. But she also writes about how like they're very much going day-to-day, matchup to matchup with these bullpen matchups here. And again, it's small sample size, but you're seeing success with it this week. And I love that it's being highlighted here now because it has been very unorthodox, I think, to a degree with the bullpen here early out the gate. But, you know, Shaska, I want to spend a couple minutes here about this bullpen. Like, right now, again, it's easy to feel good about it, but I am feeling more optimistic than most about this bullpen. There's, I think, a lot of consternation. This could be one of the worst bullpens in Giants history, and it's not a perfect bullpen. I don't think it's going to be a top 10, top 15 bullpen, but I don't think it's the disaster bullpen that I think a lot of people were anticipating coming into this season.
Why do you, expand on that? What do you mean?
Yeah, so, I kind of watching what we've seen so far from this team, there's two guys right off the rip that are really standing out to me. We saw them put in work on Wednesday. That's Matt Gage and Caleb Killian. And both of them have shown they can come in tight situations and work their way out of trouble here. And they've had clean innings so far since this season started. Now, that's going to last all year. Gage, I think he's really good with the fastball slider. Eventually, he's going to have to work this splitter into the repertoire here. He's trying to. It's not really working quite yet. It's hard to, I think, integrate a new pitch in the middle of the season. He was not able to quite do it in spring training because, you know, he was still fighting for a roster spot in spring training. So I'd like to see that splitter get worked in a little bit more. once he does, I think he'll become a much more dynamic pitcher, but he's good right now. Caleb Killian, he's got that knuckle curve, which he used to put away Schwarber. Like, that was a great put away pitch there. And those are the kind of moments, in that moment with that guy at the plate to be able to hold it together there, like his stock went up in my book on that one. And Caleb Killian's a guy who, him and Matt Gage, right now and going forward, I feel comfortable when they come in. Like, I'm not going to cite a metric or a stat with these guys. For these two, it's just a feel when it comes to it. Do you feel good when they walk into the from the bullpen to the mound? Right now, I feel very confident in those guys, and I want to see a lot more of them.
I like Killian a lot. I like Gage a lot. For me, it's about stacking weeks, right? And you're going to have a bad outing every now and then.
Absolutely. You're not going to be perfect all year long.
Yeah, but like it's about stacking them, and you're trying to stack as many weeks as you possibly can.
What I like about Gage is he's got power lefty vibes to him too.
Oh, I like that.
He can sling it. Same thing with Eric Miller. Like those lefties who can pound the zone with those 95 plus mile an hour fastballs. I am all in on that. Miller, we've seen him do it before. I mean, he was like a 170 ERA or something last year before the elbow issues popped up. Like the reason I believe in Eric Miller is simply put, I've seen it from him.
Yeah, but he just hasn't regained form like he had before the injury. I'm with you. Like I would like to see what he looks like since then.
He's got the back issue too, and I think that's something that he didn't really have a normal spring training. They kind of had to cram his ramp up in a little bit, and the back is something that is going to be around for, unfortunately, quite a while there. I like him as a setup guy. The closer situation is interesting because I think it's clearly not going to be, you're not getting save situations in just the ninth inning, as we established. You could find him in the sixth or seventh inning as well. But a guy who I kind of want to see in the ninth inning, maybe a little bit more, and I'm experimenting with this one here. I kind of want to see if Keaton Winn could be a closer. Because I think that when that splitter is on, Shasky, I think it's the best swing and miss pitch that the Giants bullpen has. Like, you look at the work they put in so far, Keaton Winn has by far the highest whiff rate on this team at 45%. Granted, sample size, is there. But, again, this thing with the splitter, you saw it when Kevin Gausman was here, too. When it's on, it's filthy. But there was that stretch in 21 where Gausman, the splitter wasn't splitting correctly. And I think that kind of I think, in my opinion, that's what gave the Giants pause on bringing him back. By the way, I read this thing. I think it was the Athletics Power Rankings. We got to start talking about Kevin Gausman being one of the best contracts of this decade. Cool. Thanks, guys. Thanks, Farhan. So I do my Tony Vitello throat clear there. But with Keaton Winn, when his splitter is on, good Lord, that thing is absolutely disgusting.
I like Keaton Winn.
Am I expected too much if I want to go to that experiment?
No, just the cough was just hilarious.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's okay. Tony did I like Keaton Winn. I just don't think they have a legitimate closer.
No, they don't. That's why
I think it's going to be a work in progress. And if you're asking me, like, right now, starter or closer, what would be more attainable before the deadline? I feel like closer, but who?
In terms of who you can acquire?
Yeah.
That's
who? I don't know.
No, there is
I don't have a name. I'm not pretending like I have a name.
No. There's no answer right now because we're 12 games into the season. Nothing's going to be popping up right now in terms of who's available. Right now, Shasky, I'm a firm believer, bullpen has to be developed from within.
Yes.
Again, and especially the closer. I call it the Armando Benitez rule. You do not go to free agency to get a closer because, in my belief, for the most part, good closers don't reach free agency.
Yes.
I know we saw Edwin Diaz this year, but like
Tanner Scott, has that really been like the boon that everyone thought it was going to be?
Well, I mean, it's the Dodgers. Everything just works out for them, unfortunately.
No, but he's been okay.
Yeah, but no, you have to develop it from the inside. That's why the Randy Rodriguez thing really sucked.
Yeah.
That's why the guy I have my eye on is Joel Peguero down in the minor leagues right now. He's a guy who can touch 100 like it's nothing. I think I mentioned this to you before. The only issue I have with Joel Peguero is he has to do this thing where he throws the ball in the strike zone and doesn't do that enough to my liking. So you gotta hone that in a little bit. And then just to wrap things up here, I really like Blade Tidwell. I want to see more of him.
Interesting.
I don't know where he slots in. They've been using him in the 8th and 9th inning for the most part is where he's gotten his most run in so far. But yeah, I want to see more of him. I don't know where he slots in yet, but I want to see more of him.
Yeah, he's very interesting. We do definitely need to see more of him. I like his delivery. He works with good pace. The issue that I have with him is he just hasn't fallen behind with too many batters early on this year.
He hasn't been tested enough to where he can get out of those tests.
Well, his command is just a little all over the place.
Yeah. Again, he is a young pitcher. There is some workshopping we got to do with him. That's why, that is the one knock I will give on this bullpen is there's experimental nature to it that you're going to have, things are going to go wrong in this trial and error process. And that's just the reality that I think Giants fans need to kind of accept here early on. No, it's not fun, but, Dems is the breaks. You know who's really fun? Nick Friedel. So let's talk to him on the other side. Talk about the Warriors. When's Kristaps Porzingis going to play? Oh, I love talking to Nick. Is what some people are going to say when we play is open. What's coming on the game is brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source. And all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
The biggest golf tournament of the year is here, and now you can trade the tournament on Kalshi. Rory is trading at 7% to win it all. That means a $100 trade pays out $1,341 if he wins it all. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house, and as the odds move, you can buy in and out of your position all tournament long. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code FAN to get $10 when you trade 10. KALSHI. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You need a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. Switch today. Get started with a great offer as low as $60 a month. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Offer ends 6/1/26. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet and security edge. 1-year agreement, eco-bill, and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
There's nothing better than having a space at home where you actually want to spend time. Mornings with coffee, evening with friends, weekends just chilling outside. That's exactly what you get with Trex decking from Ashby Lumber. Trex gives you the look of real wood, but without all the constant upkeep. No sanding, no staining, no stress. It's built to last, holds up through every season, and even stays cooler under the sun with their sun-comfortable technology. And the best part? You don't have to figure it out on your own. The team at Ashby Lumber will walk you through everything from design to materials so you can create an outdoor space that actually fits your life. So whether you're upgrading your backyard or starting from scratch, now's the time. Visit Ashby Lumber in Berkeley or Concord, check out the Trex display in person, and start planning your deck today. Ashby Lumber, helping you build something better right outside your door.
Let's talk about a big win on and off the field. This April, donate blood with Stanford Blood Center and you're automatically entered to win 2 luxury suite tickets for the Giants versus the Diamondbacks on May 25th at Oracle Park. We're talking suite level, great views, all the food and drinks included. Your one donation saves lives, and it puts you in the best seats in the house. Make the call to donate today. Visit StanfordBloodCenter.org for an appointment.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Wait, everything on this IHOP value menu is just $6?
I told you it was amazing. A huge plate of pancakes, bacon, and eggs is just $6.
Wow.
There's also French toast, a ham and cheese omelet, and they got a BLT and fries now.
Okay, we're coming here every day.
You don't have to tell me twice.
Feast for just $6 with the IHOP value menu. $7 in some locations, available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off. Every Warriors game throughout the season as we get ready for the action. Presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage. Brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that.
Are you an adult with uncontrolled moderate to severe Crohn's disease symptoms and still packing a backup bag of clothes? Just in case, Skyrizi Risankizumab Riza can help you take control of your Crohn's. Feel significant symptom relief, including less abdominal pain and fewer bowel movements at 4 weeks. Plus, Skyrizi is proven to help people achieve remission and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Individual results may vary. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's. Ready to take control of your Crohn's? Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's disease.
Control is everything to me.
Learn more at skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Listen to the story I'm about to tell.
What's up, roasters? It's Sam from Laughing Monk Brewing, and you're listening to the Morning Roast with my guys, Spadoni and Shasky. Shasky, stop picking the lobster out of the linguine.
Now you need something else to do.
What's up there, Sam?
I knew where to go. Introduce to the yay to the yo. Come on, man, it's a banger. You don't know this song, do you?
I don't. I'm gonna let you in a little secret here, Shasky, and you're gonna make me regret this secret at some point in the future, which is fine. But remember how we used to always play Pandora's Box with Bonte because he doesn't know what any song is ever?
Yeah.
I'm maybe like a rung or two up on music knowledge, but not all that much better than Bonte.
The guy featured on this song goes by Quincy. What's his name?
Quincy Jones? See?
You ever heard of Dre Dog?
No.
Are you serious?
I am. I told you this is you're learning something shocking about me, but yeah, I'm not.
Daiquiri Factory.
Your music knowledge is so
passion.
much more
Killer Whale
in depth than mine is. Like,
this is one of the great songs of all time in Bay Area history. This is Ayo for Yayo, Andre Nicotina featuring San Quentin. Ayo for Yayo.
I know some Nicotina.
Walk around with Yayo.
Used to always listen to Get Pumped in the football locker room in high school.
Pumped.
Yeah. I can't sing the whole song right now, but yeah. So whenever in high school,
likes Bon Jovi.
Yo, yeah, actually, a few years ago, Bon Jovi. It was the Not for Sale tour down at SAP Center.
Listen to?
I was really into classic rock as a kid. REM.
What do you mean by that?
I liked REM a lot growing up. I still like REM.
Is REM classic rock?
I think they're more alternative rock. Yeah. But no, I mean, I was really into Queen in middle school a lot too. I saw Queen and Paul Rodgers at SAP, and I was talking over that one at SAP Center. Was it 06? I want to say.
Okay.
Yeah, Queen and Paul Rodgers.
So you're a bicycle guy?
I want to ride my bicycle. Yeah, I want to ride my bike. Dude, the Fat Bottom Girls make the world go round. You know? I'm big thing in this the crazy little thing called love. All in on that. Like, yeah, I was in on Queen and stuff like that. But
this the
or is it just fantasy? You know, we're calling it a landslide. How are we doing on Nick Friedel
Sam
here?
Loveman's losing his religion. There's so many great lines coming in on YouTube.
Oh, really? That's wild. They actually have something useful here. If we can't get it to work on YouTube, let's just get Nick on the phone here, Risotto. We're doing two things at once here. I'm doing my producing.
So who's your favorite artist of all time?
My favorite. Again, I like REM is like my go-to band.
Really?
Yeah. If you want like a singular person, I mean, if my dad's listening, he's going to be pumping his fist in joy here. I like Bruce Springsteen a lot.
Okay.
Again, my dad is absolutely the reason why that is the case. He got me onto. We talked about this yesterday when my dad got Sirius XM radio. He got it part for Howard Stern, but Also, you want to listen to East Street Radio.
All right, so everyone's gonna, rip me because I don't have one. I have 5.
Oh yeah, I don't.
So I'll give you my 5.
I don't like when people say who's your favorite one. It's just like there's not just a singular favorite. There's lots of different favorites depending on the mood. And before you go, I also like Taylor Swift. I'm gonna throw that in there too.
That's okay.
Yeah,
I'm okay with that. So my mom was Motown. My dad was a Deadhead, and he loved rock. Mm-hmm. So these are my 5, and they've changed over the years.
I got 5 on it.
I would go Max Ray. He has supplanted Tupac, even though Tupac was there for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to go Michael Jackson. I know, don't judge me. I grew up on Mike.
Hey, he has
Mike is the man.
Great music, just, other things.
Paul Simon.
It's a good one.
I have grown to love Led Zeppelin.
Awesome.
Like my dad did back in the day. And my 5th one is ever alternating, but if I had to say it right now, I lean in the direction. Oh, God, I can't believe I'm going to admit this.
You can say it, dude. I literally just said I like Taylor Swift, which is, if you're a man, is apparently not allowed.
No, what are you talking about? It's allowed.
I know it is allowed, but
it was Green Day. It's been off Green Day.
That's fine.
No, I know, but
Green Day was a band that everyone wanted to pretend to hate. I like Green Day. I do want to get to Nick Friedel though, because I think he has songs that he likes as well.
I was going to say maybe Bob Marley, because I love Bob Marley. It makes me feel good. It legitimately
absolutely.
Makes me feel good.
Let's get together and feel all right.
Again, it's always switching.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Yeah. Well, what makes me feel all right? It is the one and only Nick Friedel, and he is going to be joining us on the River Islands guest line as Odyssey Sports NBA insider Nick Friedel. Insider calls are brought to you by Hyundai, the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. Nick, what is your favorite musical artist?
Keith Sweat, Twisted. There is nothing better.
You got me twisted. Oh, you got me twisted. I know.
I mean, yes, every time I go anywhere, I'm in a car, I'm doing karaoke. That is the go-to from now until the end of time.
I love that.
Oh, I want to do car karaoke with Nick Friedel someday.
Oh, that would be hilarious.
That would be, I don't know if I want to sing that. I just want to hear that sexy baritone voice of Nick singing out. Nick, I wanted to talk to you about last night's Warriors game, but then I watched the game, and I was like, I don't know about that. We saw LeBron last night. He looked in vintage form. We did not see Steph, and wild as it is, Steph and LeBron did not face each other in a game once this year. So my question to you, off the rip, is the next time that Steph and LeBron are on the court together, what jerseys do you think they're going to be wearing?
Just walk me right into the reunion, Sammy. Everybody will be on the same team now. It feels like LeBron will still find a way to stay with the Lakers, and if that doesn't happen, maybe Cleveland. I think all the Warriors talk is fun to discuss, but it would surprise me if it happened. But on a broader note, guys, it's why if you're a Warriors fan, especially going into next year, and you have the chance to watch Steph, you need to take it, because there just are not that many opportunities left, even if he plays a couple more years. And I take you back to that first press conference he had before he came back before the Rockets game. He was telling everybody in his own way, and he used the words, the new normal. And I think he realizes that this knee thing, while Rick Celebrini and the training staff and Drew Yoder, everybody can do everything they can to get him out there on the floor. They just don't know if he'll be able to go out there every single night. And certainly this year it was about half the games. So all of that is to say, every chance you see that Steph is playing going into next year, you need to get to Chase or wherever you are across the country, and you need to take advantage of it, because it's just not going to be the case. And it was a reminder last night that you just never know who's going to be out there.
Well, okay. So, here's what I don't understand. Last night was the final home game of the year, and my mom's friend is a season ticket holder, and she was like, I can't believe Curry's back and he's not in this game. She couldn't get over it. And here's my thing, why didn't he play? That's the first part. And the second part is so he didn't play last night, but maybe he plays tonight, but I'm to believe that he could play 2 times over 4 days in more high-intensity games and win and then get into a 7-game series where it would be every other day. Like, none of it really makes any sense. Like, I don't understand what's going on here. Like, there's the partnership aspect with the league and Amazon and us and everyone else. And then there's, like, the fan aspect. Then there's, like, the real legitimate injury aspect. Like, this is just a bizarre thing. I don't even know how to talk about it. I don't even know what to say, Nick. I'm kind of just exhausted.
we summed up the Warriors season in 20 seconds. Like, there's a lot going on. Maybe it's just better for it to all fade away next week and move on to next year. As far as the Steph stuff goes, because there were a lot of people that were frankly pissed off that in the final game at home, he had just come back, but he wasn't out there. Steve Kerr addressed that before the game. He said it was 100% a medical decision, that they didn't want him playing a back-to-back, certainly, but it sounds like what they wanted was, if you were choosing between A or B, they wanted to keep him on track to, okay, he plays tonight and plays his 25 minutes or so, then he plays Sunday, and maybe you get him up to 27, 28 minutes. So by the time he is, assuming that he's okay, ready to play Wednesday, I bet they're right around 30 minutes in that game that'll either be in Portland or L.A. Now, anybody who's listening to us in the Bay right now is saying, well, great, why couldn't he play last night? Just skip the Sacramento game. I think it was just to get those days in between. But this is why, and again, we're going on much broader notes here, but this is why the league is a perfect example of why the league should just take out back-to-backs, period. Because if there's not a back-to-back, then he plays. I think it was all about, all right, which one do you want to set him up for going into next week? And the choice was made that it was Friday in Sacramento. Okay, but you're upsetting a lot of people on the last home game of the night at Chase. And, I get it. When you take Steph out of that building and you put LeBron on the floor, there was still some juice in there last night, but everybody came to see Steph and LeBron. And as a public service announcement, and Joe, this goes back to all the different issues that we've been talking about all year, but I wouldn't buy tickets for an NBA game unless it were 10 minutes before that game and I was on my app outside in the parking lot or at a bar across the street from the arena, because you just never know who's actually going to be out there. And when the league has lost that kind of public trust, and we could talk all day about the tank and everything else, that's when you know that there are real problems that they need to face. And that's why I've been stressing all along. In the Bay, we're in the Steph bubble, so you don't worry about stuff like that. But you take Steph Curry off this team, yikes.
And so
because all the flaws are going to be apparent.
So now that brings me to Kristaps. Sam did a deep dive. He's missed like a third of the games with the Warriors just because of illness.
All right, beat me to my question.
All right, and that's not the question. The question isn't about Kristaps. Here's my question. I don't think the Warriors can afford to literally not bring him back. That's how bad they are. They're so bad, they can't lose the financial slot, nor can they lose him even if he only plays 25 games next year. I don't even think they can lose that. That's where we're at. I'm watching Malachi Leons and Bassey has to be on this team next year is the way I'm looking at it. That's how bad we are right now. So I get back to Kristaps and I'm like, I don't think they can afford to not have him on this team, even if I don't think he'll play 2/3 of the games.
And that is one of the most intriguing questions going into the summer. And I asked him a week ago, guys, I was like, hey, it feels like you fit here. Everybody seems to like you, and you've developed a really strong relationship with Rick Celebrini. So are you coming back, and is this going to be at the top of the list for you? And Kristaps was like, look, I had a really bad year. I want to see how this works out over the summer. But Joe, the question that I have, the question that the people covering the team have, the question that people around the league has, who would be bidding against the Warriors? Because that's what nobody seems to have an answer for. If you're Porzingis and you've had the up and down issues with your health and you've been on and off the floor and nobody's sure night to night if you're going to be out there, who's sitting there saying, all right, we'll give Porzingis $15-20 million a year? I mean, I don't see it, but the key always is it only takes one team. So the free agency specific to Kristaps Porzingis is going to be very interesting to see how that unfolds. But I'm with you as we sit here a couple days before the end of the regular season. I've always believed he will come back. I've always believed they'll find a way, especially with the cap ramifications. And at this point, guys, I know we're going to be sitting here in the summer, and there's going to be the chatter around Giannis again, and we've already hit on LeBron and Kawhi. I don't see like a major fix here. I see what we've seen right now, this team looking very similar to the team we're going to see at least to start next season. And I'd also add, in fairness to the Warriors, don't ever forget, Jimmy Butler's making $57 million next year. And we don't know exactly when Jimmy will return, but that is just massive. And Moses Moody, he's going to be out for potentially all of next year. So you're losing like $70+ million worth of cap numbers on two awful injuries for guys who have to recover. But when Jimmy went down, I mean, that really, it's going to hammer home even more whatever happens in the summer.
Yeah, I mean, that was ball game on the season. Nick, you kind of answered my question a little bit in terms of like the pushback I have is Shasky, because watching this game last night with Kristaps or not being on the floor, and I did the deep dive, and yeah, a third of the games he's been available, he's been out for illness, not just absence, just illness as being the reason. And last night kind of reminded me of like the concern I have with investing into the Kristaps experience next year. Like, what if they go into next year, they need him, but he's not available for whatever mysterious reason? And so then Shasky hits me with the what other options do you have? I don't really have an answer for that. I mean, the delusional person in me looks at what's going on with Kawhi Leonard and likes to think that that's an option. But if not Kristaps, I mean, is it just Kristaps is the only option, or is there any other option that you can kind of see that, you know, maybe the Warriors could kind of finagle something different over this summer and go in a different option that doesn't have Kristaps on this roster?
Sammy, I think Kristaps is coming back. Let's make that part clear.
Yeah.
To the point about a different option, there are always different options in the league, and I'd say that sometimes you don't see them right away. It takes a month or two, or free agency happens, or the draft happens, and you put some assets together, and then things become clear. But Porzingis, when he's out there, guys, and this touches on what you're asking, he fits them completely. He's a gigantic rim protector, and he can shoot the hell out of the ball from the outside. So when you have those two things, I understand where the Warriors are coming from. I mean, that's why, as far as the interest meter on the season goes, to me, tonight's game is one of the most fascinating ones we've seen in a long time, because you have at least the chance to have Steph, Porzingis, and Horford all on the floor together. That's the hope as we sit here Friday morning. Again, as the theme of our conversation is today, let's see what happens in like 10 hours. Let's see who's actually out there when the game starts. But I understand where the Warriors are coming from, because if you have healthy Porzingis and healthy Horford and healthy Steph, and then you add to that healthy Jimmy, healthy Moody, and Draymond has been the guy that you've leaned on at least to be out there every day most of the year, well, that's a damn good team. Is that a team that's winning a title? No, but that's a team that gives you a shot. But, Sam, this goes back to what you're saying. Like, all of those things are major, major variables. And I don't know what other option they have, at least going into next year. If you want Steph to still be happy and to have a chance to play in meaningful games, as he said several times, I'm not sure what else you do aside from you hope that somebody will land and you can make a deal maybe for a more veteran guy. But I'd also tell you, unless it's Giannis, I don't see them giving up, every pick and every younger asset to make something happen. So there are a lot of different questions there, and there's stuff that's got to get sorted out in the summer. But when you have Steph still playing at the level that he's at, you're bringing him back because of the business component, because of how beloved he is in the Bay. I just don't know, as we sit here right now, what other really good options there are aside from bringing back Porzingis and seeing what can happen from there.
So let's not get all doomy and gloomy. Let's a couple of silver linings. All right, and this might be a sad sentence. I don't know. But Pods has played really hard all year. You know, I know he's a lightning rod. People lose their minds. Young player. I've been very bullish on like, I do believe it's a skill to play in every single game. In this era, it absolutely is. And to be available and play with the energy and the heart that he has every night. Draymond, though he has not been as good as he was even just a couple of years ago, I give him a lot of respect, and I do think that he deserves a lot of respect for playing in 67 games thus far this year, given everything that's gone wrong. Has he been perfect? No, not even close. But, you know, while everyone's bashing him for all these different things, and I've had my own things, I know I'm not the biggest Dre fan the last couple of years, I will give him the utmost respect for how hard he has played and how often he has played this year. I do believe that has been a great silver lining. Nick, it's not even a question. I just think, given everything going around with this team, with this league, I give a lot of respect to a lot of these guys. Anthony Melton's another one. Played really hard all year. Like, now playing hard is a skill to me, and it needs to be applauded.
Joe, I agree with you in what you said about Pods, especially to be out there every night, like in a league that is consumed right now with tanking. And consumed, and has been for years, which is why they're in the problem that they're in with load management. To see anybody go out there night to night is impressive. I mean, injuries happen in the league and in pro sports. It's part of the deal when you take that path professionally. But to see somebody go out there every night absolutely should be applauded within the fan base. And there are nights you can tell Draymond would rather be in a lot of different places, but he has grinded his way through the season, and he is still well respected within that room, not only because he's out there all the time, but because he's been there for a lot of the younger guys at various points. So there's something to be said for that. The issue that the Warriors keep running into is, in a lot of ways, guys, they are a victim of their own success. When you've won at the level that they've won, people are going to roll their eyes and say, you want us to be excited because Pods is out there playing every night? This goes to the heart of what Steve Kerr was saying earlier in the year, and he got crushed for, but I got where he was coming from, which is you don't win the title every year. That's not the way this happens. You have to take your victories in a different way and appreciate different things. And, Joe, I think that goes to what you're saying. In a year that has been completely derailed by injuries, you have guys that have still gone out there and given you everything that you have. And I think what I'll remember about this year, this team, is that every time you watch them, with the rare exception where they just got absolutely blown out, these guys are playing hard. And first and foremost, that always goes to the players. When you have a culture that is that solid and players go out there no matter who it is and play hard, that goes to them. But it also goes to what Kerr and Steph and Draymond and Clay before he left built, because there is a standard within this team that frankly doesn't exist in a whole hell of a lot of teams all across the league now. And they want to go out every night and give whatever they have. And I think there is something to be said for how they have gone about this year, given all the circumstances and difficulties that they've faced.
That voice you're hearing is Nick Friedel. Insider calls are brought to you by Hyundai and the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. Learn how it makes every day epic at HyundaiUSA.com. Nick, thanks so much for joining us this morning, and hopefully next week we'll have some fun play-in action that we can talk about with you.
Let's hope so, because if not, when all the questions that we're talking about, Sammy, they're all coming right back to the forefront. And before I get out of here, shout out to my cousin Kira. She sits in her car every every week to listen to us.
Oh, I love that.
Well,
on the road.
Thank you, Kira.
Big time roaster
Nice.
from the beginning. So shout out to Kira out there.
She actually
somewhere
likes this show?
She loves this show.
Wow.
Oh, I love hearing that.
She was rolling with you and B and Kate back in the day.
Wow.
And
Throwback.
she's been there ever since.
Tell her thank you.
So,
Checks
there
in the
you
mail.
Awesome.
I'll talk to you guys next week.
Love you, pal.
Love you, bud. Thank you very much, Nick.
See ya.
That was Odyssey Sports NBA insider Nick Friedel. Insider calls are brought to you by Hyundai and the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. We don't have time for final thoughts, but we know we do have time for this 20 minutes conversation with Steiny and Guru. That's on the other side, brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Hello, San Francisco Bay Area. Bank of America, in partnership with Visa, invites you to a FIFA World Cup 26 watch party. Open an eligible Bank of America checking account in participating financial centers only for an opportunity to reserve 2 complimentary tickets while supplies last. Experience special musical guests, games, giveaways, food, and more, all at a legendary venue. Learn more at BofA.com/BofA Visa Watch Party. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 26. Bank of America N.A. member FDIC. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
What's up, cousin?
I want a new phone. Have you seen any good deals?
Everyone has free phones, but when I switched to T-Mobile, I got more value and so much more.
Like streaming included.
And travel benefits.
And the best part? The price of your talk, text, and data is guaranteed for 5 years. Get more benefits and more value. At T-Mobile, families save and get a 5-year price guarantee. Switch now at T-Mobile.com. Qualifying plan requires price guarantee on talk, text, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See T-Mobile.com.
Batteries Plus presents Power Ballads.
If you run a business in any industry, the last thing you need is some dead batteries. We got them in stock, and we're local too. We dream about batteries more than most people do. Batteries Plus, there's no problem too large. Batteries Plus, we're the experts in charge.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
I move mountains for a living. Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolades. Rolades' dual-active formula has calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. Yeah, you heard right. 2 actives for that powerful relief. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolade spells powerful relief. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Xfinity Tech Support, Matthew speaking.
Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote.
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep, the combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still, you're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026. Taxes, fees, extra.
Hi, this is Jill Schlesinger, CBS News business analyst, certified financial planner, and the host of the Jill on Money podcast. With the new year upon us, there's no better time to take control of your financial life. And the Jill on Money podcast is here to help. It's your questions that make it possible for me to provide unconventional and, I hope, entertaining insights on your money and, more importantly, on your life. Follow and listen to Jill on Money wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
This is Matt Steinmetz, and you're listening to The Morning Show with Spadoni and Shasky. This ought to be good.
Oh, you know it's going to be good because Matt Steinmetz is actually in studio.
It's called The Morning Roast.
Along with Daryl the Guru Johnson. Good morning, guys. How we doing today?
What's up, baby?
How we enjoy that Warriors game last night? I'm talking about the game itself, not the pre- or post-game shows.
You want to be honest? There was no game. What was that? No, seriously. If Steph doesn't play Steph, if you're listening, I love you, bud. I'm going to be there tonight. How do you not play the last?
So I'm glad I'm not the only one.
So it's not just me.
Guru. My mom's, one of her best friends, Connie.
What's your mom's name?
My mom's Noreen.
Oh, Noreen. Hey.
She's up at the cabin with the little guy. I flipped on the game, and we were watching, a couple minutes before the pregame's on.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden I go, wait a minute, how did gambling come on? It was like poker or something on the NBC channel. And I'm like, what the hell? Oh, the game must be on
Amazon. I forgot to check. I forgot to check my local listings.
So I go to flip the channel, and she's like, oh, Steph, LeBron. I go, yeah, but Steph's not playing. Mom goes, are you kidding me?
Dude,
and all of a sudden the text message comes in from her friend, and she's like, I cannot believe I just sat down in my seats and there's no Steph Curry tonight.
Oh, she was at the game.
She's a ticket holder.
Wow.
It was like fan appreciation night or whatever. She goes to all the games. She's a Valkyrie season ticket holder as well.
Wow.
And Connie's a huge fan, huge Warrior fan. She's taken my mom to so many games, and it's been great because my mom's, a widow, and it's nice for her to go out with her friends. And she's like, I can't believe he's going to go play in the Sacramento game because she's very tapped in, and he's not going to play in this game. She couldn't believe it.
What
this
do you guys make of that, Steiny? I couldn't stop thinking about it.
I felt bad for her.
Here's what I think. There had to be a reason. There had to be a reason why Steph Curry didn't play on Fan Appreciation Night, the first game of a back-to-back with a game on the road after. Okay, so there has to be a reason. All right, now the Warriors had to ask themselves, is this reason good enough to do this? And they must have decided yes.
Well, they're filing under health, so I understand.
So
his
if
knee
Rick
hurts.
Celebrini tells you that one extra day will make a 2% difference,
But
you give him an extra day.
But
But I don't get it.
But here's the thing I don't understand.
I appreciate
so you're
that.
telling me, because today's the 10th, in 5 days, they're going to have a play-in game.
Wednesday.
And then they're going to play another game a day and a half later. And then another game if they win that. So that'll be okay, but this won't.
There's higher stakes in those games.
Well,
like those games are more
that
important
part.
to play-in games. Like, how much does this game in the big picture? Like,
But I thought this was a ramp up.
Forget the fan aspect of it. Like, how much? There's the ramp
But
up.
I feel like
you
we can
also ramp
talk
up against the
ourselves
Kings.
to Steiny's point. We can talk ourselves into circles.
Right.
Like,
And Lubman, you're right. And Shasky, you're right. I guess because I am one, and it's hard out here for regular working Americans. I just thought that Fan Appreciation Day by the chef, you come out there for 3 minutes, run up and down, take yourself out. Like, I know I'm making more of it, and I'm kind of lightweight. I know you guys think I'm just talking because that's all I do. I kind of hope he doesn't play tonight, so then I can be like, okay, you're really taking a precaution. But to feel like they picked the sack road, what about Noreen and
let me ask you this one. Here's the thing. How many games have mattered for the 10-seed Warriors down the stretch?
Man.
Not the 5-seed Warriors.
You
not
guys
the
let me
2-seed
know,
Warriors.
man. It's been
How
a minute.
many games have mattered for the 10-seed Warriors?
Wow. Steiny, I don't have an answer.
No,
it's been a while.
This isn't the Warriors' fault. This is the NBA's fault. Steiny?
I'm just getting a list. I'm getting the list of teams up here, and I'll bet you can find a reason why each of them aren't playing hard. Right
that's exactly my point.
You know, the Warriors have been locked into 10 for 3 weeks.
Wow.
You know, I look at the Minnesota Timberwolves.
Yeah.
They're just stagnant right now.
Chilling.
Anthony Edwards isn't playing.
Yeah.
They're in 6. They're going to be in 6.
They're resting.
You know, they're going to get Denver or the Lakers, and they probably thought, well, you know, Denver or the Lakers.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, but we got to get there healthy. Like, you know, the Lakers are a little different because they've had guys hurt recently. But, you know, here's the other thing. Oh, tonight, big game. Clippers, Portland.
It is. It's the biggest.
The loser might have to,
I'm here to tell you it's not.
the loser has to play the Warriors in the 9-10 game. That's something that people are going to be thinking about.
Kawhi's going to want this one.
He wants to.
Ooh, this is a big one for Kawhi.
Well, I got to tell you this, Donnie.
Come on.
You're a little older than this.
7-8 game.
But if you really believe that, then you'll never find the nugget or euphoria that you're looking for watching a game, because I have tricked myself when Tuesday night when I found out this game was taking place in the meaning. Like, if I think like you, Steiny, and I'm not saying it's not valid, Butch, where's my fun watching if I think the guys don't play? And my real quick, my example is, what did you two make of Draymond sound about the play-in? He sounded like a gladiator he was ashamed that his team has to qualify for the playoffs. That's how I took it, via the play-in. But when they tip the ball on the play-in night, I know Dre's going to go ham.
I'm going to be real with you. The play-in served its purpose when they needed it, and now it doesn't have a purpose. Right?
Well, the Warriors are not a playoff team.
It never had a purpose. I know that's kind of where you're going,
wasn't
Steiny.
the theory was that by increasing the number of teams in the playoffs that there's more incentive to try and get into the playoffs and therefore not tank? Like, wasn't that the original?
So we thought.
Yes.
That was the intention, right? You know, best laid plans. But
the theory is that the Memphis Grizzlies should have been playing really hard
for a month
to challenge the Warriors for the right to play 2 road games to get their head bashed in by Oklahoma City. No thanks. I'll take the lottery.
Well, that's
what Memphis is doing. Who's the 11th seed in the East?
Right now, that
Bucks.
is,
Okay.
Giannis and the Bucks.
They haven't played it. They haven't
31
played
and 49.
Literally put shackles on their superstar.
Do you think it's a coincidence? I'll bet you. What are the games between the 10th and 11th? How far behind is
5, 6?
Exactly.
Yeah.
So right now,
it's 11 and a half.
The Miami Heat have a 10-game lead over the
Wow.
Bucks, and the Warriors have an 11-game lead over the Pelicans. And this has also been like
10 teams don't care.
Yeah, and the tanking this year I think has been a lot worse than it has been in past years, but it's still been bad in past years too. And I think it lays bare just the absurdity of having the play. And to your point, Steiny, like, why am I gonna bust my ass if I'm a team to get that 10 spot just for the right to get obliterated in the first round? I know the logic, if you get in, who knows, anything could happen. But there's also the realistic nature of just like, more than likely, the 1 seed's not losing to the 10 seed that snuck into the back door of the playoffs.
Lovin', how would you answer this? And I hear you.
Yeah.
Steph said, looked us in the eyes, he just wants a chance. Do you look at this plan, if they win and get to the playoffs against a team they won't be favored in, does that constitute what Steph said, I just want a chance.
I mean, a chance to what? To get a
shock the world and beat OKC and keep going.
Shock the world. Shock the world.
Yeah, no, I hear you.
You know what shocking the world and beat OKC is? Shock the world and beat OKC is you beat them in game 3 or 4 at home and you got a gentleman's sweep.
Wow.
Like that's the ceiling that you're looking at. Because let's be like, yes, we've all seen it happen before with the We Believe Warriors back in 2007. In theory, sure, it's possible something weird can happen. Like Chet Holmgren can get a stomach flu that keeps him out for the entire series, and that gives him a I'm
just asking.
When you're banking on miracles like that, no, you don't have a chance. So you really want to get in and play a meaningful bludgeoning against the Thunder?
What's the biggest upset? Just let me ask you guys this: if in your life, because I already can think of a couple in my head, biggest upsets ever in the first round.
I want to say Mavs. Denver Nuggets,
Seattle.
beat Seattle years ago. Mutombo and
that was a 5-game series.
Okay, gotcha.
Exactly.
Those
Warriors
are extinct.
Versus
Dallas,
the Mavericks. That's probably my go.
Yeah, that's what we believe.
There was also Allen Houston made a shot against Miami.
You're right.
The Knicks might have been an 8 seed.
But they should have. The strike shortened season.
Yeah.
That was the strike shortened season. They went to the finals.
Right. I think you're right. Yes.
I think that's I know exactly which one you're talking about.
Yeah, it bounced.
Yeah, and they were rivals.
Right. Yeah. And they hated each other.
Hated each other.
Yeah.
But keep going. I can't.
That's kind of my point.
I hear you.
And by the way, if you go back to that particular period in time, what were the Warriors and the Mavs? Was it 2-7?
No, 1-8.
1-8. But what people forget is the Warriors went 4-0 against the Mavericks.
No, it was the Mavericks that wanted the Warriors. That's what it was.
Yeah.
They had the opportunity to do something else, correct?
The Warriors had made their run.
Yes.
They finished the season 16-5, and the last week they'd overtaken the Clippers. The Clippers lost the game on a Sunday.
There we go.
The Mavericks, it was the last week of the season. The Mavericks were coming in. They'd won. They clinched everything under the sun, but everybody knew they had a little Warrior problem.
Yeah, they won the West by 6 games.
So it was about Avery Johnson. What's Avery Johnson going to do? Is he going to play them all? Is he not going to play them all? And he rested everybody, and the Warriors hammered him, which helped them maintain the 8th seed.
That's what it was. Okay, I knew there was something
of course, everybody looked back and said, well, see, they should have played their regular guys in the last game because
would have been stuck with the Clippers in the first round instead of getting the Warriors. So, that is a
so in the history of the NBA playoffs, we can only come up with...
this is the league where that ain't happening all day.
Well, didn't Jimmy Butler and the Heat, they knocked off the 1-seeded Celtics that one year after they came out of the play, and then they went in, and that's when they lost to the Nuggets. Yeah. Granted,
got to the finals.
Bearing the lead of the most important part there, it's the Jimmy Butler aspect. The Warriors, unfortunately, do not have that to rely on in this time.
Well, and they didn't come from 10. They were probably an 8 seed, I got to believe.
They were 8.
Because somebody said yesterday,
that's a good point.
Did the thing. A 10 seed has never won a playoff
Dibs gave us that
game.
Yep. Think about that.
A 10 seed has never won a playoff game.
Are we really shocked?
So Dibs did have a point.
Hey, and I would give you
Hasn't only one 10 seed actually gotten out of it?
Yeah, a 10 seed has made the playoffs.
Yeah,
then they got swept. The Heat.
But I think the Heat. I think they're the only 10 seed that actually win both those games and get in those. What I'm saying, as far as 10 seeds go.
Okay, you're probably
won
right.
A playoff game. That is a great.
So the rat on the table is the Warriors, technically brought to you by Echo Pest Control, are not a playoff team.
Yes, but they also have a 3% chance if they fall to the whatever. If they go to the 10 and they lose right away. A grand total of more than this, but you'd have a 3% chance, give or take, that you would be the 3 pick in the draft. So I'm giving them. If we're going numbers, I think they have a better chance at getting a top 3 lottery pick than winning even a game against OKC.
And Stein's going to get mad, but this is just me. I think the league is rigged. So I'm like, they know what's up. You don't know. How did Dallas get it? Okay. So if the Warriors did have, and I'm like, okay, who knows? I would love to see that. Yeah. And who would the Warriors send? I ask Donnie every day. He gives me no. Who would you want as the representative for the Warriors at the draft lottery?
Draymond Green.
No, Mr. Warrior, Bonte Hill.
How's his luck, though? Is his league about he got good? Yeah.
We're getting Trey Lance.
Yeah, Sid Steiny.
Oh, my goodness, Bonte. You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ F1 and HD1 San Francisco. In Odyssey Sports Station. Let me finish the legal. And the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
This is who I was saying. I'm being real. I would send Grandy and Evan together because I have not seen two young men age more in one season
That is how I
in
feel.
my life.
That's what I'm leading.
Evan still looks younger than me. What are we talking about?
I love you guys, and I've done some horrible post games in my day. Plenty of them. A's games with Townie when the team was
Townie.
just. Oh my God! I can only watch Chris Davis bat 247 so many times.
3 times.
And him go. I mean, these Warriors. They're pretty good. They're pretty good.
knows we did the pre and
Chow
post with him.
Steiny the Chow Mein.
Uncle Townie.
I swear to God, Grandy and Evan have aged 50 combined
But haven't
years
we all?
doing this year's post game?
Haven't
The
we
post
all?
game is
I
different.
No, I got you.
The post
I
game
got
is
you.
different.
No
How do you even do a post
I
game
hear
last
you.
night?
That's pressure.
Who did it? Was it Evan?
Yeah.
Evan?
No, I hear you.
You're doing the Lord's work. I mean this. I feel bad for you. Like, I really do.
That's 2 people now today, Evan and Vitello.
Why?
Oh, he was great. You guys did a good job.
You said you thought everything was unfair to Vitello.
He's getting crushed.
You're just saying.
Butch,
You're saying
I love you.
you have a lot of empathy today. That's
Sopranos
all
or
I'm saying.
Seinfeld? I was like,
Sonny.
They both have
trying to
great beards,
butter
too.
up the new manager a little here, all right? I want him to come back.
I love
I
how
actually have-
Shasky's like, I want to butter him up. I'm going to text him. I want to tell him about the time where I texted him about my
and he
cousin.
left me on
Like,
red,
I'm going to
Butch, I
butter him
love
up
you to
by
death.
making it about me. Like, that is the most Joe Shasky thing.
That
you
I
gotta
didn't
be
hear.
yourself, love
I
it.
didn't
Hey,
hear.
Coach, I want you to feel good, but how about me, you know?
Hey, Butch, he'll pull up to that practice. If
I
you
know
give
he will.
him,
He absolutely will.
He's that tight.
I love him.
If Chasky needed to ask a question about the ridiculous scrutiny, then he had to set up the fact that, do you acknowledge it's been ridiculous? You have to acknowledge it first.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, it absolutely has
that's
been
what you
ridiculous.
have to do.
Yeah.
And he did,
Yeah.
and then he started answering the question.
We got Osler coming in studio at 1 o'clock hour
No
because
way,
we
really?
both missed his retirement party.
That's awesome.
nice.
I got invited first, but
Whoa, time out. Time out. You got invited?
We did it. We did a show last week, and I got a text from Slusser and
He got a seat in
who
the
else,
VIP
Johnny?
box, right?
Slusser and who else was on there?
You seem to know what you're talking about.
Anyway, I got
So
the
how did you get
invite.
this
Started.
invite?
No, I guess not.
Oh, Butch, I
God,
forgot.
that hurts.
Why
next to
did you
him.
get an invite to what you got tomorrow? Tell us what you got tomorrow.
Well,
the
dude, I
golf
love
tournament.
you, but you're not going to golf up an hour away. You're not going to golf 5 minutes away, let alone an hour
this
away.
hurts.
What?
I can't.
There
I'm
are
in the
3
lab.
golf clubs here that you left that Zach brought you. You still haven't brought home.
Unbelievable.
Oh,
What?
Zach is my guy.
We've been putting them around the station ever since. I didn't realize those were your clubs. I thought there was just clubs were leaving just for fun.
Did you know that we're going to start calling him Daryl the Celtic Johnson because of all the Irish goodbyes
Just stop
and leaving
it, Butch, stop.
early? That we're like, come on, dude, I love you. We
the
got a
man,
big
the myth,
family
you
golf
know?
tournament.
I'm working to get invited to that because I love that you're putting that on, and you have been for you and your family.
It'll be good. It's supposed to be raining, which sucks.
Steiny's the only one from the station with the invite, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Because you know why?
No
Steiny is a
Spadoni?
man of good culture who would
Spadoni's a
appreciate a beautiful course like Northwood.
Look at
I
him.
played there before, and it's special.
It is
a
special.
special place.
It's
What
magical.
makes it special? Seriously.
It's
just
just-
the greens, just the view.
It's everything.
Wow.
It's tucked
the vibes,
It's in a
too.
great location.
Okay.
It's tucked away in like a beautiful forest.
Thank you.
There definitely there's some nostalgia to it for sure because it's
like a dive
It's
bar.
not fancy
No.
at all.
It's like a
you
dive
can golf
bar.
in jeans and
which are the best?
and a flannel shirt. But the course itself it's Alistair McKenzie,
Yes,
right?
yes.
Which is
Original greens
Yeah, which is
on
a really
7.
great golf designer.
I can't wait to
So
see
the
your
Masters,
videos. Okay.
the Masters,
Right.
Augusta, that guy who developed that course is the same guy who developed this course.
Oh,
for the
now that's
Bohemians.
pretty
cool.
Wow.
Yeah. So my little cousin who is
The wrestler.
I'm his uncle, but I'm also technically his cousin because he was so young when he was born. I was a full adult. So his uncle or his dad is my uncle. So they call me Uncle Joe,
Yeah,
but I'm also
I
his
get
cousin.
it.
It's a big Irish
If you're
family.
a cousin, I get it.
He's a triplet. So he's playing in it. He won the green jacket a few years ago. We give
Come
out a green
on.
jacket. Only family can win a green jacket.
Who
but-
wants a jacket so bad?
What?
No, I'm working on just my swing. But yeah, I would love. That's awesome.
You would want to have one of those
Yeah.
green jackets.
Last time
That's
you
a fair
picked up a
statement.
golf club.
Just a couple last week. I told you I was in the Union at the Sky West doing my little.
Sky West is closed.
Thank you.
I got.
This
you know
is
what
Sky West hasn't been open in 6
forever.
years.
Yeah.
I got my COVID shot at
You're
Sky
right.
West.
Yeah, that's where my brother used
Where
to
the
live. Right over
airplanes
there.
fall down.
Yeah,
Exactly.
exactly.
Sky West was a fun course. Very windy.
Yeah, dog track, but
Yeah, exactly.
Cheap.
I think I'm
so
going
where do you think you were that
I
day?
know where I was at, and we had some festivities and hors d'oeuvres after.
The Hayward 9?
Yeah, off the
Chaplin's.
Industrial.
Yeah.
Off Industrial, right
Yeah,
there.
yeah.
That's sad that I forget the name. But anyway.
Yeah. I think I'm going on 2 years now since I last picked up my clubs. That's how bad it's been for me. But I'm also not as serious a golfer as you guys.
So you don't keep them in the car, your clubs?
No, they're buried in my closet.
You don't have to be a serious golfer to be a golfer. There are levels to golfing.
Oh, no,
and
So we got the ACCO thing coming up in a few weeks.
27.
Boss man texts me, hey, are you a golfer? You want to play? I'm like, well, I'm not a golfer, but I'll certainly play in it just for fun. So
Scramble. It's like scrambles are fun.
Swing out of your shoes.
I'll go out and have fun with it. We'll goof around. I'll shank some into the bushes a few times. We'll have a good day about
But
it.
you were in that tournament last year, Atco.
Yeah.
You don't take it serious like
No, I
when
have a
you
lot of fun.
Okay.
Now the boss.
But are you trying to win it?
Scramble.
Exactly.
You
It's
know what a
not real
scramble
golf.
is?
It's not real golf.
I don't.
I don't.
So explain to me. I don't know either.
Okay, it's when
I'm not smart.
you play in foursomes, right?
Yes.
Okay.
You have your own foursome. You each take a shot.
Yes.
You each tee off.
Okay.
Yes. Then the best one.
Oh,
you
okay.
all,
All right, okay.
Then you all play for the best one.
I've heard
This ain't the
response-
Masters. It's an individual.
No.
Okay.
I've heard
That's why
response was,
Butch, I was like, did you win? Now I get it.
I've heard that called best ball, I guess.
Yeah, there's a
I never heard
different version.
Yeah.
Okay, I've never
Here's
heard
what
called
I'll say
scramble
to you.
before. I'm learning new things.
When like let's say if Steiny was excellent, he drove the ball 320 yards.
Yeah.
I don't. I'll be
You don't hit
thrilled
him
with a
deep?
240 drive, right?
Yeah.
So for example, a player like me, when I get into a scramble, everyone's got to hit the ball as far as they possibly can. You almost get out of your rhythm because you're trying to compete with whoever the longest hitter is in the group to try to have your drive be
You want
chosen.
your ball to be
and
the one,
I'm an
yeah.
iron player and I'm a putter and a chipper, and so my game is very predicated on the short game, and so I'm going to help contribute in that fashion. Like when you put on a real scramble, if you're trying to win one, you want to have a well-rounded group, correct, Steiny?
Yeah, ideally.
Yeah.
But it's the stakes are low.
And they're very low.
That sucks for whoever gets
You
me.
end up actually getting more frustrated because you're like, I'm better than this. Why am I not playing my normal game?
So that's why I don't have a normal game, so I don't need to really worry about that. Really quick, we got a couple minutes left here. We did have Tony Vitello on. You guys lock in, listen to that one? Did you like that one? We had him on?
I'm coming
You're
around.
coming around on him, yeah.
Yeah, this has nothing to do with what I think of him as a manager.
Right,
I have no idea as a manager, but I don't dislike him at all.
Yeah.
There are a lot of people in the industry that I think do just because of what he represents.
I just heard the way
People
he
are
talked
silly.
to these guys in the morning, and he
I
seems
like the
like
guy.
he is a nice, good guy.
Yeah. No, he was the same guy on the radio that I felt that he is when we're in these scrums with him before and after games. There's an authenticity to him that I really am starting to appreciate.
And he's learning that sometimes TMI might bite you in the tail.
Yeah.
And he's learning that.
Less is more.
No doubt, Butch.
That's one thing I'm kind of curious with Tony. It's I really, at the end of the year, I want to play his answers from the first week of the year and compare them to the last week of the year. And I'm very curious to see how different, longer, shorter they are at that point.
You guys are going to laugh. I heard him say something. I was like, Skip, it's not the locker room. It's the clubhouse.
Yeah, you know what's funny? I made a note of that. I think we're past all that now.
Yeah.
You think so?
Yes, I do. I was going to ask Evan about it.
Yeah.
So they're called coaches in college.
Yes.
The baseball, you still have a baseball coach. It's not a baseball manager.
It doesn't become
not
a-
mistaken.
Well, and Ron Washington was a manager and is now a
coach.
Well, he was a coach.
Right.
So, again, this goes back to Dave
We were calling
Fleming.
him coach when we had
the
him on.
literal police are everywhere.
Is that what he said?
Yes.
That is wow.
And I just think we just love to
Yeah.
We do.
parse every word.
Yeah.
I feel
Except
like-
Vrabel and Rossini. That's off limits.
I've never.
There's some parsing going on
put
there.
my
This is
hands like that,
incredible.
interlocked my hands with a woman that wasn't my wife or a girlfriend. That's all I'm gonna say.
Oh, that's
And
just,
I wasn't romantically.
that's the Sedona
That's all
special
I
right
want to
there.
hear, Butch. I appreciate that. I don't know. Hey, I'm
How
not
would you
judging.
describe that?
I said I would be handless. I would have no fingers and hands.
I've never seen anyone do this with someone.
Hands cut versus fingers lace. That's
Dude,
the
come on.
That's the middle school slang.
You need to do
Listen,
an hour a
Steiny,
week.
I don't want to
Diana
know.
Gusini.
I can't judge. I've never seen a double standard to where because they're in the business or she's in the business, everybody just retreats. And I got a friend, I won't even name him, in New York. And I said this morning that it really bothers me. She's a colleague of mine. I really can't speak on it. I just randomly text him to get his thoughts on. Wow, I guess if you know the right people, immunity is right at your disposal.
My uncle did a lot of gang task force unit stuff, and he would say that, like, you would get the truth and a lot of lying from the real criminals. And so you kind of got to get, like, the real criminals to get the real dirt. But then you also realize they tell a lot of tales. But there are some nuggets of truth. So to get down and dirty and get all the news-breaking stuff, I think you got to get down and dirty. Now, that seems a little slippery.
Yeah.
No Vaseline.
Yeah, you know what I want to get down and dirty with is whatever Steiny and Guru got coming up next here. Thanks for tuning in, everybody. Have a good weekend, Joe Shasky.
He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
You didn't have a career.
And together, they are Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
I didn't realize it was payday today.
You really didn't.
I didn't. And so that means, I think, more fun. More chaos.
Yeah, there you go.
Hey, you know what? You know how sometimes I worry about a show? What are we going to talk about?
Yeah, well, you do. That's who you are.
And, you know, I assume the worry of the whole show because you guys don't care. So
no, I tell you to be yourself. That's the show.
And so
be yourself.
I'm trying to do one now. And so, you know, today we got a lot of action. Let me get I usually don't have to get okay, here's what's going on. Marcy Weiser coming on at 10:30.
Yeah.
Hosted Live 105. Went to her first Warrior game. When was it? Tuesday. And also I told her to read up on Rossini and Vrabel.
Oh, did you?
11:15, Kenny Caraway. Don't forget the Warriors play Sacramento tonight at Sacramento. He's the co-host of D-Lo and KC Monday through Friday, 12 to 4. And then coming in at 1 o'clock, Scott Osler.
Come on now.
Recently retired SF columnist, 12-time California Sports Writer of the Year. He's coming in for an hour, and we're gonna pay some real attention to one of the greats in the business, Scotty.
No
Osler.
doubt. And who gets credit for that idea? You or Evan? Because I want to shout one of you. You know, well, I think you said, bring him in.
Yeah, I said, why don't we get him in for an hour?
I'll get you. Good job, baby. And I got to tell you, because I don't do this much, you are fly for the second day in a row with that Tulane.
Yeah.
Would you call it money green or collard green sweater with the Nike symbol above the T with the font? Steiny, you're clean right now, baby.
Go Green Wave. Well, and
you are clean.
Evan, do me a favor if you can.
I might be a little jealous.
And I gotta make sure I do this right. No, hold on.
You need me to send a gift basket to the guy?
No. Hold on, just 1 second.
And Evan, what was the boss saying while I was talking about Rossini? I saw you and him have a conversation. I didn't like it.
You don't want to know, Goo. I'll tell you during the break.
Wow.
All right, so
I'm going to throat punch Mahigian.
This is a gift from Jordan Guidry.
Okay.
Football play. I'll tell you what.
You really want to know what I said? You really want to know?
My spotty senses went off, and I said he's talking about me.
It was a 5,000% about you and nobody else.
And what was it?
What do you think it was?
I don't know what we're talking about. I really don't.
So that's why you sit out. When you don't know, it ain't about you. But I'm asking you.
I'm gonna send you the 20-minute clip of the crossover, and what you're gonna do is listen to it on the way home, and you're gonna tell me how many times you can hear. And it wasn't just you. It's the greatest segment on the station. But if you guys talk over each other the whole time,
and
you can't hear anything that's happening.
Matt, I've been trying to send that message for a couple years now.
Did you just say he just did?
Yeah, you just did.
Wow.
Like when he was in the middle of saying, sometimes people talk over you, you said, yeah, I do that. Yeah,
it's exciting.
Everybody thought it was almost like comedy. You were trying to do it on purpose, but you weren't. All right, Evan, I'm going to want you to cut this, please.
Yeah, we'll see.
So, thank you for the compliment on this Tulane
I'll take
shirt.
it back.
I want to thank Jordan Guidry, a football player at Tulane. He went to a Warrior Pelicans game and got tickets and ended up giving me the thank you gift. So,
that couldn't have been too hard.
Thanks to Jordan Guidry. And he's a good friend of my daughter's. Didn't raise your eyebrows. Oh, he's a good friend. What if my daughter has a boyfriend in college? He's a football player. Oh, boy.
Look at my
I don't think he's her boyfriend. I think they're just friends. But nevertheless,
Misread the calculation.
It sounds to me like he's a young man that I would like her to meet. And she has.
Right. I was about to say that.
All right. So, Jordan Guidry, thank you very much, buddy.
And you look fresh.
Yeah, this thing is pretty good.
So you're telling me the way you live your life and your finances, payday to me is like Christmas. And the day before payday is Christmas Eve. You came in here, got dressed, brushed your teeth, and you didn't know it was payday?
It's
you
not
got
that
a good life,
It's
man.
not that I didn't know it was payday. I remember we had that issue with the stuff, the money, and the
right.
stuff, the extracurriculars
Call
we
the boss
do.
in here now.
That wasn't in there, and we were like, what's going on? I just had forgotten I thought it was last week that happened, but it was 2 weeks ago.
Right.
So that's all that.
They're saying green wave and goo wave. Yeah, I like it. Go green wave.
That's not bad. That's not bad. Anyway, hey, let me ask you this. Would you ever jump out of an airplane, skydive? Would you ever do that?
I'm waiting till you're finished. I've incorporated 3 seconds, and then I go, never. That is one is dumb. I can find excitement somewhere else. It's dangerous. No. Who would do that? You wouldn't.
I would never do it.
Okay.
However, we went around the office, and I don't think people were lying. It was about 50-50.
Who said yes?
Evan and Risotto said they would try it, and I don't not believe them. I just would not do it. There's just no way.
Evan, why?
No, it sounds exhilarating, but I'll take it a step further. So I take it, because someone actually asked me this yesterday, if I could, would I go to space? Would you guys not go to space?
Never. Well, hell no.
Well, you're not being sent up there in a suit. You're in a
I told you I want to live somewhere else. I'm tired of y'all. I would take that trip, and let's put it right on the table.
No chance.
Brought to you by Echo Pest Control. Some people saying we've never been. I'll leave that there. I didn't say it. Don't kill the messenger. Okay. But I'm just, Evan, I would want to, yeah.
I wouldn't. The idea of falling out of the spaceship and just.
Well, how would you fall out?
If the door opened.
Son, you get on a plane 7 times a year. It's the same thing.
Yeah, but this is out of our universe.
Well, it's out of your capacity to understand. But there's a lot of smart people that are going to put you in a safe place.
You and Risotto
I'm
would
claustrophobic. How's that?
Oh, hell yeah, jump out of a plane.
And then what if you jump out the plane and then your thing gets stuck so your parachute don't go,
Well, my understanding is there'll be a guy on your back.
Oh.
So when you jump out, somebody's...
Yeah, I got you.
Like if you go skydiving, you have a partner, essentially,
right. Well,
a co-pilot.
We're older than you, Evan, and I've learned this going on our roof at home just the other day. Steiny, I'm afraid of heights. I used to jump off come on now. As you get older, the claustrophobia, I almost needed help getting down from the roof, so I'll leave you there. I ain't into all that, going to Great America and they got the drop, those rides. I'm done. Yeah,
I don't have a fear of heights, like in a tall building.
But if you went up and looked over yonder, would you be like, oh, whoa, I get that stuff now.
You guys don't like facing your fears?
That's too much. Facing your fears. No, jumping out of airplanes is just too much for me. That's all.
Wow, facing your fears.
Yeah.
What's the fear you have, Evan? What's the fear of yours?
Well, I used to be afraid of heights. I really didn't like heights. But then I did a couple of, not like a skydiving thing, but I would be open to it because I know that I am fearful of it, and I feel like I want to conquer it.
Okay, so I would love to conquer my fear of rats and mice.
See,
so what? I got to go in a room with 14 of them?
You could bathe in a tub with rats.
No, no.
That's just
okay, how How would you get over it? Guru has the same fear.
No, it's rat phobia.
We hate rats. Like,
we'll
seriously.
never get over it because we can't be around them, Evan. So there's like male baldness for me is my fear, but until it falls out, I can't do it. You know what I mean?
Well, I think you're going to be okay, Goo. But okay, for example, I have like when I was a kid, not arachnophobia, but I was afraid of spiders. So at a summer camp thing, someone placed a spider in my hand, and I was freaked the F out. But after not throwing the spider when it started to crawl, I felt a lot better about spiders.
But I think you still got that phobia. Like, you didn't. If you did that every day, then you would have problems.
I do, but it's not like if I see one on the wall, I'm going to run out of the room now.
Right.
Yeah, well, I'm going to run out of the room if I see a rat.
Dude, you and me, man.
What about raccoons?
Well, they're dangerous. Like, I wouldn't mess with a raccoon. You don't want to back
them up in a corner.
Exactly. Yeah. But, I would try hypnotism to get rid of my fear of rats, if that might work. I would try something.
How do you get that certificate?
I don't know.
Like, how long is that course? All right, you can lay down,
like
sir.
Snakes would freak me out.
Ooh.
Snakes are...
I don't like snakes, but rats are the worst.
Man.
That's the worst. So, I just wonder... I don't know if anybody's out there could, like, how do you get over a fear like that?
No.
Or do you just never?
We'll ask Marcy. She's joining us at 10:30. Wonder if she has any fears.
I don't know, but I'm sure you'll ask her. You'll pry.
What's that mean? Like,
pry?
What are you insinuating?
You'll dig. You'll pressure.
No, I like to have fun.
Well, let's make sure she's having fun today.
Well.
And we'll make sure that D-Lo has fun at 11:15.
Ask him about his hoop career, because I told you he said he's top 5 in scoring at Cal State.
We did that last time he was on.
But we don't remember what he said.
I think he got bumped down because they've had some players recently.
Well, now, I'm sorry. Sounds jealous of somebody that had a more accomplished college hoop career than
if we're talking Division 2 or 3 basketball, we're only going to talk about me. That's all.
Oh, at least you're telling the truth.
Tony Vitello will play some of that on the other side. He was on with a morning roast. Doesn't want to be Bill Belichick. And, of course, everyone's like, well, why not? He's won 7 titles. What are you doing?
I just have to give a medal to Uncle Looney. I'm interrupting.
Really?
Guru's afraid of Thursdays. I'll give you a 9, Uncle Looney.
That's pretty good.
Damn. Anyway.
He said, I'm the type of person to throw someone in the middle of the ocean to teach them how to swim.
Yeah, that ain't cool. Yeah. And there are parents out there like that.
My grandpa was one of them. That's the way my mom learned how to drive. Put her on the freeway and said, take the wheel.
Jeez.
They got phone numbers for that nowadays. That's type of schooling.
Different time.
Yep.
All right. I guess we could break a little early, right?
Are you really going to Shasky's tournament?
I'm going to
try. Go up there, man.
Listen, I'm going to try, but look, you see the forecast? It's supposed to rain all weekend, and that's the North Bay.
Are they still going to show up?
Oh,
yes.
They will. They're all up there, though.
And there's a jacket on you that you put on yourself. Your try now is most likely means you're not going. And the fiasco with Osler, people want to know. There's like Rossini and Vrabel. Are there pictures of you at the Perry's at the spot? I'm just having some fun, but yeah, just say you're not going.
Well, if it's pouring rain at 5:30 when I wake up tomorrow, it's going to be a tough rise, no doubt about it. But the course is nice, and it's pretty cool up there. But it's going to be a tough one. It's going to be a tough one. Let's see what we got here today. 11, 12, 10:42, 1, 10:25. Marcy Weiser, Kenny Carraway, Scotty Osler. All coming up. And Osler's going to be in studio. He's done it all. Covered the Showtime Lakers. Covered the Giants dynasty, Warriors dynasty. He's done it all. Looking forward to talking to Scott on 95.7 The Game.
I need a little ranch, step to the ranch.
There's a new flavor in town, the Jalapeno Ranch Club at Chick-fil-A. With that juicy Chick-fil-A original spicy or grilled chicken, a buttermilk ranch bun, candied bacon, pepper jack cheese, and jalapeno ranch sauce. It's got big ranch vibes with a little heat. Chick-fil-A's new Jalapeno Ranch Club. Available for a limited time only. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You need a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. Switch today. Get started with a great offer as low as $60 a month. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Offer ends 6/1/26. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet and security edge. 1-year agreement, eco-bill, and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Administrator Dan Daly at Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center would like to thank his staff, residents, and family members for helping us become both Newsweek magazine and U.S. News and World Report's top-ranked California nursing facility. Lawton continues to be a 5-star facility conveniently located in San Francisco's Sunset District. Please don't hesitate to contact our admissions team of Dab Sterling or Christopher Lord at 415-566-1200. That's 415-566-1200.
A lot of Bay Area banking customers are faced with a choice. Which financial institution best fits what they're looking for? It might make sense to consider a bank's history. Take Fremont Bank. For 60 years, we've provided stability and consistency with an emphasis on relationships. We've grown one customer at a time, not through mergers or acquisitions, because that's how you can do business when you're independently owned and community focused. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Hey, Bay Area sports fans, get ready for game day with Laughing Monk Brewing. Whether you're watching with friends or heading out after the final whistle, Laughing Monk has the perfect beer for the moment. With locations in Sunnyvale, Scotts Valley, and Bayview in San Francisco, there's always a Monk nearby. And now, check out their newest San Francisco location in Nopa. From crisp lagers to bold IPAs, every beer is righteously brewed in San Francisco. Grab a pint, grab your crew, and make game day better at Laughing Monk Brewing. Righteously brewed in San Francisco.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Granger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Granger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Get ready for Jim Gaffigan and his Everything is Wonderful tour on June 13th and 14th at the Masonic. A fourth show was just added. Buy your tickets at LiveNation.com. And for a chance to win tickets to the 4 p.m. show courtesy of Live Nation, visit 957thegame.com.
And the Warriors' turnovers kind of set the stage in the third. Nate Williams banks in a three on the left wing.
There's no way he tried to bank that from that angle. Not a chance.
Bank of Rochester is open late.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
You know, one thing, Goo, I don't know if you know this about me or not. I think punctuality is important.
Oh, that I do know about you,
what
sir.
time is it?
It is 10:31.
Yeah.
On a payday Friday.
Yeah.
Yeah, wow.
It's 10:30.
We need to get a jar. Yeah.
Anyway,
what do you want to charge her?
We'll wait on pins and needles for Marcy Weiser.
Wow, Marcy. Now, did you tell her 10:30 or Evan told her? Like, how was it conveyed?
I didn't tell her anything. It's 10:30 on a Friday. Like,
yeah.
I mean,
she's never stood us up.
That's fine. We can hold it down. No doubt about it.
Did you remind her this morning?
Why should I have to remind her every Friday? It's 10:30.
She forgot
She's
it was
a grown
Friday.
up.
Hey, Evan, can you hit the button? Are you raising your voice? I'm going to let Marcy know you're hot. Hey, I did something I'm proud of yesterday. I posted that picture on Facebook and Instagram.
Which one?
Saying I got good news.
Okay.
98% wanted to know what the good news was.
All right.
I went back and responded to each one, letting them know it wasn't anything major.
Okay, that's good.
I feel better about it.
All right, so you didn't need the prayers.
Right, because I'm a guy that said, don't tell me to pray if you don't tell me what it's for, so I understood. So I went back and fixed that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's good. That's good. There had to be a reason Steph Curry didn't play last night.
I'm with you. What happened?
I'm just...
you better not be Bill Cowher.
Here we go.
I can't believe
She's
it.
here. I can't believe you doubted Marcy.
Well, she's late.
Well, technically...
Well, nobody can hear you.
Yeah,
now.
there we go.
All right, let's introduce... she comes in every Friday at whenever she damn well pleases.
We're the big three now. Marcy
Weiser, morning host at Live 105, 6 to 10 a.m. every morning. Did you forget?
Guys. Hey.
No, I lost track of time.
All right.
And maybe the day.
He was running hot. I had your back. Yeah.
I had fun the other night, you guys.
Telling people where you were at in your
Warriors game. It was very cool. Seeing Steph back out there.
Wow.
2 4-point plays.
Yeah.
So that was your first Warrior game.
Yeah.
When's the last NBA game you went to? Because you've been in a few markets.
Lakers.
Wow.
Yeah.
So Shaq and Kobe?
Yeah, no.
Okay.
Kobe.
So with the game, do you remember if the games were at the Forum or at Staples? Did Kobe ever play at Staples? He must have.
Yeah.
The Forum is, what's the name for the Forum now?
They call it the Fabulous Forum, but it does have a new name. You were probably at Staples.
Yeah, I was at Staples.
Okay.
But it's Microsoft, isn't it? I think something like that.
Yeah, those are.
And Marcy also used to be a big. She worked in Salt Lake City, so she watched a lot of Stockton and Malone.
Oh man, Jerry
I was
Sloan.
a huge jazz fan. Yeah.
Have you ever met Carl or John?
I interviewed Carl.
That is awesome.
Yeah, that was
nice
so
dude.
long ago. Yeah, very nice guy. Yeah.
Well, he's got a big skeleton in his closet. We don't have to get into it.
Wow, I'm disappointed.
What's the skeleton?
He's got a huge skeleton in his closet.
Go ahead and tell her now. You got to deliver.
She's got the Google. She can figure it out.
Guru, do you want to fill me in?
I do, but then now I don't feel good.
You do know
it.
what I...
Yeah.
Don't talk about that.
Oh, there you go, Evan. This is positive. That's my salad.
Is it your salad?
Yeah.
Looks good.
I looked at our pictures the other night. Face getting a little big, so I'm working on myself.
Oh, you look great.
I put a picture of myself on Instagram and Facebook yesterday saying I got good news,
Yeah.
And then a lot of people thought it was career type stuff, looking out for me. So I went back because it was minor good news. Yeah. But I got this. I wanted to run it by you on that. Some young lady I went to school with accused me of having Botox.
Well,
and I think that
really?
is a compliment.
That is.
I said, that means you think, am I right to think that is a compliment?
I mean,
yeah.
I'm not seeing a wrinkle on your forehead anywhere.
I got him in some grays, but yeah.
Yeah,
my girl.
She might have meant like you look a little synthetic or plasticky.
Maybe that was.
You might want to figure that one out.
All right. I felt good, Marcy. How about that?
You look great.
Yeah,
Marcy, would you ever jump out of an airplane, skydive?
I've wanted to do that. Yeah, the older I get, the less I want
really?
to. Yeah.
Guru and I would never do it, and Evan and Lubman both want to do it.
They're like they would,
and I don't think I could do it. I really don't. That's just too.
You'd have to have the instructor push you, right?
But I guess they're on your back. You jump out,
Yeah.
But there's some places around here if you want to do it.
Maybe.
I think like down near Monterey.
No way.
Maybe.
You know what you should do? Seriously, you should do it with your daughters. If they were into it, like maybe when they get 14, you probably have to be 16, but you should.
It was on my bucket list, but the older I get, the less I want to do it.
All right.
Well, good luck with that. We were talking about fears we have. We have both fear of rats. We don't like rats. Does Marcy Weiser what?
Spiders.
Oh, you're like Evan.
Gosh, I hate spiders.
You and Evan.
There was a huntsman spider in my house. Have you seen the huntsman spider?
No, I have not.
Evan.
Like tarantula-like?
It looks fake.
Big as a rat.
Huge. And they will chase you.
Okay, now I'm getting a little scared.
Yeah,
Evan, I might have some spider.
What's it called?
The huntsman spider. They're just, it was in my house.
How'd you get it out?
My daughter raided it.
Ooh, man. It's that big.
It's big. Yeah.
You keep up with current events. Are you aware of the Mike Vrabel, Diana Rossini situation?
I just saw that.
Okay, so Mike Vrabel's a head coach in the NFL. Diana Rossini is a reporter for one of those stations. The Athletic? The Athletic.
The Athletic.
And they were kind of filmed together or take pictures near the pool, lounging. Figures interlocking in one, and she's a reporter.
And they're both married.
Correct.
To other people.
Oh, so you've already made the assumption that there's something going on.
Of course.
That is what I want to
They're
hear,
hugging.
Marcy.
He's got his arms around her. They're on the private rooftop.
Ooh, it's just... maybe I missed those pictures. I saw the interlocking fingers, okay. But then I just also saw a hug.
And isn't it a hotel?
Yes.
Yeah, but...
Come on.
Like, I love this, Marcy. I love this honesty.
There was an event there with other people and stuff. And she went hiking with her friends, supposedly.
Well, she wasn't hiking then.
She's right.
Well, it was night.
And I'm not judging her. I like her. I like Mike. I've been around a few blocks, and I love from a woman's perspective how if that was your man, Mike, you would be on the phone like,
oh, yeah.
What is going on?
Oh, for sure.
And why are you two down here and the only one fit to pull? Hey!
But I also want to know who is sitting around with a camera just looking for this stuff.
Here we go. Some say a PI was hired for a reason.
Interesting.
Something like that, yeah. Could you imagine? I mean, do we know maybe it was Rossini's husband?
Well, about that, and you guys tell me if this is fair. This is just the Goo report in the news. Now they're going back to 2021. Every interview she's done, she's always making light of her husband and how he's not a, famous guy and she don't want to talk about him. And that's the part of this. I'm like, well, not that he doesn't satisfy her or she didn't get, a guy in the limelight, but I'm like, now we're reaching a little bit, but it is kind of curious. But what's, confounding to me is she's got friends in the industry.
Yeah.
And they're all not talking about it. And that, I don't know why that's rubbing me the wrong way,
Yeah, you want her to be a little more open about it.
And then you could say, Marcy, Goo is not your business, but it is. If this were Tony Vitello or Pods,
I don't know.
Oh, my God, we would be talking about it all day.
When you're in the public eye, right, you want to know more. Is that what it is?
Yeah, I love you saying if that was your hubby, you would have to have a conversation.
Yeah.
We don't know what's going on.
I'm not saying they didn't need a conversation.
Okay.
Unless you're like Nikki Glazer. Did you hear what she was saying?
I like Nikki Glazer.
Yeah, she's like, hey, if my boyfriend, if he wants to go have sex with a woman, cool.
So
now if he's sending her memes, that's not okay.
Right.
But if he wants to hook up, then that's totally cool.
Wow.
No emotional
So he
cheating.
gets a pass. Yeah.
He gets a pass.
What's emotional cheating?
When you don't know.
When you're throwing feelings out.
Yeah.
Oh.
Marcy went there. Wow.
Okay.
Like, no,
All
I'm
right.
with you. Hey, can I ask you two before you guys go? Some financial advice. I'm being real.
Yeah.
How many credit cards are too many? What would you? Is it on an individual basis?
I think.
Like I'm an idiot. I'm just like send it to me.
4's too many. 3, I can
that's
understand.
where I'm at. I just got my 4th, Marcy.
You just got your 4th?
Yes, that's you idiot.
Yeah, you gotta cap it.
4 is too. You're right.
Well, I mean, it's
I'm a
one or two.
And then they're all going to be at the limit. Then you're like, come on.
Well, one of them's got to be an American Express, so that you don't.
Yeah.
If you need to rack up a $5,000, you can.
Right.
But you just got to pay it back that month.
No black cards.
The smartest thing I ever did was get an American Express card right after college.
But those you got to pay right back whatever.
That's
ain't
right.
no minimum. Right?
No, that's right.
If 8,000, you got to pay.
Hey, I spent $117 in May. You got to pay it.
Gotta pay it.
So.
Oh boy!
All right, what do you got this weekend?
Just hang. It's gonna be a wet one.
I know.
It's gonna be rainy all weekend long. So you're probably not golfing.
We'll see. I don't know.
I just want to tell you this. Golfers golf in the rain. Why wouldn't he golf? It's a little rain. Live your life.
Because it's an hour and a half drive up there. That's why.
You could do some stuff out there when you're up there after the tournament or golfing. You ever think about that? Go eat.
Little sprinkle, but if it's pouring, do you still golf?
Hey, Marcy.
It depends. If it's like a guy's golf trip, absolutely. Golfing anything.
What's your co-worker's tournament? Like I'm trying to get him out the house.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you so much as always for joining us.
There's always Friedman's. You can go walk around Friedman's
That is true.
on a rainy day.
That is true.
That's good.
And you got to get there, too. You've gone to your first Warrior game. Now you got to get
There
to
you
Friedman's
go.
for the first time, Marcy. Thank you so much. That's Marcy Weiser, Live
Have a good
105.
weekend.
What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Don't forget, Kenny Caraway coming up at 11:15. We'll talk a little Doug Christie and what happened the other night. And then Scott Osler, Hall of Famer. That's simple. He's joining us at 1 o'clock in studio. One of the greatest writers of all time in the sports writing business, and I don't say that lightly. That segment was brought to you by Caltrans Stormwater System.
Welcome to Trash Talk. Our guest, Chip Bag. What's up, Chip? Been on the road a lot. That's not where you belong.
Right, because then litter gets in our waterways.
Let's change this.
Put me in the bin. That is where I belong. Visit cleanwaterca.com.
From the Caltrans Stormwater Program.
As Pittsburgh prepares for the unofficial beginning of football season, the city's kickoff celebration will begin with an unforgettable invite-only night of music. The night before takes place Wednesday, April 22nd at Rivers Casino Event Center, featuring Jason Aldean, John Morgan, and Shane Prophet. Visit Odyssey.com/the night before to enter now for your chance to win this national contest. Price includes round-trip airfare, a 2-night hotel stay, and 2 tickets to the show.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I am grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
What's your financial future look like? At Pettinelli Financial Partners, we help you shape it. Whether you're planning for retirement, buying a home, or saving for something special, our professionals are here to provide clear guidance and smart strategies. Visit PettinelliFP.com today and take the first step toward a more secure financial future. The financial consultants at Pettinelli Financial Partners are registered representatives with and securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC. Investment advice offered through Stratos Wealth Partners, a registered investment advisor. Stratos and Pettinelli are separate entities from LPL Financial.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying two phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every day you delay can mean lost wages, delayed medical care, and more stress for your family. At Boxer & Gerson, we fight for people just like you. Construction workers, delivery drivers, factory workers, restaurant staff, hardworking folks who get hurt just trying to earn a living. We won't back down. We get results. You work hard, you deserve real help. Call Boxer & Gerson now at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com. The consultation is free, but waiting could cost you. Boxer & Gerson, justice for workers.
Are you interested in being an install or service technician? Good news! R&S Doors and Gates is hiring. If you have good mechanical skills and a knowledge of power tools, welding, and motor controls, you should apply today. R&S Doors has openings to repair and install commercial overhead doors, entry doors, and loading dock equipment. You must be able to work in a professional, fast-paced environment. Call 800-FIX-A-DOOR and apply today. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity, of course, and it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that need it the most, prioritizing your most important connections, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. And it would let you stream 4. That's right, 4 games on one screen. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. It would be proactive and fix problems before you knew you had them. Impressive, right? And it would have security features that protect you from threats at home and online. Kind of like a force field for your life. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, well, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected, no matter what. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
Welcome to Radio Rental. The scariest stories you've ever heard in your life. All told by real people. And off we go.
This wasn't a human being that I saw. There's something here in this house. Something not of this world.
There was a woman moving through the hall. I stepped back and I was completely alone.
Radio Rental is available now. Listen for free on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Do you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes? Penalties and interest are piling up every single day. Wage garnishments and bank levies could hit any moment. If you've been avoiding it out of fear, you're not alone. But waiting only shrinks your options and ramps up the stress. The truth is, the IRS settles with taxpayers every day through legitimate programs, and many qualify to reduce what they owe, in some cases by up to 99%. That's why thousands turn to helpwithirsdebt.com. They've guided over 120,000 Americans, resolved more than $2.3 billion in tax debt, and back every case with their ironclad resolution guarantee. If there's no real path forward, you get a full refund, no fine print. They even randomly select one qualifying client each year and pay off their entire IRS balance. Terms apply. Don't let another day pass. Go to helpwithirsdebt.com right now. It's fast, easy, and confidential. Find out what's possible today. Helpwithirsdebt.com. Once again, that's helpwithirsdebt.com.
The 2026 Mountain Winery concert season is here, with performances by Dana Carvey and David Spade in June, Trevor Noah in July, and many more. To see the 2026 schedule and a chance to win tickets to one of the shows, courtesy of Mountain Winery, visit 957thegame.com.
I have a new favorite Giant, and I'm not ashamed to say it. His name is Rafael Devers.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I got a new favorite Giant. It's the manager. That was a great interview, man. Tony V, I'm rooting for him. How about that?
I'll be plotting my revenge.
And he's learning, Steiny, TMI. But I didn't know they called him or referred to him as coaches in the college ranks. That's why he kept saying that.
Yeah, I had that written down.
Yeah.
Does it matter if you say, does it matter if you say, who's the last manager? Bob Melvin was the coach of the Giants?
That would be
that
an
feels
error to
weird.
Me. Yeah, that's a foul.
Yeah, that would be wrong.
Right.
But if you...
some real baseball people like you.
Like, I understand Tony Vitello, but if you call him coach, if you call Tony Vitello coach, I think he... Like, that's what they called him in college, right?
Well, he probably doesn't notice the difference, but like, for example, there's Buck Showalter was on yesterday.
Okay.
He was a manager for 30 years.
Okay.
He's not a coach.
Gotcha.
He's a manager.
You know what I'm... And it's not a locker room.
He's kind of missing my point a little bit.
Nah, I think he gave you the info for me.
Okay,
like if Tony doesn't react to it, that's one thing because that's his prerogative, but you should try to
that's exactly
differentiate.
Okay, but you're not going to say to Buck Showalter, manager, how are you doing today?
Hey, Skip.
Okay, Skip. That's not manager.
Yes, it is.
See, I think
it's not coach of the year. It's manager of the year.
You ready? Skip is too informal.
Skipper.
No.
But you can't make the rules. That's the rules in the baseball.
I'm not saying coach is okay. I'm not saying that.
Skipper is all day.
Skipper's a little dainty, isn't it?
Well, you don't introduce them as that, but I would, you should call him by what he is.
Yeah. Big road trip for him.
No, it's not.
It's actually the first real road trip.
True. 3 games.
Yep.
3 series, rather. Baltimore, Cincinnati, Washington.
I'm being real. What do you know about Baltimore? You have
Gunnar Henderson.
No. The city. Have you been there?
Of course. They were the original ballpark. Camden Yards was the original Oracle.
Well, I guess I'm asking you more about the city.
It's a great city.
All right. Have you been there? Baltimore?
No, I've been to Bowie and Annapolis, but I've driven through Baltimore, but never really been there.
Annapolis is
it not? All right, I'm asking.
Annapolis, Maryland is really nice.
I have not heard of that. So
Really
with Ray Lewis,
it's where the Naval Academy is.
Okay.
The Naval Academy's in Annapolis, Maryland. The Army is in West Point.
Okay, that I got you.
Air Force is in Colorado Springs, I believe.
Look at you.
And then the Marines, they don't really fit into this one, but I think you got to go to South Carolina. Like Camp Lejeune. Right. By the way, how old's your youngest?
She's 20.
Oh, so your boy's, how old's your youngest boy?
21. Donovan's 22, my oldest.
Eee.
Oh, I know where I think you're going. It scared me. The draft?
Yes, the draft.
I saw, you're reading my mind.
I know.
Let's just hope that, let me be careful. I don't want to lose my gig. Son of a, you know what, doesn't do that. That's the first thing I thought about driving.
I saw that headline. I thought of your boys. I did.
Oh, man.
But they might be too old already.
Well, no, it said 25.
Oh, did it? I didn't read the story.
It said 25.
Pasta's in trouble.
Oh, good.
Oh, could you imagine?
Risotto. But
I would do a Muhammad Ali. I would I'll hide you.
But then they'll bring up your fight at Jeffrey's and they'll say you're not a pacifist.
Oh, man.
Oh, man. All right. Tony Vitello. Well, let's get into the conversations about his style, the big picture about coming from college and how he's getting scrutinized. Here's the first one about Shasky. I guess he was in the dugout. They're picking apart everything. Yeah. Just listen and just listen.
Day one of spring training, I had a practice schedule laminated for our day one of playing games because of lip reading, and I was planning on pulling an Andy Reid and having that thing in front of my face, but I don't know. That seemed a little drastic. Once the game got rolling, you're just kind of involved in the game and you're not thinking about it too much, but that's been a thought in the back of the mind for sure.
And he's talking about getting lip read in the dugout.
Wow, man. That's pretty damn funny,
and
man.
Shasky brought it up by talking about how everything he does is being discussed and parsed over.
We know why.
This is about who he is and what kind of a manager he wants to be and the difference in the media and all the scrutiny.
I got a buddy who used to play for the Phillies, and he texted me a thing about there was 3 clubhouse incidents with the Giants in whatever amount of days. And that was me just to the media. I mean, I don't want to sit there and be Bill Belichick and be boring, but I try and be as honest as possible. And I think I said there were 3 times basically like, Chappie's comment where guys spoke their minds, which was good. And, next thing you know, it's 3 incidents, which, that's a word that's kind of ambiguous. You could call it 3 incidents, but everybody knows when you read that makes it sound like basically there were 3 brawls in the locker room, which is not true. So all those things I'm kind of getting used to. I like to speak freely, but I guess, you got to be cautious because with this many reps, this many people following the team, people are looking for stuff to write, and sometimes stuff gets a little dramatized.
Okay, so he did make a reference to at Tennessee, he talked once a day, if that. And here in major leagues, he's got to talk twice a day before and after. So what he's saying is he's got to talk so much more, and he gets asked so many more variety of questions. I don't know. I know what he's talking about. When he said, there have been 3 of these, of course I was like, what were the other 2?
Right.
I don't know. I got you. I don't have a problem with him.
Do you think Chapman and Adames leaving early was one of them the other day?
I don't know.
Yeah, but go ahead. Go ahead. I'm interrupting.
No, I just I find him interesting to listen to so far. I like the way he's interacting.
Okay, and I'm with you. But my thought, and I tell my kids this, and I tell Evan, we've talked about it, and I keep bringing up Evan because it's real. We had the conversation. No matter what walk of life you're in, all you can do, and I would tell you to be successful, is be your effing self. And he's trying to do that. But when he talks about, I don't want to be Bill Belichick, I get that, Tony V, and you're not. But do that naturally, because if you try to become something you're not, then I think it's going to blow up in your face. And this is what I feel I know, and take it to the bank on a payday Friday. People have it out for this man because of what he symbolizes, the first college coach coming to the majors. I heard Bode known with Willard and Dibbs. I feel like he's got a preconceived notion because some of his guys got, overlooked and Tony got this job. I believe that is fact. So they have it out for him already, but I do have to share this, partner, with you and the listeners. This does have the ingredients, what verbiage am I looking for? Not a fine balance, but there is the grenades of him telling or talking too much to where he can become his own worst enemy, feeding the vessel of the haters with stuff he doesn't need to give it to him, if that makes any sense.
I don't think he's got haters.
You don't think he's got haters?
No.
Like, I think Bowden's one of them. Like not, I hate the guy, but just what he stands for. And I'm going to critique him a little more. Man, the guy said he embarrassed the Giants.
Why would you be mad at Tony Vitello rather than Buster Posey? Buster Posey, if there are managers, if there are old managers out there who think they should have had a shot at it, and giving this college guy a chance was a huge joke. Why should they be? It should be mad at Posey, not Vitello for taking the job. By the way, isn't it?
Give it to him.
Isn't it? People have an in for him instead of an out for him.
No, I said they have it.
They have an out for him.
What? Now
I thought it was like if I want to snitch on you, then I have an in. Like I have an in for you.
I thought it was to have it out for you. Like they're out to get you. They're not in to get you.
Yeah, but you
could be right.
Let me see.
They have it out for you.
Like Matt Barnes. Matt Barnes has an in for Patrick Beverly.
No, the in is out. Yeah, that's it. That's funny.
I go to my mom on that one.
Let me know what she says.
She's mad at me. She's really mad at me. She's really mad at me.
Cut the hair too low?
No, I haven't called her enough. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Oh, my baby, my darling. Am I going to embarrass you now with all your fans out there?
Can I ask you this? Forget your brother for a second, because I'm trying to get you to fix that relationship or mend it. Call her today. That's your Ma Deuce.
See, here's the problem.
You ain't going to have forever to call Ma Deuce. Call her today if you can. So I have a guy that went to college with who lives back east, and he works at a community college, like a college. My mom used to teach there, so he knows a guy my age that I went to college with has now developed a relationship with my mom. Right.
He's a good friend of hers. So I said to her, hey, you and Tony DeMarco are getting tight, you know.
Love the name, yeah.
She said, yeah, looks like it. And now here's a guilt trip for you. It's nice to have boyfriends here that actually love me and seek me out as opposed to those who rarely call or come visit.
Wow, man, that's got to hurt.
That's pretty passive-aggressive.
That's who she is.
Go spend a week with her. Just because, not because somebody's in the casket. Go, like, I'm talking to everybody, even myself.
I can't spend a week with her because Nahigian doesn't let us both off at the same time. So.
Well, that was a one. Go see your mama. Or fly her in. I didn't like that last time.
I didn't like that.
You didn't like what?
Okay, so now
I would love to have my mom back. You and Evan got your moms, and he talks to his mom.
I get it.
And I know you do, but don't take anything for you. Have a lot of downtime where you sit back and reflect. Just 5 minutes, call my Dukes. How you doing?
It's not going to be 5 minutes. You know what? It's like, hey, Mom. Hey.
Right. Hello.
How's it going? Fine. I can't do this because she'll find out and then she'll hate me more.
No, she don't hate you.
All right.
She miss her baby.
I know she doesn't hate me. I'll fix it.
Yeah, a lot of people, LJ saying the best ever. I'm right. Evan has it out for Goo, not in. That's the correct,
Why, some texter with a 7th grade education?
A fan of the show was listening and you tried to correct me, but you were wrong. When you don't like somebody, you have it out for them.
Yeah. I think you have it in for them.
What that means?
It's just like, do you call in sick or do you call out sick?
You call out. But I guess you got to call in to call out.
I say I'm calling in sick.
Who's on first?
Well,
what does he know about lower? Hey.
I don't think too much of it, but I'm sure Guru's got his, how do you ask for your days off all the time? Do you call in? Do you say...
See, this is now you're getting... No, seriously, because I'm at a hospital or something's going on.
I guess what I'm just asking...
I didn't like that right there. I'm not at Club Med getting my feet done.
That's your new line.
Evan, I do want to ask you about the credit cards. I hope you don't mind if I'm putting you on blast. How many do you have?
I only have, honestly, 1 credit card.
I got 4.
I get anxious if I owe money. Really anxious.
I do too. Look, Guru does it.
I'm sorry. Said anxious.
Problem with this,
the perfect word.
You know what? The problem with this building is Evan's the only one who it bothers to owe money to. Apparently, nobody else cares.
Well, maybe this is the problem that I don't make a big enough stink about it because I swear to God, I pay my dues all the time on time.
I do too.
Meanwhile, people go months without paying me, and I don't say crap.
Oh, don't remain nameless, but I hear you. Wow.
Hey, by the way, I don't know if it's going to be my gripe or not today, but let me tell you what is an absolute racket, scam, just baiting.
Where you going?
It's what is it? It's a joke. These cameras at intersections, you do realize that by not going through the yellow light, you're going to have more people getting rear-ended.
Well, hello.
You just drive around. And it's like you get caught. You get caught
all day.
I know that what the rule is. You got to be halfway through or whatever it is. I don't know the rule. My point is this. I'm driving. It's like, oh, it's yellow right there. I couldn't do it. And I'm like, so what? I'm going to get a ticket for that?
Man.
I get a ticket for that?
They haven't got your boy yet.
What a racket.
Yeah. I mean, California's a racket. It truly is, man. The people are laughing at us.
I'm not going that far.
You seen gas prices?
Well, we're in a war.
Well, that part.
All right.
There have been some local skirmishes among Barry's sports stations lately, but that doesn't affect gas.
I gassed up this morning coming in to see you all. $89.
That's not that bad.
That's $100. That's not that bad.
Not that bad.
89?
Well, the problem is your caddy only has a 6-gallon tank.
Dude, that's like 4 days at the ship.
That's all I guess I'm saying, Evan. Anyway, I'll quit complaining. At least I had it. Yeah, Ford sedan. I got a 4-door.
I know you do, and you drive a lot. You know, you are in a catch-22. You know what that is?
Now that hurts. Now, the IQ of 143, right. Bob Myers, my guy.
You have a catch-22. You drive a lot, and you have to because you have responsibilities in 2 places.
Okay.
So if you drive a lot, you want to drive in a car that's comfortable. You don't want to car.
Right. Or if I get in a crash where I almost died, I was in a Chrysler 300 to save my life. It was Rutherford's.
So you're caught between a rock and a hard place. You know what that means? Anyway,
man.
No, you got to drive a bigger car. You're a bigger guy, and you're in the.
If I really was making Steph money or Evan Giddings money, I truly would be in what I used to have, an Escalade. That's why they call me D-Lac. I would be in the SUVs, Donnie. I'm too big to be in a sedan. Like, I'm tall.
I know you are.
I want an SUV, but that would have been $200 this morning.
You look good in a Prius.
You didn't. Yeah. Did you? Wait, I got to ask a serious question. I would get on Amtrak
before that.
You were able to fill it for $89?
Yeah.
That does sound, that sounds low. I'm not kidding you.
Well, in my life, it's not. That's $100. It used to, that would be $62 a month, 2 months ago, $61.
But hold on. It's what? Let's just say $6 a gallon?
Yeah, $5. Yeah.
Okay, so
around that.
You have more than a 15-gallon tank, don't you?
Yeah.
So it was halfway filled.
No, well.
It wasn't on E.
No, it wasn't. Hey, this was on E. It was on E today. It was Thursday.
It sounds a little low. Well, honestly,
I know how you think, and you're like, Gooya. No, Stoney, I'm telling you, $87, man. And it was on bone, like, I need to eat. I need to drink.
Do you remember the exact price?
I want to say about $647.
There's no way you filled your caddy for $89.
Yep. When we go to the place today. Yeah. Man.
I mean,
I need an Escalade. I don't want to pay the gas.
We have a station wagon, like a Lexus station wagon, that
I dare
to fill it. It's over 100.
Well, see,
if it's on E.
I got friends on Facebook. They got the SUVs over 100. I get it, but mine was 87. I couldn't believe it, man. That's $100.
Nobody else out there agree that something doesn't add up there?
Oh no, a lot of people saying, "Goo, I get it." Even Arco gas.
Do they have hybrids for caddies? The caddy hybrids?
Yeah, it's called if they're listening, the Cadillac Lyric. It's beautiful, Evan. And if I had enough bread, I would get one.
I was going to say, that's got to be the next one.
No doubt.
That'll save you a lot.
If I could just get a sponsorship with them. I've been driving Cadillacs my whole life. They've been good to my family. Like,
those tend to be national ads, and they look for higher profile people.
Oh, my goodness.
Now,
damn.
I think your best bet would be you got to find like one Cadillac dealer around here. You know how Bonte and Shasky
they
found
got
those,
it. Yeah. Ceremony
those guys
Ford.
that enable them down at Ceremony Ford. You need somebody to enable you.
Oh, boy.
Something doesn't add up.
No, it's... Like, what are you saying?
I'm saying that it costs more than $89 to fill up your caddy.
No.
There's no way it's that
2019
low.
Cadillac XTS.
Okay, Evan, find out how big that gas tank is, please. On that
$87. I'll show you right here. Apple paid it.
No. You showing me $87 means nothing.
Oh, no, but
I'm sure it was $87.
Yeah, and it was bone dry. It was on
You know what? What is it? It's a caddy?
Yeah, XTS 2019.
It's 17 gallons.
Okay, 17 gallons.
For Cadillac STS.
And it was $6 a gallon.
I want to say about $5.47.
Now 5.
Yeah, about $5.52.
Okay, let's just go 5. Yeah. See what that leaves us with. 5 times 7 is 35.
92.
Times 3, 5 times... 85.
Nope.
No, but 6 gallons would have been over 100.
But no, Evan just got
$6
and I said $5.47, but let's just say $5.57, $5.67. But it was 87, player.
It'd be slightly below $100.
Yeah.
That's a small tank.
It's never gotten to 100, and I hope that's not on its way. But oh my God, for something that's not an SUV and you're paying $100, no way, Steiny, I'm out.
Okay,
yeah. Put one
Shut up, UC Fanatic One.
Misread the calculation.
And you know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about.
It's going to be all right.
I didn't read it. What'd he say?
Clearly, you had a couple gallons left, though. It wasn't on E.
See, that's what I was getting irritated. It was on E.
Right, let's take a break because we got Kenny Caraway on the other side. Sacramento Kings play the Warriors tonight in Sacramento. They're going to get a look at Steph Curry up there.
So we're for sure he's playing.
I don't know.
Curry, Horford, and Porzingis are expected to play.
All right, so that's probably why they did what they did. And is that worth not playing him in Fan Appreciation Night? The Warriors thought that was probably the way to go. So, but we'll talk to Kenny Caraway. Talk to him about how they're going to turn it around.
Yeah, you called him D-Lo earlier.
Yeah. Isn't that it?
That's his partner.
He works on the D-Lo and
KC's
show.
Okay, so
and he's Kenny Caraway.
D-Lo's not joining us?
No, it's KC.
KC.
Yeah.
Okay. What did I say?
D-Lo, his partner.
Oh.
Evan, I didn't even catch it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
he's not listening.
We've got, you know what, I can get it right. Kenny Caraway coming up on the other side. He's a co-host of D-Lo and KC.
Yeah.
He's KC. They're on 12 to 4.
Well, they got new time. 2 to 6.
And 3 to 7.
Yeah.
They're doing 7 hours of radio?
No, he does what I was doing with the Backyard Boogie.
That doesn't count. You can't even.
You got to tell him this.
5 minutes a week.
I dare you to tell us, Steiny. He does it on the weekends, man.
Does he have a good sense of humor?
Oh, he's the best. Yep.
All right. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
I made it up.
The biggest golf tournament of the year is here, and now you can trade the tournament on Kalshi. Kalshi partner Bryson DeChambeau is trading at 7% to win it all. That means a $100 trade pays out $1,341 if he wins it all. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as the odds move, you can buy in and out of your position all tournament long. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code FAN to get $10 when you trade 10. Kalshi. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
Xfinity Tech Support. Matthew speaking.
Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote.
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep, the combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still, you're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026. Taxes, fees, extra.
Elevate your kitchen at the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Out of your dreams and into your kitchen. Select the qualifying built-in kitchen appliance package that is right for you. With unrivaled technology and luxury-grade quality, when you bring home a Mila, you're bringing home true innovation. Now, for a limited time, save up to 10% with the purchase of a qualifying Mila kitchen package. Visit the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
If you owe back taxes, listen carefully to rule number 1. Never go up against the IRS alone. They're cracking down, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts at Optima. Their team of tax attorneys attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people just like you. The IRS is not stopping, so don't wait and don't take them on alone. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima today for a free consultation.
Call 800-708-5977. 800-708-5977. 800-708-5977.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Granger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Struggling with social isolation? Chances are you're not alone. Well, maybe you are, but you don't have to be. Introducing Dinner with Mom. Just one meal may help increase happiness and restore your sense of belonging. Side effects may include taking home leftovers and unsolicited relationship advice. Do not attempt if you're allergic to unconditional love. Call your doctor if conversations last more than 4 hours. Don't wait. Ask your doctor if Dinner with Mom is right for you. Brought to you by El Camino Health. Together heals.
Join us Monday, April 27th for the 3rd annual Agape Golf Tournament at Stone Tree Golf Club. Register or donate now at atcopest.com. Click on Agape. All proceeds benefit the Autism Society of the Bay Area. Don't miss it.
Joey from Vermont, a farmer trying to get through the winter. Adriana from South Carolina, a single mother living paycheck to paycheck. Liam from Ohio, an injured father struggling to provide for his family. Hi, I'm Shanola Hampton, and I support the Feeding America network of food banks because they help provide over 6 billion meals to people in need each year. Learn more at feedingamerica.org.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Cause shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at StraightTalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
But I am having a son in a couple weeks, and
you're naming him Guru.
I'm naming him after you, bro. I swear to you, I'm letting you know right now. I'm not going to say his full name on the live or whatnot, but his initials are going to be PTO.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, boy. All right, let's get right to it. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. Let's welcome in Kenny Callaway, co-host of D-Lo and KC, Monday through Friday, 12 to 4 on ESPN 1320 and also 3 to 7 on 102.5 KSFM. What's up, Kenny? How you doing, man?
What's going on, Steiny? Gould, what's good, man?
What's up?
What was the Steiny? I got to check in with you, man. What was the song being played on the Rip Joiner, man? What was that, man?
Oh, I don't know.
I love KC.
Oh, no, he's all. Oh,
Ghetto Boys.
Usher.
No, my mind playing tricks on me.
Maxwell.
Ghetto Boys. My mind playing tricks on me. Yeah. Houston.
The band's Ghetto Boys.
Yeah.
Okay. What's the song's not Ghetto Boys?
No, my mind's playing tricks on me.
Okay. Yeah. All right.
Whatever. KC,
I got you. All right, well, you remember from last time. I love it. Hey, what's the mood up there in Sacramento, and how are they feeling about the Kings right now?
Oh, it's bad. Yeah. Everything's bad. You talked about Usher. He got the song Confessions Part 1. Everything that I've been doing is all bad. That's one of the lyrics. That's what's going on here in Sacramento, man. It is, vibes are bad. The energy is bad. It's a little anxious, too, because they are such a bad team, which means they're going to potentially, hopefully, have a high draft pick, and everybody is just on edge, making sure they get the highest pick possible, or hoping they get the highest pick possible, and that pick is the right pick, man. So it's anxious times, it's angry times, really frustrated times right here in Sacramento.
KC, Stoney and I, we had some sweet action the other night against the Kings, and we went to the game. And I've almost lost friendships with good friends that are mad at the NBA and been mad, and they don't like the regular season. But now, years later, man, I'm like, there's something to that. But can you walk us through the foul that Doug Christie wanted and the blowback after? Because Sac Radio, and I've been listening to you, I text you for, what did you think about it? What did you think? And is it all much to do about nothing?
Yeah, in real time, I didn't really think twice about it. Like, it wasn't a big deal to me at the time. It just, he called for the foul, timeout, come back, Seth Curry goes to the line. It is what it is. But after Draymond's comments, that's really what sparked everything. Anthony Slater, our guy Anthony Slater, asked Draymond something, and Draymond, really not knowing what he's talking about, just said, hey, they out here tanking, fouling the guy for no purpose. Well, Doug Christie has routinely, multiple times this year, like almost been a prisoner to the take it or lose it, use it or lose it timeout. And that's what he was trying to get to. He was trying to get to that timeout to draw something up before the under 3 minute mark. And I think, to be honest with you, I'm not exactly sure, but you guys know on the bench, it's not necessarily the head coach who is always aware of how many timeouts you got, how many fouls to get rid of that. That's what assistant's for. So I don't know exactly what happened in that situation, but it's 100% plausible that Doug turns around and says, hey, do I have one to take? Somebody just says, yes. All right, Doug McDermott, take the foul real quick so we can get this timeout. It could have been as simple as that. And either way, whether it's Doug Christie or it's the assistant coaches or whatever, it is a mistake, but it's a mistake that happens. Right? We saw one of the great coaches we've ever seen in this league, Eric Spoelstra, earlier this year, lose track of timeouts, call a timeout at the end of the game, get a technical and lose the game because of that moment. I mean, these are human beings, and you would want people to always know exactly what's going on 100% of the time. But if Doug Christie is aware of the foul situation 99% of the time, that's not a crime. That's not, like I said, he's not a robot. He's a human being. Mistakes happen, and fouling Seth Curry and not knowing during the bonus was a mistake. And that's all it really was, a simple mistake. It wasn't tanking. There wasn't anything going on. Right after that timeout, they drew a play up to take the lead with a Doug McDermott 3. So I thought it was hilarious and ridiculous at the same time how many people didn't really take the time to do their homework on whether or not Doug Christie has had this pattern of tanking. He has said since November, I will never tank. That's not how I play the game. That's not how I approach the game. I'm not going to disrespect the players on the other team. I'm not going to disrespect the players on my team by trying to specifically lose games. So that's never been his MO. That's just not in his DNA. And the fact that everybody just kind of went with the fact that Draymond said, hey, they're out here openly tanking, and didn't take the time to actually understand what was going on. I mean, it's the state of social media and everything in 2026. But no, there was no tanking going on in that particular situation. It was a clear oversight with the foul situation. That's all it was for him. He was really trying to use that use it or lose it timeout. That was what was on his mind.
Kenny Caraway joining us on 95.7 The Game. You can hear him. He's a co-host with D-Lo. It's D-Lo and KC Monday through Friday, 12 to 4, ESPN 1320 in Sacramento. Okay, I can't believe that it's been almost 13 years since Vivek Ranadive bought the Sacramento Kings. And we know him down here. Obviously, he was a minority owner for Joe Lacob and wanted to be a real owner. And he took over for the Maloofs, who at the time, it felt like people wanted them out. So how's Vivek Ranadive's ownership tenure been met by the fans?
Oh, man, you talk about approval ratings. It was below zero.
Wow.
He is public enemy number one out here in Sacramento. Some of that, there is an aspect, at least that I subscribe to, where if it wasn't for Vivek Ranadive, there would be no Sacramento Kings today. And there is a certain level of reverence that I have for that. They were gone. They were leaving. They were going to Seattle. The Moose had sold them. And the combination of David Stern kind of throwing his body across that and then finding somebody like Vivek Ranadive to step up and say, hey, I'm interested in doing this. Like I said, there's a certain level of reverence that I'll always have for that, me personally. But that does not make him exempt from any criticism, absolved from any criticism. And when you just look at the numbers of what he's doing and what he's done in his 13 years, it's abysmal. It just is what it is. I can't put it any other way. It's abysmal when you talk about the win-loss record. It's abysmal when you talk about the number of coaches that have come through here. It's abysmal when you have two franchise players in DeMarcus Cousins and De'Aaron Fox not be able to stay with the franchise when both of those guys wanted to stay with the franchise maybe their entire year, and you weren't able to make that work. You pass on Luka Doncic, which isn't necessarily his fault, but his name is on the test, so you get credit for that, good and bad. You pass on and you trade a guy like Tyrese Halliburton, who both of those guys have in turn reached the finals with their respective teams. You draft a guy like Marvin Bagley instead of Luka Doncic, and now he's on his fourth team in however many years in this league. So you combine all that with the fact that people were really, really, really excited and loved the Beaton team just 2 years ago, and to have the rug pulled from under them after the excitement that they experienced that year, it is all bad for Vivek Ranadive here in Sacramento right now. And the ironic thing about it is he's probably doing right now what everybody has wanted him to do for a long time, which is blow the whole thing up, strip everything down, get a GM in here, in this case it's Scott Perry, that he can just do what he needs to do and Vivek stay out of the way and all this other stuff. That's probably what he's doing right now, which is what everybody has wanted him to do for a long time. But his name is mud out here when it comes to the Sacramento Kings. People aren't even giving him the pass on that. So outside of keeping the Kings here and building one of the, if not the greatest new arena in the NBA in the Golden One Center and the whole Doco area. Outside of that, yeah, Vivek's name is mud in these streets in Sacramento.
That's incredible, Case. Man, Kay, that's incredible. Let me ask you this, because I'm rooting for Christie. I don't know how safe he is. You could speak on that, but I want to ask you this. If somehow Vivek Ranadive and the Kings get the number one pick, who would you like to see? Because this draft is top-heavy. It's loaded. Who would you like to see the Kings pick?
Oh, man. Hey, go, man. I'm a one-man Wolfpack on this one, I guess, because I love, first and foremost, I love A.J. DeBonster. I think A.J. DeBonster is good. I think he is the truth. I have nothing bad to say about A.J. DeBonster. If the Kings were to, whether it was the first pick or second or whatever, end up with A.J. DeBonster, there would be a party in the streets of Sacramento, and we could start at my house. Okay, that's how I feel about A.J. DeBonster. But I guess I'm the only person in America that still thinks Darren Peterson is a good basketball player. Okay. I guess I'm the only person in America that looks at Darren Peterson and says, no, this guy is the truth, the absolute truth, probably the most skilled basketball player in this draft that is unbelievably loaded. He's the best. He's the most talented of everybody, including A.J. DeBonster. And I know there was some murky stuff with what happened at Kansas. I think a lot of that was hyperbole as well. And the fact that the man he called it himself a traumatic experience and was trying to work through that the entire season. But the way the picture has been painted is he doesn't care about basketball. He doesn't love basketball, as opposed to him fighting to get back from a traumatic experience. It's all about narratives, right? But I think he's the most talented player in the draft. It's for some people, it'll probably looked at as a roll of the dice, but if I had the number one pick in the draft, I'd still go with Darren Peterson. I think he's the best player in the draft. I understand the risk involved. Maybe he's injury prone or whatever, but his talent, I'll tell you guys a quick story. When you guys do like the you watch like the mock drafts or you read the mock draft articles and they say, hey, this guy is probably going to go third. What's his NBA comparison? And they'll say something like Jamal Murray, right? Or they'll say, oh, Andre Miller, or they'll say DeAndre Jordan. Darren Peterson, there was one where I saw Darren Peterson, number one pick in the draft, NBA comparison, Kobe Bryant.
Okay.
And the crazy thing about that is nobody has sneezed at that. I haven't seen anybody say talent-wise, no, that's a crazy comparison. That's how good he is as a talent.
Hey, Kenny, thank you so much for joining us, man. Enjoy the game tonight.
Hey, before you go, I'm going to the game, so I'm going to look for you. I know you've been courtside, but tell Steiny where you rank on the all-time Cal State East Bay scoring list.
Hey, look, man, I got to give a shout-out to my guys, one of the great college basketball seasons of Bay Area history, the Cal State East Bay Pioneers. I think they were 34-1, 33-1 or whatever. Shout-out Pioneer Pete. You know what I mean? Those are my guys over there. And Guru, so here's the thing. When I left, I was number 7 all-time on the scoring list. That was 20 years ago. I check every year and a half I check. And I went down to 9 at one point, and I haven't checked this year, but somebody says I'm not in the top 10 anymore. So that it's the end of an era. 20 years
later. You was a bucket,
later.
baby. It sounded like you was a bucket.
Kenny, that's D2?
That's D2.
Yeah.
That's D2, yeah.
Well done, my man. Well done.
Pioneers, man.
There it is.
My people over there.
I
love it.
Hey, great stuff.
Thanks a lot, man.
Have fun at the game tonight, and hopefully you'll be able to avoid goo.
Look at my man. I'm going to hit you up, baby.
All right.
Yeah. All right, man. Y'all take care.
Yes, sir. Kenny Caraway, co-host of D-Lo and KC, Monday through Friday, 12 to 4 on ESPN 1320.
So you were on to something. I don't want to dish you and say it didn't take Einstein, but, man, Vivek, he just had the beam thing going. Mike Brown was coach of the year. They eliminated the Warriors. You just thought that thing you had De'Aaron Fox was going the right way. Keegan Murray, and now
Keegan Murray.
Well,
I'm sick of him.
Well, no, it's over.
Thank you.
Okay, but my point, when they beat the Warriors and eliminate him, his star, you thought, okay, this dude's going to have a career. He's public enemy number one. Vivek, man, I get it.
He paid Sabonis too much.
How you let Fox get out of there?
But he traded him for Levine.
Man.
Yeah,
yikes.
Yeah, Vivek's an interesting
What
dude.
about Peterson? Now, real quick, you and Evan on.
I went through my top 5 prospects already. You want to just play that from 3 weeks ago?
What about the people that weren't listening that day?
He's right about Peterson.
All right.
Peterson is super talented, like really talented. Now, some of the stuff at Kansas, that people are concerned about. What I've heard is the problem at Kansas was his agent. His agent would sit very close to the bench and kind of interject himself, and he was only looking out for Peterson's long-term interest, and so there was friction between, who was it, Self?
Yeah.
Self and the agent, and, it was more that than I guess anything else.
Is he number one on your list? You said you're 5. Was Peterson at the top?
Well, it's Peterson, it's Tabonsa, it's Boozer, and who am I forgetting?
Your guy that
who's the fourth? Caleb Wilson.
Yeah.
I think Peterson's probably the number 1 pick, but he might not end up being the number 1 pick because people will be scared of him. And so I think Tabonsa's going to go 1.
He's got
And then I think
man.
Peterson's going to go 2.
Now, who's the guy that said Squirt texted me and said Steiny was on to something?
Wagler.
Yeah.
Wagler.
Yeah.
But, if the Warriors got 11, I think that's still too deep for him. But, look, 11, if the Warriors get 11, they should get a good player.
What did you make of?
They should get a good player.
I know Steph didn't play, Horford didn't play yesterday. and this just speaks to what Shasky was talking about and Lubman. It's been a while for meaningful Warrior basketball here lately. But what did you make of how the shorthanded Lakers just – I know LeBron was out there. Like, I'm watching with no expectations, but yet turn the TV off disappointed. Like, what the hell are we doing? How can this game be what? Like, what went through your membrane on why we were just so porous last night?
Did you see the players who were on the floor for the Warriors?
What? I need you to elaborate. I did.
They're not good NBA players.
Pods was out there.
Okay, that's one guy who's really a sixth man, who's a starter. Like, geez, do I got to look at the box
Draymond
score?
was out there. Like, I'm saying that not for Draymond was like, come on, man.
See, this is when
Seth Curry was out there.
He stinks. Goo. He doesn't stink, but okay.
I'm just telling you, Clay stinks. Hey, Evan, lay off.
And this
no,
is
seriously, I'm tired of it, man. I get the Lakers at full strength. What was that? And now we're gonna have 2 practices and think we can beat Portland at Portland? I'm talking to myself right now. But
I know you are, because you are.
I'm gonna have one before that game.
You're lost, is what you are.
I thought you were on the 30-day program.
Yeah. I got my salad.
Picked a bad week to quit drinking. Airplane, you ever see him?
Only the Warriors can break Goose streak.
Okay.
You guys are the
Now,
truth.
I don't want to be a jerk here.
Oh.
But why did the Warriors lose last night?
Yeah, but in the fashion that they lost.
Pat Spencer played 38 minutes. Nate Williams played 34 minutes. Charles Bassey wasn't on the team a week ago. He played 30 minutes. Malevi Leons played half the game. Like
Malify.
Bronny
another
played.
year in the league, and I'll get his name right. Goo, like this is where, you know what? I'm going to be honest with you.
No.
This is where people think what you do is shtick.
Right.
Because you're acting really incredulous about.
No, a lot of people are saying that, Goo. Like,
now,
Bronny was giving us the business.
Bronny.
Hey, I got to do
Bronny and his dad combined for 36 last night.
Hey, Evan, I am starting to see something with young Bronny.
Oh, yeah.
I'm like, oh, boy, this might be the biggest apology ever. It's early.
It was about to be, and then I saw him get picked at midcourt by Leons.
And he just got caught up a little there.
Stop. It was like, oh, boy. But there's got to be, I hear what you're saying, man. But you got to be, you can't tell me we got beat in the fashion you thought. It didn't look like you thought. Man, that's what I'm saying. And then sacked the other night. And Curry played. Why was that game close? Like, this is a continuance of that. Why were the Kings in the game we went to? With what they ran out there?
Why are the Warriors 38 and 43?
Curry missed umpteen games and Jimmy Butler went down. I'm okay with that. But I'm like, that I'm just watching this like, what? It's more than Steph.
So you think they should be better?
We have not one young player.
You're taking your frustration out.
No,
you
we
don't
have
know
not
who to
one
take it out on, and I get it. You don't know who you take.
You know, when I hear that and you say it, I'm like, Doctor, thank you.
No,
say it again.
You're really frustrated, and you just don't know who to take it out on. And
Would
so
Mike Dunleavy be one that I could take it out on?
You can take it out on whoever you want. And if you want to take it out on me, you can. That's fine. Because it's good sometimes for people to vent. And, you know, this is going to be the start of probably a 4-year venting period.
Oh, man.
For Warrior fans.
Oh, my gosh. Oh, Lord. Like, seriously, man, I couldn't believe. I get it. We're down. You lose. They were toying with us at home.
See, this is where Goo.
So we don't have any young guys that are ready, that are real. Like, the fact that Bassey is making the impact on this team is an indictment, and it's not against him. It's like Kate Diddy could go out there now. Like, that's what Bronny was in the game.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
get it out, Goo. I think this is healthy.
What do you call out?
What you're doing, just run down the roster. Go ahead. Rip them all.
See, that's what I don't want to do.
Well, you're doing it. and you're ripping 14th men who shouldn't be playing 38 minutes, and you're wondering why Pat Spencer can't get it done.
Man. And I'm looking at Kerr, and he's giving me the before the game, dapping everybody up, thinking, okay, let's go out here. It's one game of 80. Let's go out here. Last home game of the season, and just nothing. I'm speechless, man.
Well, now here's where you missed the boat, and I'm going to help you. Because instead of coming in and being miserable, you should have come in and said you wanted a victory lap.
For what?
But you didn't, because you forgot the things you say.
No, victory laps are not why I do radio. Today would have been the
day to come in and say,
Evan, what's he talking about?
You're damn right, we want LeBron James.
Oh, I tweeted that.
Well, too bad. You didn't bring it to the show.
But I
you
did
blew
that.
it. You blew it.
Evan, I tweeted that. I took a print screen.
You could have taken a victory lap.
But it's bigger than my lap. It's about the state of the team.
So you want to be mad?
No, I want to be real. And
it sounds like you're finally starting to be real.
I did tweet that last night. A lot of people came down my road. A lot of people agree. But how can you – somebody saying bee's knees, just be grateful, Goo. And I guess he's talking about the Steph Curry era that netted us, along with Draymond Green and Steve Kerr, 4 chips. But are we about to embark on our Sacramento King or a great timeout phase again? Because that's what this is. It looks like if we don't, swing big or hit big in this lottery, Steiny, this is getting scary, man.
Well, dynasties usually end, and it's a little frightening. Hey, I'm going to ask you two guys a question. How many times do you think, what has the Kings' playoff history been, do you guys think? Like a stretch. Like, where do you think they are right now in terms of how many times they made the playoffs in the last,
I remember
10,
the last
15,
one,
20, 25 years.
Eddie House and Bobby Jackson on a fast break at Key Arena playing the Sonics way back when. But I know we're up against it. I have something for you on the side.
The Kings have
one time in the last 20 years.
Wow. Did he get it?
Well, he's right, but I like to deliver that line. All right. When we come back, we're getting closer to Scott Osler, who's going to be in here at 1 o'clock.
Can't wait, man.
Yeah, it'll be a lot of fun. Scott Osler, get back into the Warriors. Or something else. Have an out for a guy, or do you have an out for a person, or do you have an in for a person on 95.7 The Game? Life doesn't give you a warning when everything changes. It starts with shock, confusion, and 1,000 questions running through your mind. Maybe it's a car accident, a serious injury, or a tragedy that changes your family forever. Suddenly you're dealing with insurance companies, paperwork, and pressure, all while trying to heal. That's when Beam Law comes in. They take on the legal fight, the negotiations, and the stress so that you can focus on recovery and taking care of the people who matter most. Beam Law is local, and they've recovered millions for clients across the region. That's why SF Weekly has voted them Best of the Bay 4 times. So if you've been hurt or lost someone because of someone else's negligence, call Beam Law. 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555. Or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
What's up, cousin?
I want a new phone. Have you seen any good deals?
Everyone has free phones, but when I switched to T-Mobile, I got more value and so much more.
Like streaming included.
And travel benefits.
And the best part? The price of your talk, text, and data is guaranteed for 5 years. Get more benefits and more value. At T-Mobile, families save and get a 5-year price guarantee. Switch now at T-Mobile.com. Qualifying plan requires price guarantee on talk, text, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See T-Mobile.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-497-8091. Don't lose hope.
TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-497-8091. That's 800-497-8091. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Now through April 12th at Big O Tires, get $80 in rebate savings on 4 select in-stock Michelin tires with installation purchase. Plus an additional $80 in instant savings from Big O. Disposal fees extra, not good with other offers. See your locally owned Big O dealer for pricing.
Welcome to SF Fire Credit Union. Why do you have all those cats?
I've been saving them from trees, just like a firefighter. So, can I join SF Fire?
You know, we're not just for firefighters. Anyone can join and get lower fees than banks, ATM access worldwide, and the top-rated mobile banking app.
Wow. Say, do you want a cat?
SF Fire Credit Union. Banking for heroes and anyone who wants to be treated like one. This institution is not federally insured. The credit union is not insured by any state government. Privately insured by ASI.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Early showers in Oakland with a high of 65.
Weather brought to you by Staples. From posters and presentations to labels and loyalty cards, Staples has all the print to boost your brand. Shop now in-store and online. Staples. That was easy.
Get ready for Jim Gaffigan and his Everything is Wonderful tour on June 13th and 14th at the Masonic. A 4th show was just added. Buy your tickets at LiveNation.com. And for a chance to win tickets to the 4 p.m. show courtesy of Live Nation, visit 957thegame.com.
I'm talent. I don't book.
I'm tired of y'all.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Coming up at 1 o'clock, we're going to be joined by 12-time California Sports Writer of the Year, Scott Osler, recently retired from the Chronicle. He's going to join us in studio for an hour, and we're just going to have some fun with Scott. Seen a lot in his day in sports. But I have to talk about something else right now. A few days ago, I received a package in the mail, and it was from a listener. And I forget his name now because I threw the envelope away, but I said his name a few days ago. And he knows that I like pens.
Right.
And
I'll steal them.
I opened up the package, and I'll hold it up to the chat. So he sent, I would say, 25 pens. They're not my style, but they're nice pens, you would think.
Mm-hmm.
And this pen has been stolen from mail services at Cal Shredding, mailservices.berkeley.edu.com.
All right.
And, we had a little joke about it. And I said, go, you can have a bunch of them because, they're not quite my style.
Had to be like 30, and I took them.
Yeah. And now I get it.
Tell them how you got it.
None of them work. The pens don't work.
How did you find that out?
There's no ink in the pens. It was a joke.
You're right. I was ashamed to tell you because I was in the office by myself and I go, I wanted to say, Evan, these pens don't work. And I went 6, 7. Get a life. I got to like 12. That's how many I had all in my bag. And I go, none of them work. And today I said, I got to just tell them. And you were blown away. You're going to bring them here. I brought you 14. Not one of them had ink in it.
No, and I've now ruined an entire notebook by seeing if it works by scribbling, and it's like nothing's coming out.
They got you.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
I like that.
I got the PTO and you got the pen game.
That was a good one.
Have you officially taken the L for because Evan got you the info for the gas tank and the Eddie's? Okay.
Yes, I have. I took a loss. You know what? And I know
Evan came up with it quick.
Okay, here's the thing. I know why I got it wrong. And it's not an excuse. I'm just telling you, now I know why I got it wrong.
Share.
I was thinking of like an SUV.
Okay, all right, got you. No doubt. All right. But that bad boy is over 100 for sure.
But I was wrong.
Yeah. Oh, I thought it was just because Goose said something, and you're like, no, that can't be right.
No,
that's how it sounded.
Well, first of all, I thought most gas tanks are over 20 gallons.
Oh, yeah.
That's what I thought. But then I was like, no, maybe that's only SUVs. Yeah, every once in a while.
So would you say the best purchase you've made is that electric car?
No. It's been okay.
Like, what are drawbacks? Because you're avoiding...
they don't work on the bridge. I don't get carpool on the Bay Bridge anymore.
Ooh.
Those stickers are out. The stickers they're done. They don't mean anything anymore, I don't believe.
Now, there's some people I know where you could still go in that lane if he chose to, if you know what I mean.
Well, I could, but that would be stupid.
Hey.
I mean, seriously. I've never understood this. You got a lot of weed in the car. Why would you speed?
Well,
why would you speed?
There's many people sitting down in jails and prisons. Yeah, I hear you. I got you.
Back in the day, when I had my, when I was 23, 24, and I had my license suspended for 60 days.
For what?
Too many points.
Wow, I've been there.
I had my license suspended for 6 months. Of course I drove. Of course I drove. You think I went over the speed limit? No. I just said lock it in for 2 months.
Oh.
Lock it in for 2 months.
And doing that, Stoddy. The profiling that was going on, you didn't have to be speeding.
I need a 2-month period where I don't get pulled over. Man. I can do that.
It's funny.
And I did.
The problem usually when you got too much weed in the car is that you're actually going too slow.
Oh, man. I got caught driving on a suspended license. That was hell.
Oh, my God. What happened?
Just...
Yeah, then let me guess. They suspended it for a year, right. And you still drove.
And doubled the fines, and you're embarrassed, and he's looking at you like, yo, you didn't learn, huh? I bet you will on this one.
Oh, boy. Baltimore. What do you know about him?
Just that's where The Wire was filmed. One of the greatest TV series ever. That's what I know about the BMO.
Never seen it. Yeah. I'll tell you where, I'm almost at the end of season 2 of Breaking Bad, though. Wow.
Fascinating.
It's pretty good. It is pretty good.
I am jealous, but
I just... A lot of action. Stuff's always happening.
Walter White, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Great Nina Simone song.
Ooh,
Baltimore.
What a Nina Simone.
Oh.
Yeah, great song.
She's yeah, I've heard of her.
Is that all you got on her?
I think she's black, right?
Oh, my man. That's
she's a little like yes or no, like Dinah Washington.
I thought you were going to say Lenny Kravitz.
Like she's I don't want to say crooner, but, sings like sultry, like nightclubby. Is that right?
Not all the way wrong.
Okay.
We'll leave it at that.
All right. But
Not how much.
We got here 5 of 12. Okay, we got.
Now, are we going to ask Scott to go with us after we know Evan's out because he's working?
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Well, why do you cry when Evan's out, and then when I'm out, it's like, oh, okay.
Because,
good Lord, he's about to have a meltdown.
He did it again yesterday, though.
What?
Mouth did it again yesterday.
What? Don't come at me, because I'll tell the truth.
You stood me up yesterday.
You didn't ask me. I reached out to you. It hits different. You go, yeah, I'm going. I was like, I was hurt. I was like, why you didn't ask? So then I didn't show up, Evan.
Yeah, you didn't show up.
You were something else. As if you invited me. This ain't official.
You kind of betrayed him with the whole parking situation on Tuesday.
Yeah. That hurt.
Okay, then that's my fault.
You know what? You got me today. Because you did have me a couple Fridays ago. I didn't show up.
Sure.
Listen to this jam.
Nina Simone.
This is Baltimore. But by the way, possible rain out tonight, boys.
In
Baltimore? For you. No, for Evan's call today.
Oh, in Santa Clara.
Possible rain out.
Oh, my God.
Come on now.
Oh, man, you have just taken me back to my Mighty Might baseball days where it'd be raining. I didn't want to play a game, and I'd be like, come on,
Are you kidding me? I would cry if we got rained out.
Yeah.
We wanted it to rain. No,
I did. Sometimes I wanted it to rain. Like when we were going up against Hyde Park and Rudy Drobnik and Bobby Farrow, I didn't want to play those guys. Seriously.
I used to strike dudes out. They were scared of me on the bump.
I was such a terrible little... Nah, I wasn't terrible.
You're telling the truth.
I started, but I was like little Punch and Judy. I didn't have any power because I grew late,
So you would bat in the third inning now that it gets... obviously.
I'd lead off or hit second. I had no speed, but you couldn't steal anyway. It was one of those where you had to keep your foot on the base.
Oh, man. I used to be in school thinking about the game, man.
So we just had a call, and Stoney, you recall your fantastic experience at the Elks Club with Priest.
Absolutely.
So he just called in, and he didn't want to get on the air, but he did want to let you know that, quote, you embarrassed yourself with Diana Washington.
Dinah Washington.
Wow.
Why?
He just wanted you to know.
Why
he said that the comparison you just made was so off, and he was laughing as he was explaining it to me.
I want to hear his wow pasta. I mean, now he said
Dinah Washington was an American singer and pianist, one of the most popular black female recording artists in the 50s. Primarily a jazz vocalist, she performed and recorded in a wide variety of styles, including blues, R&B, and traditional pop music, and gave herself the title Queen of the Blues.
They don't have a clue.
Okay. So I guess Nina Simone is none of those.
Well,
she's none of those.
I've never listened to Dinah Washington, but my guess is the sound is different.
To the point that Priest obviously thinks.
This is from Priest.
Yeah, that's all. Priest thinks it was bad.
I may give him one. And I don't very rarely do this to friends, but he may get one. Priest. Gutless. You didn't want to come on the air?
Wow, that shocked me.
Okay. By the way, hey, Priest, seriously, Father Festus tonight, they're playing in Pacifica if you're interested in making the drive up the peninsula.
Is that real?
Yeah.
Wow. You going?
I'm not tonight. I got to get up.
The dog.
No, the dog's fine.
You got to go to Guerneville or Gurney. What is it?
I think it's Guerneville. It's up there for sure. Hey, Tony Vitello was on the Morning Roast. You wouldn't know it from our show.
We've been talking about it.
Well, barely. And this is what people mean. Anyway, so we'll play some Tony Vitello.
What's that mean?
It means...
the people. I didn't like that.
It's always a fine line between talking sports and not. And
we'll see.
You go overboard sometimes.
It's entertainment, man.
Is it?
I don't know.
You want to hear more Tony Vitello?
I would like to.
Okay, this is, you remember when Jim Bowden said, I would have him talk to Bochy and Baker.
Yeah, after
every single game.
Come on now.
He was asked about that.
Dusty kind of gave me a couple rules to live by that probably is a little more, stays in the locker room type of thing, but kind of kept those with me. And I think revisiting those helps keep you on task. Because, again, there's so many reps, days are long. You can get so excited about a win, and you can get – I've already been there way, way down after a loss. So, revisiting those kind of helps you keep grounded and also keep your eye on the prize, so to speak. And then Boch and I have talked in particular just about how to manage some of these games past 5 innings. And here's the one thing I'll say about that, and hopefully this doesn't come off the wrong way, because obviously those two guys are going to be in the Hall of Fame a year from now if anybody has their sensibilities to them. But the one thing is you got to gather as much advice as you can, but when the game starts in the dugout, there's no one there to help you other than the guys that are right next to you.
And go ahead. Yeah. I love that, but he didn't even have to add that. He didn't have to add that clause of this might rankle, that's how I took it, some feathers, because I think the great Bruce Bochy and Dusty Baker would say, Coach, man, Skip, you're spot on. This is your vessel. This is your ship. We're just here for you if you need any help.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station, always live on the free Odyssey app, and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios.
I like that.
I mean, that's a legitimate piece of advice. I didn't think he was telling tales out of school, and he just said, Bochy said, get as much advice as possible, but when you're in the game, it's just all you.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
And I just remember, I'm looking at the Giants every time they play, and we watch the uniforms and their history, 10, 12, 14, Barry, and all that stuff. And it's been too long. And when you talk about, and you got the stat, they haven't won a playoff series since when? 16? 14, yeah. Like, that's too damn long. And it's 13 games in. It's a young season. But when I see them dead last where the Rockies are ahead of them, I'm like, okay, I'm come on now. You'd be a fool to make a big assessment this early. But, my thing before the season started, it's time. We need October baseball or playoff baseball here in the Bay. And I hope this collection or iteration of the Giants get it done.
Yeah.
And it would be awesome for Tony V to kind of do that his first, crack at it.
Yeah.
Yeah, what? Why would you say it? Yeah, what? Those are facts that I'm spitting.
No,
they've been impotent when it comes to the playoffs.
It's not a fact that it's time. Might be time for you. What does that mean? That doesn't help you get. It's time.
Well, Buster said it was time last year.
Yeah, how'd that work out?
Well, my point is somebody paid for it.
Okay.
Melvin paid for it with his job.
Yeah, I'm just like you don't get to the playoffs because you've missed them 10 years in a row. You got to.
Yeah, I'm not saying that, and you're right, and
you're
that.
You're kind of saying,
no, my
we
point
deserve
is you made
it.
No, it's not. You got to earn it.
No, the fans deserve it.
Well, yeah, we're missing out.
You had 3 titles. Seriously.
There's cobwebs, Steiny.
Come
on, let's get to, and you're watching the Dodgers do all this prancing and dancing. Let's just make the offs a wild card.
Right. You're in the same division as the Dodgers. They spend way more money than you. So you're never going to be better than them until somebody changes a philosophy or a strategy. By the way, tough text on the Boxer and Gerson.
For you or me?
For the texter.
Okay.
Really bad text on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line, and also the YouTube chat.
Right.
Devunks, SF1, Steiny, since you're such a stickler for language, Guerneville is not up there. It's down there, south of San Francisco.
Great stuff.
Right. Get your facts straight and get back to me. Guerneville is up near Santa Rosa. That's north.
But the way he said
he's wrong is my point.
It sounds right to your partner. It's down there.
Are they thinking of Gilroy, maybe?
I don't know what they're thinking of, but, it's just another indication of our society. Half-truths. Half-truths. You know what I'm saying? Buck Showalter. Manager Buck Showalter.
All right, look at you.
He was on with the morning roast, and he was asked about, just his style with the media and what the, what you think as a manager after games and what you say.
I learned that more is not always better. Every once in a while you kind of answer what they need. I would start every press conference, go, what can I help you with? What do you need? You satisfy what they need. And I've been fortunate enough to work in the media some, and so I know the challenges they face. And sometimes they're trying to be first instead of accurate. And that breeds for a lot of back and forth. But, I'm surprised at how little some people watch the game that ask questions but they have so many things they're trying to satisfy. So, you answer the question, you just don't have to go too far with it.
Yeah, that's spot on. I agree 100%.
I hope Devonks knows that I was kidding. Yeah.
If you know the show, you know the show.
We can't assume everybody's listening. Everybody's a P1.
Man, he deserved it.
Is all I'm saying. I don't have a problem with the way Vitello's been talking.
In any great relationship, sometimes you can be motor mouth and it can get you into a little something, Well,
the other thing
I could have just held on to that.
The other thing is Steve Kerr talks about it all the time, and he talked about it the other day when we were there. He said, I try to be as honest as possible. I try to be as, considerate as possible. And Steve does, Steve has been criticized for sometimes oversharing, but he's a 4-time champion. So it comes with a grain of salt, I guess. Vitello is managed, 13 games. So that's part of it, too.
Yeah, and this will be his first, they've been on the road, but actual road trip, city to city. So I'm eager to see how it starts in Baltimore. Doesn't end there. But for them to get back on track, and I know I was wrong how I said it the other day, but they've won 2 of the last 3 series. So hopefully you can, go to Baltimore and start hitting the ball, and Ralphie Devers look like Ralphie Devers, 3-run homer. Let's get more of that. And then I think this goes away about what he's saying because they're winning.
And then it'll come back when they have a losing streak. That's the way it's going this year. I don't think there's any doubt about that. I'm just looking at our board right here.
Okay.
And so the Warriors obviously played the Lakers last night. They got handled. But did Pods quote Guru after the game?
What you mean?
Let's listen to Pods about, I don't know.
The famous adage is the best ability is availability. Just always being there, and who's ever out there will always know that I'll be out there with them. And I take it personal in a way, but I just enjoy hoops and love being out there playing. So I just try to be, if I can play, I'll play.
The Iron Man.
Man, maybe one day I'll give my props, man, but you can go ahead and use it, Pods. I ain't mad at you. But what do you make about that stat in a league where everybody's lazy ass and they want to show off their Jewels and their Stacey Adams because they're not playing and their Gucci frames? My man's played every game. Wow.
A third-year player should want to play every game. Yeah. And look,
don't say anything good about Pods, Stoney. They're going to come for you.
Well, here's the bottom line. He's a gym rat. He likes being in the gym. He'd rather be in the gym than in the club. And that's how you define a player.
Yeah, the club.
Okay, so Kevin Durant, he would rather be in the gym than in a club.
Kobe Bryant.
James Harden, it might be the other way.
My man can hoop, though. But I hear you.
Pods would rather be in a gym than at the club.
Steph, too.
Anthony Edwards, it might be a little tougher choice.
Evan, I'm uncomfortable, man. Ain't nothing wrong with going to have some entertainment, but I hear you.
I'm just saying.
And by the way, is not a big club guy. I think he plays a lot of video games. But would you like to guess how many players in the NBA this season have played every single game?
Oh, I know the answer.
Okay, well then say it.
Pods is the only.
Well, no, there's a lot more than that.
Damn, it felt good.
Let me think though. But this is how my mind works. Right. But Pods is the only one on the Warriors who's played every game, right?
Yes.
Okay, so 30 teams. How many of the teams do you think have a guy? Does any team have guys? Does any team have? I'm going to say
bring us home.
14.
Slightly higher.
Oh.
of the 579 players to play in an NBA game this season, 19 have played in all 80. And there have only been 3 that have started all 80 games.
Can you give us those 3?
Can we try?
Yeah, of course.
Well, it's not an MVP candidate.
It is not.
Oh, I know one. The Knicks. Bridges. Bridges for the Knicks.
Good call.
He's started every game the last 5 years.
Thompson for the Rockets. Now, why would you laugh? No,
Reed Shepherd is the only player who's played in all 80 games for the Houston Rockets.
Wow.
I mean, I don't know why, but I feel like it could be a Raptor.
There is no Raptor on this list.
Okay.
Sorry, there's one.
Oh.
You're right. Point guard.
I don't know who their point guard is.
Shed.
Wow.
Or is it Sheed? Jamal.
Yeah.
I'm just guessing now, so you can tell us the answer.
All right. So Mikal Bridges is one. Desmond Bain has started all 80 games for the Magic.
Oh, wow.
And
because he's been banged
the
up
big
a little.
ragu, Dante DiVincenzo.
Man, oh, man.
Give him credit.
Yeah, no doubt.
3 guys?
Yeah.
3 of 579.
So DiVincenzo, he hasn't started every game.
He started every single game.
He started every game this year
all
for the
80
T-Wolves?
games. Yep.
Wow. Well, we're not as good as I thought then. DiVincenzo started 80 games for us?
Yeah, because Mike Conley went to the bench.
I know, but...
And Ant's been out.
I'm going to text.
Why are you saying us?
Well,
now you're back.
We are the Timberwolves.
Oh, good Lord.
Yeah, the defending Western Conference finalists.
2 years in a row.
Yeah.
2 years in a row.
People say we're giving out participation trophies. Sign of the time. That's Austin.
For what?
Saying that, you play 82.
So
kudos.
So we shouldn't even acknowledge the people who play 22?
I would love to hear his response on that.
All right. We got Scott Osler coming up in 50 minutes. And maybe if you want to call in and ask Scott a question.
Nice.
I don't think that'll be an issue. Unless it's a dumb question. So ask him a
dumb one's the one you don't ask.
You know what?
I believe that.
No, they're not the only dumb question. Like, you can ask a dumb question. But what they're saying is all unasked questions are dumb.
Okay.
But that doesn't mean that every asked question is not dumb.
That was a stupid
See what I'm
question,
saying?
but you feel better that you got the answer. You know what I mean? You don't want to go home with timeouts in your pocket, if you get my drift.
All right. Gotta go. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
That was a stupid question, Steiny. Stupid.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Granger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
If you're only good to your new friends, you're not going to have any old ones. Straight Talk gets it. That's why new and existing customers get free 5G phones on Verizon's 5G network. Pretty simple, really. You keep good people by being good people.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity, of course, and it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that need it the most, prioritizing your most important connections, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. And it would let you stream 4. That's right, 4 games on one screen. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. It would be proactive and fix problems before you knew you had them. Impressive, right? And it would have security features that protect you from threats at home and online. kind of like a force field for your life. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, well, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected, no matter what. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed? Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler? Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. Enjoy personalized comfort for better sleep night after night. Introducing the new Comfort Mode mattress, starting at $15.99. For a limited time, get free delivery when you add a base. Only at Sleep Number.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and R&S Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Jordan in Oakland. Lawrence came out, took care of servicing the motors, and offered great recommendations tailored to our needs. Thank you, R&S. Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with R&S Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
When back to the office means back in traffic.
We had 2 crashes.
Turn to the traffic leader, KCBS.
2 right lanes are blocked off.
Brought to you by your NorCal Honda dealers. Award-winning efficiency and great deals. There's a Honda for that. The Honda CR-V Hybrid from your Northern California Honda dealers.
Football fans, history is calling as San Francisco heads down under for the first ever game in Australia. Join the action in Melbourne with true fan travel as San Francisco takes on Los Angeles at the iconic Melbourne Cricket Ground. Premium hotel stay, epic all-inclusive events, city tours, wildlife adventures, meet and greet with a red and gold legend, and unforgettable moments. Spots are limited. Don't miss out on your shot to experience San Francisco down under. Head to truefantravel.com. That's truefantravel.com.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEBNOW1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
How was your break? It was great until I stopped for gas. Prices have gone up almost $1 with no end in sight. I might have to start watching how much I drive.
That's exactly why I use Upside. I never pay full price for gas with the free Upside app.
Upside?
Yes, Upside. It's the free app that gives you cash back just for buying the gas you're already buying. So even with the rising gas prices, I'll never have to limit how much I drive.
Does that actually add up to anything?
Just last year, I made over $200 with the Upside app.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app right now.
Download the free Upside app to earn cash back on the gas you're already buying. Use promo code WAGON for an extra 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code WAGON for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first fill-up. That's WAGON.
Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
You listen to me. We got witnesses here. We got a lot of witnesses. Here's the deal. If I get another job and you pass an IQ test at 143, I will hire you.
I lost. I'm out. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Well, you won't be working in Dallas. You won't be working in Dallas anytime soon.
Wow.
Bob has no interest in living in Texas.
You got that confirmed?
No. I don't need to get it confirmed.
Man. No state taxes.
Confirmed. I'm saying it. It means it's confirmed.
Well,
what are you talking about?
You got to hear it from the horse's mouth.
I told you.
Not the ass.
That's not bad. What?
So a piece of Warriors news from Anthony Slater of ESPN.
Oh, gosh, Evan.
Al Horford will make his return tonight for the Warriors in Sacramento. Missed the last month with a calf strain. Steph Curry and Kristaps Porzingis, both probable as the Warriors gear up their rotation for the play-in next week.
All right, when you hear all that, do you cut the Warriors a break for not playing Steph Curry the last home game of the season on fan appreciation night?
No.
You don't?
No.
Oh,
sounds like they had no calculus for the fans to kind of whatever they're thinking. And what am I missing? Okay, they play tonight. And Al's coming back. I get it, but that fan part just seems to like. Well, I thought Steph would want to revolt. Just hey, I get it. What you guys are trying. I'm gonna go out here for a few minutes. Just a modest opinion, man.
I mean, I don't really think they would want to get him into, hey, play 10 minutes and then you're playing the next night. Right. I mean, I don't know, but that to me makes sense. And it also, to me, and I would think you'd be okay with it because I think they're doing it to give them, and I know it's only one game, but they're giving themselves the best chance to win the play-in by getting these guys at least on the floor together. They have not been on the floor together, the three of them. I don't know if they're going to play together. Yeah. They probably will.
Well, you're going to get into practice, and you got a game Sunday.
Exactly.
Then you're off Monday and Tuesday, so you would hope that's where all that gelling is coming from. But, yeah, it'll be interesting, to say the least, just to see what they can do. And honestly, I guess this other part of it is who's readily available come Wednesday night. Because right now, Shasky was having fun with Evan and Grandy about aging them or getting older, doing the pre and post. But the bottom line is we all Warrior fans have aged this season because it has gone nowhere near what we thought it would be, just with the bad luck.
What was the bad luck?
Jimmy Butler.
Oh.
And Steph Curry runner's knee.
Oh, the bad luck. Okay.
What would you call it?
I would call it something you should build into your strategy if you're going to try to play guys so much at that age. I would never assume at that age that they're going to play all the games. But I mean, what I am saying is I think Porzingis and Horford will play together, and then you put Steph out there.
Already made tonight more interesting.
Maybe it also, to me, maybe they go up to Portland and win on Wednesday.
I haven't asked you or gauged it. That is nowhere near impossible on my NBA metric that the Warriors with Steph Curry and Draymond Green could go into Portland, win or go home, and not win that game in advance.
What do you mean in advance?
Go to play the Clippers to the next round.
Oh, to advance I mean, they can beat the Blazers, but they've lost to them 3 out of 4 this year.
That is a fact, and that's with the chef and most of them. And the bottom line is, it was apparent to the naked eye that the more athletic and faster team was Portland.
I mean, there's no doubt about it.
Like, do we have an answer for clinging? Like, people are going to laugh. Just right. I mean,
honestly, they have Horford and they have Porzingis. Like, you don't have anybody else. I mean, Porzingis might be as big as Klingon lengthwise, and Horford can play with him. Yeah, I'm more worried about some other guys than Klingon.
Like, give me one.
Scoot.
I mean, he's a baller.
Yeah. Actually, the guy I'm more most about is
Holiday.
Yes, Drew Holiday.
They've been playing good, man.
I know. I guess Austin is laughing at Horford and Porzingis. I don't know why.
It's who you have, Austin. That's who you're going to battle with. So
I mean,
yeah.
Is he?
I don't know.
He thinks it's funny that they're NBA champions, Austin. I don't. And they're champions. They're champions. Let's talk about pods.
Let's do it.
Because you wanted to ask this, like, how they're going to handle the last two games, et cetera. This is pods on what's the goal tonight in Sacramento and then on Sunday against the Clips.
Put pieces together, put lineups together that work. I know the coaching staff's mind is really just on Portland or Clippers just because it's who we're going to play. And so for these next two, it's just really about building our principles and having everybody available and seeing what it looks like and going to Wednesday swinging.
Tell Draymond that, but I know Dre was, saying his spill on it, but that's what it is. It's come down, and we talked about it, but now watching it is kind of uncanny, right? So Steph needs 8 games to get acclimated, get up to speed, 7-6, and actually, here we are with 2 games left, and then a couple days to get ready, and they're going to kind of just come together. Not a lot of time to jail, and go out there and try to, at the most important part of the time of the season, try to, have continuity. So we'll see how that goes.
I sent a text to my mom.
Man, you think I'm playing and so do the people. That just put me in a good mood. Can you just share what it read?
Yeah.
Any day?
Well, I'm not sorry for calling much recently. Went to Puerto Rico, then had a lot of stuff with work. I know. That's not an excuse. Hopefully we can catch up this weekend.
That's awesome.
God, those are so hard to write, though.
But it's your mom. Why? She loves you. She's your biggest fan.
Because I'm overly competitive and I'm defensive. And
when it comes to mom?
I love my mom, but there are some buttons she can push.
Right, gotcha.
And she did. And I responded.
Yeah. How big of a role do you have for Bassey? Do we even see him in that Wednesday game? I think we're going to see him. You're yelling Horford, Porzingis. I'm just curious. I'm asking, how much does he get off the bench? Or are you like, you know what, Goo, we seen him, but nah, it's too important Wednesday. There's a yes or a no.
Does it feel like one of those where if you do see him, things have gone wrong?
That would be my answer, E.
So hopefully not.
That would be my answer. What are you shaking your head for?
I just can't.
Where are they?
Huh?
Where are they?
Where are who?
Your meds. You can't be this up with that. Evan, thank you for the phone. Evan answered it. It was a question.
You think Bassey will play on Wednesday?
You know what that means.
What am I supposed to do?
What Evan did, answer it.
I'm not going to answer it. I don't know. There's nothing wrong with. How do I know? But how do we know who's going to be playing?
It's nuanced. What the real question was, how much confidence do you got in Horford and Porzingis? Because Evan's right. If he does play, then something kind of went bad or something's not going right. So that was the real question. If you had a high IQ, Evan hit it on the nail and you just went above your head. But hey, I'm here for you.
No, I might have. Why? Let me guess. I think Bassey's going to be an all-star down the road?
Don't try to do this to me at all.
Why? You usually do it to yourself.
We watch
How much do you like Bassey?
Not as much as Porzingis and Horford. But I like what he's doing, man.
Okay.
Yeah. And he's got me worried about Post's future. I'm being real.
Something's up with Post.
Dude, but elaborate on that.
I think they've soured on him, too. Well, I think, here's what happened. Anytime Porzingis plays, that's going to cut into.
Okay, all right.
That's going to cut into Post time.
All right.
But then he got hurt, and he's not under contract next year.
But we talked about a guy that, does what Porzingis does.
You mean like we talked about Trace Jackson-Davis?
Yeah, but
same player.
This was a guy the Warriors didn't have a lot of that could shoot it. You know what I mean? And we were enamored with him.
Now they have Porzingis and Horford.
Yeah. So you're saying he's expendable, but those guys are older.
Well, I mean, not Porzingis, but
Like this won't be the roster Porzingis and Horford for the next 6 years. So that's why I'm like, supposed to be, this playing time definitely impacted. But man, to say night, that it'll be curious to see.
Okay, let's hear from Guru's.
Who we got?
Hey, Evan. What's Bassey's first name?
Charles.
Oh my.
Let's go. Let's hear from Guru's new favorite player, Charles Bassey. He was playing through an ankle injury last night.
I'm good. I've played through ankle stuff before, but they didn't want me to play, but I'm like, I gotta get the minutes, man, But yeah, I told him I can go. Tested it this morning, came in for treatment. Tested it again this afternoon, and I was good to go. I told him I'm good to play, because even though they didn't want me to play, but I was like, I was ready to play, so just leave it out there.
Man, if they had more players like that,
they sound a little like Kaminga to me. Yeah,
he's from Lagos.
Nice job.
Yeah.
Nigeria.
They said they didn't. Okay. They said, you probably shouldn't play, and he said, "Sorry, I'm playing."
I love it.
You gotta love that.
Heroes.
You gotta love that. If your guy Kaminga would have had that attitude, he might still be here. Mm-hmm.
A name I haven't brought up in forever and a day. We got bigger fish to fry here.
You want to hear more Bassey?
Give it to me. How could you not? I got a friend named Reg Bassey, and I hear when I think of Bassey, but it's Bassey.
Yep. This is on what's been working for him. He's
everything.
He's been helping.
I'm just going out there just to play hard, man, regardless of, we are down by this today, so just wanting to get a win. But, man, just going out there playing hard, maximize every opportunity I got. So that's what I'm doing, man. Just maximize my opportunity out there and just trying to help my team win. But we got a loss today, so, we got another opportunity tomorrow. So that's just what I'm doing, man. Just playing hard out there.
There it is.
And you're going to have some fun. We're all rooting for the story, right? But
that's a guy I'll root for.
You just interrupted me.
Don't play that game. You'll get absolutely blown out of the building. Is that how it
feels? I got to stop.
Okay.
Whoa.
You'll get blown out of the building.
Whoa.
Yeah, you're damn right.
We saw this with Guy Santos, and look what it ended up being. So who's to say we're not watching another version of that? It's very early, but we love the Rocky Balboa story, or the possibility it has the ingredients. This guy's come out of nowhere and taking advantage of a situation. So who's to say it's going to end? Because it didn't for Guy Santos. I didn't have this happening for Guy Santos, him getting the contract he got.
Well, it took Guy Santos 3 years to get that contract. Yeah. Did you just say in the middle of what I said?
Well, you put a period. You put a period on it.
I'm just saying.
No. You said it took 3 years for Guy Santos to get that contract. Then it was dead air.
Yeah.
And then I jumped in as your partner.
Yeah, there he is. And Bassey has been here 3 games, and you're comparing him to a guy who's been in the league 3 years. That's just not a good comparison.
For you. And it's Bassey.
What'd I say?
My boy's name, Bassey.
Okay. Again, play in the league next year, and I promise I'll get it right. No, I'm just kidding. I should get it right anyway. Yeah, I don't know, buddy. I don't know.
But the fact that we're going to see Porzingis, Horford, and Curry, I got some sizzle for tonight. I don't care about the score, but the fact that you're telling me that's why they held they held Steph out, let's see it.
Did you get your tickets yet for the game?
No, I'll know about 12:45, so about 12 minutes.
Oh. Think they'll be as good as the other night?
Well, we were in a suite.
That's what I mean.
Well, no, it won't be a suite.
Okay, he's going to do this now, which is fine. I get it. But you know what? He won't be able to keep it up, people. I know what you're doing. Don't think I don't know what you're doing. That's fine, though.
What are you? Where are they?
You will not be able to keep it up. You know damn well what you're doing. Welcome, Kenny. Hey, Kenny. By the way, you were right.
Oh.
You were right on the money, Kenny.
About what?
I think I've been letting my mic on at the end of segments.
You think?
Hey, I said you were right. Get off the mic.
Thanks.
Yeah, Kenny, what's
Danny.
up, baby?
No. Thank you's not. No. Why does everybody got to stick? Scott Osler coming up in a half hour.
Dude, I can't. And he came out in the rain. It's wet out there.
Well, so many shows.
What? Now, why you got to put that in there? You would let us know if he wasn't coming.
Where's he going to park? Like, is he going to have to pay for his own parking?
What if he does Uber? Lyft?
Well, who's going to pay for his Uber? Like, technically, we should.
Scott Osler.
He might be here. Evan just walked out on the phone.
Oh.
I got to hide my
It's always uncomfortable, though, when guests come early.
You're right. Well, because
now you got to talk to him off the air. Hey, Scott, how you doing? It's not quite as bad as when you have to tell Kirk Lake, thanks for the time. Appreciate your time.
I got to hide my salad.
And then you say, all right, thanks a lot, Kirk. But you're in the middle of a segment.
I got you.
And so he just sat there, listened for 2 minutes, and I was like, oh, you can head out.
We'll be fine. We don't want him in earlier, do you? If he wants to, huh?
Was that Osler?
Yeah, he was looking for parking, so I told him where to go.
We got to pay for his parking.
No,
jeez.
You got cash on you?
So you got Nahegan in
Just
there?
take him to the ship.
Dude.
But he's driving, so.
Well, it's wet outside.
Well, we're all driving. We don't get drunk every time we go to the ship. I just want that out there. We go to the ship, have fellowship, and then we drive home. We don't get hammered.
Nothing easy.
Well, when you have long weeks. Dude, we got to do something with my salad before he gets in here. I shouldn't have brought that in here. You didn't complain.
Well, he's not downstairs. He just wanted to know where to go.
Okay.
Yeah.
You got nervous. I ain't never seen that side of you.
I don't like when people come early.
Me,
I like when they're on time.
Phrasing.
But you know what?
I'm sick of working with freaking kids.
That might have been the straw that broke the.
So dumb. I mean, what?
But they act like they don't like
studied
it, but
hard,
they
you know
like
what I mean?
it, no doubt.
Studied hard.
I didn't figure out they like putting up the stop sign to make you remember, hey, little joke in there. Good Lord.
Went to college, tried to get an education, put myself in a position where I have a job that earns me some respect, work with actually grown-ups and adults, and I get that kind of stuff.
Oh, man, pull my finger, Hubert. Come on, man.
I hope he's listening.
We love you. Oh, you got 20 on you?
Who do you love? You say it all the time. I love him. I love her. I love him.
I just asked you, do you got a $20 bill to get Scott for parking?
I'm not doing.
What?
Like that's rube. That's rube-like behavior.
Oh, come on, man.
Oh, get him a drink if he wants, or get Nahegan on Concord or whatever that is. Oh, boy. Look.
See, this is what really takes me off about you. We got to pay for his parking. Of course we do. You want me to go down there and give him the $20 when he gets here? I'll give it to him when he gets here. He'll give me the receipt, and I'll give it to him.
That's my boss,
Don't
baby.
forget.
I've had it with you guys
Don't
today.
forget.
Hey, how did you guys get into that? It was you. That's what I know.
Sometimes you get lumped in with me.
Dude,
it's
no
unfair.
doubt. And I don't like that. It was you. Hey, he was hot.
That's Matt Nahegan,
our
program director.
Hey, Evan, put that fire out on that mic. He was hot.
Well, I'm trying to figure it out because Michigan won this week. I thought he'd be happy.
Exactly.
Yeah. Boss is fed up. People hearing it, man.
But then again,
that's a shame. The boss is fed up.
I've been to work with you for 5 days a week.
Man,
cry me a river.
I've done 4 and it's been a long week.
The boss is angry. Oh, my God.
You're the best,
Give me a
man.
sentence that means nothing to you. The boss is angry.
Dude, this is what you need to talk to your mom about.
Funny.
This is dangerous for you.
Exactly. He ain't my mom. Okay, Mom, I'm a little worried about.
You didn't even apologize to her.
Yes, I did.
You said, it's been a long week.
Man.
I said, no excuses. I'm sorry.
Yeah, fellas, hey, get back to arguing now.
That is the greatest.
Are you going to tell him you don't like that?
No, yeah, because
No, you won't.
that's not the essence of who we are, but he was having some fun.
No, I know he was.
You don't last that long if you don't have a sense of humor. That's why I give it. You got your problems, but you got a sense of humor.
Let me tell you something about Scott Osler. He was I hate saying was.
Well, he retired.
I know.
Yeah, but I hear you.
He was as clever as they come behind a keyboard.
Man.
He was so funny.
Pre-internet and AI.
I hope you did some background on him. Because a lot of times we'll have an elevated guest like Osler come in, and you'll be like, so, now where'd you work? So,
hold on. Like when we had John Shea, and you're like, hey, this is your second book. And he's like, no, partner, it's my 7th book. Remember that?
I knew it couldn't last long.
Yeah, please.
I knew it couldn't last long.
You got nerve.
And again,
Evan remembers that. Your worst moment.
No, it wasn't.
It's your second book. No, pal, it's my 9th.
That was John Shea.
I just said John Shea when we had him on. I said John Shea. Right. And you said, hey, congrats on your second book. And it was like his 9th one.
Right. That was not my biggest mistake. And that goes to show you don't even pay attention to the show.
Which one is your biggest?
Don't do that.
I blew it with McHale and Reggie Jackson. Who's John Shea?
Our guy.
Yeah, I know. But
yeah.
What'd you do to McHale?
I got years mixed up.
But it wasn't that bad, Steiny. That's just your dude.
Something happened in 88, and I said it happened in 87.
And he corrected him.
And he did correct me.
Well, for you, that's a miss.
And then I made a reference to Billy Martin once said,
oh, God.
You know, one's a born liar, one's convicted. Reggie Jackson was the liar, and George Steinbrenner had already been convicted. And I just got my words mixed up, and I said, yeah, remember when you said that? And he goes, well, I didn't say it.
Am I talking to Matt or Eric?
What was so funny is you're so hard on yourself.
You can never get that back.
Loved it, no doubt. Oh, man.
You can never get that back. So I blew it.
There you go.
I blew it. I can't, it's like I can't put myself back at the free throw line against Eastern New York.
Go in the boss's office during break, though.
Okay. We're going to get out early here. Let me just make sure.
Well, not really. It's on time.
All right. We got Scott Osler coming up at, and then we're getting out at 12:57. Okay. Sounds good. Scott Osler coming up at 1 o'clock on 95.7 The Game.
As Pittsburgh prepares for the unofficial beginning of football season, the city's kickoff celebration will begin with an unforgettable invite-only night of music. The night before takes place Wednesday, April 22nd at Rivers Casino Event Center, featuring Jason Aldean, John Morgan, and Shane Profit. Visit Odyssey.com/the night before to enter now for your chance to win this national contest. Prize includes round-trip airfare, a 2-night hotel stay, and 2 tickets to the show.
The Chase Inc. Business Premier Card is made for people who make things happen, like me. I'm Sam, founder and CEO of Manifest, a product design company that makes everyday products designed smarter. I get 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more, plus unlimited 2% cash back on all other purchases, which helps us make more smart ideas into a brilliant reality.
The Inc. Business Premier Card. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by J.P. Morgan Chase Bank. N.A. member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-265-7681. 800-265-7681. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-265-7681.
Hey, life doesn't give you a warning when everything changes. It starts with shock, confusion, and 1,000 questions running through your mind. Maybe it's a car accident, a serious injury, or a tragedy that changes your family forever. Suddenly, you're dealing with insurance companies' paperwork and pressure, all while trying to heal. That's where Beam Law comes in. They take on the legal fight, the negotiations, and the stress, so you can focus on recovery and taking care of the people who matter most. Beam Law is local, and they've recovered millions for clients across the region. That's why SF Weekly has named them Best of the Bay 4 times. So if you've been hurt or lost someone because of someone else's negligence, call Beam Law at 415-523-5555, 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555, or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
Xfinity Tech Support, Matthew speaking.
Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote.
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep, the combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still, you're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026. Taxes, fees, extra.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Granger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Get ready for Jim Gaffigan and his Everything is Wonderful tour on June 13th and 14th at the Masonic. A 4th show was just added. Buy your tickets at livenation.com. And for a chance to win tickets to the 4 p.m. show courtesy of Live Nation, visit 957thegame.com.
Yeah, fellas, hey, get back to arguing now.
It's the Guru Steiny show. Let's go.
All right, coming up in 10 minutes, we're going to be joined in studio by Scott Osler. Scott, sports columnist at the San Francisco Chronicle since 1991. He's covered 5 Olympics for the Chronicle, as well as 1 Soccer World Cup, numerous World Series, Super Bowls, and NBA Finals. worked in L.A. for a long period of time at the Los Angeles Times. He also worked for the national publication.
Remember the National?
The National. And he was there for the Showtime Lakers. He was there for the Giants in 2010, 12, and 14. He's obviously been around the Warriors. What do you think we should ask him about? Like, I want to ask him a lot about Showtime.
Okay, all right.
I also want to make sure that he talks a lot about what's going on here.
Yeah, and I want to ask him the most dominant team that he's covered here. You know what I mean? Was it 3 and the 5? And I know the 3 and the 5 in regard to the Giants, they didn't make the playoffs the next years. But I think of KD and Steph's Warriors, I want to hear him talk about the most dominant team that he's covered here in the Bay. Like, how would you answer that?
In the Bay?
Yeah.
Since you've been here. The Warriors. It had to be the Warriors, right? Or are you saying like the 49ers dynasty?
Yeah, man.
I mean, take your pick, 49ers dynasty or Warriors dynasty. Because they were both.
Did you go in the boss's office?
For what? Why would I go in the boss?
Where I'm from, they would call it an apology, but I just want to read this from Billy from ATCO. I just want to defend Matt Nahigian. When I came in to do my commercials, he had Ethan pay for my parking. That's my boss. So, Osler should be fine.
Okay, let me. I want to see what some of the listeners. I'm throwing it out on the text line to see if they have anything they want to ask
That's a good call.
Osler about. He also wrote for the Chronicle. He spent 3 years. I forgot about this. He had 3 years where he was he wrote a daily around town column.
Yeah.
And for 1 year, and then he wrote, it says while he was in sports, he wrote a weekly humorous commentary. Hey,
he was the man.
He did that more than once a week. But
and remember, you came at me because you go, Guru, he didn't write that. Things I jotted down on my 8.5 by 11, which I'm going to ask him about. I always got a kick of that was in the paper. Things I jotted down.
I don't think that's I don't think
we've already did this.
I don't think you have the words right.
Yeah, things I jotted down on my 8.5 by 11.
No.
What?
No, it had something to do with something and bon mots.
I'm not saying that didn't exist.
No.
I'm saying what I said is fact, and it was by Scott Osler. I'm positive.
One of the things that I do let you slide on a lot is, when you pontificate about journalism. I got to be honest with you. Sometimes
slide is
sometimes I'm like, oh boy.
Stop. You're insinuating I'm lying.
Like one of the reasons. How about this? Career. One of the reasons we're not going to get into Rossini and Vrabel is because you'll miss the boat.
Please. I am the boat on that, baby.
The fact that you wonder why writers haven't made more of a big deal out of it shows me that,
no, it's your Chris Mills version. That shocked me. You were not afraid, but because of what he was.
It's everybody in the business knows what goes on. Everybody.
No, but in that, okay. I'm not saying you're wrong there because you're not. But
if Adam Schefter spends $16,000 to buy gifts for his sources, what is wrong with Diana Rossini doing what she needs to do to develop sources?
You're in grade school and I'm in college. I'm not talking about no source, and I understand you got to take care of the hand that feeds you. My bottom line is this is something else to me. This ain't got nothing to do with no sources.
Okay, what is it?
This is something else. This is cheating.
That makes it less of a story.
Yeah. You're focused on that part of it. I'm focused on the real life component to this, to where everybody's tucking their tail now because of the relationships they have with the said parties.
So you want a story written when people commit infidelity?
No, coverage.
Well, then it is about sources. Well, it sounds like, that's the part that nobody's going to touch. Hey, you think there's reporters right now trying to get in touch with Vrabel's wife?
I got to say this. If these were different names, I believe there would be. So there's a double standard. To me, if these were people that weren't liked, all hell would be breaking loose and it would be all over our television. I would know what Stephen A. had to say. I would know what whoever everybody would have an opinion. But because of who they are, and obviously they're good people are like, mom's the word, and that's cool. But I can't sit here in front like, if this were Tony Vitello, this would be all over, or somebody that's not like, this would be on every station and outlet that's not sports. But they get a pass.
They don't get a pass.
Yeah.
Like, nobody, this never gets written about. Very seldom. Like when Bobby Petrino's on a motorcycle with his, with a gown, they get into an accident.
Like that's,
I don't care. Like, I don't care that they cheated. Like, people cheat. It's what happens. It's not a story.
Your opinion.
Some
people do.
But it's not a story.
But you can't speak for everybody.
But it's not a story, I don't think.
Well, Marcy was just in here a few hours ago sharing us with her opinion, and I don't want to speak for her, but she found it interesting. But because you don't mean it's wrong.
Guru, I'm just saying, you want to hear about an affair. It's like, I don't.
No, I don't want to hear about it because I don't know if it is an affair. I just want the same energy that some people that are not like.
Could you use an example? I don't know what you're talking about.
It's privilege to me. That's the example I use, and I'll let you figure that out. It's privilege to me. This whole thing is privilege, and to their, I'm not hating, but because of who they are and who they know, this thing is like swept under the rug. But I understand if this was a different person, a different color, it would be all hell would break loose.
Okay. I didn't know that's what you're talking about.
That's a little of that.
I think it has blown up, quite frankly.
Do you?
Yes, in a big way. Like, this thing's not over. But the part about them cheating and they have spouses and
don't
kids,
know if it's that. Like, I'm coming in here.
I don't care.
But sometimes they don't care. The story will be like, if the possibility of it, let's go. And now it's like, hey, hold on. Don't deploy the troop shit.
Okay, so let me get this straight. If somebody in this office was committing a transgression, okay, and something similar happened. Okay, let's just say to you.
Okay.
And somebody comes to me and goes, Steiny, what do you know about Guru and what's going on?
I got you.
I'd be like, I don't know. There's no way I would.
And I brought that up to you during the break. You're right. Yeah. You would have my back.
All right. Life doesn't give you a warning when everything changes. It starts with shock, confusion, and 1,000 questions running through your mind. Maybe it's a car accident, a serious injury, or a tragedy that changes your family forever. Suddenly, you're dealing with insurance companies, paperwork, and pressure, all while trying to heal. That's when Beam Law comes in. They take on the legal fight, the negotiations, and the stress, so you can focus on recovery and taking care of the people who matter most. Beam Law is local, and they've recovered millions for clients across the region, and that's why SF Weekly has named them Best of the Bay 4 times. So if you've been hurt or lost someone because of someone else's negligence, call Beam Law at 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555. Or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736. Hello, San Francisco Bay Area. Bank of America, in partnership with Visa, invites you to a FIFA World Cup 26 watch party. Open an eligible Bank of America checking account in participating financial centers only for an opportunity to reserve 2 complimentary tickets while supplies last. Experience special musical guests, games, giveaways, food, and more, all at a legendary venue. Learn more at BofA.com/BofA Visa Watch Party. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 26. Bank of America and a member FDIC. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
Football fans, history is calling as San Francisco heads down under for the first ever game in Australia. Join the action in Melbourne with true fan travel as San Francisco takes on Los Angeles at the iconic Melbourne Cricket Ground. Premium hotel stay, epic all-inclusive events, city tours, wildlife adventures, meet and greet with a red and gold legend, and unforgettable moments. Spots are limited. Don't miss out on your shot to experience San Francisco down under. Head to truefantravel.com. That's truefantravel.com.
Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center is a 5-star facility located in the Sunset District of San Francisco and in close proximity to our preferred partner, UCSF Medical Center. At Lawton, you're in good hands with world-class nurses led by a well-known and UCSF-affiliated medical director in Dr. Darby Clayson. Contact Administrator Dan Daly at 415-566-1200. That's 415-566-1200 for any additional information.
DQ presents the Blizzard Double Flip Deal. For a limited time, when you buy 1 Blizzard treat, you get a second for just 99 cents. That's 2 Blizzards, 2 spoons, 2 flavors, and 2 flips. So don't miss out on the Blizzard Double Flip Deal, available only for a limited time and happening now at DQ. Because the only thing better than a Blizzard treat is a second Blizzard treat for just 99 cents. It's a deal to flip for. The Blizzard Double Flip Deal. Get it in the app. Participation may vary.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
Yeah, Dan Dibley here for Fremont Bank, which, as you know by now, it's my bank, and it has been for more than 6 years. And I love this bank because it's a family-owned bank with the family-owned feel. They started back in 1964, and when they did that, it was just one branch, but now they have 21 branches. So if you go around in your Bay Area, you're going to find a Fremont Bank branch, and you're going to see it, and you're going to think, you know what? I want that full-service banking with no compromises, and you should. It's not a big box bank. It's a good local bank, and when you deposit your money with Fremont Bank, they reinvest it locally into businesses, philanthropy, home ownership, all the good stuff that makes our Bay Area the best area in all of the country. And that's why you should be a Fremont Bank customer. The money stays here. It's local. It's not a big box bank. It's a good, solid local bank. And we talk about Fremont Bank, and you know that they're here for you and here for good.
Joey from Vermont, a farmer trying to get through the winter. Adriana from South Carolina, a single mother living paycheck to paycheck. Liam from Ohio, an injured father struggling to provide for his family. Hi, I'm Shanola Hampton, and I support the Feeding America network of food banks because they help provide over 6 billion meals to people in need each year. Learn more at feedingamerica.org.
Whoa. Okay, this one says you get a free phone if you switch. Hey, this one also says you get a free phone if you switch.
Yeah, they all do, hon.
Wait. The T-Mobile one says families saved over $3,700 versus the other big guys in the past 5 years. And their experience plans have Netflix included, plus a year of Dash Pass by DoorDash.
Hang on, let me see that. And a 5-year price guarantee? Oh yeah, we're switching.
That's what I'm talking about. Do we clap now, or?
I'm thinking half-half.
At T-Mobile, get savings that keep stacking up. That's value you can feel every day. Switch now at T-Mobile.
Savings based on Harris X billing snapshots from Q3 2021 to Q4 2025 among accounts with 3+ voice lines compared to AT&T and Verizon, excluding discounts, credits, and optional charges. See harrisx.com/T-Mobile. Price guarantee on talk, text, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See T-Mobile.com.
The 2026 Mountain Winery concert season is here, with performances by Dana Carvey and David Spade in June, Trevor Noah in July, and many more. To see the 2026 schedule and a chance to win tickets to one of the shows, courtesy of Mountain Winery, visit 957thegame.com.
Yeah, fellas, hey, get back to arguing now.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, we're excited for the next hour. We have in studio right now, and we got to clarify something right away. Was it 12-time California Sports Writer of the Year? I've seen 13. What number is it?
It's a mystery number. It's actually 15.
Ooh.
15.
Wow.
I missed a few.
Look at my man.
Jeez.
Some years I didn't get any votes, man. I had some bad years, like you guys.
All right. Well, thank you so much for coming in. Congratulations on an incredible career. I just realized I moved here in 90, and I think I read you in the National first.
Yes, sir. The National Sports Daily.
Does anybody...
Nobody listening to this program remembers that, and that was, 33 years ago, right?
Yeah, so explain to people what it was and what the goal was.
It was a guy at Sports Illustrated had the idea, actually a Mexican billionaire had the idea and went to the guy at Sports Illustrated, Frank DeFord, famous Frank DeFord, and said, hey, why don't we start a national sports newspaper? Because they have them in Japan, they have them in Mexico, they have them in Europe, sports only, daily. Frank said, let's do it. So they did it. They started it out, and they had a ton of money. They had the backing of this, like I said, this guy who was a Telemundo billionaire. And so he did it. It was great. It lasted about, I think, a year and a half, something like that. And we had great writers. We had Mike Lupica.
Ratto?
We had Ratto.
Right.
Ratto was, and we had a really good crew. We had a guy that wrote a wrestling column every week. We had all kinds of stuff. It was wild, all over the spectrum. We covered everything. It was a great paper. But the marketing was bad, and the economy was bad at the time and all this stuff. So it only lasted a year and a half. But it was cool. And that's how I wound up here in San Francisco, because I was in L.A.
Yep.
National folded, came up here.
Scott Osler joining us on 95.7 The Game. Recently retired from the Chronicle, 15-time California Sports Writer of the Year. I'd like to start with Showtime.
Go ahead.
If you don't mind.
Yeah.
When you were covering Showtime, I assume you'd been in the business a little while, but not a long time. Like, did you have any idea what you were covering was something that was historic at the time?
No idea. This was 1979, and I was working at the L.A. Times, and I had done baseball for years, a beat guy covering the Angels and the Dodgers, and then I was on to feature writing and stuff. And the Laker beat opened up. So my sports editor said, hey, why don't you go cover the Lakers? And I said, okay. And I had no idea. I'd covered one road trip for the Lakers like a year before. So I kind of knew the drill a little bit, but I was completely new to all this. This was totally new. I didn't know what time to show up at the games, what door do I go in, where do I park, and all that stuff. And at that time, the Lakers were not as big in LA as they are now. Mm-hmm. You know, they were like the third team. The Rams were big, Dodgers were huge, even the Angels were big. Lakers kind of a little bit of an afterthought, but they had this guy that they just drafted named Magic Johnson. And so Magic and I broke in together at the same time, and we kind of made each other's careers, I think. So that year was just nutty. We were talking the other day, and I was saying, if you could pick any beat to cover, any sport, any year over the last, say, 40 years, it'd be hard to top that first year, Magic Johnson's rookie year with the Lakers at Showtime. Wow. When the stuff just exploded. It just went nuts, man. You know, all the stars were out, all the celebrities. You know, Marvin Gaye singing the national anthem.
I'll never forget.
That was
so. What I remember is, you know, when I would cover some Warrior games down in L.A., the sports writers would sit behind the basket, and like Denzel Washington would come over and talk to the sports writers, not the visiting ones, but the bigwigs.
Yeah.
You must have some
it was like that.
friends
Frank,
in high places.
Frank Robinson sat like 3 seats behind me, and his daughter was always there with him. We got to be good buddies, me and Frank's daughter. But Frank didn't like me.
No, Frank's pretty tough.
He called one of the ushers over one day, and he said, "Hey, who's that guy down there?" My daughter's talking to him, and he said, "That's Scott Hosser." And he said, "I don't like that guy."
Oh, man.
So Jack Nicholson, he always sat courtside, and I didn't really bother him. He didn't come in the locker room after the games. He socialized with the guys afterwards. But so I was there with my wife at a game one night. I was about 84 or so. And I said, we were just watching as fans that night. I said, there's Nicholson down there. I should write a story on him because nobody's done a story on Jack, the fan, right? And so I went down at halftime, and he was coming off the court. And I said, hey, Jack, I'd like to write a story of. And he said, well, Scotty. He said, like we're old buddies.
Yeah.
Now. He says, I'm gonna take a pass on that because I get too much attention here already. But come on back here with us at halftime. So he had his buddy Lou Adler, who was his sidekick, famous record producer. He produced the Mamas and the Papas, and he was like the #1 record producer in the world at the time. And so him and Jack, and they take me in the back room. It's a room about the size of a broom closet that the Lakers had given them to chill out at halftime, right? And so we go back in there. And they fire up a joint. We're passing around. Pretty soon there's a knock at the door. And Jack goes up and says, hey, Mike, how you doing? Hey, come on in. It was Michael Douglas.
Oh, come on,
So Michael Douglas comes in. And we're passing the joint. And there's another knock at the door a minute later. Hey, Jimmy, come on in. And Jimmy Buffett. And so I'm in this little broom closet with like 4 of the most famous people in the entire world of showbiz, music, all that stuff. And I'm thinking, I wonder if I should tell them that I'm Sports Writer of the Year in California. But it was
incredible.
Stuff like that just happened all the time. It was nutty, man.
And you asked me, is there ever stuff you don't write about? No, I don't remember seeing that one.
We were having this discussion. Steph, you kind of look out for others, Scott, to where, you know what, I can't do that. It might make Guru look bad.
Yeah. You know what? I'm always looking for book ideas and stuff like that. And I told someone the other day, I said, I could write a book. I think it would be a bestseller, and the title would be Sex and the Lakers.
Whoa.
And it would be going all the way back to Jack Hancock and Wilt Chamberlain, and I don't want to mention any other names, but there would be a lot of names in there, and there would be a lot of stories that most of I heard secondhand because I was not involved. They didn't invite me to their parties and stuff. But yeah, that would be a good.
Was
seller. The owners of the team were
Was there a special place at the Forum?
Was there a special place? Well, for me, there was a Forum Club, which was where all the special people went. But we weren't allowed there. But they had a press lounge, and it was for the media after the game. And so we'd all go in there and hang out and drink like for hours. And Pat Riley would always come in there. Chick Hearn, the great announcer he'd always be in there. Jerry Buss would always be in there with his date of the night because he had a different 18-year-old every night, every game. So he'd be in there, and sometimes with his pals like Gabe Kaplan. Remember the
Welcome Back Kotter?
Yeah. He was in there every night because he was good buddies with Buss, and Buss always had some big star. Every night it was another big star, and they'd come in there, and Wayne Gretzky would drop by sometimes after. And so we usually the players didn't come there, but all the media, all these Hollywood people and stuff, and we just hang out there and drink for a couple hours. And there was a bar there. And a lot of times, Pat Riley and Chick would get behind the bar, and they'd be bartending and say, "Hey, Riles, can you get me another Miller Lite? There, come on." And so it was. And then every so often, Jerry Buss would say, it'd be like 2:00 in the morning. He'd say, "Anybody feel like any champagne?" And, yeah, sure.
That's my type of party.
He'd send out. They'd come back in with a case of champagne just to sit around and hang out. It was crazy times.
You don't know how down to earth you have to be to come pull up on us and join us when we both missed your retirement party. I had some stuff going on at home. I wanted to be there. Yeah. And Steiny was at the wrong locale. But let me ask you this, Scott, because I was going to phrase it, what's the most dominant team that you covered since you've been here in the Bay? But I'll say, which one has mirrored the Showtime Lakers the most? When you look at the Giants, the Niners running the Warriors with Steph, how would you answer that?
Yeah, I would have to say the second year of the Warriors run, the year when they won the 73, and didn't close it out. But that team was a kick-ass team. That was better than the team that won the year before. They had it going, and they had the special sauce. The two teams I've covered that were in that vein, like the Magic Johnson, the Showtime Lakers, and those guys. it was phenomenal. It was a great team to be around. Steiny was around.
That was pre-Durant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought Durant kind of, in some ways, kind of spoiled the party.
Yeah, right.
And when they got him, I said, no, come on. You got a good thing. You don't need him.
Right.
Come on. But that was great. The people were great. The thing is, we went to all the practices and shoot-arounds and stuff like that, and they shot around then almost every day in between games and stuff. So we'd just go hang out. And you always wind up talking to Ron Adams or Bruce Frazier or Luke Walton, just drop into conversations, find out all kinds of cool stuff. And all the players were great to talk to. They are great to deal with, from Steph on down. Even people say Clay Thompson didn't say much and stuff. He would be, a lot of times he'd be really good.
I love it.
It was just a treat being around those guys. Plus the fact that, the way they played, the whole, they stunned people,
Scott Osler joining us on 95.7 The Game. Recently retired San Francisco Chronicle columnist, 15-time California Sports Writer of the Year. So you mentioned the Showtime Lakers and the Warriors and how much fun it was. Those teams won. What's the difference between covering a team that wins like that and a team that loses in the other direction? You ever cover a loser?
Yeah. I'm trying to think, but I always thought that it would be, if you're covering a team, especially full-time, you want a team that's really great, like those Warrior teams, or, the Giants when they had it going on, or you want a team that's really, really bad. We're just sucking every day. And you don't want you don't want a 500 team. That's why the Giants the last few years it's kind of boring. Maybe they'll kind of eke into the playoffs, maybe they won't. So you want a really bad or really good. And I didn't do that much beat work. As a beat guy, I only did a year of baseball and a couple years of basketball. And I never covered a really bad team during that time. I covered the Dodgers, and they went to the World Series. And but if I was going to do it, you want a really good team or just a terrible team.
Well, I had that
terrible team though. You got to dodge around. You know that better than I do, right? You got to. Everybody doesn't love you, man. Right?
You were around here from '95 to 2007 when the Warriors never won anything.
I thought that was fun. I love basketball anyway. Let's face it, basketball is the best sport. It's the best sport to cover. It's the best sport to watch. And it was fun being around. I like being around Nelly and the gang.
Yeah.
And I know a lot of people thought, you guys kissed up too much to Nelly and stuff. And we just presented him like he was. He was an interesting guy to be around.
He was.
Not always great, pleasant, or whatever, but he could tell some stories, and he was old school, man.
Yeah.
So many guys now are just kind of buttoned down, and they give you the pre-programmed responses and all that stuff. And Nelly let it fly.
Oh, man.
I remember one time there was we did the pregame stuff back there, and we'd do it in Nelly's office.
Yeah.
Oh, Nelly.
And one time somebody asked him about, what's his name, the Latvian guy who couldn't shoot free throws.
Andris Biedrins.
And Biedrins at the time was like 19 years old. And it was looking pretty good. He was like a double-double guy every night. And somebody said, tell us about Andris. And Nelly said, man, that's crazy. That guy he's only 18 years old. And when I was 18 years old, I hadn't had my first, and basically used another word for sexual experience. And Raymond Ritter was right there, and he said, oh, God, don't write that, you guys. Oh. But Nelly would just let it fly. So
yeah.
Let me ask you this, because, I'm in my 50s, right? So I'm up there, Scott, and I'm just thinking to myself, every day to Steiny, off air, on air, the internet is a powerful medium. Everything's changed. How has that impacted what you do, what you did? And for the young men and women out there trying to be the next Scott Osler, has the internet and social media made that easier or more difficult?
Probably more difficult because in one sense, there's more ways to go. You can drop in and do a podcast, do all this stuff. But a lot of that doesn't pay. Back in my day, in Steiny's day somewhat, you broke in a small paper or whatever, and you kind of worked your way up, and there was kind of a well-defined ladder. And when you got to this point, okay, after 3 or 4 years, I'm going to be making a living wage. Right. I can maybe afford to have a kid or two, that kind of thing. And then if you got lucky and you got, I fell into a couple lucky spots, and you get to be a columnist, and maybe you make a little bit more money, and so but it was all well laid out and programmed. Now it's the Wild West.
Wild West.
It's like getting out of prison now and saying, oh, what do I do now? Do I go to a movie? Do I go to a bar? I don't know. I wouldn't know what to tell a kid now how to start. So good luck, kids.
Yeah,
Find another guy. Become a doctor, damn it. Do something worthwhile.
Scott Osler joining us on 95.7 The Game. 15-time California Sports Writer of the Year. Worked for the Chronicle since '91. Well, then I got to believe you like Tony Vitello a little bit.
Who said?
Well, no, you were talking about guys who are a little different, not the pro.
No, I like Tony. And when I got to say this, when Buster signed him, I was one of the first, not the first, I don't want to claim that, one of the first to say, okay, I'm going to go with this. It sounds okay. I'm not one of the old school guys that now are saying, oh, yeah, they shouldn't have hired a guy out of the loop. You know, you passed over all these other guys who have paid their dues. Well, Tony paid his dues. I think it was a legit hire, and I support Buster, and Buster's a smarter baseball guy than I am. Yeah, after what I've seen so far in the short term is I'm not that impressed. And it's not just the results, but to me, to be a big league manager, a lot of it is about, I guess, personality or kind of an X factor. And I'm not sure I've seen that. You know, we've seen it, guys like Dusty Baker and Bochy and even Bob Melvin to an extent. Yeah. People put him down, but Bob had a presence and all that stuff. And I don't know. I'm not sure I'm seeing that so far. There's a special chemistry which hard to define. For instance, I was thinking that you guys in your job, like Guru, you before you got this job, you hung out with the crew, right? Yeah. You guys, you watch games and stuff like that. And I don't think you could have picked anybody out of that crew and dropped him into a radio program, and he would have been a success. They found you, or you found them, or whatever. And the chemistry was right. Same with Steiny. You know, you have to have a certain something. And I'm not saying you guys could manage big league clubs because you're both too stupid to do that. but you know, if for certain jobs there's a certain chemistry, and I'm not sure that I've seen that.
So if I say he can grow in,
he could. Yeah.
But he's a grown ass man already. Yeah. But it sounds like, Scott, you're saying you are what you are in regard to your personality. Yeah. You got it or you don't.
And he's stepped in. The thing he did in his first thing. There's 5 years from now, I guarantee you, there's going to be some problem that comes up if he's still managing, and people are going to say, he didn't really want this job. Ooh. And they'll go back to that first statement, which is hard to live down. So
history.
I wish him luck. I don't think he's a clown, or I don't think he's underqualified or anything like that. I think there's certain managers that, I keep using the Dusty Baker example, that have a certain certain magic, not only connection with the media, but with the players. So.
All right, so, obviously, Scott Osler joining us on 95.7 The Game, 15-time California Sports Writer of the Year.
You keep saying that, man.
Well, some people on the text line just joined us, and they're like, who is this guy? And I'm like...
Let me check in there. Right. They might have had a new voter. It might be 16.
Okay. I was just going to ask you, so you covered the Showtime Lakers, a dynasty, and you've seen the Warriors, a dynasty. For some reason, I thought the Lakers kind of fell off but they only missed the playoffs 1 year. Like, what's the difference between what happened to the Lakers at the end and where the Warriors now? How would you compare the two situations?
Wow, that's tough to compare. It fell apart because they lost Magic. The Lakers lost Magic, and then Kareem aged out.
Yeah, and
which is funny because I remember one time we were standing around talking to Magic, me and a couple guys, and he was saying. Off the record, he was saying, you guys think I'm pretty good now, but you wait till Kareem retires, you're going to see what I can do scoring the ball. You're going to see some stuff you've never seen before, and it's going to knock your socks off. And I believed him, but unfortunately, he retired before Kareem did. But and that it was a whole different dynamic. The coaching thing, it was a crazy deal. Paul Westhead inheriting the job basically when Jack McKinney fell off a bicycle.
That's right.
Totally different thing up here, where it was kind of driven by the fact that Steve Kerr came in with a whole new plan to exploit Steph and Clay, and he fell into Draymond, lucked into that. So, but it was a whole different dynamic how it fell apart, and back then I think it was easier to keep teams together.
Yeah,
there wasn't nearly as much movement, and there was none of the team making there is now, like LeBron deciding where he's going to go and all that stuff.
Yeah.
That was pretty rare.
Well, let me quick ask him since we're talking. The Showtime series with Jerry West. You covered those teams, and you were talking about Billy McKinney. What did you think of Winning Time?
Well, it was. I'm probably not the right guy to ask. It was terrible. It sucked. Every bit of it sucked. I'm a little bit bitter because of the fact that when I was down there, I wrote a book on the show, and it was called Winning Times. because that was Magic Johnson's signature line. So we call Win in Times. And it was all about the history of the Lakers from the time they hit L.A., basically up through the Magic Johnson era. And so maybe 15 years later, Jeff Pearlman wrote kind of a book on the same territory, basically. I thought our book was better, but whatever.
Okay.
So about 5 years ago, this Hollywood guy, Netflix, I think, producer, found our old book that I had co-written with a guy named Steve Springer. And he said, this is a great book, man. We got to make a TV series out of that. And so we went to all the planning. They had a director, they had a producer, they had Randy Newman's son, I forget his name, there's a Hollywood producer. He was signed on to do it. Jeannie Buss said she would work with us. Magic Johnson was going to work with us. We were going to have a TV series based on our book, Win in Times, right? And Pearlman's group Pearlman got a group together, too, to put together a show behind his book. And basically, long story short, his crew outworked or out-hustled our crew.
Oh.
He didn't do anything dirty or underhand or anything, but they beat us to it. So they got the series out, and we got nothing. But the series was, to me, Showtime. I was a rookie beat guy, so I probably didn't know all the stuff that was going on. I wasn't privy to all the drug stuff at the time. I found out a lot of the stuff later. But what, to me, Showtime was about, kind of the same thing that the Warriors have been about up here, was like this joy thing, this great feeling, this phenomenal vibe, everybody having fun, everybody really enjoying it, and just winning and kicking ass, and the fans being out, the fans being crazy. And you had all the Hollywood people down there. It was really a joyful kind of deal. And we headed up by Magic Johnson, who was the king of joy, even more so than Steph, I think.
Man.
And so what they did is they took this and they turned it into this dark, brooding sort of soap opera where there's a lot of bad people instead of good people. And what they did to Jerry West is classic.
He was mad. God rest his soul. He was ready to sue.
It actually ruined his life. It haunted him for like the last 3 years of his life, that they took him and made him into this ogre, this bad. Because Jerry West, you knew West, right?
Yeah.
And West, I'm sure, was hard to work with. If you had to work with him, it had to be day to day if you were the coach and you had to work with him as a GM. Could be a tough guy. I'm sure he's quirky and all this stuff. But he would always talk to you. He would, if you called Jerry West, he'd always return your calls, even if you'd written something crappy about him. If you ran into him in the street and he didn't know you, you were just a fan, hey, Jerry, he would stop and talk to you for 20 minutes. He always did that. He was a complete gentleman to people. He considered himself an ambassador of the sport, and they made him look like this churlish guy.
I wonder why they exaggerated that.
I don't know. It was just a Hollywood thing. They got, hey, we got this Jerry West. We don't know who he is, but let's make him an a-hole, you know?
Well, I got to tell you, when they had this scene where he threw the MVP finals trophy out the glass door, I started laughing pretty hard. Right. I must say that. I think they were trying to portray his competitiveness.
Well, that's fine. You could find other ways to do that. But.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Scott Osler joining us on 95.7 The Game. 12, 15, 16 time California Sports Writer of the Year. What should the Warriors do? Trade Steph?
Yeah, if Steph wants to go, yeah. I don't think he does. I have this, Steph doesn't confide in me, but I have this feeling about Steph because everybody for the last couple of years, the whole thing has been, it's a Steph window, and they got to
everything for Steph.
Got to take another shot for Steph, which I agree with you. You don't get another Steph. This is your one shot, but it's almost like everybody's on pins and needles. Like, oh, I hope Steph doesn't get pissed off and say he wants out of here. I hope Steph doesn't get mad. I hope he doesn't get mopey and all that stuff. And I have this different picture of Steph as being a guy who appreciates and knows what he's had before and what the team has had and what this dynasty has had. And he knows that everybody doesn't get this kind of run. There's been a lot of great players before that didn't get 5 shots at the ring and 4 rings and all that stuff. And that I'm not saying he's happy. Oh, yeah, put me with a bunch of losers. I don't care. I think whatever they try to do, and I assume they'll solicit his input on this, but he just wants to play ball. If he can get with a crew of guys, if he can get Jimmy back and get guys who really care and who want to play ball and who know how to play ball and are going to go out there and put it on the line every night, I think he's good with that. I think he would certainly like to win another championship, but I don't think he's saying, enough with these guys. Let me shop around and see what else I can find.
Yeah. Scott, I come in here and scream about the Warriors, and Stotty talks about the whole career he covered them. They weren't what they are now, or champions, right? So I get that, and I know where we come from. But I just can't stop thinking about, and I yell on the radio every day, Kuminga and Wiseman and what they could have been to Curry now, because I think Curry would love nothing more to take a back seat in his later years. But how big of a miss were those two to where now we're depending on Curry like he's 27?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like those, we're still paying the price.
Oh, I always will be. 20 years from now, we'll be saying, Steph could have had a couple more rings, man. If they could have, if they redo those two picks, man. Man. Yeah, and I don't know which one is worse. I don't know, maybe Wiseman, because it's such a high-stakes thing. Although I'm not sure there was anybody else in the draft back then.
Halliburton got drafted 13 or something like that.
So I just wonder that was, I think, too big a reach.
Did you think Kuminga had the goods?
I don't think was as big a reach. But once they got into it and saw that it wasn't going to work, then I think they should have cut the ties sooner. But that was, that was worth taking a swing at. The Wiseman thing was just that was a wild swing at a bad pitch.
Longtime Chronicle columnist Scott Osler joining us on 95.7 The Game. One of the things that's a hot topic this week was the Mike Vrabel, Diana Rossini. Are they together? Are they having an affair? Just speak to the whole source thing and how it works, because it used to be that would have been a big problem, or even what some of the stuff Schefter does would have been a big problem. Yeah. What do you owe a source? How do you get a source, and how do you protect a source?
I don't know if I've ever had a source, but
you got me. Yeah.
There are a lot of people. I'll take Barry Bonds, for instance, when we would write bad stuff about him. Barry's kind of a jerk. And people would write to me and others and say, the only reason you're trashing him is because he's not nice to you. He doesn't kiss up to you. And I try to explain to those people that I don't care who's nice to me, because I have a wife and kids. I have friends. I go home at night. I don't think, I hope Magic Johnson or hope Steph Curry doesn't matter to me for that question I asked. So I didn't give a crap of what other people thought of me. So I was never trying to be nice to them so they wouldn't. I was never afraid that somebody's going to stop talking to me, because I figured if they don't talk to me, somebody else will.
Right.
Or I'll just make it up then. If nobody talks to me, I'll just make it up. They're even easier, because most of them have nothing to say anyway, right, when you get right down to it. And so, but you do want to protect your sources. You want to be fair. You don't want to burn somebody. I don't think I've ever done that. But
Jerry West ever get mad at you?
Yeah, a couple times. Never to my feet. He'd say something like, you've written some stuff that I didn't like that much, but it's okay. I understand.
I heard he was that way, where he would call a writer and say, this is absolute BS. Yeah. You got to be kidding me, this, that, and the other thing. And then, all right, we'll see you at the game tonight.
I called Jerry one time when he was general manager in Memphis, and we were talking, and he said, this is typical Jerry. He said, I shouldn't impersonate him, because I don't do it very well. He says, I don't care what writers write. I don't pay any attention to that stuff. And not less than a minute later, he said, I've got this drawer in my desk right here. You can hear him opening up. This is filled with clippings of people who said bad stuff about me. Wait a second. You just said you didn't care, Jerry. Here's a West deal. He was up here as an advisor, and they signed Durant. You remember they did the thing
4th of July
back in the Hamptons.
Yep.
And the story came out that all the guys went out there, all Steph and the boys went and recruited him. And that night, Jerry West wasn't on the trip, but he called Kevin Durant, and he talked to him for a while. And so all the story was that Jerry West closed the deal. Jerry West was the close. He was the difference maker. So I called Jerry the next day, and I said, tell me about that, how you closed the deal. And he started swearing. He was so mad. He said, it just went off. You know how Jerry could go off sometimes when he was mad? He said, I had nothing to do. I had nothing. Wow. And he was so mad. I had nothing to do with Kevin Durant signing. He's a great guy. He's all that stuff. But it had nothing to do. Those other guys came out, Joe Lacob, Steph and all the boys, they sold it. I called and talked to him. We had a nice time. I had nothing to do with that. And then he paused a minute and he says, but just between you and me, if I don't make that call, that MFer doesn't come out.
That's the Jerry West Scott I think I know. Wow. So he had something to do with it, no doubt.
No, that same call, he's praising Kevin. He said, I'm so glad we signed him. He's going to be great. So Raymond Ritter,
our double,
the Warriors, Pierre guy calls me the next day and he says, because I wrote it. And he said, we haven't officially signed him yet. because we haven't done the physical and all that stuff. And it's a $50,000 fine if anyone in the organization goes public to talk about somebody they haven't signed yet. So we might be on the hook for a $50,000 fine because Wes popped off to you. And and Raymond was nice about it.
Right, of course.
And of course, there was no fine. No, the league's going to fine Jerry West. Come on. But I was kind of sweating it out for a minute. Oh, geez.
Let me ask you this.
I guess Joe Lacob's not going to be my source anymore.
Let me ask you about Steve Kerr. He's presidential, right? 4 chips. The Warriors are, depending on the play-in to get to the playoffs. How do you look at Steve Kerr? And would you be shocked if he left and threw up the deuces? Or, would you be shocked if he came back? Because I don't know how to read it. Some days I'm like, hey, just give it to somebody else.
Yeah, I don't know how to read it either. I think he's talked about this, and I think he's true to this. He's found a way to live with the defeat and the bitterness and the bad part, and to kind of not let it eat him like it does with so many coaches and managers. We've all seen that. They're one loss and they're spinning out of control. So he's learned to control that. And I think he really likes coaching. And I wouldn't be surprised if he hangs on another year. Also wouldn't be surprised if he hangs it up. I told him a couple times, and this is the only time he kind of didn't get mad at me, but he took exception to between that and the times I've argued with him about Draymond. Right. Can't you? He's getting too many T's. He's got we know Draymond. So he'll get mad at me at that. But a couple times I said to him, you've done a good job coaching, and you've kind of made your mark, and you've got your accolades and all this stuff. What you really should do is step out of coaching, and get into politics, because our country is in crisis now, and we need somebody like you, whether run for senator, run for president, something. Where a level-headed, smart guy like you who gives a crap could really make it. And he just always completely shuts me down. He said, I have no interest in that. I got no.
He'd get my vote.
Yeah, mine too. For a while it was the Popovich Kerr ticket. Yeah. And I always thought there would be a good ticket, but it should be, I thought it should be flipped. I thought Popovich should have been the VP.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you there.
Yeah. Although I wouldn't want to have to deal with Popovich. But,
yeah, no.
Although I like the guy. I like Popovich.
I mean, he gave Craig Sager a headache.
Yeah, he was. There was no reason for Popovich to be such a a bad guy to the reporters.
Yeah, Kareem.
Yeah,
you like Kareem? What's he like? Enigmatic?
He was on that Showtime Laker team. All the guys were great. All the guys were great. Magic, of course, was the best, but Worthy and Cooper and all those guys were great. The only guy that I never came close to even kind of breaking through with it was Kareem, because he was very shut off. Man. And he was shut off from somewhat from the players in his team, too. Like Magic told me that he said, when we're all in the locker room playing music and stuff, and Kareem comes in, we all kind of look over at him to see what kind of mood he's in. Because if he's like in a bad mood, I want to shut off the music, turn it down, and all this stuff. We kind of,
I can relate.
Hey, Cap, Yeah. And if he's in a good mood, that's fine. And he was a tough guy. He was kind of moody and all that stuff. But I came to appreciate that later when I did more homework about the times and the civil rights and all that stuff. And he was a young man in New York when a lot of stuff was coming down, a lot of the civil rights, the whole movement and all that stuff. And he was a Malcolm X guy, very strong Malcolm X guy. And he had a basic distrust for white guys and white reporters.
Right.
Because back then, all the reporters were white. There were very few black guys covering teams then. And if you're a black guy who feels like you're getting the short end of society, and you see all these white little chipmunks coming at you asking for quotes, maybe you just don't open up like we're kind of hoping. So I understood that. And I understand it now. But even now, he's kind of an enigmatic kind of guy, but hard to deal with. There many times we interviewed his back. He was sitting, facing in the locker, and never look around, and just
Scott, I could tell Steiny it's raining. He wouldn't look out the window. He'd have to go outside, put his hand, feel the water, and be like, Goo, you were right. It's raining. Yeah. I told him I was at work. I had all these sales jobs, and on my lunch, I'd take the Chronicle, and I would read your piece, things I jotted down on my 8.5 by 11. Yeah. He's like, I don't know if that existed. Can you help me?
Jotted.
What, me taking notes?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
No. He thinks it was the bon mots. What was this something in bon mots?
All right, it was deep thoughts, cheap shots, and bon mots. Although bon mots is French, I guess, and it's actually pronounced bon mot or something like that. I don't know, like croissant.
See, I had you with a piece that would be things I jotted down on my 8.5 by 11.
Yeah, and it'd be just notes. Yeah. One or two paragraph bits.
Did you start every
I
column
wasn't smart
that way?
enough to actually get the thoughts together for a whole coherent.
And I used to read that.
He didn't have the attention span to write a whole column, so he had to break it up.
And I'm thinking to myself, did I read? No, Scott, I used to look forward to that, man.
Actually, that was the most fun for me. Just letting it go on one or two. Sometimes you'd be writing about Tony Vitello is a great guy or something like that, and you'd have to stretch it into 800 words. And after about 600 words, you're thinking, oh, my God, I'm out of gas here. But with those little short things, you could make your point and get the hell out. I enjoy doing that.
What are you going to do now?
I don't know. I figured I'd just stop by here every day and do like a half an hour.
You're always more than welcome.
No doubt about it.
Are you going to stay in the Bay?
Yeah. That's the plan. Yeah, I got 3 or 4 ideas, like book ideas and stuff like that.
What will you miss the most?
Hanging out with the guys.
Yeah,
hanging out. I really liked. It was fun, for instance, the Warriors run. And it was the same with the Giants when they were going. Yeah. You get into the playoffs, and with the Warriors, like we could count on it every year for like 6 years, we're going to have like 2 months on the road. We're going to go to Cleveland, and we're going to go to Houston, and we knew all the spots. We knew all the restaurants and stuff. And you covered the game, and the games are great because the playoff games are a different whole thing, right? And the intensity and on the fun and the craziness. And then we'd all go out and find a bar or something like that because you got to unwind. You're done writing at 11 o'clock. You can't just go home and go to bed, right? No. You're so fired up. So you go find a bar and you have 4 or 5 or 6 of your buddies, and you either at a bar or sit on the rooftop of a hotel with a 6-pack and just kick back and
talk about the game.
It was funny because I was thinking that the hard part is writing, right? And then afterwards you kick back with your buddies. You guys skip the hard part. You just go right to the easy part where you just sit around and talk for a couple hours, man.
Exactly.
I can't believe you guys get paid for this, man.
But we also have fellowship outside of the studio that I think's helped us big time, Scott, to where I kind of like the guy off the air.
Yeah,
I can tell. Okay.
I can tell. You guys do an Abbott and Costello thing sometimes with it. Laurel and Hardy, you know how they bump heads?
It's all.
Which one's Laurel and which one's Hardy? I don't know.
It changes.
Well, who would be Felix and who would be Oscar?
Yeah, right.
I'd probably be Felix.
Yeah, I see you as Felix.
I can see me as a Felix.
Yeah, that's a good fit.
Nobody knows who that is anymore, Scott.
No.
You know what I mean?
And they don't know who
Evans who?
Abbott and Costello are either, for God's sake.
Exactly.
Laurel and Hardy, who are they? Yeah.
Well, great, man. Thank you so much for coming in. Really appreciate it. I'm so upset I missed the party. But
so
thank you so much.
Thanks, guys.
I was blown away that I got the invite, man. So
that was a mistake. I didn't mean to invite you.
No,
I meant to invite Steiny, and it got mixed up in the. Man.
Don't let him hear that. Oh, man.
All right. That's going to do it for
Thanks
Scott
so much,
Osler.
Scott.
Thank you so much for joining us. Great career. Depending on what Wikipedia you're looking at, 12, 13, 14, 15 California Sports Writers of the Year. You know, all that means is Scott took the time to fill out, to register.
Yeah.
I just never got around
early on, I would nominate myself. After a couple of years, they said you can't nominate yourself. They took that off the board. So some of those are legit.
I love it.
Yeah, it's good stuff. All right, Scott Osler, longtime columnist for the San Francisco Chronicle. We'll have the crossover on the other side. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Batteries Plus presents Power Ballads.
Unless you live in a cave, you need batteries for cars, boats, and smartphones to keep life a breeze. Did you know we sell key fobs? We program them too. From lithium to 9 volt batteries up the wazoo. Batteries Plus, there's no problem too large. Batteries Plus, we're the experts in charge.
This hour is brought to you by Chase Ink Business Premier Card. Go from here to possible with the Chase Ink Business Premier Card. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours.
Now that spring is here, you might be anxious to upgrade your home's property. Golden State Lumber and Showroom works with contractors and professional builders to help you add decking, pergolas, fencing, and fire protection. Our partners include AZEC Exteriors, James Hardy Textured Panels, and Vulcan Vents to protect your home from fire and embers. Safeguard your home and protect its value by starting at goldenstatelumber.com. For over 70 years, Golden State Lumber and Showroom. When you succeed, we succeed.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Hey, it's Willard. The world feels uncertain right now, but when a serious injury hits, uncertainty is over. You're in the fight for your life. Bills start, pressure builds. That's when you call Habis Law. Battle-tested, relentlessly victorious. Omar Habis, Tariq Habis, ruthless when insurance companies try to wear you down. When your world gets rocked, bring in the force built for the fight. Habis Law. Visit habislaw.com.
Omar Habis is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
Introducing Home Care Plus, a new subscription service from Lowe's that helps make life easier by giving members a hand with home maintenance. Let Lowe's tackle the tasks you keep meaning to do, like electric dryer vent cleaning, replacing hard-to-reach light bulbs, and more. Subscribe to Home Care Plus for just $99 a year and consider your to-do list done. Members get more at Lowe's. Available in select zip codes only. Cancel anytime. Non-refundable fee. Product purchase required. Terms and service restrictions apply. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
My name is Christine, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, was a healthy 34-year-old, and 3 months later, he was gone. Thankfully, he had life insurance. Ethos made it so easy. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. 100% online, no medical exam. Life insurance didn't take away the loss, but it did give us the space to just grieve.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/protect. Ethos.com/protect. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Get ready for Jim Gaffigan and his Everything is Wonderful tour on June 13th and 14th at the Masonic. A 4th show was just added. Buy your tickets at livenation.com. And for a chance to win tickets to the 4 p.m. show courtesy of Live Nation, visit 957thegame.com.
That was a stupid question, Steiny. Stupid.
Your take's not a hot take. It's the Guru Steiny Guru Steiny show. Let's go.
All righty. It is crossover time, and it is a Friday. That means it's brought to you by Atco Pest Control. And the What's Bugging You segment will come up in about 10 minutes. Let's welcome in Dan Dibley and Mark Grandy. Tough act to follow.
Man.
Impossible. Yeah, dude's just sitting in his seat right now.
By the way, just real quick, I forget who was it. Nahigian told me. So at the Warriors game the other night, they put Scott up on the big screen and said, brought attention to him. I didn't realize that apparently before the game, they went into the media room.
I told you this, Stein.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. You did.
That's literally 45 minutes ago.
I know.
Damn it. That's how it goes.
He was at the wrong Perry's, too. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
it's not
that's amazing.
That's not drinking. I can tell you that.
No.
Anyway, so you said Curry. All these bigwigs did video tributes, and I guess Pat Riley did one.
Yes.
Yeah.
It was a long one.
And Raymond Ritter, before Pat Riley comes up, says nobody can film this or tape this.
Specifically the Pat Riley
did
part.
not want what he said about Scott Ostler to make
Wow.
it out. And I kind of wonder why a little bit, but
I mean, it was like not super personal, but it was like stuff that it was between those two guys, and it was back in the day with the Showtime Lakers.
Man.
And I don't know, Pat is a interesting fellow, and he probably just wanted it between those two guys. But it was a really cool moment. And the Warriors pull out all the stops. Raymond Ritter said a lot of nice words. I was there pregame, which is the only reason that I was there to witness it in the first place. One of the funnier moments was, it was Steve Kerr, and it was Steph Curry, and it was Pat Riley. They had Macklin Celebrini also pop in and do a quick word to Scott Ostler, and one of the first phrases out of his mouth was, Scott, I don't really know who you are, but congrats on retirement.
How could he?
Exactly.
How could he?
That's Macklin Celebrini.
I mean, even for you, Grandy, at 29, coming up on 30, Scott in his, quote, heyday, back when the sporting green was not just one green page, but it was all green. And we're going back 20,
25.
20-something years where, before the newspaper industry became what it is now. And so even for you, and I know that you're an old soul, and I love that about you, but your youth and your heyday was not when it was Ostler and it was Jenkins, and you had Ratto and the Examiner and Spander and you had
Miller.
Glenn Dickey, all of that. And so, and again, I mean, we're kind of skewing toward the older end of the demo.
Lowell Cone.
All that, I mean, so great. And man, how'd this all come about here today?
Well, I felt terrible that I didn't get there Wednesday.
Walk me through that. You got an email, and Scott just was over there. He was very apologetic about, and I guess I'm basically Auburn in the NCAA tournament, first four out, because he's like, oh man, you were on the list of guys that I needed to reach out to. And I'm thinking, Scott, I mean, we're not that close, and I'm not a writer, so I get it. He probably reached out to Gary Radnich, who couldn't make it.
Oh, okay, Gary wasn't there.
I'm sure,
Yeah, so Guru got an invite, and then I got an invite.
Wait, hold on.
Like a week later,
Guru got an invite.
Yes,
on air.
The post, whatever, text.
Yeah.
And
all right.
Killian and Susan Slusser sent me a text.
Right.
And then you bragged about it on air, and then eventually Steiny got the invite, right?
Phone and nothing was there.
Well, then Scott called me on Monday this week and said, "Hey, I didn't have, I wasn't really involved in, but obviously I want you there."
Interesting. Killian and Slusser reached out to the Goo, but I can check my phone. Crickets? Okay. No, go on. I mean, this is really revelatory.
Well,
I apologize.
What's bugging you coming up shortly, dude?
Two people.
I actually thought you and Ann Killian bond over Marin. You guys are both Marin people.
We do.
Okay.
I do.
But yeah, there's been a certain amount of, me checking her over the years over her anti-95-70 game slant.
We're not going to do that.
We might in 8 minutes, but go ahead.
Dude, wow.
So you get the nod, and it's at Perry's, which is, not far from here, in Embarcadero, right?
Well, that's what I thought. And
man,
here's the other thing I thought. I was like, okay, it's at 6 o'clock. Why is it at 6? Oh, I know why it's at 6. Because the Giants have a day game at 12:45. All the Giants writers, there's some columnists who are going to be there. They're going to have to work that game. They'll be done about 4 or 5. They'll just walk over to Perry's.
Yeah.
But it was the one on Union Street.
Right. So walk me through your day. So you get off the air.
I got a haircut after work.
It looks good.
Yep. Had one at the ship.
Yep.
Walked to I decided I was going to go early because it was going to be a wedding, and Scott was the bride.
Right.
You know how you go. I mean, I wasn't going to get to talk to him for a half hour. So I'm like, I'm going to get there early, talk to him for a minute, and then, leave at 6:37. I got there early and nobody was around, but I saw a room in the back was roped off. And I'm like, I'm early. Had a beer. Now it's 6 o'clock. I'm looking. I'm like, nobody's here yet. That's weird. Okay.
Oh, boy.
Traffic. I don't know.
Sure.
Had another one. Coors Light. 6:15, 6:20. And now I'm like, oh, now I'm starting to worry. So I go back to the room that was cordoned off and find somebody. I'm like, is this for Scott Ostler's retirement party? Who's Scott Ostler?
Oh, jeez.
I'm like, now. I go out to the front. I look. It's Union Street. Now it's 6:30. Rosie's home alone.
Oh, God.
For the second day in a row.
Yeah.
I look at Lyft. That's going to be 25 more minutes to get. I was like, I blew it.
Yeah.
I blew it.
And so, like, why did you pull a no-show, Goo?
Remember, my wife's in the hospital. I didn't show up
my
to
bad.
work.
Yeah,
and then
okay.
didn't
That was that
realize
day, okay.
The double whammy, I'm missing the show, and I'm going to miss the function with Scott Osler. But this is why I'm mad at my partner.
Oh.
So it's late night, 7:45, 8:45, get home. And then I realized, man, I let him down, but I wanted to go be a part of that, I met Scott and his wife at the Mark Abania's retirement party. So I get a text from Steiny saying, all it read was, Osler loves you. So I took that as, Steiny must have, they're talking and having a drink and he still is good in the hood. So I drive in like, this is my partner.
Smile on your face, feeling
I
good.
didn't go. I go, well, I just said that. You had me thinking you were there.
Well, he told me that on Monday when he called me.
Okay, got you.
He's like, love Goo. I'm like, yeah, Goo got an invite. I'm like, I got one. It was just, he's like, well, I didn't really have. He's like, oh yeah, tell Goo I love him. So yeah.
No, it's great. I mean, it's awesome, and I'm so glad he came in because, if you are, I don't know, 40 or 50, whatever, how old you are, like, you remember the days when the newspaper was the thing.
Man.
And
I remember it.
Yeah.
I remember it.
Exactly. I mean, just like pre-internet where,
that was your internet.
That was it. And, when you did sports talk radio, like, you had to pull out the paper and, like, read the paper. And that's
the box score.
Right. And I'm not trying to hate on the modern era because the only reason why I got my career going was because my radio partner, and he wasn't my partner, a guy named Gary Radnich, he would say, Dan, look this up. And this is back in 05, early internet and, Google and post Ask Jeeves. And he would say, where are you getting this knowledge? It's like, Gary, I'm like typing it into the computer and like the answer comes up. And
how does that work?
Right. And now 21 years later, it's like, of course we do it. Like Grandy will talk or Willard and, I'll look something up and I'll say something and Willard will be like, hold on, let me check. And we all do that now automatically. But back then, and, even before that, Scott Osler's day, it's, you didn't have that.
Wow.
Can I ask you, so when did Radnich retire?
He retired in, it had to be 2019?
Yeah,
2018?
Not that long ago.
No.
Now, have you talked to him once since?
Twice.
Okay.
Yeah. I called him probably, 8 times, just randomly. Well, because
that sounds like him.
It's funny
and
because, and I'll pull back the curtain a little bit.
I love him.
I started working with him in 05, and I guess that's, before he had his second family. Actually, no. He had already had his first 2 daughters, and then he had his son. And so I would kind of give him a hard time about being what we now call a grandpa daddy.
Huh.
Like, yeah. And so when
ironic.
Very ironic. And so, I get remarried and I have a baby and I'm in my 50s. And so it kind of hit me like, I used to give Gary a little bit of a hard time about, limping after your kids. And here I am limping after my daughter. And so I called him and I wanted to catch up. And one day I called him and then I get a call back and we talked for like 15 or 20 or even longer. And we talked about his son, who's a senior now in high school. And he's a basketball player. And he's playing at Gary's alma mater. And he's looking to move on and play at the next level, probably D2, I think.
Okay.
But it was kind of a great catch-up.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it was nice.
I wonder what he thinks of the medium now. What he would say, just with the internet too, and hot takes, and I'll save it for 2 o'clock.
I would guess he doesn't like it because his whole brand was built on what you guys did earlier, which was not talking about sports. And you did that earlier, and it, and it was kind of fun, and it's just a little bit off the page, and that's what made him the absolute best. And in this day and age, now it's like even this crossover, I've gone on too long, not talking about pods.
Right.
Pods. Up or down on pods.
Right.
And Giants 9-game road trip is Vitello on the hot seat. And so, like, that's what we do now.
And that's how people get to love you, though.
Right.
He did have great knowledge of pop culture.
Great
though.
knowledge.
It was incredible. Yeah.
Definitely. Yeah. Definitely. And he played at UNLV.
Yeah, and just to bring it back to Osler, Scott Osler, and his great retirement tour, the way he wrote his columns then, like, you can't do columns like that now. Like, now your columns have to be pointed and direct and, like, Jim Bowden on, foul territory or whatever, he rips Vitello. And so that becomes
embarrassing.
Right, and that becomes a thing. Yeah. You can't just go on there and do, 3 dots, cheap shots, and bon mots.
That's what we just talked about.
And I love it. And as I told him in the bathroom when I arrived and he was in there, 2 squats, because I was playing off of the rhymes, 3 dots.
Oh, sure.
Well, yeah,
Bon mots and 2 squats. Although,
Great,
he was at the urinal and I was also standing up. I thought it was funny.
No squatting.
He kind of enjoyed it as well. But whatever. Nowadays, you have to be much more direct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyhow.
All right, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Guru, look like you have something on your mind.
There was a question that I wanted to get to, Osler, and I'll just throw it to you before we get to the, you three, before we get to the what's bugging you. And I know relationships end, they end for a reason, but the Giants, it's obvious, they haven't won a playoff series since 2014. We talked about it. So forget Vitello for a minute. But I just wanted to ask Scott, am I wrong to think the fact that Bruce Bochy, who I believe, I don't have the intel, was ran out of here, not wanted, the chip that he went and got in Texas, and the Giants still not able to get off the mat and even do anything postseason, that's a bad look.
It's not
For
a
the
great look.
Giants.
Well, yes, and I think about got a chip elsewhere. Tom Brady, Brady and Belichick and Kraft and
Kobe without Shaq.
Right, but he didn't go elsewhere.
Shaq
I'm
also
thinking
got
about
one elsewhere in
You're
Miami.
Right, you're right.
I'm thinking about you leave and you get a chip, and you leave because you kind of don't want to, and so Brady goes to Tampa. Oh, and you win?
First year.
That is a flex. That's a flex.
So I'm thinking about signing the get a chip elsewhere list of people. You've already won, and then you leave and you get one, and that's kind of where KD is thirsty for that.
Patrick McCaw.
I was like, who else?
I love when you do that because I tell people, I get Willard with this all the time. He's got 3.
I know.
He got 3 of them things. He got 3 Larrys.
Yeah.
And, yeah.
Yeah, no, that's what Durant wants more than anything.
Get a chip elsewhere.
Oh, my gosh.
Of course.
I mean, it's kind of the opposite is true for Steph when Kevin Durant leaves and then Steph still wins another one.
That is
Good
wow.
point.
Exactly.
Wow.
Good point.
No doubt of that.
But I'm trying to think what other athlete of any level or even a coach who you do it and then Pat Riley, obviously, where, he got his there and then Phil Jackson get a chip elsewhere, but he went to LA, so that's fine.
Yeah.
It's not the same, I don't think.
No. All right, gophers and moles. You know what they do?
Yeah.
They cause extensive damage to lawns and landscaping. They're tunneling. You know what it does? It weakens soil and ruins yards. Atco Pest Control removes them and stops further digging. Visit atcopest.com and mention you heard about Atco on What's Bugging You and get 10% off gopher and mole services this month. All right, who wants to start?
I guess I can start.
All right.
What's bugging me is customer service and technology, I guess. So I take Bart into work every day, and it's very convenient and it's pretty cheap. I think my ride is $2.50. It's great. And I'm going to make a big deal over a few small bucks, which maybe isn't the smartest thing to do. But I got overcharged last week for my Bart ride, and what's up?
How does that happen?
I don't know, but I scan in and I scan out, and then I got a $12 charge on my card instead of my $2.50 charge. Whatever. I know it's not a big deal in terms of the money, but I'm like, you know what? It's probably not that difficult to get this corrected, so I'm going to call Clipper up, which is the institution or whatever that runs the charges for San Francisco's public transit. So I call them up. And they say, oh, yeah, no problem. We can get this fixed for you. It happens all the time for whatever reason, whatever. I'm like, okay, cool, great. They're like, can you give us, because now you can scan with your credit card as opposed to your Clipper card, which is more convenient. I can just whip out my iPhone and open up my Apple Wallet and put my credit card down. And they say, I give them all the information of the credit card, and they say, I'm not getting anything popping up here. It's not working. And they say, does this happen to be on your Apple Wallet on your iPhone? And I say, oh, yes, it is. And they say, oh, we are incapable of crediting or taking away the charge if you are scanning your credit card on your Apple device, on your Apple Wallet.
Oh.
And if you want to do this, you are going to have to contact your credit card provider and dispute the charge. And that's the point where I said, you know what, it's not even worth it in the first place. But what's bugging me is the inability, just because of technology, to get it right.
Oh, boy.
Wow.
Yeah. And that's an iPhone technology?
That is an iPhone thing. I don't know if it would be the same thing with Android, but it is an Apple Wallet thing that they told me.
Oh, the
Mr.
iPhone.
Android, I forgot.
Oh, Mr. iPhone is undefeated. So you have a little iPhone trouble?
I blame Clipper and Bart. I
There
don't
you
blame
go.
Apple. Dibs.
You know what they call it?
What?
A Clipper card like this. It's a card. The
I don't
original
even have to
Clipper
bring my
card.
wallet around anymore. It's all on my phone, Dibs.
It's not a wallet. It's a thin, wafer-thin
Look at it.
card.
I got one
The
too.
original Clipper card was only a card. So if you want to iPhone it and do your little skadoot, because I'm young and I'm hip, that's on you. That's a you problem.
It's just called convenience.
It turns out to be an inconvenience.
You're right.
One of
Maybe
these.
now
Al
it
Gore,
is.
an inconvenient truth.
All right,
There you
I'll
go.
go
All
next.
right, go
and
ahead.
I'm going to stay on the Bart theme, and I'm pretty sure I did this 3 years ago. But I just can't. I cannot believe this. I just cannot believe it. And it's this. Back in the day, when you would put your ticket in for Bart, they had two red triangles that were together.
Yep.
And you put the thing in, and the triangles separated. And you walked through, and then they closed right away. Now, some young athletic kids would go up there and hop over.
Yeah, they vault over the top.
You know, evading the fare. They get rid of all of them and put these doors in.
Oh, yeah?
Glass doors. And it's actually easier. Wow. Easier to evade a fare. All you do is walk behind somebody.
Got it. I saw it.
It's a joke.
It's
You
happened to
just
me.
got to delay yourself walking through just a little bit.
You do, but then it's more than a little bit. the thing stays open.
Yeah, it does.
A lot longer than you think when you have your back turned. And the next thing you know, you get somebody on your shoulder breathing into your ear.
Yep.
And, you know, it's like, and then what are you going to do?
Exactly. Is it worth it?
What's it matter? Well, you know, hey, Bart guy, he cheated. You're not going to do that.
No.
So how much money was wasted on that? How many millions, multiple millions of dollars were wasted on those glass doors that prevent nothing?
It's interesting you say that because I would imagine that the glass doors would decrease fare evasion because the old way was an easy hop.
Right.
Like
You could also crawl underneath it if you really wanted to.
Right, and at my age, that's more of a likely way to evade as opposed to going over the top. But now with the doors, you have to like eye somebody, and then you have to actually like kind of bum rush them.
You have to just stand there waiting at the doors for somebody to go
the
by.
old system, you could just go by yourself and skip on over and jump, and it wasn't really that much of an issue. So
it's so easy to spot them. They're just kind of lingering.
Yeah, awkwardly walking around.
Usually a little younger, and for some reason they're looking for somebody really old. No doubt.
Yeah, and now when I go up to the Bart thing, I usually look left and look right because I don't want to be that mark. I don't want to get marked up. It's happened to me a couple times, but now I'm, I'll scan it and I'll do the little pause and kind of the look around, and then you go ahead and you move through.
Wow.
But you want to go, Goo?
Yeah, I'll go.
Okay.
What's bugging me is hypocrisy, and I'm talking to myself. So I am fascinated with this Rossini and Vrabel situation. It's not about the possible cheating or non-cheating. It's in an era where everybody has an effing opinion, and they're not afraid to share it, that because of who these two people know, and mainly Rossini, who I like and I'm a fan of, because they have respect for her, they're kind of not, I've been trying to describe it to Steiny, not covering it or giving their opinion. So Steiny brought it up, and he doesn't know it resonated with me. If something happened to Steiny out in the streets or in the world, and it made the news, I wouldn't come in here and rip my partner because that's my guy. So I'm mad the last 10 days that nobody's been reporting, and I want to hear what you got to say about Rossini and the whole situation. But they're just having their coworkers back, and I guess that's what I would do, and I hope he would do vice versa. So I guess I'm mad at myself because I'm being hypocritical.
I get that. I mean, it's hard because it's everywhere, and it's a little bit salacious.
Like if something happened to Willard, would you come in here and give your you know what I mean? You would be, that's my dude, I can't, you know what I mean?
Right.
Even if he was wrong.
If it was appropriate to like the air and what we do, but it's not. So I guess the thing would be if something happened with I don't know, like Steph Curry or somebody of that ilk. And it's like, if Steph Curry was Vrabel in this situation and, he had a thing, again, it's unconfirmed what happened with Vrabel and Rossini.
You're right.
Would we talk about it? Would we come out and report on it, quote unquote? I don't know. Our show, we've kind of stayed away from it because honestly, I don't really know what happened. They were holding hands and I hold hands with people who necessarily aren't my wife. Maybe it's not that two-handed and that prolonged. I don't even know how prolonged it was. Right. What was that? Do we know? I don't think we have any idea, honestly.
What did you want them to do? Well, the other reporters to do?
No, there are people that are at this network that talk all day long and got an opinion on everything, but because they know her, they don't got anything to say, and they're writing that. They're saying, I can't, this is my coworker. I'm like, that's BS. Come on. Now, if that were me, you would rake me across the coals. No, only God can judge, but I guess why I'm calling myself a hypocrite, if it were my partner or if it were you or Evan, I'd probably do the same thing. If you feel me now.
As a friend, I would hope so. Yeah.
I mean, depending on how much that it would either help the show or hurt the show. Honestly, if you saw me holding two hands with, fill in the blank other reporter in the market. Right. And somebody captured it and put it out there. Is that really going to be something that the audience is interested in? Probably not. But if it's an NFL coach and an NFL reporter on that level, it's much more of a thing. So I get that. What's bugging me is the weather. And okay, go ahead and rain. Rain, great, rain. But there used to be what they called a rainy season. And now we don't even know what to expect anymore. I got a golf date on Sunday. I got an early morning tee time on Sunday. Together? We might be.
But we're playing, it's Metro, right?
Yeah. Okay. No. It's Carica South.
Oh, okay.
Are you at Metro?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, I think we're in Carica.
Why'd you say it?
Go to Metro and then realize that,
Metro's usually always, I'll go to the wrong place again.
Exactly.
All right.
It's a 12-person thing, and I'm playing golf, and, you figure April 12th would be a safe day, but now we're in rainy season, February and March.
Last day
Nothing
of the
but
Masters.
sunshine. And now we're in April, and now it's going to rain, and it's going to rain in May and June as well. Mother Nature, pull your head out. Get it together. Let it rain for 3 months. Let it be spring. Let it be summer. Let it be fall. I don't know if it's climate change or whatever you want to call it, but I'm just kind of sick of it. The weather, it used to be a thing that you could kind of bank on, but not anymore.
I got to ask you this. Who'd you have winning the Masters?
Well, I'm in a number of different pools, but the one guy that I thought would be Bryson DeChambeau.
So is that, I don't know
he's
where
in trouble, I think.
Okay. He's on the cut line.
But not, whoa.
No, I mean, it's first 2 days, whatever. What they tell you is the Masters doesn't start till the second 9 on Sunday.
Wow.
But if you're 12 back, then it's over. But right now, Rory's in the lead, I believe. And you got Sam Burns, who has yet to win a major, and he's in the thick of it. But, if you make the cut, Saturday they call moving day, where you can make a move and you can get back in the thick of it. But the one guy, if you're going to bet real time, you may want to look at Tyrrell Hatton, a guy who's an Englishman.
He gets mad.
Oh, he's a hothead.
Yes, he is.
But he's playing well, and he's played well in the past. And he's a guy, if you're looking for a price, Tyrrell Hatton might be a guy.
Go ahead, Sonny.
I always root for Rory. And I got a big soft spot for the cheater, Patrick Reed.
Oh, you love Patrick Reed. And I meant to tell that story.
He just went into the trees.
Justin. Yeah, but it's
not this guy.
I've come full circle with this guy. Everybody hates Patrick Reed.
And I mentioned to Grandy before, I meant to tell the story, and I'll tell it quickly because must have been 8 or 9 years ago. I went to Vegas for March Madness.
Look at you.
I'm in a cab on the Wednesday before the Thursday, and I texted my friend, and I said, hey, I'm in Vegas. Any Masters bets you want? And he said, yeah.
Your friend Steiny.
Correct.
Yes. Yeah.
I said, he said, let me get $25 on Patrick Reed to win and 25 on Tony Finau. And so I went and made those bets for him. And then come to find out, Patrick Reed wins the Masters. And, he never gave me $25 for the ticket, but I was going to honor it. And so he's like, yeah, where's my money? And I was like, what do you mean, where's my money? You never paid me for the ticket. And so we went through this whole thing back and forth, and of course I honored it. And I'm like, yeah, I got you.
You should have honored it.
Well, we didn't split it. It was 25 to win $450 or something. And the upshot was he needed me to go ahead and do all the work to actually mail it in so that he could get the check. So,
well, he had to sign it.
Well, the whole debate was like, how much should I get? Do I get half? Do I get just a taste or whatever?
Right.
So,
and to be fair, you sought him out. He didn't seek you out to make the bet.
I didn't seek him out. I just asked as a friend,
He
hey.
gave you the right one.
It's like, when like you and Evan live together, and if you're heading to the grocery store, hey, Evan, do you need...
Give me some eggs, please.
You need some granola or whatever, all that stuff that he eats? You need some oatmeal? I mean, you were looking out as I was. So Patrick Reed was his guy. Fat Pat won, and he got paid.
Really quick, Steiny, before you take off, you mentioned DeChambeau. Did I read something about him 3D printing his own clubs? Is that a thing that he's doing now?
Yes. Yeah. He 3D printed a wedge. So
that's crazy.
Now, what's that mean?
Yeah, I don't even know what that means.
A 3D printer is like, it's a printer, but it actually prints material objects. So you could 3D print like a water bottle, or you could 3D print a gun. And it's a 3D printer. It's not paper. It's like a ceramic material that you put in there, and you like in your computer, you put a model in, and boom, it prints it.
It'll take forever, but it'll print something for you.
And DeChambeau is like, he's a super like maniacally smart like tinkerer of golf, and so I'm not surprised.
All right,
turns out it didn't work though. He's
We'll
joking.
be listening.
Have a great weekend, everybody.
Homa.
And I got
all right.
Homa's moving. Homa's around 95.7.
Yeah.
Happy Friday. Welcome in. No Willard. It's Dibs and Grandy on Willard and Dibs today. Willard back on Monday here on 95.7 The Game. Happy Friday. Happy second day of the Masters. Not great weather around the bay. I know that is bugging you, Dibs.
A little bit, yeah.
But it is a good day around here. Scott Oster, the legend, was just in here for an hour.
That's pretty fun.
Sharing stories of the multiple dynasties that he covered.
Yeah, and the fact that he was down there with Showtime and, telling stories about being up here. And it just kind of gave me all the feels being...
I mean, you were in the YouTube chat the whole time.
I was.
Going back and forth.
Yeah, and I'll get back in there.
Our loyal listeners.
I mean, I'm 57 and Scott's about 15 or 20 years older. So when I was a kid growing up here in the Bay, and you get the Chronicle and you get the Examiner. I lived in Marin. You get the Marin IJ and the newspaper, and you go to the sports page, which was the Sporting Green, and it was all green.
When it was actually green.
Every page was green.
Oh, it was the best.
And, you had Bruce Jenkins on one side, and you had Scott Ostler on the other, or, you had all the other people you grew up with. And so for me, getting in the business and getting to know Scott a little bit was pretty cool. And I've been lucky to, meet and rub elbows with a lot of the people I grew up reading and listening to. And cool. Just to see him here in my house in that moment, it was special for me.
And some really awesome stories that he was sharing. The story about how he went up, he was at a Laker game as a fan with his wife, I think is what he was saying. And he said, you know what, I should do a story on Jack Nicholson. So he went up to Jack, who's sitting, of course, courtside at every Laker game, as he always does, and said, hey, maybe I could write a story on you. And Jack said, no, I get too much publicity for being here anyway. I kind of just want to, be uninvolved as much as possible. But Jack said, hey, you know what? Why don't you come join us, though? And they head to this broom closet, as he described it, with all these other A-listers in Hollywood, and they're passing around a joint.
Crazy.
With Jack Nicholson and all these other great guys. It's amazing.
Late 70s, early 80s, and loosey-goosey era. And if you're Jack at that time, like, you go where you want, and they set you up where you want. And so, the fact that he was able to tell those stories from 45 plus years ago, it's awesome. And I don't know, maybe it's because I'm a little bit older, but I hope younger people, and I know you appreciate it as an old soul, but when you hear stories about things that happened before, and he was even talking about The National, which was like a national sports newspaper, all sports, only sports. And I remember when that came out, it was like, oh my God, it's like full color and it's awesome. And it lasted about 2 years maybe a year and a half or whatever. And, it's like, oh my God, this is too expensive. And people just aren't buying it.
Yeah, crazy stories. You saw the Showtime Lakers. You, of course, years later saw what happened with the Warriors. Decades later saw what happened with the Warriors over the last, 15 years now. We've seen a lot. Those guys, they're just like sports encyclopedias, and the stories that they can share will just blow your mind away. One thing that I did not know was that he wrote a book on the Showtime Lakers, or more appropriately, the Lakers up until Showtime.
Right.
And it was potentially going to be the basis for I think it was the HBO show Winning Time, which ultimately, as it turns out, was based off of a similar book that Jeff Pearlman wrote, or at least that was the connection. But Scott Ostler's book that he co-authored was in the running to be kind of the basis for that Winning Time that Winning Time show. I had no idea that was even possible. That's what Scott Ostler and crew were going for.
Me either. And the thing he said about Jerry West and how the portrayal of Jerry West kind of broke him toward the end of his life.
I didn't realize it was that bad. I knew he didn't like it.
Right.
But
I didn't either. And I mean, I never saw the show, but I know the portrayal of Jerry West was wildly
an entertaining
inaccurate.
show.
I guess. Yeah.
But
I never saw it.
He was made out to be a major ass in every facet.
Right,
yeah.
Which I've talked to Jerry West, rest in peace, a small handful of times, and I can't imagine him ever being the way that I guess he was portrayed in that show.
Yeah, it was not very flattering of Jerry West, that's for sure. But a great conversation. It was almost an hour full. Scott Ostler sitting in with Steiny and Goo. If you missed it, you can find it on the free Odyssey app. Just search Steiny and Goo. If you're watching on YouTube, as I know a lot of you are, you can also rewind, go back to, it was 1. He showed up at 1, so an hour and 20 minutes ago, and you can see the full conversation with Scott Ostler on Steiny and Goo. Of course, we've got you here on Willard and Dibs. It's Dibs and Grandy with you, and today has been a pretty big day on 95.7 The Game, Dibs, because not only was Scott Ostler on, but before Scott Ostler, the morning roast with Shasky and Lubman in for Spadoni, the guys had on Giants manager Tony Vitello, who was joining them over the phones live from Baltimore ahead of their 3-city road trip, which begins today in Baltimore. Landon Roop on the bump for the Giants against the Orioles. What'd you think of Vitello's, I think, second ever appearance on 95.7 The Game? First with you and Willard when he was first hired, and then today, this morning, 13 games into his managerial career.
I thought it was great. And, Tony is always going to be honest, and he's going to give you all of, what he thinks. And maybe it's oversharing, and I've kind of accused him of that in the past. But coming off of 2 wins, I think that Tony V was in a spot where he could be a little bit more honest and, not face the same level of criticism just based on the fact that they've won 2 in a row.
Yeah, well, let me ask you this. What is because we hear this a lot, and it's been, I think, probably the biggest argument against Tony Vitello since he's been the Giants manager was oversharing is the word that you just used. Yep. It is maybe not exactly knowing what to say or what to avoid saying to the media. What is the actual thing that I can grab onto? What is the negative that does? Is it a distraction? Can it impact the performance of the players on the team? What does a manager potentially oversharing, what does that do negatively to an actual baseball team?
To the actual team, I don't think it does anything unless, he says something about a player that a player doesn't like, and then the player gets asked about it and they have to respond to that. But
and he's never said anything in that direction at all.
No, the majority of the things that have kind of raised my eyebrow is, really being fixated on Tennessee and college baseball, and that's where he comes from, and that's where the majority of his experience as a coach it's from college. But the more baseball he gets here as the manager of a team in MLB, the more he can lean on that. So it's not even so much how does it hurt the team, because I really don't think it does. And I was saying this to Willard and even you yesterday, they look to be a lot more of a relaxed team. Even though they're 5-8, I don't see a team that is gripping and doubting whether or not that this manager can actually be good enough. And ultimately, the manager is kind of limited in what he can do because you've got 9 guys who have to hit. You've got between 1 and 5 or 6 pitchers who have to pitch. You've got fielders who have to field. What can the manager actually do other than, keep them loose and put a lineup out and make a pitching change or a pinch hit thing? Other than that, the manager is kind of almost like the warm-up comedian at a stand-up show, You got to keep them loose. You got to get them ready.
Keep them engaged. Don't let them walk out the door.
Right. And make sure the clubhouse is, not completely toxic where, you have guys going back in there and playing card games in the middle of a ball game.
Pusoi Dos.
Exactly.
According to Jock Peterson.
Yep.
Yeah, he was one of the guys that was doing that a number of years ago with the Giants. I don't know. It feels like all of the conversation around Tony Vitello for this season, it almost feels like, Dibs, and I don't even know if I should say almost. It feels like we're just searching for drama. We're searching for drama, and everything that Tony Vitello says isn't a story because what he says is divisive or crazy, but everything Tony Vitello says is a story because he's Tony Vitello. And people are just being like, this is the new guy. He's never managed at the big league level before. He's never done anything at the big league level before. Everything that he says is new. It's the first time. It's crazy. So we're going to make a big deal of it. But if this was just any other guy who's managed before, and he's saying the same exact things that Tony Vitello has said, I don't think it draws any attention across the country. This is a national story. Almost every time this dude talks, can you believe it? He mentioned Kanye West.
Right.
He brought up Lil Wayne. What are we doing? Like, what is the big deal here? Nothing is crazy that he said.
Nothing's crazy, but when you're in a spot where you're the first one to ever do something, then everything you do is going to be scrutinized at a different level. And, I'm trying to think about other examples where you're the first person to do a thing. And, Obama as president is a little bit unfair because of the racial element.
Yeah.
There are people who are going to be like, oh, I hate him no matter what because you're somebody who doesn't like people of color. And so that's not exactly the comp to this because Tony V is a baseball guy who's still doing baseball, but he's never played in the pros and he's never managed in the pros. And so he comes in and it's a brand new thing. And so if you want to think a certain thing about him, you're going to look at the mentions of Kanye West and other like oddball quotes, and you're going to think, oh, this guy, he doesn't belong. Or if you're prone to like really have faith and believe in him, you're going to say, it's no big deal. And I'm kind of a little bit on both sides because I have been a little bit critical of, the Tennessee mentions in college and, Kanye. And before the season when he talked about, he went out of his way to talk about how'd you guys know when I was going to leave? And, that wasn't true. And I never decided. And those kinds of things to me are a little bit of an eyebrow raiser. But the more you get into the year, the more you realize none of it really matters as far as like the actual product.
Yeah. I don't know. It's strange because I don't feel like anything that we said this a little bit yesterday, Dibs, and we got to hit a break. We'll let you hear what Tony Vitello had to say on the morning roast if you missed it. We got a bunch of this chopped up, and we'll play the pieces for you. But for a team that is 5-8 and that has faced some scrutiny, and they did just win 2 games in a row, so they were 3-8. There's a lot of talk about what was wrong for the Giants, and I feel like it's just kind of all by default fallen on Tony Vitello when that should not be what is happening at all. I said yesterday, I think a lot of it should fall on Buster Posey, and I had a bunch of angry Giants fans come at me and say, we're so early in the season, this is not a big deal. And you're probably right. What I was trying to say was it shouldn't be falling on Vitello. Someone who's more responsible for some of the issues so far than Tony is Buster. I don't think really anything has fallen on Tony Vitello. And in fact, I really like a lot of what Tony Vitello is doing. And we'll talk about that when we come back. Plus, we will get to our engaging Dub Nation Twitter poll. That's coming up. I will read that one to you on the other side. Plus, if you haven't already, make sure to subscribe to Willard and Dibs on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find your favorite podcast. And while you're there, make sure to check out the Morning Roast interview with Giants manager Tony Vitello earlier today. It's available for you on the free Odyssey app. That's Dibs. I'm Grandy in for Willard. It's Dibs and Grandy on Willard and Dibs. Back with more next on 95.7 The Game.
Football fans, history is calling as San Francisco heads down under for the first ever game in Australia. Join the action in Melbourne with true fan travel as San Francisco takes on Los Angeles at the iconic Melbourne Cricket Ground. Premium hotel stay, epic all-inclusive events, city tours, wildlife adventures, meet and greet with a red and gold legend, and unforgettable moments. Spots are limited. Don't miss out on your shot to experience San Francisco down under. Head to truefantravel.com. That's truefantravel.com.
Powerful doesn't just happen. You have to make it happen. So the moment Total Wireless offers a free Samsung S25 FE with Galaxy AI, when you switch to Total 5G or 5G Plus Unlimited 3-month plan, you take the network as powerful as you, with unlimited 5G data that won't slow you down. Now that's a total power move. Visit your neighborhood Total Wireless store. Device taxes and fees may apply. Requires new activation on a Total 5G unlimited 3-month plan or higher. External port in and ID verification. Available only in Total Wireless stores. Limit to 4 devices per account.
Elevate your kitchen at the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Out of your dreams and into your kitchen. Select the qualifying built-in kitchen appliance package that is right for you. With unrivaled technology and luxury-grade quality, when you bring home a Mila, you're bringing home true innovation. Now, for a limited time, save up to 10% with the purchase of a qualifying Mila kitchen package. Visit the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
The biggest golf tournament of the year is here, and now you can trade the tournament on Kalshi. Kalshi partner Bryson DeChambeau is trading at 7% to win it all. That means a $100 trade pays out $1,341 if he wins it all. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as the odds move, you can buy in and out of your position all tournament long. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code FAN to get $10 when you trade 10. Kalshi. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
Okay, kids, let's get these firefighter uniforms on and start acting heroic.
Welcome to SF Fire Credit Union. Why are you all dressed like firefighters?
We'd like to open an account.
You don't have to be a firefighter to do that. Anyone can get lower fees than banks, the top-rated mobile banking app, and service inspired by heroes.
Wow. I guess we'll just keep the uniforms in case the barbecue gets out of hand.
SF Fire Credit Union. Banking for heroes and anyone who wants to be treated like one. This institution is not federally insured. The credit union is not insured by any state government. Privately insured by ASI.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877-CARS-4-KIDS to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877-CARS-4-KIDS to donate your car today.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Now, back to
Dillard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. It's Willard and Dibs on a Friday. No Willard, he's back Monday. It's Dibs and Grandy with you here on 95.7 The Game. We're going to get to some Warriors later on in the show, but I want to set something up now, Dibs. Every day we have a Warrior game. We do our Engaging Dub Nation Twitter poll, and the Warriors are playing today. They're in Sacramento. It's the second to last game of the regular season.
Yep.
In Sacramento tonight. Everyone in the league is playing today. Everyone in the league is off tomorrow. Then the Warriors are in L.A. versus the Clippers on Sunday.
Yeah, and everyone plays Sunday, too, which I think is cool.
Yeah, so a handful of teams across the league were playing last night, including the Warriors. So there are some teams with a back-to-back tomorrow or yesterday and today. But everyone playing today, everyone off tomorrow, everyone playing Sunday, and that's the end of the regular season. There's not a whole lot of movement that is still possible around the NBA standings for the postseason and the play-in. And the Warriors, they're not moving at all. One spot that could move is the two teams right ahead of them, and the Clippers are playing the Blazers in Portland today, so that is an important game for the Warriors. In fact, it's really more important in terms of wins and losses than the Warrior game tonight, which is kind of odd, but that's the way it all played out in the standings. Anyway, we will get to the Warriors coming up in a little bit. And Dibs, one of the questions that we're going to be talking about as it relates to the Warriors is the question we're asking on our Engaging Dub Nation Twitter poll. Dub Nation, let's get engaged. Before every game, vote in our Engaging Dub Nation poll on the 95.7 The Game Twitter page, brought to you by Shane Co., your friend and jeweler, where you'll find the Bay Area's best selection of unique engagement rings and their unmatched free lifetime warranty. Visit shaneco.com today. Okay, do you have a problem with Steph Curry not playing last night in the Warriors' last home game of the regular season, but playing tonight in Sacramento? Yes or no? Do you have a problem with that? Vote now on Twitter, and we'll share the results later. I figured it's a good question to ask, Dibs, because I heard both the two shows before us, the Morning Roast and Steiny and Goo, at least half of each of those shows were upset at the way that this went down with Steph. Last couple of days.
I'm not upset. You're going to play in one half or the other, and same as Porzingis. And yeah, you want to have him play at home. I get that. And you would love to have him go up against the Lakers and LeBron, and he didn't. And Bronny James is out there like giving it to you here and there. But
his first ever assist to his dad, I heard.
That's pretty cool.
In the NBA.
That's pretty fun.
A first half dunk by LeBron
and when
from
LeBron
Bronny.
had one of his classic chase down blocks.
Hurt his hand.
And one of the first on the scene, though, was Bronny. And I thought that was awesome because, a couple Lakers rushed out before the trainer came out, and Bronny James was there, and, you could see, like, Dad, are you okay? And I thought that was kind of a sweet moment. But, the bigger thing is the Warriors, when they beat Houston in OT, they were 32-30. And since then, they have lost 13 of 18. So, Steph's going to play one of the two. Does it really matter which one he plays? I don't think so. You play him tonight, and then maybe you play him Sunday. Maybe you don't play him Sunday. I don't know. You just want him to get a little bit more time to get ready, and you want him to play with Porzingis. And so, for me, it's not even a big deal.
Yeah, as far as I can tell, the plan is for him to play, obviously, tonight. He's listed as probable on the injury report. Al Horford, by the way, is confirmed in. He's not even on the injury report. Porzingis is also probable. That might be updated to confirmed by the time we get back to this conversation a little bit later on in the show. But we'll, of course, take you through all of it. But that is our Engaging Dub Nation Twitter poll. You can head to Twitter right now and cast your vote, and we'll talk more about it coming up in a little bit. But let's get back to Tony Vitello, Dibs, because he was on with the Morning Roast earlier today. And a lot of the conversation, frankly, it wasn't about the team on the field, which is understandable because he is the biggest story around this baseball team right now. Whether you like that or not, it is the reality. And a lot of what the guys asked him about, which is what I was interested in, was how is he handling the kind of different media responsibilities, and how does he go into a presser and decide what is worth saying, what isn't worth saying. And this was one of the first answers he gave, Dibs, talking about the difference in media responsibilities from a manager's perspective or a coach's perspective in college, from college to the pros. Here's Tony Vitello on with the Morning Roast earlier today.
It's a little bit different. All that stuff has got to be peripheral for our guys and also for me, but it's a part of it. And it's a daily task to talk to the media, which I don't really mind. There was never the twice a day for me, the before and after. But I think because the reps pile up in Major League Baseball, there's a big difference between that and SEC, whether it's coaching or playing or hitting or pitching. And then I think that applies to the media too. So you get I got all these boxes and squares and everything about the Orioles that I'm trying to give my attention to.
Okay, so there's Tony Vitello. He says that it's a box that he has to check. It's something he has to do every day, and on game days, it's twice a day, pregame and postgame. If it's a nationally televised game, he probably is going to be doing it a half inning or a couple of at-bats during the course of an inning during a game as well. It's way more than he's ever talked to the media, plus the season is however 4 times longer at the pros and at the college level. So it's not just about the number of times per day. It's about the number of times it happens over the course of an entire season. He says it has to be in the periphery for both the guys, the team, the players, and for him. Do you think it has been in the periphery for him and the team so far?
It's been in the periphery, and I think that when he starts the year, and put spring training aside, but you start the actual year, and it's realizing that it's the opening series is different because it was a game, a day off, and a game, and a game, and a day off.
The pomp and circumstance of Netflix and all that.
A little bit different, a little weird, but now you get into the actual rhythm and routine of what you're doing. And even this road trip is a little different because they flew Wednesday, and then they had yesterday off, and it's 3 games and off Monday, and then it's 6 games. But he's starting to get into the rhythm of, it's a game every single day. You'll have off days, obviously, in there, but it's a pregame talk, it's the game, it's a postgame, and then you wake up the next day and it's the same thing all over again. So when you don't do it, there's a certain amount of muscle memory you need to acquire to get comfortable doing it, and I think he's starting to get there.
Yeah, he's getting there. He does still. And again, I think this is probably people, for the most part, searching for a story more than anything else, but he still tends to raise eyebrows oftentimes when he speaks. And one of the things that he raised eyebrows about this week, Dibs, and I'm going to throw you back to Monday, pregame before the series began versus the Phillies, he was asked a question about how the Padres series ended a couple of series before. They had, they were at home to the Yankees to begin the season, then in San Diego versus the Padres, then home versus the Mets before their most recent series at home versus the Phillies. Between that Mets and Phillies series, he was talking pregame. This is what he's talking about. He's never had to do pregame before. He normally just does postgame, was his media responsibilities when he was coaching at the college level. But here at the Bigs, you talk pregame and you talk postgame. And Vitello was discussing some of the maybe not inflammatory, but some of the more emotional moments that have happened to the team so far this season. And the number one thing that everyone points to is when, at the end of that series in San Diego, when Matt Chapman, on a meeting on the mound, a couple of times said very strongly to Casey Schmidt, catch the bleeping ball. Oh. Catch the bleeping ball. So that was the topic. And Vitello on Monday had this to say and hinted at there being other moments like that that had not been in public view. Here's Vitello from Monday.
A couple things we were able to keep from you guys, which was great. But if you lump those two and the one you're referencing with just kind of the meeting on the mound, we've really only had 3 things that have been, I don't want to say controversial because that's a mislabel, but kind of some intensity back and forth a little bit. We've played our best 3 games following that. And so, he's in the same, again, he's wearing the same uniform as we all were yesterday. None of us, other than, Webby was pretty damn good, had our best day. So you can try real hard to connect the dots to what happened like 3 or 4 days later. But I think our best games have come when our guys have kind of let loose a little bit, and coaches too, said what they think, do what they think is the right moment, right in the moment.
Okay, that's Vitello pregame on Monday, and the point wasn't for him to bring up those other moments that he's talking about. The point was, well, we've actually bounced back from some of those higher intensity moments. And the line that he actually used, Dibs, was some intensity back and forth. But then he shared this with the guys on the Morning Roast earlier today about that kind of stuff and how it all took on a life of its own. Here's Vitello recalling those comments and what happened after with the guys on the morning show earlier today.
I got a buddy who used to play for the Phillies, and he texted me a thing about there was 3 clubhouse incidents, with the Giants in whatever amount of days. And that was me just to the media. I mean, I don't want to sit there and be Bill Belichick and be boring, but I try and be as honest as possible. And I think I said there were 3 times basically like, Chappie's comment where guys spoke their minds, which was good. And, next thing you know, it's 3 incidents, which, that's a word that's kind of ambiguous. You could call it 3 incidents, but everybody knows when you read that makes it sound like, basically there were 3 brawls in the locker room, which is not true. So all those things I'm kind of getting used to. I like to speak freely, but I guess, you got to be cautious because with this many reps, this many people following the team, people are looking for stuff to write, and sometimes stuff gets a little dramatized.
Interesting answer there from Tony Vitello.
Yeah. I mean, the learning curve, and he's understanding that, when you say something like that, and I don't know if we said 3 incidents or whatever, he said 3 times, whatever the word you want to use, but when you are that honest and you're revealing that much about what's going on, people are going to say, oh, so the Chappie Schmidt thing, that's happened 2 other times. I wonder what it could be. And, Willard and I even went back and forth, and I was kind of like spitballing and joking about what it might be. And, my thought was when Adames got pinch run for and he didn't look thrilled, maybe that was one where he got back in the clubhouse and he said, hey, you don't pinch run for me. I'm Willie Adames. I make, 10 times what you make, Skip, and whatever. You can make up whatever you want, but I never would have thought that there was another one until he said there were 2 other things, not incidents, but 2 other times. And
he said where there was some intensity back and forth.
Exactly.
Is what
intensity
he said.
back and forth. And I would imagine that there's a lot of intensity back and forth all the time.
In any sports clubhouse locker room.
You're talking about, especially like NFL, you're looking at 45 guys on game day, all alphas.
Can you imagine halftime of an NFL locker room when you're down by 14 points at half?
Right.
Oh, my God. I'm sure it's just F-bombs all over the place.
Everywhere.
And not just in general, but directed at people.
One finger pointing and you're down 24-3. Yeah. And your quarterback's been sacked 6 times. And it's
or
like,
he's thrown 2 interceptions and you're in the offensive line. Like, what the hell are you doing, man?
The wide receiver with a couple of drops. Or the running back with a fumble. And whatever it is, there's going to be a lot of that. And, that's honestly better than having somebody be over there like passive aggressively being like, oh, this mother jumper, you not even looking my way.
Or just apathetic and not caring at all.
Exactly. So it's not a huge deal. The one thing that makes me a little bit, curious about the future is the fact that he is so honest. And I love that he told the Joes that, he's realizing that everything you say, there's a lot more ears and eyes, and everybody wants a story. And, you and me and Willard and all the rest of it, we want to have something to talk about other than, oh boy, 4-1 and, 5-2. And I'm borrowing from Radnich because that was always his thing, 3-2, 2-1, whatever, And that's why he wouldn't get into the minutia of the game because there are so many games. But
man, that 1-2 pitch that Chapman took the other night, what a mistake.
And so, we don't have to worry about the minutia with Tony V because win or lose, he's going to say something that is, different or clever or funny or what.
Yeah, I guess some of it is maybe Tony saying a little bit more. If he is purely interested in there not being, hit pieces, I don't think is the right phrase. But if he's interested in limiting the amount of potentially, frankly, false, not reporting, but reactions to something that's happening, maybe he should just shut down entirely because that's the easiest way to kill it. But what he said there was, I don't want to be Bill Belichick.
Right.
And just say, we're on to Cincinnati.
Totally.
Or don't want to be
That's
Greg
a 3.
Popovich.
Yep.
They were talking with Scott Ostler about how Greg Popovich, frankly, was kind of an ass to Craig Sager and a lot of other reporters. Like, you don't want your guy to be that. Obviously, those are 2 of the greatest coaches in the history of North American sports. Yeah, thank you. Like, you don't want to be Popovich when it comes to dealing with the media because you turn everybody off. You kind of develop this atmosphere around your team where we're protecting us, and that's going to force reporters or encourage reporters maybe to dig a little deeper and maybe be a little less fair to you. Honestly, I feel like what Vitello said, where there's some intensity going back and forth and this turning into a gigantic story, has more to do with how us, the media, and the baseball consuming public views what a moment like that means. What a moment like that means is you have a couple of competitors that want to win baseball games, and when things aren't going great, they're likely going to hold each other accountable. And if you don't, then you have a bigger problem than if you do. And the cameras will pick up those sometimes, they won't other times. I think we're all fooling ourselves if we pretend that those kinds of things don't happen all the time behind closed doors. How many times has Steve Kerr broken a clipboard on the sideline because he's pissed at something one of his players said?
How many more clipboards has he broken in the locker room is the bigger point. How many times has he and Draymond gotten into it in the
countless.
locker room. Right. And we know that because we've heard about it. Lisa Salters with the famous report on the interaction she could overhear.
In OKC.
Exactly, from outside.
The night of the double bang
the
game.
locker room. So, yeah, we know that this goes on, but it's the whole idea of, do we really need to know? And we don't need to know. And if he's going to be that forthright with telling us, then we're going to start to think about and look for other times where maybe this is happening. So if Tony V never said, hey, there's been, 3 times and we've played our best games after that. If we didn't know that, we all would just think, okay, Schmidt, Chapman was mad. He missed 2 throws and he let Casey know. He should have covered his mouth, whatever. He should have done it in the locker room. Who cares? Whatever. It was a one-off. But when he says, oh man, it's already happened 3 times and we've played our best baseball after that, it now has us all thinking about and watching for other times where maybe, an error happens or something happens and you think, oh, maybe those guys are going to get into it over this because, it happens more than we think. That's all.
Yeah, but I just don't know what the big deal is with that.
There's not a big deal, but it's not a deal at all.
Ultimately, it becomes a big deal if all of us collectively agree that it's a big deal. But we can all just be like, whatever, these are competitors. Move on.
Yes, but at the same time, when you know something about somebody, it makes you look for other instances where maybe that will happen. And, this might be another bad comp for me, but when you see Draymond punch Jordan Poole in a practice, and, the word is that these types of things happen all the time, and I don't doubt that, but when you look at Draymond Green interacting with other young people on his team out in the open, you're kind of thinking about it with that lens a little bit in the back of your mind.
That is in the back of your mind.
Like if he's going to come down, Pods' road, or if he's going to bark at Will Richard, and I'm not saying he has, but if that happens, you're going to think,
I'm sure there's been moments, whether we've seen them or not, where he has.
That's my point, is when you see them. Like now that you have that, I guess, on the record, because we all saw that with Jordan Poole, which we never should have, but we did. And so because of that, you have that at least in your mind of, that happened. And so not that he's going to, pop a young teammate on the court, but you at least, think about what might happen. And so when Tony Vitello says, yeah, this has already happened 3 times, there have been passionate or...
He said where there was some, quote, intensity back and forth.
Thank you. So now you're looking for more intensity back and forth because it's more than just, Schmidt and Chapman. It's happened other times.
I want intensity back and forth. I want that out of my team.
Yeah, I want intensity. I don't necessarily need it back and forth between teammates. If that helps you play, then by all means, yeah. And, I coached high school volleyball, and the first year that we won league up in Marin, my best player, he was a junior, and he was a very volatile, very probably out-of-pocket, angry sort of he was our best player, and the way he would interact with his teammates was kind of inappropriate. It was not productive for everyone, and there got to be a point where I actually had to pull him from a game. We were going for the league title, and we split the first 4 sets, and after the 4th set, he turned
in
on
that high of a moment, that important moment.
We're at San Marin, and if we win, we share the title, and we lost the 4th set after being up 2-1.
Mustangs?
San Marin Mustangs. Yeah. We were the Drake Pirates. Now it's the Archie Williams Peregrine Falcons because turns out Sir Francis Drake was a bad guy, but I won't go there. After the 4th set, he is just berating my setter, and I go out there. I'm like, what are you doing? And he starts to go in on me, and I said, sit down. Sit down. And I went to the freshman, Jordan Hawley, and little Jordan, who almost never played, he went out there and had a couple of bibbity-bop tips and kills, and we win in 5, and we're going crazy. Like, we stormed the court, we're celebrating, and my angry player stayed on the bench, arms folded. And so it's a long way of saying that, when you deal with certain personality types, you have to do it differently. And, sometimes when things happen publicly, you have to address them.
And to be completely, or to be transparent, that's not what, at least not that we know of, what the Giants are dealing with at all. They're not dealing with some guy who's over angry and is causing issues in the clubhouse. There's nowhere near that. But there are moments of maybe some disagreement, and as he's saying, intensity. But that happens when you're playing at this level. Even at the high school level, it happens.
All the time. Yeah. And it happens, but it's how it happens and where it happens. And this is obviously high profile Major League Baseball where, you want it to happen in the clubhouse behind closed doors. But if it does happen, I don't need the manager to come out and say, oh, yeah, I mean, there's been 3 of them already. And boy, we played great after that. I don't know why we need to know that, but that's Tony V. I mean, he's going to let you know.
Okay, so let's go back to Monday when he said that, and he mentioned there were, a couple other moments of intensity back and forth. And it's where we got to this point where he's talking about how he had people texting him and calling him up, talking about the other incidents.
Right.
And he said incidents kind of make it sound like there was actually like some physicality or something going on in the locker room, in the clubhouse. And that's obviously not what he meant at all. And I'm not in the clubhouse all the time, obviously. I don't know, but I would be very shocked if that's what actually were to happen. It seems more like maybe an emotional conversation and maybe some, yelling a little bit, but I don't think it would really have graduated past that. But you're asked the question pregame before the Phillies series. You just you lost 3 out of 4 to the Mets. You're kind of reeling a little bit. On the backdrop is the Chapman and Schmidt thing from San Diego. And you get asked about it and, how you bounce back from something like that. And he ends up saying, no, there's been some other moments, but that after those moments is when we've played our best. When we're at our best is when we are playing loose. How would you have answered the question if you were asked it as the Giants manager?
If I'm Tony V, I answer it exactly as he did because he is an open book and he is like unapologetic about, his answers and all the rest of it. And if it were me, I would probably try to keep what happens behind closed doors, but, that's not the way he's going about it. And so the one thing Mark always talks about is authenticity. And if that's who Tony's going to be, if that's who he is, then, go ahead and be that person.
I got more from Tony that I want to let you guys hear. We will get to that coming up in just a little bit. He was on with the Morning Roast earlier today. Spadoni out, so it was Shasky and Lubman talking with the Giants manager, Tony Vitello. Their road trip begins, the first real road trip of the season. They were in San Diego earlier, but now they got a 3-city road trip coming up, 10 games over 11 days. We'll see how the Giants fare. They have won consecutive games. They're 5-8 right now. It's Landon Roop on the bump today for the Giants. That game coming up in Baltimore. We'll talk a little bit more about that as well, plus their leader, Tony Vitello, when we come back. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. It's Dibs and Grandy. I'm in for Willard right here on 95.7 The Game.
As Pittsburgh prepares for the unofficial beginning of football season, the city's kickoff celebration will begin with an unforgettable invite-only night of music. The night before takes place Wednesday, April 22nd at Rivers Casino Event Center, featuring Jason Aldean, John Morgan, and Shane Profit. Visit Odyssey.com/the night before to enter now for your chance to win this national contest. Prize includes round-trip airfare, a 2-night hotel stay, and 2 tickets to the show.
The Chase Ink Business Premier Card is made for people who make things happen, like me. I'm Sam, founder and CEO of Manifest, a product design company that makes everyday products designed smarter. I get 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more, plus unlimited 2% cash back on all other purchases, which helps us make more smart ideas into a brilliant reality.
The Ink Business Premier Card. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by JP Morgan Chase Bank. NA member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
If you're thinking about upgrading your outdoor space, don't just think deck boards. Think the whole system. Trex from Ashby Lumber gives you decking, railing, lighting, everything designed to work together, look clean, and last. It's low maintenance, holds up in the elements, and you're not dealing with constant upkeep like wood. And the team at Ashby actually helps you plan it out, so you're not guessing on materials or design. Stop by Ashby Lumber in Berkeley or Concord. Check out Trex in person and get your project started.
DQ presents the Blizzard Double Flip Deal. For a limited time, when you buy 1 Blizzard treat, you get a second for just 99 cents. That's 2 Blizzards, 2 spoons, 2 flavors, and 2 flips. So don't miss out on the Blizzard Double Flip Deal, available only for a limited time and happening now at DQ. Because the only thing better than a Blizzard treat is a second Blizzard treat for just 99 cents. It's a deal to flip for. The Blizzard Double Flip Deal. Get it in the app. Participation may vary.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Kohl's Epic Deals prove one thing. A good deal is the best feeling. Better than remembering your password on the first try. Or that first sip of coffee in the morning. Well, okay, the coffee is pretty close. But still, Kohl's Epic Deals are hard to beat. Save big on comfy tees, sandals, cozy bedding, and more at Kohl's and Kohls.com. Select styles. Offers end April 12th. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohls.com for details.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by your workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help you get back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I am grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hello, San Francisco Bay Area. Bank of America, in partnership with Visa, invites you to a FIFA World Cup 26 watch party. Open an eligible Bank of America checking account in participating financial centers only for an opportunity to reserve 2 complimentary tickets while supplies last. Experience special musical guests, games, giveaways, food, and more, all at a legendary venue. Learn more at BofA.com/BofA Visa Watch Party. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 26. Bank of America N.A. member FDIC. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
What's up, cousin?
I want a new phone. Have you seen any good deals?
Everyone has free phones, but when I switched to T-Mobile, I got more value and so much more.
Like streaming included.
And travel benefits.
And the best part? The price of your talk, text, and data is guaranteed for 5 years.
Get more benefits and more value. At T-Mobile, families save and get a 5-year price guarantee. Switch now at T-Mobile.com. Qualifying plan requires price guarantee on talk, text, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See T-Mobile.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
What is your favorite or the best play on words using your last name that you've heard?
That ball got Schmidt on.
On 95.7 The Game.
That was Casey Schmidt of a couple years ago.
That's right.
Right?
His debut, and that was during the Big Finish.
His great
first
debut.
appearance. Yeah.
When he just mashed for like a week.
That's right. And hopefully that ball will get Schmidt on today. He's batting fifth and DHing.
Oh, he's DHing.
He's in the DH spot, yeah.
Is Devers at first again?
Correct. Cleaning up. And you've got my guy, Arise.
Second base. Batting second?
Yep. And Adames leading off. And then other than that, you got Ramos down at 7. He's in the 7 hole playing left. And then, your bottom 4 batting averages, $143, $191, $147, $114. $114 for Bader. God. So your bottom 4 are...
$114 for Bader. Patrick Bailey's hitting 30 points better than he is.
Right. Ramos at 191 in the 7 hole. So I guess they're trying to get him, heated up a little bit.
The bottom 4 hitters are all below the Mendoza line.
Correct. But anyway, I mean...
this is the normal...
the normal 9
defensive players. Casey Schmidt, DH. That's one spot that's been switching on and off, obviously.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
But everyone else is normal. And then you've got Roop, Landon Roop on the bump, making his 3rd start of the season in Baltimore. It begins a 3-city road trip for the Giants, their first real road trip of the season. They were in San Diego earlier, but Devers was below the Mendoza line for a bit there too, but he had a big game, now hitting 220, hit a home run, the game-winning home run as it turned out. Last time the Giants played against the Phillies on Wednesday. We'll see if they can keep it up. The other thing that's going to, I would imagine, change, Dibs, as it relates to the Tony Vitello discourse that we're having and that everyone across the country is having, is if they start winning more games, and I know an 11-game sample when they were 3-8, it's a very small sample, and one of the first things that I said when it happened was we wouldn't be freaking out the way we're freaking out right now if this 11-game stretch happened in June. Because you're going to go through a stretch over an 11-game stretch where you lose 8 games. Like it's going to happen over the course of a baseball season to almost every single team. It probably happens to every team at a certain point.
When you
over
lose
the course
8 of 11?
the season. Yeah, probably.
And
the vast majority of teams.
Last year we freaked out because it was almost a month where they averaged 2 runs a game offensively.
Did we freak out the same way in the reverse when they began the season 8-1 last year?
I think that we all were excited, but you were kind of obviously waiting for the other shoe to drop. You didn't think that they were going to go, 130 and 32 for sure.
Yeah.
But I mean, a good start.
I don't remember having this crazy jump in expectations. Oh my God, they're 8-1. They're going to win the West. But they start 3-8, and it's, oh my God, Tony Vitello can't even punch his way out of a paper bag at the major league level.
A lot of it is because of the skipper, the new skipper, and it's like everyone wants to know if this is going to work or if he's going to be out of his depth, and you start 3-8, and you mentioned this last segment, and you're right, it's not his fault. Did he make a couple of moves that were head-scratching and they didn't work out? Of course, but that's any manager on any major league team at any time in any year. You're going to make a move, and it's not going to work, or you won't make a move and it will work, whatever. It's baseball. Ultimately, the players have to make it so that whatever you do makes you look good.
Yeah. So we've been replaying chunks of what Tony Vitello, Giants manager, told the guys on the morning roast earlier today. Shasky and Lubman, who was filling in for Spadoni, doing a great job. Shasky and Lubman. And we were talking earlier about the Chapman-Schmidt stuff. And Vitello pregame on Monday versus the Phillies talking about how there's been other quote-unquote moments of intensity back and forth for the Giants that have gone on behind the scenes, away from cameras and away from microphones. And then he talked about how now suddenly you have people referring to those things as incidents, which is not true at all based on the way that Tony described it. And then Tony continued in that same vein with the guys in the morning roast earlier today about what gets said in locker rooms and dugouts and clubhouses and all that, and how that's just kind of normal. Here's more Tony Vitello earlier today.
There's stuff you would say in the dugout in the locker room that if it got out, it's kind of like the one thing in San Diego too. It's like, that's an everyday normal occurrence. But if a camera happens to catch it and it gets out, then it's because it's in a different context when you're just talking about regular society, it can get blown out of proportion. Whereas, it's like if any of us had our emails or texts with our buddies, checked every day by everybody, we might kind of be in trouble. But when you're in your inner circle, like in the dugout or in the locker room, it's literally a different world that you're living in that moment.
He's spot on.
He's right.
I mean, everyone knows exactly what he's talking about.
Yes. I mean, your thread with your friends and, me with mine or whatever, even our show thread.
Oh, yeah.
And sometimes that actually comes to light and it gets on the air and it's like, oh, I kind of wish that we wouldn't put that on the air because...
Please, Wheeler, don't read that text, please.
You better be careful.
Especially, if it's whatever, late night and, maybe you've had a couple of glasses of wine.
It's Saturday night.
And you're shooting from the hip.
This is off air. This is not working hours.
It's not even on Twitter. Like, if you tweet something, then that's absolutely fair game.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Like, our show thread, sometimes things can get a little bit, not chippy, but, you might say something that you don't...
He's drunk.
He's drunk at the 20. It's one of the all-time great Kevin Harlan riffs, but... Yeah, he's right about, what happens in the clubhouse. I'm sure there's a lot of, catch the bleeping ball and all the rest of it. But when it happens on the mound with a brand new skipper and a setting where, you have a guy who doesn't play a lot of first base and he literally didn't catch the bleeping ball twice and it was a thing. And you're struggling, new manager, and that happened. So it becomes a bigger thing than if it was, I don't know, if you are like 5 years into your career as a manager and it's game 153 and, that happens. It's like, oh, yeah, he should catch the bleeping ball. Whatever. You guys are 80 and 73. Not a big deal, but you're struggling. He's new and things are, starting to boil up a little bit.
I'll put it this way. I would feel pretty comfortable betting a large sum of money that there's been something behind the scenes in almost every locker room or clubhouse across Major League Baseball, the Giants included, that is quote-unquote worse than Chapman yelling at Schmidt on the mound in San Diego.
You would imagine. I mean, if
and
not
we don't
worse,
know about it. We don't know about it, but it happens. And what Tony is saying is that kind of stuff happens literally every day. It's just what happens when you're at this level. And you have these guys making millions of dollars that are trying so desperately to win baseball games. When there is a mistake, a slip up here or there, you're going to have those moments of intensity, as he put it. And I want my teams to have those intensity. I want my team leaders to be holding the others accountable. Because if you're not being held accountable, those kinds of mistakes, maybe you have a little bit of encouragement that those are going to continue to happen. But you can nip it in the bud with some intensity, as Tony Vitello said, and your team could be better off for it.
You can be, and you want it to be outside of the public eye, but I also don't need my manager to go out and say, there have been 3 of them already, and there might be more than 3. I just don't think that we need to find out about it. Like, whatever happens with, you and your home life behind closed doors, that's for you to, share whatever you want to share. And, I talk to you a lot about my 3-year-old daughter and a little bit about the wife, but there's stuff that goes on that I don't share with anyone, both good and bad, because it's private. And so I don't know if this is something that should be private. It's ultimately up to Tony Vitello to decide, and he has made it easy for him to share it. So I guess it's not that private.
There's some funny texts that are coming in on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line about this. The 707 brings up a good example. We were talking about how many times players on the Warriors have maybe gotten into it, Steve Kerr and Draymond, or Draymond to others and all that. The 707 writes, Draymond was yelling at Pods after the Rockets game for not setting the secondary screen on Şengün. And the 707 is exactly right. I don't know if it was quote unquote yelling in a very, very over the top kind of way. I don't think it was that at all, but there was clearly Draymond directing traffic as time's expiring after Şengün hits the go-ahead bucket to put the Rockets ahead in the final seconds. Draymond is trying to get Pods up to set the screen to bring Şengün into the action. Time runs out. Pods doesn't react in time or decides, no, it's actually not the right thing to do. So then Draymond sets the screen. Jabari Smith Jr. switches on to Steph, and Steph has to take a really tough, deep 3 over a 7-footer who's got a really long wingspan, as opposed to a guy in Şengün who he could probably create a little more space against. And there clearly was a moment of maybe some intensity between Draymond and Pods.
Set the bleeping screen.
Where potentially it might have cost them a chance to win a basketball game. And maybe it was. Come on, Pods, you got to set that damn screen or something like that.
It could be. But
BP.
Again,
come on, BP.
I mean, and that was in real time, and you had the moment where, Porzingis is on a heater, and he's basically waiting for the ball. Palms up, and Pods went and did what he did. But it's a little bit different because, they have 4 titles, and Steve Kerr's been around forever, and this team is.
Pods doesn't.
Well, but they're late in the year.
Doesn't.
They're late in the season, and it's not really a make or break. And with the Giants, you have the new skipper, and it was a stop action moment where the play had already happened, and now you're meeting at the mound, and you can clearly see what he said.
Yeah.
And so it's just a little bit different. And again, it's not a huge deal. And Schmidt and Chapman both after the game really diffused it. And I love that Tony Vitello's talking about it and not really shying away from it because it's the reality.
A couple others. The 650 writes, I ripped my coworker this morning for not carrying his weight at the job. Yeah, and frankly, at times, something that you have to do, even if maybe you're not that person's boss. The 415, this is all in the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line. Debo and Moody, anyone? That was a little more of probably a bad thing because it was a singular moment where a singular person messed up and one of the faces of the franchise then pulled that person aside, and there was other stuff happening that time as well. But yeah, it happens elsewhere. The 650 writes, A's of the 70 fought the whole time, and that was a damn dynasty.
Dynasty 72, 73, 74.
There's a bunch of hotheads in that clubhouse.
Yeah, drinking and fighting and the whole thing. And, Charlie O'Finley not paying anybody and the whole time. But nowadays, like that team, they couldn't survive in this era of social media.
Yeah. No.
The swinging A's.
Oh, no. No, that would never happen. That would never happen anymore. It would be a shame if we weren't able to experience that because of what's happening on social media now. All right, we got to take a break. There's more Vitello to get to. Plus, we just got to ask straight up this Tony Vitello conversation because I want to hear from you guys as well at 888-957-9570. This segment was brought to you by Safeway. It's Willard and Dibs and Grandy. I'm in for Willard right here on 95.7 The Game.
Head to Safeway this week for Signature Select boneless, skinless chicken breasts value packs, just $2.99 per pound, and chicken tenders in the deli all week long for just $5.99 per pound. Visit Safeway.com for more details. See you in the aisles.
Hi, I'm David.
I'm Chris.
And I'm John. We are the 3 brothers who own Jack's Restaurant and Bar.
And we are here
to... Not again. That's my line.
That was my line.
Boy, stop it.
Mom? What are you doing here?
Have you heard your commercials? They're terrible.
That's not our fault. You taught us how to cook delicious food.
Using only the freshest ingredients.
And to treat all our guests like family visiting our home. But you didn't teach us how to write catchy radio spots.
They remember that and get back to work.
Yes, Mom. Jack's, serving delicious breakfast, lunch, dinner, and drinks the way our mom taught us.
ilovejacks.com.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Cause shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off. Every Warriors game throughout the season as we get ready for the action. Presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage. Brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that.
Batteries Plus presents Power Ballads.
If you run a business in any industry, the last thing you need is some dead batteries. We got them in stock, and we're local too. We dream about batteries more than most people do. Batteries Plus, there's no problem too large. Batteries Plus, we're the experts in charge.
Football fans, history is calling as San Francisco heads down under for the first ever game in Australia. Join the action in Melbourne with true fan travel as San Francisco takes on Los Angeles at the iconic Melbourne Cricket Ground. Premium hotel stay, epic all-inclusive events, city tours, wildlife adventures, meet and greet with a red and gold legend, and unforgettable moments. Spots are limited. Don't miss out on your shot to experience San Francisco down under. Head to truefantravel.com. That's truefantravel.com.
Door
Doors and loading dock equipment are a crucial part of your business, and one you probably don't think much about until they break. A broken door or dock leveler can be a real security threat, along with disturbing the flow of goods in your business. Luckily, RNS is here for all your commercial door, dock, and gate needs. From overhead doors and security shutters to fire-rated and personnel doors, RNS can provide your business with safety and security. Call 800-FIX-A-DOOR to schedule a free estimate or visit rsdoors.com. RNS Doors. Look for the red truck.
The biggest golf tournament of the year is here, and now you can trade the tournament on Kalshi. Scotty is trading at 14% to win it all. That means a $100 trade pays out $673 if he wins it all. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house, and as the odds move, you can buy in and out of your position all tournament long. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code FAN to get $10 when you trade 10. Kalshi. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
We've all been there. Sleepless nights, mind racing, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Video security, burglar alarms, fire alarms, access control, 24/7 monitoring, and more. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy, knowing we're here for you, your people, and your business. Visit bayalarm.com to talk to a local security expert. Bay Alarm, we got you.
Springfest is heating up at Lowe's. And for a limited time, we have the extra big deals you need to impress guests. Get your outdoor space ready and save $50 on the select Cobalt 24-volt blower kit, now $79. Plus, save $150 on the Blackstone 30-inch 2-burner griddle, now $299. It's springtime, and our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 4/13. While supplies last, selection varies by location.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
There's a new kind of energy at Starbucks. When your day needs a reset, try the all-new energy refreshers. Strawberry acai, mango dragon fruit, or the all-new mango strawberry. The refreshers you love, now with extra caffeine. New energy refreshers only at Starbucks.
We asked parents to share their journey of adopting teens.
They changed who I am because I can't see life without them in it.
Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. It's Willard and Dibs. No Willard, it's Dibs and Grandy with you. Dibs just shooting a cold look over to Cam behind the glass. I don't think he's still a little PO'd by the end of the show yesterday.
A little bit.
I think he'll get over it, Cam. Don't worry.
We'll find out. And I got my ear open for the rejoins, waiting for a shot to come from Cam. Maybe it's something about me looking like Eminem. Maybe there's a Slim Shady in there. Or there's going to be something that comes that's a backhanded shot at your boy. I'm ready.
Maybe we could get a little Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young, almost cut my hair, Dibs.
Could be. Yeah, or something.
That could be a shot at you.
Yeah. We'll
you don't have much hair to cut, you know?
No, not anymore. Although
did you get the joke?
Yeah, I should have cut it today. It's getting a little bit shaggy, but, we'll get there.
Anyway, it's Willard and Dibs and Grandy. Willard back coming up on Monday, talking out Tony Vitello and his appearance on the Morning Roast earlier today. He's talking about a number of things, and a lot of them, the off-field stuff and the way that he's handling the media. Did you see this, Dibs, which was going around on social media the last couple of days? It was the final game of that Phillies series, which was that Wednesday day game. And this thing that Giants do, it's pretty unique. I don't know how many other ballparks do this, where they have what they call ball dudes. Oftentimes ball dudettes is what Kruk and Kipe will call them. But generally...
Yeah, I've done it a couple of times.
You have?
Yeah, pretty fun.
When?
Back when I worked at a different radio station.
Okay.
Yeah, I had a chance to be down the left field and right field foul lines.
How long ago was this?
Oh, we're going way back.
Like 20 years?
Not quite 20, but 15? It would have to be between 2006 and 2011.
Okay.
Which is when I worked at another place.
Yeah, some other place. I don't know where.
And I was doing mornings then. And so one of the games, it was a day game, and it was like the 5th or 6th inning, and I was nodding off on that stool. Your boy is nodding, and you're trying to stay awake.
Oh, yeah, because you can't be asleep at the wheel when a ball comes your way.
Right. Very few plays, though. It was one of those days where, you didn't get a lot of action.
What do they tell you? Do they how do they get it in your head to not go after a ball that's fair? Like, do they just tell you? Is there any kind of intensive training involved?
No, it's just basically, pay attention.
Don't be stupid.
Don't be stupid. And, if there happens to be a fly ball that comes down near you, they want you to pick up the stool
and run away
and get out of the way.
Yeah.
Well, you're kind of in that corner where, the low fence goes and then it juts out.
Yeah.
And so you're sitting right behind the jut out part. And so, if there's a pop fly, they want you to pick the stool up and get out of the way and put it, out of harm's way for the fielder. So other than that, it's pay attention. Here's the glove and good luck.
But anyway, I bring it up because what happens oftentimes, and I don't really have a strong opinion, I sound like Steiny one way or another about this, but oftentimes the ball dudes or dudettes that the Giants have doing these games can be on the older side. And oftentimes, honestly, it is pretty entertaining on the broadcast because Kruk and Kipe will get a kick out of it, and they'll maybe kind of playfully make fun of maybe how slow the ball dude is going to track it down, or maybe an inability to fully lean over and glove the ball on the ground. They have to wait for it to stop rolling and then go over and pick it up, whatever the case is. But that kind of is what happened on Wednesday at Oracle Park, and it was the ball dude down the first base line, so the right field line. And if you're Tony Vitello sitting in the Giants dugout, you have a great view of it because you're looking out of the third base dugout towards right field. So you have a great view of that. The ball dude on the left field line is one that you can't see quite as well from the Giants' home dugout. And he was caught on camera saying something along the lines of, I don't know if it was oldest ball dude or slowest ball dude I've ever seen. And then there was a short pause, and he said something along the lines of like bleep me or holy bleep or something like that. And you could tell that it was something along those lines. And this goes viral on social media because Tony Vitello is cursing out a ball dude at Oracle Park that the Giants hire. And it's the only reason this is a story at all is because he's Tony Vitello. And this is probably the best example of something Tony does or says going viral and becoming a major story just because he's Tony Vitello. Some of the other ones maybe are a little more understandable, like what we're talking about, him admitting that there are other intense back and forth moments. That is something that, as you said, maybe it is normal, but maybe you shouldn't let people into that. But that is one where it's just, we're holding this guy to such a crazy standard. No one else is being judged for those kinds of things.
I don't know if anyone else is actually opining about the ball dude, though. So, and the camera's going to be on him all the time, no matter what, because he's the manager. And, you're up there on the top step. And so someone's going to try to, capture what you're doing and what you're saying all the time. And so if you're going to have thoughts and comments about the ball dude and, you're going to say what you said, and I didn't see the clip. I'm going to go look at it on the break just to see exactly, what the situation was. But you got to be aware that, you're now in San Francisco. You're the manager of the Giants, which is a gigantic brand.
Yeah.
And so everything you do will be scrutinized. Even if you were, a manager who had played pro ball before or whatever, he's a very interesting character. And so people are going to want to watch everything he does because you might catch him doing something that's a little bit different.
And the guys on the morning roast, Spadoni out, so it was Shasky and Lubman, brought that up and just talk about how everything that he says and does, whether it's in front of the media or not, is being heavily scrutinized. And they're talking about this lip-reading stuff. And here's what Vitello had to say about that.
Day one of spring training, I had a practice schedule laminated for our day one of playing games because of lip reading, and I was planning on pulling an Andy Reid and having that thing in front of my face, but I don't know, that seemed a little drastic. Once the game got rolling, you're just kind of involved in the game and you're not thinking about it too much, but that's been a thought in the back of the mind for sure.
I don't know. We're going crazy here.
A little bit. I mean, and you've seen this now in the NFL where every offensive coordinator, Kyle Shanahan, when he goes to call the play into Brock Purdy, you put the sheet up in front of your face just in case, I don't know, a Patriot is out there trying to film you.
That's a competitive thing, not a I'm saying something offensive and I don't want anybody to see it thing.
Agreed.
That's I don't want the defense to know what play I'm calling.
Right, but if you're Tony Vitello, and it's kind of a little bit like, stealing signs where you're going to try and look in the dugout, but this is different because he might be saying something that is a little bit different, and turns out he probably is. I don't know if it's Kanye West or if it's going to be him talking about a ball dude, but the man is content. And so, yeah, if you are a guy who is different, and he is, and you're producing content based on what you say, then you kind of have to be aware of that and act accordingly, or you don't have to give a rip and you can just let it fly.
I don't think you should give a rip about you being like, man, that's a slow ball dude. Like that, it's true. It is. And it's not like an inherently bad thing, but yeah, it is. I just don't think we're holding any other manager to this kind of standard, or we're scrutinizing every little thing that somebody does. And like, that's more of a funny aside kind of thing than anything related to actually baseball and the decisions that this guy is making. I think the bigger deal with Tony Vitello, and I mean this in a positive way, is generally speaking just how much that you can tell that he cares. I mean, how many times in the interview did he talk about how difficult it is handling a loss? I mean, we're going to hear from that from him about that coming up in a little bit, but he clearly wears every single loss. He desperately wants to help this team do as good as they possibly can. There's, of course, a ton of self-interest involved there, but you can tell that he wants to be here, that this means a whole lot to him. And if that spills over, or the side effect of him caring a ton is that maybe he says a couple of things that your normal run-of-the-mill vanilla manager wouldn't, like that is clearly a price that I'm willing to pay. Like that's not even a big price to pay. I want my manager to care, to be emotionally invested, to be proud to be a Giant. And frankly, a lot of the things that I've heard him say have convinced me that he does do all those things, that he does care, that he is emotionally invested, that he does desperately want to be a Giant and love to be a Giant. I haven't heard anything, Dibs, and you're going to bring up maybe what he said about Tennessee.
That's fine.
But like I haven't heard much of anything that convinces me that he's somebody that doesn't really care about what's going on here. I think everything that he's done has shown us that he desperately cares.
Yeah.
And I can put up with maybe the side effect of that being, well, maybe you shouldn't admit that there was some intensity in the clubhouse today.
It doesn't matter as long as the players aren't affected. I mean, we can all talk about his comments about Tennessee, which I don't know if I would have gone back to that without being prompted or asked about it. And, the Kanye West thing, and whatever comments you want to make the comments. If your team is going to be a team that's good enough to make the playoffs, then that's how you're going to be measured. I don't really measure any of this beyond, is the team playing hard for him? And they are. Is the team trying to win? And they are. Is he like sold out to be here? Absolutely. And as far as taking the losses hard, I get that, because if you look at his Tennessee record, he was 341.
Hardly took
and
any losses.
131. A winning percentage of 722.
That's pretty good.
That's very good.
That sounds like Steve Kerr.
It's better than Kerr. Kerr's more around the 65%.
Wow.
It's closer to what Pat Riley was as a Laker, which was about 70%.
Which is as good as you could possibly be.
It's phenomenal. So you're used to like winning all the games all the time, and he won the Natty just 2 years ago. So I get why he would still want to talk about Tennessee and the SEC. I'm not saying that is a deal breaker, but as you go through this and you learn about the major league schedule and the rigors of it, I think that's going to be ultimately how he gets measured. How do you use your pen? How do you use the bench? Does your team play hard for you? All those other things. If you want to talk about, the ball dude maybe being blank and old and whatnot, that's fine. That doesn't bother me.
That's more of a laugh than anything else.
Exactly.
And you go online, and maybe this is just the bubble that we sometimes live in social media. It's funny. There's a text on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line from the 707, and we have multiple 707s chiming in, but the 707 writes, Tony V is the pods of the Giants. So maybe there is a little bit of what I think. I know Willard feels this way. I don't know if you agree with him 100%, but maybe we're living in a little bit of a social media or sports talk radio bubble when it comes to Podziemski. And the people that are active in those two mediums tend to be not big fans of Podziemski, but the people who are maybe less active or aren't on those mediums at all tend to be larger fans of Podziemski. Maybe there's something similar with Tony V. Maybe this is a case of a really loud and vocal minority that is speaking out and making these things a big deal. But if you log on to social media and you search Tony Vitello lip reading or Tony Vitello bald dude, you will see countless posts that have gone viral of people calling out this guy for potentially cursing because he's a little confused why there's an older bald dude roaming foul territory at Oracle Park. And it's not a big deal.
It's really not, unless you have a bias already. And we talk about confirmation bias all the time. So if you think that Tony Vitello is unqualified and arrogant and a weirdo or whatever you think Tony Vitello is to the negative, you're going to look at every small thing and say, see, he's talking about college baseball and he's talking wild and his Chapman's yelling at Schmidt. That never would have happened under Bochy. And now he's barking at the ball dude. And, how dare you and all the rest of it. If you already believe that, then you're looking for every small piece of, artillery to back up your point. Now, if you think that Tony is fresh and, fun and glib and, the kind of person that you really have been waiting for coming off of, Bob Melvin, who was not a glib, comical kind of guy. If you are team Tony V, you're going to look at this clip and say, yeah, Tony. And I'm looking at the comments right now. Somebody commented after the clip of him saying whatever he said about the bald dude. Good for Tony. I loathe the whole bald dude farce. It was played out 20 years ago. So whatever you think, you're going to take the new information, either pro-Tony or anti-Tony, and you're going to use it for your own devices. It's kind of like what we do with Luis Arise between Mark Willard and I, older guys, and you and Lucas, younger guys. We're believers that what he does, get singles all the time, is really, really good. And you guys believe that whatever, who cares if you hit 310? If your OPS is 740, you're not great. So when Arise has a 3-hit game, slappy, 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 we will go, hey, look at Arise. And then when Arise fails to drive in a run with a real big hit or has an empty calorie single, like you guys will come back at us because we all have our biases based on what we think.
You're right. We do. Or we all have differing opinions of what matters most, and that's all of the similar kind of thing that you're getting at.
It's the same thing with Pods. Like if you think that Pods is, all the negative things you think about him, then when he makes a mistake, when he airballs a 3 or he waves off KP or he doesn't set a screen for Draymond, all of those things, you're going to say, see, he's a bum. But if you love Pods, you're going to look at it and go, the guy had like 24 and 9 and 7 in a win, and like he produces winning plays.
Yeah, and I think maybe what our sports watching culture has got into a lot of late, and I think I recognize this more so with the Warriors, and specifically you brought up Podziemski. Podziemski is a big part of it. I think it was probably first with Jonathan Kuminga, but we're getting to a point, Dibs, where in our sports fandom, it seems to me like what's becoming more common is less being a fan of a specific team, but attaching yourself to a certain player and rooting for what's best for that player, even if it's worse for the team. Like you get to a point, Dibs, where you wanted the Warriors to lose, and I'm talking generally, I'm not pinning this on any individual, but there was a group of Warrior fans or quote-unquote Warrior fans who, when Kuminga was in the middle of his DNP stretch or was hurt with an actual injury, people would be rooting for the Warriors to lose because that would signal to them that Jonathan Kuminga is valuable to the Warriors and that Steve Kerr was mistreating him and the Warriors absolutely had it out for him. And if that were to happen, maybe it would change the opinion of the decision makers as it pertains to Jonathan Kuminga. And the same thing is true for Brandon Podziemski. Brandon Podziemski can have an awesome game or can have a terrible game, but the Warriors could win, and you could have fans of Podziemski, or the opposite is true. You could have them be upset despite that it was a positive result, but a really poor performance by the guy that they dislike or the guy that they like. And you have like these bickering factions all under the same umbrella of a single team. And maybe there's a little bit of that going on with Tony Vitello, because if you have a predisposition to not like Tony Vitello for whatever reason, maybe you're just more interested in seeing him fail as opposed to seeing the Giants actually succeed.
It just depends on how you look at it and how you feel going in. And I'm looking at more of these comments under the Ball Boy video. And, one of them is send this miserable PRICK. And it's not a dirty word, but it's kind of a bad, I don't like the word. Back to Omaha. And then somebody else says, worst manager I've seen in my life.
That's crazy. It has nothing to do with being a manager. And, absolutely nothing. Also, send him back to Omaha is so funny. Omaha is where the College World Series is. The College Baseball World Series.
And he won it 2 years ago.
If you're sending him back to Omaha, it's because he's a great coach and has only had success everywhere he's been. He practically lived there.
I was so close to Omaha twice, doing play-by-play for Cal State Northridge, the Matadors. We were, we.
You're part of the team. You're part of the team.
Up a run against Fresno State at Fresno. They had to beat us twice. They beat us the first time. Bobby Jones, former major leaguer.
This is the Super Regional?
This is before the Super Regional. They just had regionals back then. You won the regional and you went.
You won game one of the regional, and then they had to beat you twice? Is that how it works?
Well, it was a 4-team regional, and so Northridge won the first two. They got to the final.
Fresno would have lost to somebody else.
Correct. And Fresno had to beat us twice. They beat us the first game, and then Bobby Jones, former Met, was pitching, and we were up by 1, bottom of the 9th. It was a walk, an infield hit, an error, and then like a 17-hopper up the middle.
Oh, that's a nightmare.
We lose, we don't go. The next year we go to Wichita in the regionals.
The Shockers.
Yeah, and Miami was there. They had a catcher who went on and played in the bigs, but Northridge got knocked out in that one as well. Yeah. So I've always wanted to go to the College World Series, Omaha. Exactly. So somebody said, go back to Omaha. And there's another one. Send that prick back to Omaha. Man, there's another one. Oh, been a Tony supporter, so if there's context to this would be a great time, because that's a real bad look, so to speak. And blank that POS. Can't wait till his dumbass is fired.
What the hell?
I'm telling you, it's Twitter. So
it's crazy. It's crazy, the reactions to something relatively benign. And like
somebody else, people are getting so worked up over this LMAO effing snowflakes. So Twitter.
I was with it, but the snowflakes mentioned might have changed my mind. But that's the right sentiment in general. It's not a big deal. We don't need to make a gigantic story about this thing. And I just wanted to bring it up because I think it does highlight the crazy levels that we go to paint Tony V in this terrible light, when I feel like most of the things that he's done either haven't had that big of an impact or at least haven't hurt the Giants a whole lot, if any, at all.
Right. And I think it comes down to, and just looking at these Twitter comments reminds me that it comes down to confirmation bias. Whatever you believe or whatever you think about something, some person, whenever a piece of information comes out, and this is a 9-second clip of him basically mouthing, my God, that's a slow ball boy, slowest ball boy I've ever seen. And if you think that Tony is a fun guy, then, oh yeah, Tony, I agree with you. That guy was really old. And if you're down on Tony, it's like, how dare you, you ageist. So
you ageist.
Whatever. People get enraged over the smallest things. And it's a big nothing, It
is a big nothing, but not to a lot of people. And I think that's the issue. Look, what was one of the biggest concerns or the biggest complaints Giants fans had for Bob Melvin? Oftentimes it was that this guy's kind of, maybe he's asleep at the wheel, doesn't care a whole lot, needs a little bit more emotion and fire. And,
Come on. Straight Pennsylvania.
Oh, folks.
Folks.
Like, yes.
When you said sleepy, it just had me thinking of Caliendo doing his impersonation.
Yeah, you guys had Caliendo in, was that on Tuesday? Was that Monday? I forget when that was. This week, earlier.
Folks.
And he does a great Joe Biden. Yeah. And what we've been doing around the office since then is not impersonating Joe Biden. We're impersonating Frank Caliendo, impersonating Joe Biden. And we actually are not bad at it.
We're pretty good. But just when you said sleepy, it had me thinking
of Sleepy Joe. Yeah.
And it made me think of Caliendo. Folks, this is Scranton, Pennsylvania. And the whole thing. But yes.
But
he was sleepy.
That was one of the biggest complaints by Giants fans. And I think there was a number of Giants fans, not Giants people, but Giants fans that made the comparison between the popular complaint about Joe Biden to Bob Melvin. Like Sleepy Bob is what some people called him. And so we go from that being what we don't like, and now we have the exact polar opposite, and we don't like that either. Like, I guess you could say, well, maybe the best spot you could be is somewhere in the middle, but I don't know. It just feels like no matter what you're getting, you're going to be unhappy with it at this point is what it feels like to me.
Well, no matter what, you're going to be unhappy. I think that's the best way to put it, and it just depends on what kind of a fan you are, and you can fan however you want to fan. I personally don't take the demeanor of a manager or a coach that much as far as how much I like them. Steve Kerr, I actually agree with a lot of the things that he stands for as a person, and so that makes me want to like him more. If he didn't win 4 titles and go to 2 other finals, I wouldn't like him as much as I do, regardless of who he is as a person. And, Kyle Shanahan, his personality is not that electric, but I do think he's really good at what he does and stuff. And so, I look at
almost draft time,
right? And what he does and what they've built.
Don't mess it up, Kyle.
It's really good. I mean, he's not perfect and stuff, but their team is competitive most of the time. And so, yeah, I like that. And so for Tony V, the jury's obviously still out at 5-8, but early returns, I mean, he's not bugging me.
You're going to have to work on your Tony V impression because you have a good Kyle Shanahan impression. You're going to have to work on your Tony
Tony's
V impression.
Tough. I mean,
real tough.
Y'all try to hone in on it, but
you just have to say the most random, outlandish stuff. That's how you get the Tony V
but there's
down.
something in the voice that I think that, and my Kyle is really more about the monotone and stuff and, and the stuff and the
The quick little stutter and
and, he says a lot of words and stuff and, I'm trying to, figure that out and stuff.
A lot of words, but never an actual, clear thought or message gets across.
I mean, it's a clear thought, but it's not controversial.
Or not much meaning behind it, or not very, I don't know, doesn't really tell you a whole lot of what's actually going on.
Yeah, and you need it's all about the monotone and the tempo and stuff, and it's ums and stuffers and the tempo and the monotone.
I do miss your Kyle Shanahan impression. That's one thing.
Yeah.
That's one thing that sucks about the NFL off seasons. We don't get Dibs' Shanahan impression. All right, time for a break here on Willard and Dibs. It's Dibs and Grandy. I'm in for Willard. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. A little bit more on Tony V and the Giants when we come back. Plus, we will get to the Warriors who lost last night at home are back in action today in Sacramento versus the Kings when we continue right here on Willard and Dibs.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You need a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. Switch today. Get started with a great offer as low as $60 a month. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Offer ends 6/1/26. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet and security edge. 1-year agreement, eco-bill, and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Hello, San Francisco Bay Area. Bank of America, in partnership with Visa, invites you to a FIFA World Cup 26 watch party. Open an eligible Bank of America checking account in participating financial centers only for an opportunity to reserve 2 complimentary tickets while supplies last. Experience special musical guests, games, giveaways, food, and more, all at a legendary venue. Learn more at BofA.com/BofA Visa Watch Party. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 26. Bank of America and a member FDIC. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
I need a little range, step to the range, come on, meet me at the range.
Introducing the new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club Sandwich. With that juicy Chick-fil-A chicken on a buttermilk ranch bun, jalapeno ranch sauce, and pickled jalapenos, it's a little ranch with a lot of kick. The new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club with original spicy or grilled filet. Available for a limited time only. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Cause shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Hey, Bay Area sports fans, get ready for game day with Laughing Monk Brewing. Whether you're watching with friends or heading out after the final whistle, Laughing Monk has the perfect beer for the moment. With locations in Sunnyvale, Scotts Valley, and Bayview in San Francisco, there's always a monk nearby. And now, check out their newest San Francisco location in Nopa. From crisp lagers to bold IPAs, every beer is righteously brewed in San Francisco. Grab a pint, grab your crew, and make game day better at Laughing Monk Brewing. Righteously brewed in San Francisco.
Xfinity Tech Support, Matthew speaking.
Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote.
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep, the combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still, you're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026. Taxes, fees, extra.
For years, Gone South has been a podcast about crime in the American South. But for our new season, we're widening the lens. Through deeply reported, narrative-driven stories, we're digging into the myths, scandals, and power structures that still shape the South, and, in a lot of ways, the country itself. Follow and listen to Gone South Season 5, an Odyssey podcast. Available now on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your shows.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Granger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a warehouse operations manager.
Where are the forklifts?
Sold them. Too expensive. We're using scooters now.
So you expect us to move a 2-ton pallet on a scooter?
Just lean into it. Put your back into it, people.
This is your job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today. Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back, Willard and Dibs. Dibs and Grandy with you. Willard coming back on Monday. We're holding it down until 6 o'clock. Thanks, Cam.
We're getting diddly with it.
Diddly with it.
Yeah.
Okay, I like it.
Yeah, and the other one is No Diggity. Dan Dibbly. We get that in there as well.
Maybe Cam on the ones and twos.
Yes.
We'll come back with that coming up next break.
Yep.
In about a half hour. But we're talking through the Tony Vitello drama, if you want to call it that. He was on with the Joes, although one of the Joes out. It was Shasky and Lubman this morning on the Morning Roast, talking to the Giants manager, Tony Vitello. Good conversation there. You can, of course, go give it a listen on the free Odyssey app if you would like to. Said a number of interesting things. He did bring up, you remember what Jim Bowden, who was on with you guys, I think that was last week, after his embarrassing comments that he made targeted towards Tony Vitello on foul territory. And he was talking about, well, you got a couple of Hall of Fame managers on your payroll giants that are hanging out around the team in Dusty Baker and Bruce Bochy. You can lean on those guys to help Tony Vitello through. And the way that he said it originally was a little more incendiary than the way that he said it with you guys. He basically said, well, you can use those guys as resources to help you kind of graduate through maybe the elementary stage of your managerial career and use those guys as a resource to improve rather quickly. But Vitello was asked by the guys this morning on the Morning Roast about advice from Dusty Baker and Bruce Bochy, and here's what he said.
Dusty kind of gave me a couple rules to live by that probably is a little more, stays in the locker room type of thing, but kind of kept those with me. And I think revisiting those helps keep you on task. Because, again, there's so many reps, days are long. You can get so excited about a win, and you can get – I've already been there way, way down after a loss. So, revisiting those kind of helps you keep grounded and also keep your eye on the prize, so to speak. And then Boch and I have talked in particular just about how to manage some of these games past 5 innings. And here's the one thing I'll say about that, and hopefully this doesn't come off the wrong way, because obviously those two guys are going to be in the Hall of Fame a year from now if anybody has their sensibilities to them. But the one thing is you got to gather as much advice as you can, but when the game starts in the dugout, there's no one there to help you other than the guys that are right next to you.
And there's Tony Vitello talking about the advice that he's gotten from Dusty and from Boch. He didn't want to say exactly the advice that Dusty gave him, and maybe this is a case of him learning, Dibs. He said that's going to stay in the locker room or in the clubhouse. And then he said the advice from Boch is, use all the resources at your disposal, but when it comes time to make a decision, you don't have time to dilly-dally. You got to essentially trust your gut, and that's what made Bochy such a good manager.
Trust your gut and trust your guys. I mean, trust the people that you have around you in the dugout.
You got to come to a quick decision.
You do, but the majority of this stuff, I think, is already kind of planned out in advance, and this is where you go back to the game that they led against Philadelphia, I think it was, and he went to Bo Rucky in the middle of the inning, and they had another plan. If they could have started the inning with Gage, they would have, but instead they went with Bo Rucky because that was the plan. And so, you sketch all this stuff out so much longer before the game nowadays, where you go into today's game and it's going to be Roop. And then, who's going to back him up if need be and at what point, and who you have on the bench. And so I don't think that you have as many real-time game decisions in the moment as you do in other sports, but you have a plan and you hope to stick to it, but sometimes things happen and you have to deviate.
Yeah, and to your point, some of the bigger decisions that you have to make, oftentimes you can maybe see them coming an inning in advance and an inning and a half, a few at-bats in advance, so you do have time to think about it perhaps a little bit. But that was the advice that Boch gave Vitello. And obviously, I think nowadays when it comes to managing, the bigger, most important thing probably is how you manage a bullpen. And you brought up Bo Rucky, and he's probably made a couple of mistakes here and there in terms of the way that he has managed the bullpen so far. I do think, much like we were talking about yesterday, he has been handed a bullpen that is, to this point, not the best and very unproven. So he might be just dealing with a really, really bad hand, or at least not a good hand, and maybe he's having to bluff his way through it and play a sterling game of poker to get through having not the best hand. So we'll see the way that goes. One thing I can say, Dibs, that I really, really enjoy that Tony Vitello is doing, and I've been begging baseball managers to do this for such a long time. There's a lot, I think, that's wrong with the analytics era, and a lot that's wrong with kind of going away from trusting gut and instincts and leaning into what the math says is best. One thing that I do really, really like, and I do in my heart of hearts believe is the right thing to do that not a lot of managers do, it's don't just by default treat the ninth inning as the most important inning, as the highest leverage inning. And one thing that we've seen Vitello do, and maybe you disagree that Ryan Walker is their best high leverage inning guy, but it's a guy that they trust clearly more than a lot of others.
Think he is their best, but I don't think that that's good enough.
It says more about the others than it says about Ryan Walker possibly. But if he's the best that you think you have in the bullpen, at least in some of those bigger moments, what has generally been the default, Dibs, is, okay, we're going to save the ninth inning for him because he's our quote-unquote closer. And again, you can have arguments about whether you think he should be the closer or not. I think the Giants do feel that way, at least right now, that he is their best high-leverage inning guy. Important moment of the game. He is the guy that we trust the most in this moment. One thing that has bugged me for a long time is that managers would consistently save that guy for the ninth inning over and over and over. And there are times where, say you're up 2-1 in the sixth, or 2-1 in the seventh, or something similar to that, and you got a runner on second base and one out, and the thumpers are up for the opposing team.
Right.
I don't care that it's not the ninth inning. I want my best pitcher, the guy that I believe can get the outs there, that I have the most faith in. I'm going to turn to that guy in this moment, because what could happen is if I bring in my second best guy, my third best guy, maybe Bryce Harper hits a home run, and then suddenly the lead that I was protecting that I wanted to give to my closer in the ninth inning is gone. And now I can't even use my closer in the moment that I want to use him anymore because I was afraid to go to him when it wasn't even the ninth inning. And what Vitello has done multiple times, he's brought Ryan Walker in sixth innings in moments that he felt it was the biggest moment of the game. And what happened after? First of all, he put up zeros, but what happened after was the Giants added on and made it a non-save situation. And they didn't even have to worry about, getting somebody else in a high leverage moment in the ninth inning to close out the game because they were up like 5-0 or whatever the case was. So that's one thing that Tony Vitello has done that I absolutely adore, because I don't think we've seen that a lot from a lot of managers. We see it at times in the postseason because postseason stakes are higher.
Much higher, yeah.
And that's when managers tend to be a little bit more, they tend to experiment a little bit more, but I haven't seen it a lot in the regular season, and I love Tony Vitello for doing that.
It's a little bit new school, and I think it's made easier by the fact that you don't really have a closer, and he's yet to name a closer, and Ryan Walker likely would be that guy, but I'm just looking at his 5 appearances this year. Ryan Walker, the first game, you lose to the Yankees, he comes in the eighth, and he gets 1 out. Walked a guy, gave up a hit. So not great.
And they were down, 7-0? Or
3-0.
3-0.
That was his first appearance. Then
not the first game, but his first game.
The next day, you lose 3-1 to the Yankees, and he came in the ninth, and he pitched a full inning, had a strikeout, but not a save spot. So, again, that's 2 times where he wasn't brought in to be the closer. Then at San Diego, you win 3-2, and he got the save. He gave up a hit and a couple of earned runs, and it was a little bit shaky.
Yes.
But that was a save spot, and he actually did get the save.
Gave up a home run to Jackson Merrill.
Up 3-0, you win 3-2.
Yep.
And then he came in the sixth. That's the game you're talking about against the Mets, where he came in and he pitched 2/3, and they won 7-2. But that was the spot that you're talking about.
It was high leverage when he came in.
High leverage, yes. And then he came in against Philadelphia. You won 6-0, and he actually pitched 1 1/3. He came in the seventh, and he got the hold. And so
the Giants scored a lot of those runs late. It was a higher leverage moment early in that game, too.
And I agree with what you're saying about Tony V, and I think that it is made a little bit easier by the fact that you don't have a surefire, set-in-stone closer. But
that's fair.
I also agree with what you're saying, where you have 27 outs in a game, and you could be in a spot where you're up 5-2 in the sixth, and the bases are loaded with 1 out, and you need to get this guy out.
That's the most important moment of the game.
It's a right-handed hitter, and maybe you had a lefty starter, and he's getting tired, and so you go to your righty who's tough on righties, you bring him in there, and maybe you get a double play ground ball, and you get out of it, and then that turns out to be the moment in a game. And it isn't always like the ninth inning is going to be the biggest moment, because, as you said, in that scenario, you're up 5-1, bases loaded, and you put in somebody else, and they give up a grand slam, and now it's tied, and you get to the ninth, and now you're down 8-6. Well, your closer isn't going to get to close. He should have closed in the sixth when you needed that out.
Yeah. Like, I think the best way that I can describe it, and I've been talking about this for a long time. I remember doing a show on my college radio station. We're talking about like a decade ago now, and we would host
a whole 10 years. Man, it's crazy. Sorry.
I mean, that's as far back as my career in radio goes, Dibs.
Oh, man, a decade ago.
Yeah, back when I was 19 years old, Dibs.
Boy, yeah. I mean, 12 years ago, I got fired by this very station.
A decade ago.
Yeah, boy.
But I remember I was reacting to something that happened in in a Oregon Ducks baseball game. And the manager was George Horton, who used to coach for Cal State Fullerton and won a College World Series with them. And he was of the old school, and he held his his closer out until the 9th inning, but he ended up not ever going to him in a big game because a lesser relied upon reliever pitched in a high leverage spot in the 7th inning, gave up like 4 runs, and you lose the game because you did not use your most trusted arm in what the situation told you was the most important moment of the game.
Yeah.
And I just love that Tony Vitello is willing to kind of buck trends. And I think it's going to be something that catches on across a lot of baseball because I do think it is absolutely a spot where a lot of these older school managers are missing an opportunity to increase your chance to win games.
You have to measure and determine exactly how important this moment is or this game and then act accordingly. And it just brings me back to my 10-year-old year in Little League when I was playing for Legends of Sleepy Hollow up in Marin.
Okay.
And I'm 10, whatever. I'm a bit player. I'm a classic 2 innings in the field and 1 at-bat guy because they had to do that. And we win the league. So we go on to the Marin County Tournament of Champions, and it's a single elimination situation. It's all set up like if you don't win, you're out. And we open up against West Marin. And so my coach, Ron Barr, rest in peace, he thinks that we're going to beat him. So we have Adam Klink. Nobody could hit Adam Klink.
Oh.
I mean, Klink was like one of these 12-year-olds who's like 5'11", 6 foot. He's absolutely throwing BBs. And our number 2 starter, Scott Samet, was really good. So Ron, the skipper, goes, you know what? We're going to go with Samet. We're going to beat West Marin, and we'll have Klink for the second round game.
I always heard looking ahead.
Looking ahead. So Samet goes out there, and he shoves, but little did we know, West Marin had a guy named Kurt Pfeffer who would grow up to be 6'8". So,
oh, my God.
So I'm facing Pfeffer in my 1 at-bat, and I'm literally, like, trembling in the box.
Don't hit me, don't hit me, don't hit me, don't hit me.
I made contact. I was late. Line drive down the right field line, foul, and then next pitch, punchy looking, and I'm, of course, immediately in tears, but we lose 2-1. Adam Klink never gets a chance to pitch in the Marin County TOC 1978. 78.
That's a shame.
I was about to turn 10. So it's to your point about, like, leverage and the moments and the import. If you're in a game and this next out or two is going to be the most important flex point in a game, then you give your best.
Yeah.
You go to Klink. You don't pitch Scott Salmon.
You don't leave Klink cold on the bench.
No.
In a do-or-die game.
He get hit, too. I think he hit a solo Bomsky in that one, but
I don't know who your manager was, but that's not
Ron
good.
Barr.
That's not good managing. Rest
Cigarettes
in
the dugout.
Wow.
It's the 70s.
Around 10-year-olds?
I mean, we all were smoking.
Bad news bears.
Yeah, am I right? If you hit a home run, you got a steak at the team party at the end of the year.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Nice.
Like the rest of you losers, you get hot dogs. You hit a home run, steak. Yeah.
Did you ever hit a home run?
My 12-year-old year. Inside the park.
Inside the park.
Off Chris Stewart. It was.
I like how you just have all these names memorized.
I mean,
that's crazy.
I'll never forget it. Yeah.
That is crazy.
Hit it off the gate at Central Field. Legged it out. Might have been a throwing error on the play, but I still got a steak.
It's ruled an inside the park home run in your mind.
In the book.
In the book?
Go to the scorebook, yeah.
But it could have been argued that maybe it should have been an error.
I mean, there was no, like, review it later and, like, go ahead, like that Chapman error where they,
We're actually changing the ruling here.
Seriously, 45 years later.
That's actually a triple and an E8 or whatever.
Probably E8 and E6.
Oh, E8
Catcher
and
might have
E6.
dropped it, too.
Wow, you got lucky then.
Whatever.
Okay. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. I do think the nature of Tony Vitello, Dibs, is one where obviously this is an area where he gets some grief because he is not part of the classic group of major league managers, and he comes from college baseball, and he hasn't ever been a professional. Professional in the sense of not in the major leagues as a player or as a coach or as a manager in any kind of way. And so he's part of this newer school, and he's different, and a lot of people will maybe talk down to him as a result of that. But I do think it kind of gives him, I don't know, the freedom, the leeway, or it is specifically a point made by Buster Posey when hiring this guy that we are open to maybe moving away or differing a bit from some of the classic long-held opinions that baseball managers have, and one of those could very well be the way that you manage a bullpen and when you bring in your best guy. But I'm sure there's a number of other ways that we might see that kind of newness of Vitello show up over the course of the season.
It could be, and I think that it just depends on how the year goes and, how healthy you are and who you have in the bullpen, because right now, if you look at their pen and you look at who's available, there's nobody in there, apologies to Ryan Walker, that is tried and true, and you are a shutdown guy, and you've got special stuff that nobody else can hit against. And so because you don't have that, you're going to be in a mix and match mode, at least until somebody can show you that they've emerged and they're going to be that guy. And hopefully it is Ryan Walker. And I know you got a couple of guys who are about to get healthy, and so your bullpen might get a little bit deeper. But as it sits right now, you've got a pretty good starting rotation. I think you have two very good starters. Roop, I think, is on the cusp of joining that group, depending on how he does in the next couple. But then you have a couple of question marks. So I do think that not this whole year, but for the first part of this year, Tony Vitello and the Giants are trying to figure out who they can actually bank on from a pitching standpoint.
Yeah, you got Joel Pagero and Sam Hentges, who are working their way back and should be back relatively soon to add to that Giants bullpen. Pagero a righty, and then Hentges a lefty. So you can add a couple of guys, one from each side, coming up pretty shortly. But we'll see the way that it shakes out in the bullpen. But I do just like having a manager that is willing to maybe kind of change some of the long-held beliefs of a lot of baseball managers. I was also struck by something that Scott Ostler said with the guys. And if you missed it, Scott Ostler, who is retiring, one of the greatest sports columnists, not just in the Bay, but in sports columnists history, one of the best to ever do it, covered the Showtime Lakers and has been here in the Bay for a really long time as well. He's retiring, and he kind of as a way to make Steiny feel better, frankly, because Steiny unfortunately missed his retirement party.
Yeah, wrong venue.
Because of a mistake made by Steiny himself. He showed up to the station today and spent almost a full hour with Steiny and Goo in the afternoon at 1 o'clock. And if you missed it, it's available for you on the free Odyssey app. You can find it there. Search Steiny and Goo. If you're watching on YouTube, you can go back and rewind in our live stream that you're watching right now and go back and find it as well. But one of the things that he was talking about when discussing his days covering the Warriors, and this is pre-Dynasty era Warriors, was how fun it was to be around a coach like Don Nelson. And Don Nelson is, can be kind of a red ass and maybe not the nicest and the most pleasant guy to be around at times. And he was very quirky, and he certainly was his own unique kind of person and coach. But one thing that Scott Ostler said was, you want, and he's talking more from a columnist perspective, and obviously you want something interesting and fun to write about, because that will always help and it will be easier. He also said, I'd rather a team be just god-awful than mediocre, because that is an easier team to write about and cover and to make it interesting for your listeners, your readers, whatever it is. But one thing that he said, and I couldn't help but draw a through line to Tony Vitello, was it's always better when you have, quote, interesting coaches.
Yep.
And regardless of how you feel about Tony Vitello, he's definitely an interesting coach or manager, and that's what Ostler was talking about with Nelly specifically.
Yeah, he's interesting, and I mean, Nelly was more than just interesting, and he'd been around the league for so many years the first time, then he came back as well, and you could think about like a long litany of guys who aren't that interesting, and whether it's, Chip Kelly with the 49ers, he's not that interesting. Oregon guy, of course.
Yeah.
He was there before you were, I think, right, Chip Kelly?
Yes, he was gone after he left already by the time
you got there. So, I mean, even Shanahan's not that interesting, quote unquote, but now that he's been here this long and, they've had some success, that I think you've kind of gotten to know him to the level where, he's not necessarily like a great quotable coach, but he's done well enough to where, he's somebody you can cover and be interested in.
There was a text that came in a while ago when we first started the show talking about the crazy, it feels like, complaints and drama that are circling Tony Vitello as a result of maybe just some out-of-the-box things that he said, but in my mind are not these crazy negative things that a lot of people are making them out to be. The 415 wrote on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line to bring it back to the Warriors as we're talking about Nelly. The 415 writes or asks, was Steve Kerr criticized since it was his first time being a head coach? And the way that I remember it, Dibs, and you can tell me what you think, because I wasn't involved in the media, but I was a big Warrior fan when Steve Kerr was hired. Once the Warriors started winning, any questions went out the door because they were so good the second that he took over and the season began. But there was a whole lot of drama about the firing of Mark Jackson and the hiring of a coach in Steve Kerr who had no experience coaching. Now, he was a general manager and, of course, a longtime player and a broadcaster, had done almost everything else around the league, but had never been a coach, not even an assistant coach, and now was hired to replace a coach who had led the team to the playoffs in consecutive years after they had hardly sniffed the playoffs other than a year in a really, really long time. There was a ton of drama, not necessarily facing Steve Kerr, but facing the Warriors' decision to fire Mark Jackson and then hire Steve Kerr in the first place.
Yes, but as I'm looking back now at that year, 2014, 2015.
They won 65 games?
Well, 67. How dare you? And I'll throw out just a couple of benchmarks, such as, there's 5-0, and then there's 21-2.
It's pretty good.
And then you get to 31-5. And then you start to look at 39-8, and it goes on and on and on. So
once it starts, everything questioning is gone.
You get to 21-2. Well, there was no beginning. Like, the beginning was, I can't believe you fired Mark Jackson. He got you to the playoffs, and he got this team from being irrelevant to being an actual thing. Why would you fire him, A? And B, you're going to bring in Steve Kerr. This had better work because Mark Jackson, he had this team moving in a certain direction.
Yeah.
And, 21-2 after 23 games, it's like, okay, Steve Kerr's not a bum. I mean, you might think that now, but at the time,
no one thought that then.
No, when you thought that then at 21-2, you were thinking, okay, Steve, he knows what he's doing, but this team is really good. Mark Jackson got him in a good spot, and then you found out more about exactly why Mark Jackson got let go.
Yeah.
And Steve Kerr, like I said, they went to 34-6, and then they're 43-9. It's like, oh my God, this team is 43-9.
My God.
Yeah. So
and now the rest is history, and they won 4 titles.
And it became less about Mark Jackson and more about not only Steve Kerr but Steph, obviously, and the rest of the guys.
Yeah. Speaking of the Warriors Live tonight at 6. I'll be working double duty, so you get to hear me on Warriors Live coming up at 6 and postgame tonight as well, presented by Xfinity. Your home court advantage brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that. That is coming up at 6 o'clock. The Dubs in Sacramento taking on the Kings. Second to last game of the regular season. And one thing that we do, of course, every Warriors Live is look at the injury report. And we will give you a look at it coming up next because a lot of Warriors are back tonight. Dibbs and I getting into that when we come back as we continue. It's Willard and Dibbs. Dibbs and Grandy in. I'm in for Willard. Back with more next on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, it's Willard. Here's a real behind-the-scenes moment with Habis Law. We asked about their new billboards. Do you smile or not? Then it got real. Omar Habis said, we meet people in the hardest moments of their lives. It's on us to restore dignity and a financial future. Traumatic brain injuries, loss of a limb, spinal cord damage, a life changed in seconds. When everything's on the line, choose the team that understands that. Habis Law. They fight to make it right. Visit habislaw.com.
Omar Habis is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
I'm Neil, founder of Clay Room. When I found ceramics, I realized my calling was to give others the space to be creative. So I set out to open my own studio. Having a Chase Ink card has allowed us to grow it and bring people together. Now we're molding a creative community.
With the Chase Ink Business Cash Card, you can earn up to 5% cash back on business essentials, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for business. Make more with yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed? Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer? Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. Enjoy personalized comfort for better sleep night after night. Introducing the new Comfort Mode mattress, starting at $15.99. For a limited time, get free delivery when you add a base. Only at Sleep Number.
The 2026 Mountain Winery Concert Series is here with Jeff Foxworthy July 19th, John Mulaney October 18th, and many more. For the complete 2026 schedule, tickets, and more, go to mountainwinery.com. Tickets on sale now.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it.
Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Wait, everything on this IHOP value menu is just $6?
I told you it was amazing. A huge plate of pancakes, bacon, and eggs is just $6.
Wow.
There's also French toast, a ham and cheese omelet, and they got a BLT and fries now.
Okay, we're coming here every day.
You don't have to tell me twice.
Feast for just $6 with the IHOP value menu. $7 in some locations, available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Now through April 12th at Big O Tires, get $80 in rebate savings on 4 select in-stock Michelin tires with installation purchase. Plus, an additional $80 in instant savings from Big O. Disposal fees extra, not go with other offers. See your locally owned Big O dealer for pricing.
Football fans, history is calling as San Francisco heads down under for the first ever game in Australia. Join the action in Melbourne with true fan travel as San Francisco takes on Los Angeles at the iconic Melbourne Cricket Ground. Premium hotel stay, epic all-inclusive events, city tours, wildlife adventures, meet and greet with a red and gold legend, and unforgettable moments. Spots are limited. Don't miss out on your shot to experience San Francisco down under. Head to truefantravel.com. That's truefantravel.com.
Powerful doesn't just happen. You have to make it happen. So the moment Total Wireless offers a free Samsung S25 FE with Galaxy AI, when you switch to Total 5G or 5G Plus Unlimited 3-month plan, you take the network as powerful as you with unlimited 5G data that won't slow you down. Now that's a total power move. Visit your neighborhood Total Wireless store. Device access and fees may apply. Requires new activation on a Total 5G Unlimited 3-month plan or higher. External port-in and ID verification. Available only in Total Wireless stores. Limit to 4 devices per account.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
San Francisco will be cloudy with rain tonight and a low of 56.
Weather brought to you by Staples. From posters and presentations to labels and loyalty cards, Staples has all the print to boost your brand. Shop now in-store and online. Staples. That was easy.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. It's Willard and Dibs. No Willard.
Nope.
You like that? Yeah. Or you like the music
I
is
like
what
the
you're telling
music,
me.
yeah. It's no
it is.
diggity.
You
Dan Dibbly.
called for it.
Yeah, Cam. You're getting on my good side again, Cam.
Dan Dibbly.
That's right.
Just wait. He's probably going to play something for you at 5:48 that's going to upset you.
You come down my road. That's fine. It's a Friday. It's a payday Friday.
It is a payday
Tough
Friday.
to get at me on this this day of days.
Although you are upset at the Masters leaderboard right now.
He's ruining it.
He's in danger of ruining the whole weekend is what you told me.
Rory McIlroy has the biggest lead after a Friday in the history of the Masters.
Is that true?
I believe so.
The largest lead after day 2.
6-shot lead going into the weekend.
Oh, my God.
And not to say that it's over, because the beauty of the Masters is
it can change quick.
In a heartbeat, as we've seen, that little 12th hole, Golden Bell. Hello, friends.
Hello,
friends. The little par 3, you put it into Rae's Creek.
You put it in the drink.
And Jordan Spieth actually did twice in that famous Masters that Danny Willett was able to steal.
Danny Willett.
Yeah, I mean, things can happen. The Masters doesn't start until the back 9 on Sunday, but a 6-shot lead after 2 rounds, it's taken a little bit of the fun out of the weekend.
Well, let's hope for all you golf fans out there, and for Dan Dibley specifically, that either Rory falls back to earth a little bit tomorrow, or a bunch of others have great rounds and they can make it a little closer come Sunday. Otherwise, you're right. It might not be the most entertaining final round of the Masters, but we shall see. I would imagine we got some twists and turns ahead of us there. We're hopeful that we have some twists and turns in a good way ahead of us for the Warriors, or just any twists and turns, because that would mean maybe that they get to a postseason series. And tonight, Dibs, maybe this is hard to believe, but it might be a step towards that. The Warriors, they are locked into the 10 seed, so a win or a loss tonight does not matter. And it's the second to last game of the regular season. They're in Sacramento tonight. They're in LA versus the Clippers on Sunday, and that's it for the regular season. But they have a chance to be nearly as healthy as they've been all season long tonight. And I say nearly because no Jimmy, of course, and no Moses Moody. Those guys are out for the season. But if we put those guys to the back burner for just a moment, this could be as healthy as the Warriors have been in a really, really long time. And this might be a rotation, a group, a grouping of players that maybe we'll get to see in one or two play-in games and maybe in a postseason series as well. Dibs, Al Horford is off the injury report.
Okay, good.
He's expected to play for the first time in nearly a month. Tonight.
Okay, good.
Expected to play tonight. And then both Steph Curry and Kristaps Porzingis, who did not play last night, are probable to play today, and it's very rare that a player is probable and does not play. So in all likelihood, we will get Al Horford, Steph Curry, and Kristaps Porzingis all back tonight for the Warriors as they gear up for the play-in tournament coming up in less than a week.
So you get one look at it, and then most likely Sunday is going to be a Wisnowski special. You'll just punt that game, I would guess.
You think so?
I do. I mean, you might play these guys a little bit, but I don't know if there's any motivation. I guess it depends on what happens tonight between the Clippers and Portland. If Portland wins, they're in a flat-footed tie, and I think that Portland would have the tiebreaker, if I'm not mistaken. It's conference record, right? Because they're not in the same division, and if Portland wins, they would have split their four games this year, and so I believe that Portland would have the tiebreaker.
Correct.
And so
Portland, assuming a win tonight, would have the tiebreaker.
Right, and I don't know if you're the Warriors and you have a preference on where to go and who to play, and that might determine or inform how you approach the Sunday game. But for me, I look at this tonight as the final dress rehearsal before the play-in tournament, and I don't know who you'll play on Sunday. It might be determined based on what happens tonight, because if the Clippers win and Portland goes down to 40 and 41, well, they're the 9 seed. And the Clippers are the 8, and that is kukush, lock it up, put it in cement. So that might change your approach. I don't know how it's going to go, but I do look at tonight, and you mentioned all the guys off the report. What you have tonight is going to be what you have on Wednesday in LA or in Portland. So for me, tonight is the last and maybe the first chance to actually see what you're working with. Show me what you're working with.
Yeah.
And this is what you have.
Yeah, so Gee is still questionable. Will Richard is still questionable. LJ Cryer, he sprained his ankle last night versus the Lakers. He's out. Seth Curry is out. It's injury management for Seth Curry. And then Quentin Post remains out. Quentin Post, even if he's healthy, assuming that Porzingis and Horford are healthy, he's not going to play much, if any, either. So no offense, Quentin, but I don't know how important your injury report is for the rest of the season for the Warriors, but you would expect by the time at least Wednesday comes around that Guy Santos is going to be good to go, that Will Richard's going to be good to go. He might not be a part of your normal rotation either if you are healthy for the most part, other than Jimmy and for Moses. But tonight, as you said, is a bit of a dress rehearsal, and I think that gets to the core of why the Warriors handled this the way that they did, because, Dibs, it's our engaging Dub Nation poll question, and we're going to check on the results coming up in a little bit next hour before we wrap things up. But what I heard a lot of, not just on this station, and I heard it all day today from Shasky this morning, from Lubman as well, but I think it was Shasky driving this bus this morning. I heard it from Goo as well, and I heard Steiny at least questioning why the Warriors handled it this way and how maybe it was a bad look. Yesterday, Dibs, at Chase Center was the Warriors' last regular season home game of the year. And there's a decent chance, definitely better than a 50% chance, that it's their last home game of the year, period.
Yeah.
Regular or postseason. The only way that they have another game at home at Chase Center is if they win 2 do-or-die play-in games on the road and earn a playoff series. And those might not be terribly meaningful home games, even if they do happen, because you might be looking at, say, or you will be looking at OKC if it does happen, and they were a really, really, really good basketball team. But what I heard a lot of this morning, Dibs, was how could the Warriors do that to their fans by not playing Stephen Curry last night at home against LeBron and the Lakers on Fan Appreciation Night at Chase Center, the last home game of the season for the Warriors, yet they turn around and play them the next day, which is tonight in Sacramento. Make that make sense. The fan gets screwed over again. And that's what I heard a lot of this morning, Dibs. And I get it. It's not great for the fans, but I just want to ask, what did you want the Warriors to do? Did you want the Warriors to do what's best for Steph and for the Warriors, or did you want an active fan service before the season ended?
Well, the fans, I'm sure, especially if you were going to the game, and I mentioned this yesterday, Grandy, $140 to get in. So if you laid out the $140 for the worst seat in the house last minute,
that's tough.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, you want to get your money's worth, and that's why I've always advocated for exit pricing, where
I would love it.
I mean, it's impossible, but the very idea of whatever you get. And last night, the product the Warriors put out was a group of, third string, mostly G leaguers, and they tried, unlike Sacramento in the previous
competitive
game.
For a little more than a half.
Ish, and that's fine. I mean, and ultimately, you get what you get and you don't get upset, and that's unfortunate, but I see why the Warriors did what they did, and I think the key is the Al Horford piece, where Al probably wasn't ready last night. Now he's going to be ready, more ready, and you want Steph and Kristaps and Al and Draymond, you want all of them together at the same time. And if you looked at it and you thought that this would be the most likely time to have all those guys play, then that's what you did. If Steph played last night, he wouldn't play tonight. Same thing with Porzingis.
Yes.
And Horford probably wasn't ready. And, Draymond's good to go. And so it's unfortunate, but this whole year's kind of been unfortunate. You're 37-43. You lost your second best player. You lost your young player who was awesome. He was starting to really progress in Moses Moody.
He was so good.
You traded Kuminga, and you kind of felt like you had to, and you got Porzingis back, and he didn't play right away. And the whole year's kind of been a little bit of a mess. I mean, you're 6 games below 500, and so I get it where you want to be, as a fan, entertained, and you want to see Steph Curry, you want to see the best in franchise history play. But ultimately, the Warriors have to think about themselves first and foremost.
Absolutely.
And that's why they did what they did.
Yeah. So look, I get frustration, and I'm not going to sit here and tell you if you bought tickets to this Warrior-Laker game 2 months ago, or hell, even at the beginning of the season, that you have to sit there and watch a bunch of nobodies play. And actually, let me bring this up because it's kind of crazy, the grouping that the Warriors put out there. Let me see if I can scroll back and find this really quick. Here it was. The Warriors closed the first quarter last night with a lineup consisting of a player on the prorated minimum, a two-way player, another two-way player, a third two-way player, and then another player on the prorated minimum.
So 2 minimums and 3 two-ways.
Yes, and not just minimum for the whole season, a prorated minimum, which meaning you did not sign them. You signed them in season.
So you're talking about Bassey and Cryer and Leons and Nate Williams and
I think the other prorated minimum might be Seth Curry.
Okay, yeah, I was thinking Pat Spencer, but he's not a prorated minimum. But yeah, I mean, Steiny did this earlier, and I was absolutely taken aback when he started to go through it. But you had Pat Spencer play 38 minutes. Nate Williams, he played 35 minutes. Yeah. Bassey played 30. And yeah, all of the people that you normally would have, Curry, no. I mean, Draymond played 22 minutes, and he had 2, 5, and 6 with 4 turnovers. So,
a couple bad ones.
Tough for Draymond to get up for the Lakers in April, unless he's playing with actual other NBA players. So, no surprise that they went out and they lost, and, you lose by 16. And tonight is going to be one of the weirder nights. And I mean, if you want to talk about changes need to come to the NBA, and I don't know if you have the Brian Windhorst sound.
I do.
I would love to hear it at some point, but you've got the Super Bowl of tanking tonight, and I'm looking forward to that game getting closer to starting, and we can actually run through who is going to play, because almost nobody is going to play in that game. And so on the one hand, you've got the Super Bowl of tanking, which is Memphis and Utah.
Yep.
And on the other hand, and I just looked at this, Grandy, because the news came across that Victor Wembanyama will play.
Okay.
Despite the rib injury. And I was like, I wonder why he would play. And I looked at it, and if you look at the NBA, Kawhi Leonard has played in 64 games. He'll play tonight, and then that's it.
That's 65.
Nikola Jokic has played in 64 games. Victor Wembanyama, 64 games. Devin Booker, 64 games. And these are all guys who they know that if you play 65, you're eligible for awards. Now, Booker probably won't be first team All-NBA, probably not second, but he might be third teamer. Yeah. Wemby's going to be all defense. He might be
MVP.
He might be MVP.
And he will be first team All-NBA.
Exactly. So you need to play 65, and actually Wembanyama's played 63 games.
He needs to play both of the remaining two.
Right. So the more you look at it, Denny Avdia's played 64, and he's not getting awards, but my greater point is these guys are all like hitting that number.
He might get some All-NBA consideration. He'll get some votes. I don't know if he'll be on a team, but he'll get some votes.
But just the amount of guys who have played 64 games with 2 to go, and they're going to go out there and play tonight. Like Kawhi's playing tonight, he's not playing Sunday. And I guess Wemby has to play in both. And
unless the Clippers lose tonight, then they're in a deadlock with the Blazers, and they would probably need to beat the Warriors on Sunday to have a chance to be the 8 seed as opposed to the 9, which is worth it because then you only have to win one of 2 play-in games.
Good point.
But if they win tonight, then they can shut Kawhi down for Sunday.
Exactly. So, I mean, tonight is fascinating, and it's already underway. 15 games on the docket, as you have mentioned. But
around the association.
I love it. Give you a 4 for you doing me, doing Chris Townsend, doing Tim Roy. Because it all goes.
That was Townie doing
Townie was the one.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Oh, yeah. It all goes back to Townie.
No, I thought it was you doing Tim Roy. I was missing a leg
Tim
there.
Roy, but it was all based on Townie because Townie would do association. And so I started doing Townie, doing Tim Roy.
I love it. I did not know.
It's all homage to Tim Roy because I love Tim Roy. I thought I knew
everything about this building, but I do not. I'm learning the lore.
We always have to go around the association. And it all kind of started with Chris Townsend, RIV, Rest in Vegas. But anyway, tonight's fascinating because you've got tanking versus tanking. You've got trying versus not really trying. You've got the guys who need to get that 65th game. Ultimately, around all 15 games, there isn't really more than 1 or 2 games that actually are games. Like games where both teams have something to play for.
Do you want to hear? Do you want to hear Wendy talk about the Super Bowl of tanking?
I do.
Okay, so this is Brian Windhorst on Get Up this morning on ESPN talking about the Grizzlies and the Jazz. And to Wendy's mind, it might be the most intriguing game of the entire season. And he'll explain why. Here's Wendy again on Get Up from ESPN.
We have arrived at the tanking Super Bowl. I think it merits what we have to watch tonight. We've worked for months to get here. The teams have worked hard. We have arrived. I give you the Memphis Grizzlies versus the Utah Jazz, a game that nobody, and I mean nobody, wants to win. If Memphis wins this game, they could lose 7% chance at the top 4. If Utah wins this game, they could lose 10%. Do you know what Utah has gone through? They could lose 10%? Okay, so here's what's going to happen. Memphis has 12 players out tonight.
I think it legit might be 13.
And another who's listed as doubtful. 90% of their salaries are on the bench tonight. Utah has 8 players out tonight. Peter, you think I am kidding what I'm about to tell you. I am telling you, if you showed up on the bench and dressed in a Jazz or Grizzlies jersey, the coach would not only put you in the game, he would run plays for you. This is going to be theater.
I mean, he's right.
It's amazing.
You got 2 teams. Neither of them wants to win. Neither can afford to win. Somebody has to actually go out and win the game. So that's just one of the 15 that is fascinating tonight around the association.
Yeah, so, okay, right now, the Jazz and the Kings are deadlocked at 21 and 59. So they both have a 45, if the season were to end, they both have a 45% chance of having a top 4 pick, the way that the lottery rules are currently set up. The Grizzlies are right behind them, but 4 games behind, or I guess ahead, depending on which way you look at it. The Grizzlies are 4 games worse than the Jazz, so it's not about catching one another. But if the Grizzlies were to fall down another game and the Mavericks were to jump them, who are currently deadlocked with them at 25 and 55, the Grizzlies' odds of landing in the top 4 drop from 35% to 26%. The Utah chances of being top 4 drops from 45% to 35% if they were to lose and the Kings were to jump them into the top 4 of the lottery odds. So there is a lot on the line, Dibs, and we might see the most insane game ever in terms of two teams that are desperately trying to avoid winning a basketball game. It might be, as a lot of people have put it, it might be absolute theater tonight between the Grizzlies and the Jazz.
And I look forward to seeing who exactly goes out there and plays basketball in that game. And you've got Washington right now hosting Miami, and Washington started with Anthony Gill, Leaky Black.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Julian Reese, Bub Carrington, and Bilal Coulibaly. They're down 8 right now and thrilled to be down 8. And there's a variety of Wizards who won't play. And the whole thing is
the Wizards, they've locked up. They don't care about tanking anymore. No matter what happens, they have a 52% chance of being top 4 and a 14% chance of number 1 overall.
They have number 1 locked. Even if Indiana loses out, they would be tied if Washington somehow staggered into a win.
I don't know who has the tiebreaker there. They're 2 games ahead of them right now. So they would have to have all 4 results go against them in order to finish tied. But top 3 teams all have 52.1 to be top 4 and 14% number 1 overall. So no matter what happens, they will have the same odds. So they actually don't mind winning now.
Right.
Because they've tanked so effectively so far.
But they probably won't because they're really bad. And, Cleveland and Atlanta is it's a game that's going on right now, and that's actually a game because Atlanta's only a game up on the 7 seed, and they're tied with Toronto, and Cleveland could somehow jump the Knicks and be the 3 of the 15 games. As you scan the board, that might be the only one. Well, Raptors and Knicks is another game that actually might be a game because Toronto's playing to try to hold off the play-in, and the Knicks are trying to hold off Cleveland. And other than that, that might be it.
The Clippers, Blazers, but that's for play-in positioning.
Right.
Not playoff positioning.
Even Thunder Nuggets, which is, that's a great game coming up tonight. Denver's trying to hold off the Lakers, so I get that. And the Thunder have already locked up
Thunder
the
don't
1.
Care.
Yeah, so it's interesting, but it's also kind of shambolic that you get to this spot in the year. And so many of these games are not only uncompetitive, but it's a question of who can lose better. Who's better at losing on purpose?
It is funny because I was listening earlier this week. It was the day that Guru was out because Evan was in. Was that Wednesday? I think it was Wednesday. And Evan and Steiny were talking about, tanking and specifically because it was reacting to what happened, what was happening with the Kings.
Tuesday,
against the Warriors and the craziness of what happened at the end when Doug Christie told his team to foul Seth Curry, and there was the question of was that just open tanking or was it just frankly terrible coaching, and the NBA ruled it was terrible coaching, whatever, not important. But Evan was explaining why the Kings would have interest in losing that game, and he's explaining essentially the lottery rules and the standings. And obviously when we're talking about the lottery, we have the standings in inverse order.
Yeah.
So Washington, when I say they're 2 games ahead of Indiana, that means they're 2 games behind Indiana. But there comes a question of who wins a tiebreaker. But in reality, when it comes to the lottery standings, the draft standings, we want to find out who loses the tiebreaker. You want to lose the tiebreaker. And it's just funny the way that we talk about these things because I'm driving around or I'm walking into work or whatever it was, and I hear Evan say, no, the Jazz win that tiebreaker. And I'm thinking, wait, do they win it in the sense that they
want to win it?
They want to win it, or do they win it in the sense that they actually want to lose it? Do they win it because they have the head-to-head over the Kings?
Confusing.
And he was thinking of it from the lottery standpoint, which I think is what a lot of people do, but I wasn't 100% certain. And to your point, Dibs, it's kind of where we are in today's NBA, where it becomes so clear that teams are interested not only in losing games, but in losing these tiebreakers, that we're talking about teams losing matchups as winning. And what we're talking about between the Jazz and the Grizzlies, whoever loses tonight wins.
Essentially.
Things are just so backwards for a number of teams in the NBA that is a real sentence that makes perfect sense to everybody listening right now.
And it all comes down to the lottery and getting lucky. And even if you don't get lucky in the lottery, you can still get a good player. So this year is a little bit of the wrong year, I think, to be this dramatic about the tank, because other than if you want to be in the bottom four, because then you do get, a high percentage chance of staying in that top four, which is a real thing. But, the rest of it is just a whole season of just trying to posture and maneuver. And I actually thought about something earlier today as a way to find out if your team is tanking. And I was thinking about this in terms of the Utah Jazz. And the reason why you know that Utah is tanking, it's because they've had back-to-back unbelievably pathetic years, right? The Utah Jazz, I think, are, I'd have to get the exact number, but I think that Utah's won, 36 games combined the last 2 years. And in the 4 years that they've had their current head coach there, they've been dreadful. And yet, there's no whispers about a hot seat.
I think he got an extension recently.
Exactly right, Grandy. That's how you know that they're tanking, because he's doing what they're asking him to do.
Will Hardy, right?
Will Hardy, his winning percentage is among the worst in the history of the association, and yet he gets extended. That's how you know that your team is in a tank mode. If your coach is not winning games and you get extended, you're tanking.
Yeah,
Telltale.
Absolutely. And, we talked about this a little bit yesterday. Maybe next year is the year that it changes for Utah. But let's just say something goes wrong and they suffer a big injury early in the season. I guarantee you they will not be afraid to turn that thing around and start tanking once again. I don't know. The NBA, they're in an interesting spot. And by interesting, I do not mean interesting in a good way. I mean interesting in what could potentially be bad way. But we'll find out. This is a unique year because the draft is so good. It is kind of funny the way that Wendy, though, on Get Up via ESPN was talking about this Jazz-Grizzlies matchup. We've put up with a lot of tanking crap dibs for the last couple of months. Now we finally get to pay off with the tanking Super Bowl.
It's awesome.
Between the Jazz and the Grizzlies tonight. Don't miss it. All right, we're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. We got some calls that we will get to when we come back. Cole, I see you. We'll let you ask your question to Dibs on the other side as we keep it rolling. I do have a potentially out-of-the-box solution to NBA tanking, Dibs, that I want to bring up to you, and then we'll get back to the Warriors specifically and a few things we want to dig into as it relates to the Warriors and the NBA in general. We're brought to you again by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. It's Dibs and Grandy. I'm in for Willard on Willard and Dibs.
As Pittsburgh prepares for the unofficial beginning of football season, the city's kickoff celebration will begin with an unforgettable invite-only night of music. The night before takes place Wednesday, April 22nd at Rivers Casino Event Center, featuring Jason Aldean, John Morgan, and Shane Profit. Visit Odyssey.com/the night before to enter now for your chance to win this national contest. Price includes round-trip airfare, a 2-night hotel stay, and 2 tickets to the show.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off. Every Warriors game throughout the season as we get ready for the action. Presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage. Brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that.
Welcome to SF Fire Credit Union. Why do you have all those cats?
I've been saving them from trees, just like a firefighter. So, can I join SF Fire?
We're not just for firefighters. Anyone can join and get lower fees than banks, ATM access worldwide, and the top-rated mobile banking app.
Wow. Say, do you want a cat?
SF Fire Credit Union. Banking for heroes and anyone who wants to be treated like one. This institution is not federally insured. The credit union is not insured by any state government. Privately insured by ASI.
Spring cleaning isn't just for your house. It's for your life. If your job is getting old, it's time to clear the clutter and spring into IT. Go to My Computer Career.
My Computer Career helped me get the skills and certifications I needed to start a new life as an IT professional in months, not years.
Earn the certifications the top employers are looking for right now. Visit mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation to see if it's time to spring into IT. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
My name is Christine, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, was a healthy 34-year-old, and 3 months later, he was gone. Thankfully, he had life insurance. Ethos made it so easy. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. 100% online, no medical exam. Life insurance didn't take away the loss, but it did give us the space to just grieve.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/music.
ethos.com/music. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hi, I'm David.
I'm Chris.
And I'm John. We are the three brothers who own Jack's Restaurant and Bar.
And we are here to...
Not again. That's my
That was
line.
my line.
Boy, stop it.
Mom? What are you doing here?
Have you heard your commercials? They're terrible.
That's not our fault. You taught us how to cook delicious food.
Using only the freshest ingredients.
And to treat all our guests like family visiting our home. But you didn't teach us how to write catchy radio spots.
They remember that and get back to work.
Yes, Mom. Jack's, serving delicious breakfast, lunch, dinner, and drinks the way our mom taught us.
ilovejacks.com.
Want to interact with the hosts but can't call? Text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line at 888-957-9570. Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Hello, San Francisco Bay Area. Bank of America, in partnership with Visa, invites you to a FIFA World Cup 26 watch party. Open an eligible Bank of America checking account in participating financial centers only for an opportunity to reserve 2 complimentary tickets while supplies last. Experience special musical guests, games, giveaways, food, and more, all at a legendary venue. Learn more at BofA.com/BofA Visa Watch Party. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 26. Bank of America N.A. member FDIC. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
Xfinity Tech Support, Matthew speaking.
Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote.
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep, the combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still, you're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity, imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026. Taxes, fees, extra.
DQ presents the Blizzard Double Flip Deal. For a limited time, when you buy 1 Blizzard treat, you get a second for just 99 cents. That's 2 Blizzards, 2 spoons, 2 flavors, and 2 flips. So don't miss out on the Blizzard Double Flip Deal, available only for a limited time and happening now at DQ. Because the only thing better than a Blizzard treat is a second Blizzard treat for just 99 cents. It's a deal to flip for. The Blizzard Double Flip Deal. Get it in the app. Participation may vary.
My name is Christine, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, was a healthy 34-year-old, and 3 months later, he was gone. Thankfully, he had life insurance. Ethos made it so easy. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. 100% online, no medical exam. Life insurance didn't take away the loss, but it did give us the space to just grieve.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/protect. ethos.com/protect. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Granger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Granger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Now, back to
Dillard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. It's Willard and Dibbs. No Willard, it's Dibbs and Grandy with you on a Friday. We're with you until 6 o'clock. Then we've got Warriors coverage beginning. Warriors live at 6. I'll be hanging out with you for that. And then the Warriors take on the Kings in Sacramento at 7 o'clock. Second to last game of the regular season, Dibbs.
Penultimate.
Yeah, there is going to be at least one game beyond that. It's going to live in the limbo that isn't regular season basketball and isn't postseason basketball. this play-in tournament that I know you love so dearly, Dibs.
Sarcasm, but yes, thank you.
Coming up 5 days from now, the Warriors will either be in Portland or in L.A. That game between the Blazers and the Clippers, which will go a long way in determining where the Warriors travel on Wednesday, or if they travel at all, because they play the Clippers on Sunday. There's a chance they stay in L.A. and play the Clippers again coming up on Wednesday if the Blazers are to finish ahead of the Clippers in the Western standings. But that game, again, which the Warriors will have circled for their rooting interest purposes, that game also tips off at 7. So Tim Roy will likely have a final score for you when he's in his post-game show, and I'll break it down for you as well on Warriors wrap-up. Right now, the Clippers have a 1-game edge. If the Blazers win, they will have the same record as the Clippers with 1 game left, and they will have the tiebreaker. So it's not a 100% done deal if the Blazers win, that they will finish ahead of the Clippers. But it seems likely that whoever wins tonight is probably going to be the 8 seed. The loser probably going to be the 9, which would mean tonight's loser is likely going to be the host for the Warriors 5 days from now on Wednesday to begin the play-in tournament. That's what's coming up across the NBA today. But Dibs, we were talking a little bit about, frankly, the sorry state of some of these games going on across the association. Windy of ESPN called Jazz versus Grizzlies the Super Bowl of tanking. And he's poking some fun at it, and it is kind of funny. It is also kind of sad. In a more upbeat way, can I share with you this really... it's a creative potential solution to tanking. Can I share this with you?
Yeah, please do.
You know the social media forum website Reddit?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, okay. So this was posted on r-NBA, so the NBA's subreddit on Reddit itself. And it's this I don't know exactly who this person is. It's just a random basketball fan. But he says his solution to NBA tanking is... It came up to me because you talked about your dynamic exit pricing.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
This is dynamic beer pricing.
Okay, I like it.
This is a solution.
I'm already into this.
To NBA tanking. So he writes, attention, Adam Silver, I just solved tanking. Never mind lottery odds. What if the NBA just tied beer prices to dynamic pricing and wins and losses? He continues, NBA mandates all beers at $10 for all teams at the start of the year. Teams can increase prices by 35 cents per win and must decrease them by 20 cents per loss. And then you take a look at what the beer prices would be, Dibs, based on the current NBA standings. At the very high end, of course, it's the Oklahoma City Thunder.
Right.
Because this was done a couple of days ago, so I don't think these records are all going to be accurate. But on the high end is the OKC Thunder at 62-16 at the time of posting.
Right.
Which means their beer in their arena would cost $22.70.
Oh, my God.
Per beer.
Better pregame.
It's the price you pay for rooting for the best team in the NBA, Dibs.
All right.
But let's say you're the Washington Wizards.
I'm into this.
Who have the worst record in the NBA.
You're paying me to drink.
17, listen to this. 17-61 at the time of posting. A beer, you would get paid 10 cents to drink a beer to watch a Washington Wizards game.
Thank you. They've gone on to lose 2 more, so that would add another, I guess,
40 cents. So you would 50 cents. You get 50 cents.
So I'm drinking 10, and you're giving me $5.
You're giving me $5 to drink 10 beers.
It's pretty funny. I mean, I think the pricing is a little off, but I love the idea of it. Like, because $22, I'm sorry, even though you're watching the Thunder and they're really good, like $22 beer quietly is,
well,
I mean, not that much more than what you pay at Chase.
I mean, I regularly go to Warrior games as a fan because I'm always there to cover the game, so I don't go to the concessions and buy a beer. But at Oracle Park, just a week and a half ago, I paid $22 for a tall boy. One tall boy. Now it's a tall boy. It's not your normal size beer.
Right.
But still
16-ounce beer, right?
Yeah.
Or it might have been,
$22.
$22.
Yeah.
One beer.
Which is what in this Reddit user's solution to NBA tanking would be the very high end of beer pricing across the entire NBA.
I love it. So instead of tanking, it would be just drinking. So, I mean, forget whether or not my team is out there trying to win.
Yeah.
And it might incentivize you to actually go to games late in the year. For example,
exactly.
The Wizards, I think that they might be.
You would draw more of a crowd because you're getting paid to drink.
Pretty much. Like, I'm looking at the slate tonight, and Utah is home, although this doesn't work in Utah because you're not allowed to drink in Utah. But the Kings.
Right now in Utah, a beer would cost you about $2.
21-59 Sacramento, which is the same record as Utah. So
it would cost you $175 at a Kings game.
So you're in Sacramento and you're thinking, what do you want to do tonight? Well, let's go see if we can light the beam, Hope they don't, because I can drink for cheaper the next game. $1.75 a pop. That's not bad.
Right?
That's pretty funny.
It is pretty funny.
I actually like that solution.
I mean, it's kind of what you're talking about. If you're putting out such a terrible product, whether or not because your team sucks or you just run into bad injury luck on that day, the fans should get something back for that, Dibs. The fans, and you, with your dynamic exit pricing, it's, no Steph, no Luka, no Reeves, no Jimmy, no Kristaps, no Al. We just got LeBron and Draymond and then a bunch of who the hell is that? Okay, instead of paying $150, you only had to pay $15 today.
Yeah, based on what, you actually were presented with and what the product was. And I'm just looking at tonight and the ticket prices. Jazz Grizzlies, tickets as low as $12.
Oh, my God.
So if you're in Utah and you want to watch guys
honestly, if I was in Utah, I'd go to that game.
For $12? Yes. Especially if they're paying you to drink.
Oh, yeah. Which, even if they're not paying me to drink, just to see that. Oh, geez, that game is going to be a nightmare. But
Lakers
I want to.
So just so I can. Suns tickets as low as $13.
Wow,
for that one because I don't think either team's going to play
Suns have
anybody.
Nothing to play for. The Lakers still technically, I think, do. There's a chance they could catch the Nuggets. They could catch the Nuggets and leapfrog them, but it's unlikely at this point.
Right, and also, I mean, they could wind up. I think the Lakers could wind up falling behind Houston and being the 5, but. LeBron with possibly hurt pinky from last night, and Luka and Reeves are already out. And the interesting one is, and I mentioned this earlier, Devin Booker is sitting on 64 games, so he's going to play. And you mentioned before, you have to play 10 minutes, I think, in order to get credit for an actual game played.
For the 65-game minimum rule. Yes. I think, in terms of active games in a row, Mikal Bridges' consecutive games played.
4 seconds last year.
I think that counts. But to be qualified for end-of-season award voting, you have to play in 65 games, and I think in all 65 of those games, you have to have played at least 10 minutes. Yes.
Right. Okay.
That's specific to that rule.
It's interesting, and it's a little bit of a shame for Cade Cunningham, who is playing again tonight, his second game back after having the punctured or the collapsed lung. And even if he plays their last game on Sunday, he still will not get to 65 games. And so it's a shame that he was able to get back, and that's good. He's able to get back and play, but he's going to fall short of that bar. I don't know if they're going to appeal, like the Lakers will appeal. Luka, who wound up with 64 games, and he's not going to be able to play. But the whole arbitrary 65-game thing, it's like any other thing where you put a rule in, and people are going to figure out a workaround, It's like whatever the law is or the rules, we as human beings, we're always looking for the cheat code, right?
Oh, yeah.
Whether it's a video game or parking at BART, or some people like to drive in the carpool lane, even though they're all by themselves. Huh. We as human beings are always looking for the workaround. And so the 65-game minimum to get an award in the ether, it's a good idea, and it should incentivize people to play. But what we're seeing is players who are looking to just go right at 65, and Wemby tonight, he needs to play tonight and Sunday to get there.
But it's not like there's been a load management epidemic for Wemby. He's missed games because he's been hurt. Nothing out of his control. Same with Cade Cunningham. He had a freaking punctured lung.
Right.
What do you want the guy to do? He's been an Iron Man for him.
Get out there and play 10 minutes, apparently, because that's what the league says you need to do.
That's what the league is going to incentivize.
Right.
You're a player, and Cade is not the greatest example because he got paid this past offseason, but you're a player who is on the younger side and needs an all-NBA appearance in order to hit a certain level so you can get the super max or whatever it is. When you tie potential contracts to end of season awards like that, you're incentive and you have the 65 game minimum attached to that, you are incentivizing players who are maybe trying to look out for themselves in the future because they want to make as much money as possible. You're incentivizing players to maybe risk injury by coming back a game or 2 or 3 too early because they desperately want to reach the 65-game threshold, and you're encouraging them to come back, and you're threatening maybe further injury to one of your brightest young stars in the league, which could hurt you down the road.
Yeah, it kind of runs counter to what you should be trying to do. And, Cunningham won't get to 65. And I just looked at their game that's in progress, and he's played 12 minutes. And he probably will play more because he wants to get back into shape.
That's probably
like
why he's playing, honestly.
Yeah, and, Charlotte is tied with Philly for the 8. So Charlotte's definitely going to try to go out there and win.
Yes.
They want to get out of that 9. They want to get up to the 8 and maybe even the 7. So there's a little bit of skin in the game on both sides. Like Detroit's already locked up the 1 seed, but you do want Cade Cunningham to get a little bit more of his legs under him.
Into a rhythm before the playoffs.
So there's that. But, in general, the 65-game thing is like any other rule or law that you come up with. It sounds good on the surface, but then people figure out ways around it.
Yeah, absolutely. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. It's Willard and Dibbs, but Dibbs and Grandy with you. I'm in for Willard today. Let's go out to the phone lines at 888-957-9570, having some fun with some tanking solutions across the NBA. Dynamic beer pricing would be a fun one. On the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line, Dom in Frisco from the 415 writes, the top-end beer price for OKC is still cheaper than a beer at Chase Center and the ballpark, and at the very least, they're pretty darn comparable, but that would be a pretty fun solution. Of course, we know it's never going to happen, unfortunately. Out to the phones, though, because Cole in the city wants to talk to Dibbs about something specifically. What's up, Cole? You're on Willard and Dibbs. It's Dibbs and Grandy with you. What's up?
How's it going, fellas? How we doing today?
Doing great.
Cole?
Grandy, first and foremost, you're a hell of a first chair, brother. I think you're gonna have a good long career doing this, so keep it up.
Thanks, man.
So we both know the NBA is kind of the clown car that is the circus of pro sports with this tanking that's going on right now. Teams are trying to lose or trying to win for the first pick or whatever. But the thing that really perked my ears up as a degenerate gambler is this 65 games played, 10-minute threshold thing, because you as well as I know that a lot of these guys have done the majority of their work. They're going to get judged on those 64 games that they've already played. So with these guys that are coming in, these Bookers and Wembys to play the 65th game, I'm thinking that maybe the angle we take as the gambling community is to heavily bet the unders.
It's a great uptick, and I appreciate that. I don't know where they're sitting tonight, but for example, Victor Wembanyama, that's a great one, Cole, because the Spurs are hosting the Mavericks. The Spurs are laying 18.5, and Wemby needs to play to get game number 64, and he'll also need to play on Sunday. But how much are you going to really press Victor Wembanyama when you're locked at the 2 seed? So if you're looking for some unders, as he's so wonderfully upticked, that's actually a good target.
Not a bad idea.
And the other one would be Nikola Jokic against the Thunder tonight. That game tips off at 6.
He's going to play one more game?
I believe that Jokic needs one more.
I'll confirm for you.
I'm looking at it right here. I'm looking at the points per game, and he's played in 64.
Yep, 64.
He's averaging 27, 11, and 13. And if you're Jokic, he's one that I would be cautious about going on the under on because he still wants to win the MVP. And he's got somewhat of a chance,
and they still want to stay the 3 seed. At least tonight, that's still possible. They could slip out of it. After tonight, it might be different, and that's also when he would reach 65 games. So maybe he doesn't play on Sunday if all goes well for them.
Pick your spots is what I'm saying, Cole. And the other one would be Devin Booker, who's also playing game 65 tonight against people in Laker uniforms. So
who knows who?
I don't
Probably
know.
some Bronny James.
Yeah, I don't know how much Devin Booker is going to be out there really hunting for a huge game because he's not an MVP candidate. He's all NBA at some level, but he's probably just going to be running around making sure he gets game 65.
Yeah, they have nothing to play for. They're 3 games behind the T-Wolves, who are the 6th, and they're 3 games ahead of the Clippers right now, who are the 8th. So they are stuck in the 7. They will host that play-in game against either the Clippers or the Blazers. Winner of that game will be the 7 seed. Loser of that game will take on the winner of the 9-10 game, which we know will feature the Warriors. There's a chance we could see Warriors-Suns in that second play-in game. Things would have to kind of align. I don't think the Warriors would necessarily want that. They'd probably want to play the Clippers, although anytime you're asking to play Kawhi, it might not be the safest bet there. But yeah, you gotta pick and choose what teams. You gotta try to find the motivation, Dibs, and for a team like San Antonio, who is currently locked into the 2 and there's nothing they can do about it, the only motivation for playing Wemby is probably so that he can be eligible for MVP and first-team All-NBA.
Right.
And then at that point, maybe they only play him the 10 minutes anyway, and then they get him out of there at that point.
Probably. And just looking at the current MVP odds, according to DraftKings, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is minus 5,000.
Yeah.
So it seems like the MVP is not on the table. I thought it would be a little closer than that. Wembanyama's the second choice, followed by Nikola Jokic. And so looks like Shai's going to get back-to-back MVPs, which I get it. They're the best team, and he's had a great year. But I don't know. It feels like come next year, he might be victim to what I think Jokic kind of suffered through last year, which is
and this year
voter fatigue. Yeah, I mean,
Jokic might be having the best season of his career.
Right. So Jokic goes 21, 22, 24 MVP. Last year, he very well could have won it. This year, too. And so I think a lot of this is unfortunate because you look at the way he plays, the way he kind of like bibbly bobs down the floor, and he's not explosive. Whatever you don't think he is a phenomenal player.
He is.
And yet, he's not going to win the MVP.
No, not going to win it this year. He's probably not going to finish second either. It's probably going to go SGA, then Wemby, and then Jokic. But we'll see the way that the voting plays out. Of course, assuming all these guys reach 65 games is not done just yet. It does seem like they all are going to.
Yeah, I think Shai's already there. He's played 68. So he's all
safe.
buttoned up. Yeah,
he's safe. He doesn't have to play anymore.
He may not even play tonight.
I'll take a look at their injury report for OKC. Who are they playing tonight?
They're playing Denver on the road.
OKC's injury report. Oh my God, this is a long one. No Alex Caruso, no SGA, no Isaiah Hartenstein, no Chet Holmgren, no Isaiah Joe, no AJ Mitchell, no Kaysen Wallace, no Jalen Williams, and no other Jalen Williams.
No Jalen Williams is this?
No, neither of them are
playing.
How
about for Denver?
Denver. No Peyton Watson. He has an actual injury. No Spencer Jones. He has an actual injury. Jamal Murray, Nikola Jokic, Cam Johnson, Aaron Gordon, Christian Brown, all questionable. Last time I saw, but this might have been updated since then.
Denver favored by 2.5 at home against basically no Thunder.
Let me take a look at the updated injury report as I was looking at one from an hour ago. Scroll down and find Denver.
Yeah.
Those guys all still questionable. But that line suggests they're expecting at least a chunk of those guys to not play.
Right. And I know that this happens in every sport at some point. Like in the NFL now, week 18, if you've got the Jets taking on fill-in-the-blank other doormat, it's going to be, a lot of guys not playing.
Or you have a team that's locked up the 1 seed or whatever. Maybe they rest their guys.
Rest your guys, and I understand that. But in the NFL, it's usually just the one game, and this has gone on now in the NBA for
months.
It seems like a long time. Teams, not only teams trying to lose, but also just shelving your good players. And I get it if you're the Thunder. You've locked up the one. You've played 80 games, and for the majority of that time, you've played all your guys. You haven't really load managed many of them because you have a good young team, but go ahead and rest up for the playoffs. I get it, but it's the rest of these teams where, as Brian Windhorst said, I think it's Memphis, they've got 12 guys out and 90% of their payroll out.
Do you want me to read their injury report?
I read it already. There are 12 names, legit. And I don't know
how... It might take the rest of the hour for me to read it again for you.
I mean, I don't even know who you have left to play for the Grizzlies.
How many people are listed on the report? Not all that are out, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 players are listed. Now, one of them is available, 2 of them are questionable, and 1 of them is doubtful, but 16 players listed on the report.
I mean, what are we even doing? They've lost 18 of 20. They beat Denver somehow. They beat the Bulls by 1. Guy named Coward led the way.
Cedric Coward, the rookie.
Sure, I believe you.
Rookie.
Is he playing tonight or is he questionable?
He's out. No, he's out.
Oh, he's out.
Yeah. Santi Aldama out. KCP out. Brandon Clark out. Cedric Coward out. Zach Edey out. Taylor Hendricks out. G.G. Jackson out. Ty Jerome out. John Morant out. Scottie Pippen Jr. out. Cam Spencer out. Jalen Wells out. And Olivier Maxence Prosper doubtful.
Doubtful, okay.
And then a couple questionable and one available.
I'm just looking at their last game, and Coward played, and he had 27. And all of a sudden now he can't play you. You scored too much against Denver.
You were too good.
Jemai Mashak.
Yeah, Jemai Mashak.
Whatever.
From Houston.
Toby Akani, he played.
I don't know who that is. First time I've ever heard that name in my life.
And a guy who I didn't even think was still in the association played, Taj Gibson.
Oh, Taj.
Yeah. He is 40 years old.
Wow.
And he went out and he played about 5 minutes last game.
Taj. Collect that check, Taj. Way to go.
I mean, he'd have to play tonight.
Yeah. Meanwhile, the Jazz, they got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 on their injury report, and they're all out. And you can make a case that maybe it's like their 9 best players, too, for the Utah Jazz. So.
Yeah. There you go. I mean, welcome to April in the NBA.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the Warriors are going to play everyone that they have and hope to gel, and then we'll see on Sunday. And you actually said something earlier that made me think about wanting the Clippers to lose. That way you can fly to LA and just stay there. So you play Sunday.
Avoid another flight.
Right. Not that it's a long flight. And
there would be some, you play Sunday and then the next game would be Wednesday.
You probably would fly home, honestly, now that I think about it.
You think?
It's only LA.
As opposed to flying back and forth?
As opposed to you play Sunday and then
Monday at 5:30. So
right.
Would you think they would fly back Sunday night and then fly back to LA on Tuesday?
Yes. Yeah, I do. It's only an hour and change in the air, honestly. And as opposed to what? Monday and Tuesday. We'll go to Disneyland Monday. Tuesday, we'll go to Venice.
You get some practice in at, I don't know, UCLA's facility. Or
Pepperdine or whatnot. I don't even know. But I think you would fly home. If it was further away, you probably would stay. But it's just LA.
Yeah, it's not that far. You're right. But I don't know. You're already down there. You might as well stay.
Might as well. We may find out. But
I'm glad you brought it back to the Warriors because we are definitely tongue-in-cheek making fun, pointing out everything that is going on with the NBA and all the players that are out. And you have players, star players that are maybe playing, you could argue, as maybe against their best interest because why would you risk an injury? Well, they're doing it because they want to be eligible for end-of-season awards, and you have to play in 65 games to do that. And we had a guy call in who wanted to run maybe a sharp betting tactic past you, Dibs. That's where a lot of our minds go. But I'm glad you brought it back to the Warriors because what I heard being talked about this morning on this station and frankly last night as well, it would feel like, based on what I heard, that the Warriors did something incredibly shameful last night by not playing Steph Curry. And I know that it's not good for the fans, specifically the fans at home that paid big money to go and watch the Warriors take on the Lakers. But I just got to ask Warrior fans out there, and again, I'm not telling you to sit through Nate Williams and Charles Bassey and do it with a smile on your face while paying $200 to watch them play. And as we had a texter point out, $20 to go, grab a beer. I'm not saying you had to smile through that and be happy about that, but I got to ask, do you want the Warriors to do what is best for them and what is best for Steph and what gives them what they think is the best chance to get out of the play-in and make the postseason? Or do you want a bit of fan service? Because I think the reason why Steph didn't play last night, it's very simple. And you pointed it out a little bit earlier, Dibs. Maybe it's more related to Al Horford than Kristaps, but Al unavailable last night dealing with a legitimate injury. Kristaps dealing with an illness, not available last night, but both are playing tonight, and the Warriors probably knew that going into the game yesterday. And if you also know Steph is not going to play in both games of the back-to-back, and you feel it's important for Steph to get into a bit of a rhythm with Kristaps specifically, but also with Al, then it only makes sense to hold him out of the game where those other two are already not playing in. And you say, okay, yeah, it's unfortunate that we can't play him at home. All things equal. In fact, I was talking to a member of the Warriors PR staff, and we were talking about, well, what game is Steph and the others going to play in? And he said, well, probably the home game because that would make the most sense. And I said, yeah, you do a little bit of fan service and you still get Steph into a rhythm. But if Al can't play and if Kristaps can't play, what's the point in doing that when you're probably maybe not hurting, but you're at least not helping your chance to win a play-in game because those three guys aren't getting used to playing together.
Right.
It makes perfect sense in my mind. It's unfortunate, but it makes perfect sense.
Well, it's all unfortunate. It's unfortunate that he has runner's knee and he hasn't been able to play in 2 months. And it's unfortunate that Kristaps has had general illness and that Al Horford's had the soleus issue with the calf and Jimmy's gone and Moses and the whole thing. It's all unfortunate. And, you know, I used to say to my father, Dwayne Dibley, rest in peace, I would say that it's not fair, I would always say. And he would say,
life ain't fair.
He would say, nobody said it had to be fair, Daniel. And that's always stayed with me, and he's right. And if you go to the Warrior game and you want to see the Warriors and you get Malachi Leones, no offense, but, you know, it's not fair and it sucks, but nobody said it had to be fair. And that's just the breaks. And ultimately, the Warriors have to do what's best for them. And I'm sure that they want to see as much of their team together as possible. And you're down to just 2 games. And I don't know how they approach Sunday. If, they play Al and Kristaps and Steph and try to get a little bit more time with them together with Draymond and all the rest of them, we'll find out. But this is the first opportunity, I think, to have Kristaps and Steph and Al all together.
Yeah, and you have to milk that for all that you possibly can. Like, this has been the case for a long time. The Warriors haven't publicly admitted it until just recently. I think earlier this week when you guys had Steve Kerr on. Steve Kerr was on with you guys. Was that on Monday?
Yeah. Yep.
Early this week because they played on Tuesday. Yeah, on Monday. And at that point, it still was not mathematically certain that they would be the 10 because they still had a chance of the Clippers losing out and the Warriors winning out, and they could finish ahead of the Clippers. But even then, that was the first time that he was willing to admit, like, we're the 10. But it had been, the writing had been on the wall. I know you were on top of it, Dibs, talking about, well, you know, you would have to go 6-0 and the Blazers would have to go 1-5 or whatever it was. Right. Like you had it tracked, and I was doing the same thing as well on Warriors Live and Warriors Wrap Up. It had been the case that they were locked into the 10 for, we're talking about probably almost 2 weeks now. Like it had been pretty darn likely that they were going to be the 10 for quite a while now. The Warriors hadn't admitted it, but they've been in a spot where for a while, the most important thing for them has not been wins and losses. It has been getting Steph back onto the court, and that's only happened more recently, less than a week since he returned from his 2+ month absence. Getting Al Horford back on the court, that's going to change tonight. Getting Porzingis into more of a rhythm, getting his minutes maybe up closer to 30 minutes per game, and getting into a rhythm. And that is absolutely the case for the Warriors now, but it has been the case for quite a while. And I just don't want to lump the Warriors into what is happening around the rest of the NBA, because the Warriors, maybe you could say they're tanking because of what their record has been. Like, by the way, the Kings have a better record than the Warriors since the All-Star break, which is kind of crazy. The Warriors are not tanking, though. They just haven't had a lot of talent on the floor of late. I just don't want the Warriors to get clumped into the group of teams that are making kind of a farce of the end of the NBA regular season. The Warriors are not that. They've just been dealt a really, really tough hand. Now, you can blame some of them for it because this is what happens maybe when you lean on such a veteran team, but they are not tricking games away on purpose. It's just what has happened with all their injuries and the reality of what's in the NBA standings right now for them.
Yeah, and if you go back to the end of January, which is right about when Steph got hurt, and
January 30th, yeah.
That's right. So if you look at the standings on January 31st, they were 27-23. They were the 8th seed. And even at that spot, they were already 3.5 back of Phoenix, who was the 7. So you were the 8. You had room ahead of Portland, and the Clippers were a little bit behind Portland, and Dallas and the rest were the rest. So even at that moment, you were 27-23. To even catch Phoenix at the 7 was going to be hard. The Lakers were 6, and they would go on to be better than that. But you already were kind of locked into the play-in game. And as I look here, the Lakers were they were 2 ahead in the win column and 5 in the loss. That means they're 3.5 clear of you, and they were the 6. And so you had work to do to even climb up to 6, and then Steph got hurt.
To catch him,
So you're at 8, and at that point, with Steph out, we didn't know for how long. Turned out to be 2 months, and you slid from 8 down to 10. And as Draymond said earlier in the week, even if they would have lost all 15 of their games, and we did this on the show too, Willard and I, we talked about the Warriors losing out and Memphis winning out.
It would still be the 10.
They'd still be the 10. So even if they went 0-15 and Memphis went 15-0,
it's crazy.
You'd still be the 10th. So the Warriors have been in this spot, like you just said. It's been a couple of months where you could kind of say you're a play-in team. Maybe you're 8. If you're 8, that's great. You might wind up sliding to 9, and then Steph's out forever.
And you're like, oh, okay, you're the 10.
You're 10. Okay, you're the 10. So now the only goal is get him some rhythm, see the cohesiveness with he and Al and Kristaps because they haven't played together, and rest up. And we'll see you on Wednesday.
Yeah. I just think it's pretty unfair, the light in which the Warriors were painted last night as it relates to the decision to not play Steph. And Nick Friedel was on with the morning roast earlier today with Shasky and Lubman, who was in for Spadoni. And here's Friedel on why Steph didn't play last night.
Steve Kerr addressed that before the game. He said it was 100% a medical decision, that they didn't want him playing a back-to-back, certainly, but it sounds like what they wanted was if you were choosing between A or B, they wanted to keep him on track to, okay, he plays tonight, he plays his 25 minutes or so, then he plays Sunday, and maybe you get him up to 27, 28 minutes. So by the time he is, assuming that he's okay, ready to play Wednesday, I'd bet they're right around 30 minutes in that game that'll either be in Portland or LA.
And that's Friedel kind of scoping out what the next 5 days would look like for Steph and the Warriors. And he's talking about playing tonight, playing Sunday, and then playing again Wednesday and ramping up his minutes in all 3 of those games. But the most important thing that Friedel said there was the very beginning, saying Steve Kerr said it was a medical decision above anything else. It was medical, I think, partly. And why I say partly is because he wasn't going to play in both of these games because of his knee. But I think a lot of it also was corresponding with the other injuries on the roster and wanting them to play all together. Because that is the only thing that they have left that can help them come to play-in, is if they can get their guys playing together and in a bit of a rhythm and with some familiarity going into the play-in.
And if he's not going to play in both halves of it, obviously you would like him to play the home game because that's what you do. You play him at home and you give your fans what they come to see.
And the Warriors are good at that.
They're very good
if they have it within their power to do it.
And so when you look at it and the other guys aren't going to be able to play, and your goals right now, put winning aside because that's not really your goal.
No.
Your goals are get Steph some run, get Steph with Kristaps and Al and other players who you're going to need on Wednesday.
And as Steve has said, build good habits.
Goal number 3 beyond that would be give the home fans a show.
Yeah.
But the other 2 things, they take precedent. And so that's why you had to make that choice.
I guarantee you when the Warriors were scoping out what the final handful of games would look like, they came to the point where they were deciding, all right, because I would imagine the way that it works is Rick Celebrini says he's not playing in both games. And then there's probably a collaborative decision that is made when they decide which game he's going to play in. Because I would imagine Rick Celebrini would have signed off on either game, probably, because it's not like it was a back-to-back leading. Obviously, it is a back-to-back, and there's no such thing as back-to-back-to-backs. So
not anymore.
Not anymore. So if you're Rick Celebrini and you say he can play in either of these games, I will help come to the decision if you guys need it. But Steve and Mike and Joe and anybody else who's involved in the decision-making process, we can all decide on which games he's going to play in. And I guarantee you, however that decision was decided upon, Dibs, there was a consideration for, well, we want to play him at home. I guarantee you that was at least a part of the conversation. I guarantee you it was at least brought up. But once they realized, well, Al's not quite ready to play on Thursday, but he's likely going to be ready to play on Friday, and Porzingis is also not good for Thursday, but will play Friday, then the decision became pretty easy. And Steph, as a result, plays Friday, and hopefully he gets into a rhythm with Porzingis and with Al. And maybe as a result of what's happening tonight and what fans had to sit through last night, maybe they get more home playoff games because the Warriors win a couple of play-in games and they get OKC in the first round. Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible, and the best way they think to go about doing that is to get the fitness for Steph and the rhythm and the routine and start playing together as much as you possibly can. And it's interesting when you played that cut from Nick Friedel from the morning roast today, it sounds like Steph will play on Sunday just to get his legs back under him. If that's the case, then you kind of have to play Draymond and Kristaps if he's healthy and Al if he can go, and you play D'Anthony Melton, and you play everybody if you really want to get rhythm and routine with your core 8, let's just say 8 or 9 that you're going to take into Wednesday in the play-in. Well, if Steph's going to play, then you play everyone.
You
right?
play, probably. It makes the most sense. At least
the guys you can. I mean, I don't know if Guy is even going to play tonight. He's still questionable, I think, right?
He is.
I can check here in 5 minutes when the new one comes out.
I'll give you an update in a little bit. But someone like Draymond probably is less important for Steph to play with, just because they've played together for 15 plus years now, and they know kind of how this thing works. Not quite 15 plus, but right around there. But Steph and Kristaps and maybe Steph and Al, it is a little bit more meaningful for those guys to play together. Although you can say the same thing for Kristaps and Al and Draymond. I don't think we're going to see those 3 guys on the court together. Probably not, because that would be as big as the Warriors have ever been in a lineup. But you'll probably see minutes, if they are relatively healthy, where it's Kristaps at the 5 and Draymond at the 4, and then Al at the 5 and Draymond at the 4. Those are going to be some pretty common combos for the Warriors. So we'll see how it all goes from there. By the way, I did just get an update. We were talking about the injury report for the Nuggets.
Yep.
And there were a bunch of guys that were questionable. And let me give you all the names really quick one more time. Christian Brown, Aaron Gordon, Cam Johnson, Nikola Jokic, and then Jamal Murray. All were listed as questionable, Dibs. They have all been downgraded to out.
Out, yeah.
And those are all 5 starters.
The odds makers know. And we talked about this before. Denver's sitting at -2.5, and all the Thunder are out. And so why would the spread be 2.5?
Yeah, it makes no sense.
If those guys were all going to play and they're not. And so, so Jokic is not going to play, is what you're telling me.
Yes.
That means he's playing Sunday because he's sitting at 64 games. So if you look at what you need to get awards, and Nikola Jokic will be first-team All-NBA, without a doubt. He leads the league in rebounds and assists, by the way.
And he's not even going to finish top 2 in MVP, Dibs.
He'll be third, and he'll be All-NBA along with Shea and Victor Wembanyama and probably Luka Doncic if they give him the waiver that he needs to get to make that team. And honestly, Jaylen Brown should be the 5th guy, I think. He's been
great.
He's been a great surprise, and he's been fantastic. You might go to Cade Cunningham if he gets the waiver, but either way, Jokic is going to be on there, and he needs one more game to play. And if he's not playing tonight, that means he's probably playing Sunday.
And there's a chance that Sunday is still meaningful for Denver. If the Lakers win tonight and the Nuggets lose tonight, those 2 teams would be tied with the same record. I don't know who has the tiebreaker off the top of my head there, but regardless, if they do enter the final day of the regular season tied, then those games are meaningful for both teams. And you do not want to be the 4.
Denver has the tiebreaker based on conference record. I don't know head-to-head if head-to-head would come first, obviously.
Yeah, head-to-head comes first.
And I don't know who did what against whom in that one. But
I can find it for you really quick.
Not that important, but, always give you a minute. You got another 33 minutes, so to speak.
Angeles. They've played 3 times. They lost the first game. They won the second game. They lost the third game. So the Lakers have the tiebreaker.
Okay.
So if they finish tied, and right now Denver is a game ahead, if they finish tied, the Lakers would finish ahead of them. And that's a big deal, being the 3 versus being the 4, at least in my opinion. Because if you are the 4, even if you win that first round, you then have OKC in the second round, and you probably want to avoid OKC.
As long as you can.
As long as you possibly can.
Not that San Antonio's a pushover. They aren't. And the Nuggets will close out the year in San Antonio against portions of the Spurs. I would imagine not that many portions of the Spurs.
Yeah, probably not.
Pieces of the Spurs on that game. And, Wemby is come out of the game in the first quarter. He played 6 minutes. I don't know how long he's going to go tonight, but keeping an eye on that.
At least 4 more minutes, Wemby.
Yep, keeping an eye on that 10-minute mark. And in other hilarious news, the Bucks are beating the Nets 33-12.
So nice.
In a battle of we want to lose, but we want to lose more, Brooklyn, 12 points so far.
Well, what's funny is the OKC-Denver game where you have all starters across both teams out. OKC probably has a crazy incentive to lose, because much like Denver should want to avoid the 4-5 area, because that would mean they have OKC in the second round. OKC should want Denver to be the 3 so that Denver and the Spurs are in the same half of the bracket, and they only have to beat one of them, Dibs, to go to the final. So if you're OKC, you are changing up everything that has happened to you this season, and you are trying to lose so bad so that Denver can win. and more likely be the 3, so that they would then have to take out San Antonio, or they would feast on each other, and then you would just take on the scraps of whoever wins that second round matchup. You would rather take on the Lakers or the Rockets as opposed to the Nuggets in the second round if you're OKC.
Yeah, and it's just interesting for the OKC across the board because you're also scoreboard watching when it comes to the Clippers and the Blazers tonight because you get the Clippers pick. And you also get the 76ers pick.
That's true.
Right now, the Clippers are not in the lottery. So you want the Clippers to lose and then get in the play-in and lose and get in the lottery. Get in my belly, Clippers pick.
Give me that pick.
Same thing with Philadelphia.
10% chance it's top 4.
Philadelphia right now is sitting out of the lottery, but they're in the play-in, so... Yeah. You want Philly to lose and then lose next week. And
no Embiid with appendicitis.
Yeah, and he had surgery today. So if you're OKC, you might win the title second in a row and have 2 lottery picks.
Crazy.
It's just
crazy.
It's what you do when you do it right. When you make a trade and you get a 2-time MVP, he's going to get his second one coming up here in a couple of weeks. And you draft your butt off and you've got a boatload of picks. That's how you get it done. That's how you build a dynasty.
Yeah, they can't do much wrong right now. There's no doubt. Hey, I want to let everybody know that it's time for Triples for Autism, brought to you by the Pettinelli Financial Partners and the Autism Society, San Francisco Bay Area. Unfortunately, the Warriors made just 9 3-pointers last night, Tibbs. Just 9. So they just missed. Yeah, they just missed another donation from Pettinelli to the Autism Society San Francisco. Nate Williams did his part. He made 3. Pat and LJ Cryer each made 2. Pods and Seth Curry both made 1. That's a total of just 9. That is still, though, 76 donations out of 80. So we're still working at a really high clip for Pettinelli. That's 76 donations this season from Pettinelli for Triples for Autism. But again, there's another chance for a donation tonight with the Dubs in Sacramento. Then the last chance is coming up, of course, on Sunday. The last regular season chance, Sunday in LA versus the Clippers. To make a donation to autism yourself or to get involved, go to sfautismsociety.org. That was Triples for Autism, brought to you by Pettinelli Financial Partners and the Autism Society San Francisco Bay Area. Pettinelli is here for you, offering financial guidance and support throughout life's milestones. Go to PettinelliFP.com. This is Willard and Dibbs here on 95.7 The Game. Dibbs and Grandy with you. Dibbs, I'm curious, what is, how worth it is it? How worthwhile is it? How important is it to you to have a player who plays just about every single night?
It's pretty, I mean, it's important. It's not crucial. I mean, it used to be much more important, but it just doesn't happen anymore. The guys in the midday, Steiny and Goo, did this with Evan, and the question was how many players have played in every game this year, and I think the number was 19. And then Evan's follow-up was how many players have started every game this year, and that answer was 3. You've had 3 players who have played in and started every game for their team. Mikal Bridges is one. Restaurant Quality, Dante DiVincenzo is another. The third escapes me, but that is kind of answering your question where it's important for a guy to play. And by every game nowadays, can you play 72 of the 82? That to me is every game, unfortunately.
I only ask because Brandon Podziemski has played every game so far this season. Tonight he's going to play in his 81st consecutive game. 81st game of the season in the Warriors, 81 games so far this year. And Podziemski obviously is a player that gets a good amount of hate from a fair portion of the Warriors fan base. But I don't know, Dibbs. It's pretty darn valuable to me, at least, to be a guy that over the course of an entire season is suiting up every single night. And Podziemski is tonight and Sunday away from suiting up in all 82 for the Warriors.
It's great, and I do think it's important. And if you look at the list, and it is 18 players going into tonight have played in all 80. And you'd be hard-pressed to find anybody on this list that's an all-star. The majority of them they're good players, and the starters are Desmond Bane, Mikal Bridges, Toumani Camara, and Dante DiVincenzo. So 4 different guys have started all 80 that their team has played, 80 of 80. But you've got Reed Shepherd, good player, young player. He's played in 80. And, Bub Carrington for Washington, he's played in all 80. Good young player. And Jay Huff for Indiana's played in all 80. Okay, fine. I mean, they're terrible.
For Indy, they're terrible.
Yeah, but the majority of these guys are not the stars. And if you look at, I'm trying to find the oldest player who's played in all 80, Javonte Green at 32. He's played in all 80. So
Javonte.
The Warriors have like 7 guys older than that. And, that's what you do when you have an older team. You're not going to play all 80.
Okay, well, I'm glad that you brought up older players because, all right, Porzingis, he's the youngest player on the roster. He's going to play all 82 unless something bad were to happen. Do you give any credit to Draymond Green for how many games he's played this year?
Absolutely.
Tonight will be his 68th game, and tonight is game 81.
Yeah, and that's impressive. And I
think Draymond deserves a ton of credit this year.
I've been giving Draymond his flowers all week, which is unlike me.
Yeah,
but
what the hell's gotten into you?
I think that if you want to keep it real, you look at things like that, and I don't think that he's load managed very often, and he's been able to stay healthy.
No.
And even though he's lost a step or two, and his game isn't what it was, and he leads the association in turnover percentage, and it's not even close. I don't know if
that's still the case.
Yeah, he's like 25%, which means of every 4 possessions that he's involved in, it's a turnover. And so, yeah, it's like dramatically the worst in turnovers. But to this discussion, yes, he plays. He's available. He plays most of the time. He's engaged. Last night was an example where, all right, I mean, that thing got away from the Warriors and nobody was really that, that into winning the game. You didn't have Steph or Al or Kristaps, but so I give him a pass on that. But yeah, the number one ability is availability, and he has been available a ton this year.
67 games. He's playing tonight. That will be 68. And by the way, we do have confirmation from Steve Kerr pregame that Stephen Curry is playing tonight. And he's also going to return to the starting lineup for the Warriors tonight. And it sounds like, according to Anthony Slater, this comes, again, from Steve Kerr, who was speaking pregame. Sounds like his minutes will get bumped up into the high 20s range. Kristaps Porzingis also cleared to play as well. So Steph is good to go. Kristaps is good to go. We already knew that Al is good to go. Still don't know yet about Guy Santos and a couple of others. We'll take a look, and of course, I'll keep you updated on Warriors Live coming up in a little less than a half hour as well here on 95.7 The Game. But that is good news for the Warriors. I just think it's funny, Dibs. I think the 2 biggest punching bags for the Warriors this season have been Podziemski and Draymond, and some of it deserved, some of it not. There's probably a happy medium where it has been fair. But I do think those are 2 guys that I personally feel like I need to give a whole lot of credit to, because Draymond specifically has this, I don't know, this moniker where he only plays when Steph plays, and if Steph's not there, it's hard for him to 1, play, and 2, be effective. And maybe he hasn't been as effective as he has been in the past, and I'll hear you on that, although his numbers are very similar to what they were last year. Maybe didn't think he was great last year either, but he's pretty similar in fewer minutes per game. Draymond Green playing 67, 68, 69 games. It'll be one of those 3 numbers, likely 68 or 69 because he's playing tonight, which will be his 68th game of the season. That deserves a lot of kudos from me, honestly, because how many of those games came without Jimmy Butler and without Stephen Curry when this team is losing at a higher rate than the Sacramento Kings for the last, almost 2 months, and he has stuck it out. And it brings me back to something that he said post-game a couple of weeks ago that I don't think any of us have heard. We didn't play it on this show, and we'll do it when we come back from a break here that we got to hit in a couple of minutes, Dibs. But the way that Draymond, and maybe you say, well, you're getting paid millions of dollars. This is the baseline. You shouldn't be congratulated for playing games. I get it. But what have we done for the last 40 minutes, Dibs? We're making fun of all the players that are missing time and have missed time, and how many players and teams are basically quitting on this season. And I don't know. I give Draymond credit for not quitting on the season when he pretty easily could have.
I guess he could have, but ultimately it's been the inexorable quest for the play-in tournament, and it's been really ever since Steph got hurt and before he got hurt.
Probably since Jimmy got hurt, honestly.
Yeah, as I mentioned, they were 23 and 27 when Steph got hurt, and since then they've gone 10 and 20, and that's where you sit. And you went from the 8 to the 10. I give Draymond all the credit for, as you said, sticking it out. He's second on the team in total minutes played, and he has been out there for the most part every time he could. I just look back to earlier in the year when he was getting a lot of heat on this station and elsewhere. He was not playing well. And he's always been a big-time plus-minus guy.
Yeah.
This year he's a minus 130. And if you go back to December in particular, and even, a little bit of January.
And that was a healthier Warrior team, too.
It was. And he was just a negative night in and night out. He was not playing well offensively. The defense has taken a little bit of a step back. And so it's been a tough year for him. I think numbers-wise, it's comparable. The plus-minus has been bad. But to your point, I do give him all the credit in the world for going out there and playing basketball, because you have an older team and guys have had catastrophic injuries and other guys have been sick and whatnot, and you can't play back-to-backs and this and that, and he's gone out and played a lot.
Yeah, yes. So I want to play what Draymond said about this kind of topic in general, and this was a couple of weeks ago. It was pre-Steph return. This is kind of maybe the lowest the Warriors season had been. It was after the game against the Nets on March 25th, and I think that everyone should want to hear what Draymond had to say. We'll play that for you when we come back. Plus, if you haven't already, make sure to subscribe to Willard and Dibs on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find your favorite podcasts. While you're there, make sure you check out Steiny and Goo. They had a great, nearly hour-long conversation with the amazing Scott Ostler, who has retired recently, one of the greatest sports columnists of all time. You're going to want to hear the stories that he had to share about the Showtime Lakers, about the Dynasty Warriors, about his time in the Bay and in L.A. Scott Ostler, nearly a full hour with Steiny and Goo earlier today. That is available for you on the free Odyssey app. It's Dibs and Grandy on Willard and Dibs, wrapping things up when we come back right after this on 95.7 The Game.
And it's Dan Dibley here. Fremont Bank is my bank, and I'm happy to spend a little time here to tell you all about it. Family-owned bank with the family-owned feel, and it certainly is something that's important to me to have a bank that knows me and cares about me and my family and my banking goals. They started this bank back in 1964, and they've grown to 21 branches, 20 in the Bay Area, 1 in Carmel by the Sea. And you should go to fremontbank.com and take a look at exactly how they run their bank, because they are active members of our communities, and it's the community that they serve. You deposit your money into Fremont Bank. Mine went in today. It's payday Friday, and I know that money is already working all around me with businesses and home ownership and philanthropy and other meaningful grants that help support the Bay Area. And Fremont Bank designates 5% of their earnings for charity, and that happens right here in the Bay Area. And that also creates jobs. Their clients work here, they keep their money here, and that helps all of us right here in the Bay Area. And by the way, no ATM fees is pretty sweet as well. Got money out of a big box bank, they charge me a fee. Fremont Bank reimburse me that pittance, and I love that about Fremont Bank. They're putting the community in community banking. It's Fremont Bank, here for you and here for good.
What's up, cousin?
I want a new phone. Have you seen any good deals?
Everyone has free phones, but when I switched to T-Mobile, I got more value and so much more.
Like streaming included.
And travel benefits.
And the best part? The price of your talk, text, and data is guaranteed for 5 years. Get more benefits and more value. At T-Mobile, families save and get a 5-year price guarantee. Switch now at T-Mobile.com. Qualifying plan requires price guarantee on talk, text, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See T-Mobile.com.
The 2026 Mountain Winery Concert Series is here with Jeff Foxworthy July 19th, John Mulaney October 18th, and many more. For the complete 2026 schedule, tickets, and more, go to mountainwinery.com. Tickets on sale now.
Want to interact with the hosts but can't call? Text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line at 888-957-9570. Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
For all contest rules, go to 957thegame.com/rules.
Xfinity Tech Support, Matthew speaking.
Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote.
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep, the combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still, you're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity, imagine that.
Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026. Taxes, fees, extra.
Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877-CARS-4-KIDS to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877-CARS-4-KIDS to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
From carriage house to glass aluminum doors, R&S Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Happy Friday! We're almost home, Dibs. Well, you're almost home. I still have to work the Warrior game.
Yeah, I get that. And, keep your eyes on...
So does Cam.
I know.
Cam's stuck with me, too.
Yeah, it's going to be a long night. A lot of Grandy for me. Yeah. I'll get home right about tip time, jumping on Bart.
You'll be listening to Tim Roy go around the association.
I'll try, but it's tough on Bart, because it's so loud, and you've got buffering issues, and
you go under the water, and then you're going to lose reception.
If I hustle, I can get back to my Bart station at about 6:45 usually. Okay. So
yeah,
sometimes I do catch that. We go around the association, which is later in the pregame, as you know, and I probably won't catch the coach's show. And this date in Warriors history.
You're not going to catch that either.
No, which I love all the features, and I almost never catch you unless we do a show at Splash, and then I get in my car, and as I creep down 3rd Street toward the Bay Bridge, I usually enjoy the stylings of either Grandy or Giddings, and so that I like.
How often do you Bart versus drive?
It's usually a 3 Barts and 2 drives.
Oh, okay.
I try to Bart traditionally it's a Bart on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, heavier traffic days, and then Monday and Friday are lighter, so I drive, but now that we're back in Giant season, sometimes that has to vary
based on when the Giants are playing.
Correct. Yeah. Or, if there's a Warrior game or if there's a Giants and Warriors, because then
like earlier this week.
Right.
Monday, right? Yeah.
Yeah, Monday. I think Monday was a Bart, actually.
Oh, no, Tuesday. Tuesday was Giants and Warriors.
Right.
Yeah.
And that was I thought one of the days we were down there or something. I don't know. These days go by and I just forget, but
Last week?
No, Monday we broadcast from down there because it was the Knockout Grandy.
Oh, that's right. That was
the
Monday.
Knockout Grandy special.
Yeah, that's
So
right.
that was
so you drove Monday.
Drove Monday, yeah. And I drove yesterday.
Tuesday was a double Warriors and Giants game.
Correct.
So you barted
that was a BART.
day. That makes sense.
Today would have traditionally been a drive, but with the rain, it's a mile walk to the parking situation.
Yeah.
So I thought today I'd just jump on BART.
Might as well. It's pretty easy.
Yeah.
Unless you get overcharged and then Clipper can't figure it out for you.
Well, I mean, I know somebody at BART, so my stuff gets fixed. Toot sweet. And turns out one of our great listeners works for I think it's Fast Track. So occasionally, if there's a Fast Track snafu, I just text my guy, and it is taken care of.
You got connections everywhere.
You have to, Grandy. It's not what you know; it's who you know.
Yeah, absolutely,
more and more. So
absolutely. Engagement is everything, Dub Nation, on the court and in life. Vote in our Engaging Dub Nation poll on the 95.7 The Game Twitter page before every game, presented by Shane Co., your friend and jeweler. Earlier today, we asked you, Dub Nation, do you have a problem with Steph Curry not playing last night in the Warriors' last home game of the regular season, but playing tonight in Sacramento? We put the poll up on Twitter, and as of this moment, we are polling at 64.7%. No, I do not have a problem with that. 35.3% says, yes, I do have a problem with that.
Yeah, that's a good poll then if you have relatively equal action on both sides of it. And for me, not bothered. And I understand exactly what they're trying to do, whether or not it's going to mean anything. I mean, if they play 2 games together, Kristaps, Al, and Steph, does that mean you're going to win 2 games in the play-in? No, but it might give you an incrementally better chance, a slightly better chance of doing so.
And the Warriors are probably determining that slightly better chance is worth it.
Exactly. So you go ahead and you do that, and you hope that everybody can make it through the next couple of games. And come Wednesday, you've got as many of your Warriors available as possible.
Yeah, and if Draymond makes it through the next couple of games, that would be 69 games played out of 82 in the regular season. This is Draymond Green from about 2 weeks ago on March 25th. Post-game versus the Nets. This was pre-Steph Curry's return. This was probably, the Warriors had won that game, but still was one of the lower points of the season for the Warriors. I just wanted to play this because Draymond at times just has a way with words. And I want everyone to hear this because I remember getting the sound ready. I think it was a show that you were off, Dibs. And Willard and I were thinking about going to it, and something else came up, and we didn't. But I figured this was a good opportunity. We're talking about Draymond and crediting him for sticking this one out and playing in as many games as he had. And this is him kind of talking about how do you find meaning and continue to play in a season that has gone the way this one has for the Warriors. Here's Draymond a couple of weeks ago.
You just can't be the guy that quit when it gets tough. I've had some incredible years here, been a part of some incredible teams, banners, all that stuff. And it's great. When that stuff is happening, you want to be at the forefront of it. You want to embrace it, enjoy it, all of those things. It's great. When it goes a little left, you can't jump off the train. You can't walk around and pout. You can't throw in the towel. Or what was everything that you did before? We use a word around here all the time, front runners. One thing we did through our dominant run was took advantage of front runners. I can't give that to these guys. Could I throw in the towel? Possibly. But what does that look like then for Guy Santos? And what does that look like for Brandon Porzingis? You're talking guys who's trying to build themselves a career. D'Anthony Melton came back here after a year off, trying to build back to where he was. You can't just throw a towel in on them. That's just not who I've ever been, and it's not who I'm going to become. I'd rather go out there and get my head beat in every night and walk off the court. I'm going to go home, my family, my kids, wife, and I always say at the end of the day going in. But I can go home knowing we won or lost, regardless. But no matter the circumstance, I'm going to go out there and give what I can give. And with that, I can sleep at night.
That was a minute 15 of Draymond, and his answer continued for another 2 minutes, and I don't think we have time to play the rest of it, but he talked more about you lose respect for players around the league when they quit, when the season's not over, and I could never quit if the season was not over. Draymond has a way of frustrating a lot of Warrior fans, Dibs, but at times when he takes the podium and he tells you the way that he's feeling, at least for me, he just wins me right back over. And Draymond talking about that and how can I look Guy Santos in the eye if I quit on this season on this team, what would that mean for him? Draymond is absolutely spot on there.
Yeah, and it's impressive that he's still gone out there and done the thing. And, I like that he's pointing out to the younger people, and even DeAnthony Melton, who is fighting back, and he's fighting for his career right now. And he's got, I think it's a player option for next year, which is only $5 or so million. And I'm sure he'd like to make more. And Pod's in year 3, and Guy's a guy who's still, fighting to have a real permanent career. So, yeah, Draymond's a role model, but he's also a teammate. And you want to give these guys the best chance to go out there and succeed, and that means you're out there on the floor with them.
Yeah, absolutely. So that was Draymond a couple of weeks ago. I think it was worth bringing up. Just a couple minutes left with you here, and then we've got Warriors Live coming up. I want to end in a funny note, Dibs. I was asking you this off the air. I forget what break it was. Did you know that the Seattle Mariners are unveiling an Ichiro Suzuki statue outside of T-Mobile Park in Seattle today?
Yeah, you were